Chapter 1. Sun Goten. Where is this place? Su Xian opened his eyes, awakening to find himself in an unfamiliar room. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his mind, a torrent of memories rushing in like a tidal wave. He had traversed realms, entering the world of Dragon Ball, where he had become Son Goku's second son, Sun Goten at present. He was 6 years old, with just over 20 days remaining until he turned 7. This meant that the emergence of Majin Buu was less than 5 months away. Ding. Host's bloodline confirmed. Commencing recognition. Just as Su Xian pondered this, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ear. A system. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's heart leaped with joy. Typically, those who traverse worlds possess a system or a golden finger. The novels do not deceive me. Moments later, the recognition was complete, and a blue interface materialized before Su Xian. Name: Sun Goten. Gender: male. Age: 6 years. Bloodline: half Saiyan, half Earthling. Combat power: 20 million. Current timeline: Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super timeline? Yes, Master. Then, what functions does the system possess? Ahem. The system cleared its throat that I can empower you to surpass your opponents. Surpass my opponents? Indeed, as long as you defeat an adversary of equal rank, you will receive an advancement card along with their skills. Advancement card? Yes. For instance, if you defeat Super Saiyan Trunks, you will acquire a Super Saiyan 2 advancement card. Upon using this card, your strength will ascend to the level of Super Saiyan 2. Impressive. Indeed. What if I defeat someone weaker? In that case, you can also obtain their techniques and abilities. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Goten, it's already 2 o'clock. Time to get up. Okay. Su Xian responded, swiftly climbing out of bed, silently affirming to himself, from today onward, I am Sun Goten. Subsequently, Sun Goten proceeded to wash up in the bathroom before heading to the back mountain to train. Having just traversed worlds, he was still unfamiliar with Sun Goten's body, necessitating some adjustment. Whoosh, thud. Sun Goten leaped into the air, his fists cutting through the wind as he forcefully swung them forward. How swift! As he spoke, he raised his right leg, executing rapid upward and downward kicks, then switched to his left leg for the same. After completing these basic movements, Sun Goten began practicing the flight technique, recalling the Dragon Ball anime he had watched. According to the anime, the key to mastering flight lies in focusing one's energy and controlling it to soar through the skies. Concentrating intently, Sun Goten stood still for a moment before gradually lifting off the ground. I did it. With joy, Sun Goten maneuvered his energy, propelling himself forward into the air. In no time, he was soaring faster than the birds above. Whoosh, thud. Sun Goten landed back on the ground, suddenly clenching his fists with determination. Ha! With a mighty shout, his hair and eyebrows transformed to a golden hue, the hair on his head standing upright except for his bangs, his pupils turning a light green and a golden aura enveloping him. He had achieved Super Saiyan status. Taking a deep breath, Sun Goten reigned in the energy radiating from his body. Then, in his Super Saiyan form, he resumed his training in the back mountain. At Son Goku's home, Son Gohan was diligently working on some test questions when he suddenly sensed the immense energy emanating from Sun Goten during his training. What a powerful aura! It seems to belong to Goten. Glancing at the test papers on his desk, he rose and exited the room. Before long, Son Gohan arrived at the back mountain and beheld Son Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gee Goten! Son Gohan exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at his younger brother at merely 6 years old. Son Goten had already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. To put this into perspective, he himself had only achieved this transformation at 10, after undergoing rigorous training. Son Goten nodded and paused his training. When did you learn to become a Super Saiyan? When? Last year, during a spar with Mom. Last year, Son Gohan was taken aback once more. Are you saying you mastered Super Saiyan last year? Indeed, Trunks learned it even before I did. TR Trunks? But what do you mean by sparring with Mom? Mom had previously taught me to train, but during that battle, I transformed into a Super Saiyan. She said I had turned into a delinquent and stopped training me. Is that so? Son Gohan chuckled. That's because Mom has always disliked the hair and hairstyle of Super Saiyans. I see. However, I never expected Mom would actually teach you to train. Son Gohan reflected with a hint of nostalgia. When he sought to train, Chi-Chi had vehemently opposed it. Goten, you're training, right? How about we have a spar? But brother, aren't you supposed to study? Don't worry, Goten. It won't take long. All right then, but could you let me win? Let you win. Could you refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan? Of course not. Why not? Because I haven't trained in quite a while, but I can allow you 3 moves. Just 3? Make it 10. Could it be 100 moves? Son Goten grinned. Fine, 100 moves, but you mustn't complain this time. Son Goten nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan stepped back, taking a battle stance. Are we ready to begin, brother? Son Gohan nodded. Ha! Son Goten shouted, darting towards Son Gohan like the wind. His fists aimed forward for a powerful strike that whooshed and swished. As Son Gohan dodged, he retreated. With a loud shout, Son Goten launched a full-force punch. Son Gohan raised his arms, stepping back a few paces. At that moment, Son Goten's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Son Gohan. Oh no! Son Goten leaped into the air, delivering a forceful kick to Son Gohan's back. With a cry, Son Gohan was propelled like a projectile, crashing into a nearby mountain. Dust and debris erupted around the mountain. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan quickly crawled out from the rubble. Meanwhile, Son Goten gathered a golden energy wave in his right hand and hurled it at Son Gohan. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, a significant portion of the mountain was obliterated. Phew! Son Gohan gasped for breath, hovering in the sky above the mountain. Goten was taken aback, realizing that Gohan's power surpassed his expectations. At that moment, Gohan clenched his fists with determination, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Goten frowned slightly but nonetheless charged towards Gohan. Chapter 2. Goten vs. Trunks. In no time, Goten dashed toward Gohan, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks with the swiftness of lightning. Gohan, deftly evading and blocking Goten's relentless onslaught, called out, "Goten, you've already surpassed 100 moves." Upon hearing this, Goten refrained from replying and continued his assault. Gohan clenched his fists tightly and launched a counterattack. With a resounding thud, Goten was propelled through the air like a bullet, crashing into the mountains behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Goten chose to concede. Though Gohan had not trained for a considerable time, he once possessed the strength to defeat Cell. Goten, with his current abilities, stood no chance against him. Goten, you are truly remarkable. When I was your age, I couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan. Goten nodded in acknowledgement. It's getting late. I should head back to my studies, or Mother will be upset. You keep training hard. Goten nodded once more. Observing this, Gohan immediately turned and soared into the sky. As Goten watched Gohan's retreating figure, he resumed his training. Time seemed to slip away, and soon, a figure descended from the heavens. It was Trunks. With a swift landing, Trunks stood before Goten. Goten, he exclaimed. Goten nodded in response. Who were you fighting just now? Trunks inquired. My brother. Your brother? How strong is he? Incredibly strong. Is that so? I heard my mother say that Gohan defeated Cell, and that his strength might even surpass my father's. Goten chuckled awkwardly. That was a long time ago. Gohan's current strength surely falls short of Vegeta's. So, Goten, what shall we do today? Shall we go fishing at the waterfall, or hunt bears at Mount Payos? Although both Goten and Trunks had the ability to transform into Super Saiyans, their minds still carried the innocence of children. Their usual pastimes consisted of catching beetles, crabs, and playing with their pet dog. No, I want to train today. Train? Why the sudden desire to train? It's nothing. I just felt inspired after sparring with my brother. I see. Well, if that's the case, I shall train with you. You too? Yes, is there a problem? No, none at all. Goten shook his head vigorously. Originally, he had intended to train secretly to surpass Trunks. With Trunks now also wishing to train, the challenge of surpassing him became even more daunting. However, given their similar strengths, Goten realized that he need not solely rely on brute force to prevail. He could also employ strategy. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and before one could realize, the sun began its descent into the western horizon. Wu-Tian, it's getting late. Shall I return to play with you tomorrow? All right. Son Wu-Tian nodded in agreement. Observing this, Trunks immediately activated his flight technique and soared towards West City. Son Wu-Tian glanced at the sky before continuing his training for a while longer. The following morning, after having breakfast, Son Wu-Tian made his way to the back mountain to practice. By 8 o'clock, Trunks arrived at the back mountain and spotted Son Wu-Tian, who was engrossed in his training. When did this fellow become so diligent? Trunks muttered to himself as he swiftly descended beside Son Wu-Tian. Trunks, Sun Wutian exclaimed joyfully. Greeting him, Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. Wutian, did you come here to train early today? Sun Wutian affirmed with a nod. What has prompted you to train so fervently all of a sudden? Nothing much. I just heard my brother mention my father's story, which inspired me to practice. Are you referring to your deceased father? Sun Wutian nodded once more. Trunks, how about we have a little competition today? Sure. Trunks contemplated for a moment before agreeing. The two then stepped back simultaneously. Huh. With a mighty shout, Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan. Transforming directly into a Super Saiyan, Trunks exclaimed. Following suit and entering his own Super Saiyan form, Sun Wutian chuckled softly and dashed towards Trunks, launching a powerful punch forward. Trunks evaded while retreating. Suddenly, Sun Wutian executed a sweeping kick, akin to autumn winds rustling leaves, aimed at Trunks. Caught off guard, Trunks was knocked to the ground. However, he quickly pushed himself up with his right hand and leaped backward. Before Trunks could celebrate, Sun Wutian's figure appeared behind him. Trunks hastily turned, swinging his right fist forward with force. Whoosh! Trunks' punch met only air where Sun Wutian had been, as the latter's image blurred into an afterimage. An afterimage. Trunks' expression shifted slightly. At that moment, the real Sun Wutian emerged behind Trunks and delivered a powerful kick forward. Trunks' body launched like a projectile, crashing into a nearby mountain, which erupted in a cloud of dust. Damn it! Trunks shouted in fury, his body suddenly radiating a formidable energy that dispersed the surrounding dust. Sun Wutian's gaze sharpened slightly. Just then, Trunks' figure abruptly vanished from sight. Startled, Sun Wukong swiftly scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow materialized behind him, delivering a powerful kick forward. Bang! Sun Wukong's body shot forth like a projectile, crashing into the towering mountain ahead. A cloud of dust erupted into the air. Trunks chuckled, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. At that moment, a golden energy wave surged forth from the dust. Trunks swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the blast. With a thunderous boom, the golden energy wave detonated behind him. As the dust began to settle, Trunks noticed, to his astonishment, that Sun Wukong was nowhere to be seen. What? Trunks gasped. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared behind Trunks, launching an attack. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong struck, but his punch met only air, leaving behind a mere afterimage. Haha! Laughter echoed from behind Sun Wukong. Turning around, he saw Trunks delivering a powerful kick. Whoosh! Trunks' foot struck nothing but an afterimage of Sun Wukong as well. Chapter 3. Super Saiyan Transformation Card. As Trunks spoke, he vanished into the air, spotting Sun Wukong standing firmly on the ground before him. Their eyes locked in an intense gaze. In an instant, both figures surged forward, colliding with fists and feet in a fierce exchange. Bang! Sun Wukong was sent reeling from the impact. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a golden energy wave toward Trunks. Trunks shifted to the right, evading the attack. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong vanished from his original position, reappearing before Trunks in the blink of an eye. The sheer speed of Sun Wukong's appearance forced Trunks to raise his hands in defense against the onslaught. Bang! 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 Trunks was pushed back with each successive blow. Huh! Suddenly, Sun Wukong roared, executing a powerful horizontal kick aimed squarely at Trunks. Trunks was sent flying to the right, cursing under his breath. Trunks unleashed a barrage of energy waves from his palms, targeting Sun Wukong. With determination, Sun Wukong propelled himself into the sky. Boom! 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 The ground shook with the tremendous explosions as the energy waves detonated upon impact. Noticing this, Trunks redirected his focus upward. Sun Wukong shouted, launching his own wave of energy toward Trunks. Boom! 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 The air was filled with the sound of massive explosions as their energy waves collided, or detonated around them in a spectacular display of power. In an instant, the sky and the ground were filled with explosions, accompanied by the thick smoke and fiery light they produced. Moments later, Sun Wukong abruptly halted his energy wave attack, swiftly bringing his hands together behind him. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Trunks echoed, also joining his hands behind him to gather the energy for the Kamehameha wave. With a powerful shout, Sun Wukong unleashed the gathered Kamehameha towards Trunks. In response, Trunks similarly shouted and sent forth his own Kamehameha wave towards Sun Wukong. Bang! With a resounding crash, the two Kamehameha waves collided with ferocity. Both fighters gritted their teeth, locking eyes with one another. Given their comparable strength, the two waves met in a stalemate. Suddenly, Sun Wukong shouted, infusing more energy into his Kamehameha. Trunks, taken aback, mirrored this action, channeling additional energy into his own. Instantly, their Kamehameha waves clashed with even greater intensity. After a fierce exchange, both waves ultimately dissipated as their energies were exhausted. Breathing heavily, they stared at each other. Once their breaths steadied, Sun Wukong charged towards Trunks. Trunks clenched his fists and prepared to meet him. In no time, they stood face to face, engaged in a fierce battle. Bam! Trunks struck with a powerful right fist, sending Sun Wukong reeling. A slight smirk appeared on Trunks' face as he looked at Sun Wukong with a sense of pride. At that moment, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, placing his hands at the sides of his forehead. Solar flare. As soon as he spoke, an incredibly brilliant light radiated from his hands. Unprepared for this sudden move, Trunks found himself momentarily blinded by the dazzling brightness of the solar flare. Just as the brilliance began to fade, Sun Wukong opened his eyes and surged towards Trunks. In the blink of an eye, he reached Trunks and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ah! Trunks cried out as he was propelled like a projectile into the mountain behind him, causing a massive cloud of dust to erupt. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Super Saiyan Trunks and earning a Super Saiyan 2 advancement card, learning instant transmission and Kamehameha. Would you like to use the Super Saiyan 2 advancement card, Master? Yes. Very well, Master. No sooner had the words left the speaker than a surge of immense power coursed through Sun Wukong's body. After a moment, as the dust around the mountains settled, Trunks, now returned to his normal state, spoke with a hint of anger. Wukong, didn't we agree to spar lightly? Why did you hit so hard? I'm sorry. I accidentally struck a bit too hard. Trunks snorted disdainfully. Wu Tian, from where did you learn that technique? My brother taught me. In any case, Trunks would never ask Son Gohan about such matters. Your brother? Indeed. That explains why you sought me out for a duel. Trunks, as if suddenly enlightened, spoke to Son Goten. Upon hearing this, Son Goten smiled. Today's competition with Trunks was indeed a scheme of his own design. But don't get too cocky, Goten. I was merely careless this time. Next time we spar, I shall surely defeat you. Next time? Yes, you won this round by relying on techniques, so I shall devise a strategy to counter you when we meet again. I see. Well then, Goten, shall we find a place to rest for a while? Trunks suggested. Son Goten nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two ascended to a grassy knoll and reclined upon it. A gentle breeze wafted by, tousling their hair. It feels so refreshing. Indeed. Goten, what do you plan to do after we rest? I'm not quite sure. How about coming over to my place for some fun? Sounds great. After a brief interlude, once they had sufficiently rested, the two departed from Baozi Mountain and headed towards West City. They flew for an indeterminate duration until they arrived at Bulma's backyard. At that moment, Bulma was perusing a magazine. Son Goten proactively greeted her. Aunt Bulma. Upon seeing Son Goten approach, a smile brightened Bulma's face. Goten, you've arrived. Son Goten bore a striking resemblance to a young Goku, and Bulma felt as though she were gazing upon Goku himself. Goten, come quickly. I want to show you my new toy. Sure. Son Goten exclaimed as he followed Trunks to his room to admire the newly acquired transforming robot. Isn't this robot amazing? It can even transform into a leopard. MHM. The morning slipped by swiftly, and as noon approached, Son Goten bid farewell to Trunks and returned home. In the afternoon, Son Goten visited Son Gohan's room to inquire about Krillin and the others. Although Son Goten had minimal interaction with Krillin, Son Gohan had previously mentioned him. Uncle Krillin? Chapter 4. Son Goten vs. Lazuli. Yes, Son Goten nodded. Uncle Krillin should be on Kame House. Where's Kame House? Kame House is in West City. Oh, and what about Uncle Piccolo? Uncle Piccolo is likely in the other world. The other world is located above the highest tower on Earth, the Korin Tower. As for Uncle Tien and Kaiatsu, they are probably training at the southernmost point of the Earth. The southernmost point of Earth. Son Gohan nodded thoughtfully. Shall I take you to meet them, Goten? It has been quite a while since I last saw them. No, brother, if Mother finds out, she will surely say that I am disturbing your studies. Very well. If you have no other matters to attend to, may I step out? Of course. Gohan nodded. Goten, upon seeing this, promptly exited Gohan's room. On the shores of Korin's island, Krillin was enjoying time with his daughter, Marin. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was Goten. Are you Goten? Krillin was momentarily taken aback. Although he had not kept in touch with Gohan over the years, he was aware that Gohan had a younger brother, 10 years his junior. Goten nodded affirmatively. You must be Uncle Krillin, right? Yes. Krillin replied with a nod. And who is this? This is my daughter, Marin. Marin, meet your big brother Goten. Big brother Goten. Goten acknowledged her with a nod. Goten, have you come alone? Gohan didn't he accompany you? No, he is studying at home. I see. So, what brings you here? I wish to spar with you, Uncle Krillin. Spar? Goten nodded innocently. Very well. Marin, step aside a bit. Daddy is going to spar with big brother Goten. Upon hearing this, Marin quickly moved to the side. Goten and Krillin then both stepped back slightly. Shall we begin? Uncle Krillin? Yes. Krillin nodded. With a mighty shout, Goten charged at Krillin. Krillin clenched his fists and prepared to meet the challenge. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, Goten reached Krillin, his fists moving like the wind as they engaged in combat. Bang. After a brief moment, Goten tightened his right fist and delivered a powerful blow that sent Krillin staggering back. What incredible strength. Truly, you are Goku's son, Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Since Goku had been his closest friend, he felt a swell of joy witnessing Goten's formidable prowess. Huh, Goten shouted, swiftly repositioning himself before Krillin and launching an aggressive assault. Krillin's expression shifted slightly as he quickly raised his hands to defend against Goten's onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. Under Goten's relentless attacks, Krillin found himself retreating repeatedly. Daddy, Marin called out to him. Huh. Upon hearing Marin's voice, Krillin unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, repelling Goten. At that moment, Goten's figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind Krillin. As Krillin turned, he saw Goten with his right hand raised towards him. I concede. Goten chuckled softly and nodded in acknowledgement. The system's voice suddenly echoed, proclaiming, Ding. Congratulations, Master, for defeating Krillin and acquiring the Vitality Slash and 10 Senzu Beans. Senzu Beans. Indeed, Master has a certain probability of receiving additional rewards upon vanquishing foes. Is that so? At that moment, the Kame house opened, and a striking woman with golden hair and sapphire eyes emerged. She was tall, clad in a purple t-shirt and blue jeans. This was none other than Lazuli. Lazuli. She nodded gracefully, turning her gaze towards Goten. Who is he? He is Goku's youngest son, Goten. Goten, this is your Aunt Lazuli. Aunt Lazuli. Lazuli offered a slight nod. Mom. Marin called out to Lazuli. Upon hearing this, Lazuli approached Marin and affectionately ruffled her hair. Krillin, were you two just engaged in battle? Yes. And who emerged victorious? Goten. Although Goten was the son of Goku, losing to a child left him somewhat embarrassed. Is that so? Lazuli remarked with a smile towards Goten. Then Goten, how about we have a little spar? Lazuli. Krillin exclaimed in surprise, thinking she was advocating for him, when in reality, she was merely intrigued by Goten's abilities. Us. MHM. Lazuli nodded. Very well. Krillin, take good care of Marin. Oh sure. Krillin responded, leading Marin outside the Kame house. Shall we begin? Lazuli addressed Goten. All right. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lazuli dashed towards Goten with lightning speed. Goten, taken aback, quickly raised his hands to defend against Lazuli's onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. Under the relentless barrage of Lazuli's swift strikes, Goten found himself retreating. With a powerful kick, Lazuli struck Goten squarely in the chest, sending him tumbling backward. Lazuli snorted disdainfully, unleashing a series of energy waves towards Goten. Goten shifted to the side, narrowly evading the attack. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves crashed into the ocean, sending towering waves crashing ashore, displacing a multitude of fish and shrimp onto the beach. Daddy, look at all the fish, Marin exclaimed innocently, pointing at the fish scattered on the sand. Krillin nodded slightly. The turtle hermit, who had been peacefully slumbering within the Kame house, was abruptly awakened by the commotion and dashed outside. With a clatter, the door of the Kame house swung open, prompting Krillin and Marin to instinctively glance back. The turtle hermit regarded Goten, who was locked in combat with Lazuli, with a serious expression. He is indeed, yes, Master Wu Tian, the son of Sun Wukong, Sun Wutian. I always thought he bore a striking resemblance to Wukong in his youth. Boom. At that moment, Lazuli kicked Sun Wutian high into the air above the sea. Sun Wutian, are you not going to reveal your true strength? True strength? Both Krillin and Master Roshi were perplexed by Lazuli's words. Very well. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian clenched his fists tightly. Huh. With a powerful shout, Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Krillin and Master Roshi were astonished, particularly Krillin, who seemed to struggle to utter the words Super Saiyan. It took several seconds before he could finally express it. It is worth noting that Sun Wukong had to undergo relentless training and battles to achieve his transformation into a Super Saiyan, whereas Sun Wutian, at merely 6 years of age, had already attained this incredible ability, showcasing an extraordinary talent. Chapter 5. Infinite Stamina Card. Observing the astonished expressions of the two, Sun Wutian couldn't help but smile slightly. If his transformation into a Super Saiyan elicited such amazement, he wondered what their reaction would be if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan too. Whoosh! At that moment, Lazuli lunged toward Sun Wutian. Her punches and kicks, swift as the wind, aimed directly at him. Whoosh! With deft movements, Sun Wutian sidestepped and evaded Lazuli's attacks with ease. Taken aback, Lazuli thrust her right fist forward with all her might. Sun Wutian raised his hand to block, successfully deflecting her strike. Gritting her teeth, Lazuli unleashed a side kick towards him. Sun Wutian swiftly retreated, releasing Lazuli's right fist. Lazuli charged forward once more, attacking Sun Wutian again. Whoosh! As he dodged, Sun Wutian continued to retreat. It seemed the outcome was already determined. Master Roshi declared, "The outcome is already determined?" Before Krillin could grasp the meaning behind Master Roshi's words, Sun Wutian suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Lazuli. Bam! With a powerful kick, Lazuli was sent flying into the sea like a projectile. Lazuli's body suddenly emitted a formidable aura, halting above the water's surface. The ocean beneath her erupted into massive waves. Gazing forward, Lazuli realized that Sun Wutian was no longer on Kame House. Turning around, she saw Sun Wutian raising his right hand toward her. I have lost, Lazuli thought reluctantly. Sun Wutian nodded with a smile. He then reverted to his normal state. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Lazuli and obtaining a special card, Infinite Stamina Card. You have learned the Kamehameha Wave. Use the Infinite Stamina Card. Yes, Master. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately flew back to Kame House. Uncle Krillin, who is he? He is my master and your father's mentor, Master Wutian. Master Wutian. The turtle hermit nodded. Remarkable, Goten. At such a tender age, you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Your father had not yet entered my tutelage at your age. Son Goten smiled at this and chose not to elaborate further. Uncle Krillin, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Won't you come in for a while? No, thank you. Son Goten shook his head. Will you come to visit again? Son Goten nodded and turned to depart from the island. Krillin watched as Goten's figure receded, letting out a sigh. He reminisced about the time he trained alongside Sun Wukong, when the gap between them was not insurmountable. Now, he found himself unable to match even Wukong's youngest son. What troubles you, father? Nothing. Meanwhile, at the Korin Tower, the cat hermit and Yajirobe were idly observing the world below. Suddenly, they spotted a figure soaring towards them. It was none other than Sun Goten. Wukong. Due to the striking resemblance between Goten and Wukong in their youth, Yajirobe mistook him for Wukong. He is not Wukong. He is Wukong's son, Sun Goten. The cat hermit clarified. Wukong's son? Indeed, the cat hermit affirmed. In an instant, Sun Goten flew into the tower. You are Sun Wukong's son, Sun Goten, are you not? The cat hermit inquired. Sun Goten nodded. You must be Lord Korin, correct? Yes. The cat hermit replied. Young man, do you know who I am? Yajirobe asked, crossing his arms. Who are you? Sun Goten feigned ignorance. I am your father's good friend, Yajirobe. In the past, I saved your father on multiple occasions. Gohan never mentioned me to you? Multiple times? Indeed. The first time was when your father was gravely injured by Tao Pai Pai. The second time was after he battled Piccolo, and I caught him as he fell from the sky. The third was when Vegeta transformed into a giant ape, and I severed his tail to save your father. Yet you failed to mention that Wukong defeated Demon King Piccolo and saved us all, the cat hermit remarked. Yajirobe's face flushed at this. That is a separate matter. I never claimed Wukong did not save us. I merely spoke of my friendship with him. That is more like it, the cat hermit said, glancing at Sun Goten. By the way, Goten, what brings you here? Oh, nothing much. I was just bored and decided to take a stroll. A stroll, you say? Yes. Sun Goten nodded. By the way, Lord Korin, do you have any senzu beans? Although Sun Wukong now possesses a few senzu beans, who would ever deem them excessive? Yet, for them, these beans hold little value, rendering them somewhat wasteful. There are, however, Only 10 beans, if you desire them. I shall present them to you as a token of our initial meeting. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, the cat sage promptly produced a cloth bag for Sun Wukong. Thank you, Lord Karen. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now, he said. Both parties nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong then departed from Karen Tower, soaring towards the heavenly realm. Before long, he arrived in the heavenly realm, where he encountered Dandy, Piccolo, and Bubbles standing in wait. Are you Wukong? Piccolo inquired, having observed Sun Wukong closely. Although he had maintained limited contact with Sun Gohan over the years, he still occasionally visited him. Sun Wukong nodded in response. Wukong, did your brother not accompany you? Dandy asked. No, he is studying at home. Piccolo scoffed. That kid Gohan, ever since he defeated Cell, has forsaken proper training, spending his days solely engrossed in books. Wukong, what brings you here? Dandy questioned. I have come to challenge Uncle Piccolo to a duel. A duel with Piccolo? With me? Piccolo inquired, intrigued. Indeed. I have heard from my brother that you possess great strength, and I wish to test my skills against you. Is that so? Then I shall accept your challenge. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately retreated, positioning his hands in a combat stance. Dandy and Bubbles moved aside to observe. Then, come at me. Piccolo urged Sun Wukong. With a determined nod, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning towards Piccolo. In a flash, he reached Piccolo, launching a fierce assault with both fists. However, all of his attacks were deftly evaded by Piccolo. Suddenly, Piccolo delivered a powerful kick, striking Sun Wukong squarely in the abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a piercing scream as he was sent hurtling out of the heavenly realm. Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy waves with his right hand, targeting the retreating Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, Sun Wukong was struck by the energy waves, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Chapter 6, Regeneration Technique Ha. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong emanated a golden aura, swiftly dispersing the smoke surrounding him. Super Saiyan. Piccolo and Dandy gasped in astonishment. They had both witnessed the birth of a Super Saiyan and understood the immense difficulty in achieving such a transformation. Yet, here was Sun Wukong, at merely 6 years of age, already capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Has the status of Super Saiyans diminished to such an extent? After a fleeting moment of surprise, Piccolo quickly regained his composure and charged towards Sun Wukong. Huh! Sun Wukong shouted, mirroring Piccolo's advance. With a swift rush, the two combatants found themselves face to face, their fists and feet moving with the speed of lightning as they engaged in fierce combat. Suddenly, Sun Goten vanished, reappearing behind Piccolo, who was taken aback. In an instant, Sun Goten delivered a powerful kick to Piccolo's back, sending him crashing down onto the heavenly realm below. The ground of the celestial domain shattered upon impact, sending clouds of dust into the air. Piccolo! Dandy exclaimed in shock. Damn it! Piccolo gritted his teeth, swiftly rising from the ground and charging towards Sun Goten once more. In no time, he was before Sun Goten again, launching a flurry of attacks with blinding speed. However, Sun Goten deftly swayed his body, evading Piccolo's strikes with ease. Observing Sun Goten's current state, Piccolo was reminded of the time when Gohan battled Cell, during which Cell desperately tried to land a hit on Gohan, but failed every time. Just then, as Piccolo pondered, Sun Goten's figure flickered to his left side, delivering a forceful kick forward. The sound of impact echoed as Piccolo was sent flying over 1,000 meters away. Damn it! Piccolo shouted in frustration, scanning the area only to find that Sun Goten had vanished from sight. A bead of cold sweat formed on Piccolo's forehead as he quickly turned to look behind him. At that moment, Sun Goten raised his right hand in his direction. I concede. Though a twinge of reluctance lingered in Piccolo's heart, he chose to yield. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Goten responded with a smile. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating Piccolo and learning the resurrection technique, which allows the body to self-repair its lost structure, excluding the head, which requires a substantial amount of energy, telepathy, materialization from thin air, creation from nothing, and the foresight technique, which provides clarity from thousands of meters below the heavenly temple, primarily used by celestial beings to monitor the lower realms. Piccolo inherited this ability after merging with the deity. The Demon Beam Cannon. Piccolo truly possesses a wealth of skills. Sun Goten mused as he absorbed the vast memories. How is your strength so formidable, Goten? Did Gohan mentor you in your training? Piccolo inquired. No, it was my mother who taught me. Your mother? But didn't she oppose Gohan's training? Yes. Son Goten nodded affirmatively. Although he said little, Piccolo surmised that Chi-Chi's decision to instruct Son Goten must have been influenced by the late Goku. Afterward, Son Goten took a brief tour of the heavenly realm before returning home. On his way back, he employed the foresight technique to gaze towards West City, where everything appeared vividly before his eyes. Upon utilizing this ability, Son Goten was suddenly reminded of the old Kai, who possessed the ability to see insects battling on Earth from the King Kai's planet. Upon returning home, Sun Wutian employed his ability to conjure materials from thin air, crafting himself a new martial arts uniform. Regrettably, in his previous life, he lacked such prowess. Producing dozens of garments daily would have ensured his sustenance. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Sun Wutian departed from Baozi Mountain, soaring towards a grand mountain at the southernmost tip of the earth. At that moment, a bald man with 3 eyes was engrossed in his cultivation on that mountain. This individual was Tien Shinhan. Beside him stood a young boy wearing a hat, who was none other than Chaozu. Although Chaozu had aged, his appearance still resembled that of a child. Wukong. Tien Shinhan, upon seeing Sun Wutian, was instantly reminded of the youthful Sun Wukong. Are you Tien Shinhan and Chaozu uncles? Sun Wutian inquired. Could it be Wutian? Tien Shinhan asked. Though he was diligent in his practice, he occasionally kept in touch with Krillin and was aware that Sun Wukong had a young son. Sun Wutian nodded. What brings you here? Tien Shinhan questioned. I wish to spar with you. Spar? Indeed, is that permissible? Of course. Then, Chaozu, shall we engage in a friendly match? Sun Wutian turned his gaze towards Chaozu. The primary goal of Sun Wutian was indeed Chaozu, who possessed the extraordinary ability to control others, an ability that fluctuated in strength depending on the user. The East Kaishin also wielded this power, briefly subduing Son Gohan with it. Me? Yes. Sun Wutian replied with a smile. Then, Chaozu, why don't you spar with Wutian? Tien Shinhan suggested. All right. Chaozu nodded. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian immediately retreated, adopting a combat stance with his hands poised. Well then, Chaozu, shall we begin? Chaozu nodded. As soon as the words left his lips, Sun Wutian dashed forward like the wind, delivering a powerful right punch towards Chaozu. Just as Sun Wutian's fist was about to connect, Chaozu suddenly utilized his psychic ability, rendering Sun Wutian's body immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Chaozu lifted his foot, delivering a kick. Bang! Sun Wutian was sent reeling backward. In that instant, he clenched his fists tightly, breaking free from the restraints of Chaozu's psychic hold, and charged towards him. Chaozu was taken aback. Just as Sun Wutian's right fist was about to strike Chaozu's face, he unexpectedly withdrew his punch. I concede. Chaozu immediately declared his surrender. Sun Wutian nodded. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for defeating Chaozu and acquiring the control ability, learning the Don wave. Now, Wutian, I would like to spar with you as well, Tien Shinhan announced. Sun Wutian nodded in agreement. Chaozu, upon hearing this, promptly stepped aside. Now, Wutian, shall we commence? Sun Goten nodded once more. Upon seeing this, Tien Shinhan charged towards him. In a swift motion, Tien found himself before Sun Goten, launching a powerful punch. Sun Goten deftly dodged while retreating. Suddenly, Tien executed a fierce side kick aimed at Sun Goten. Goten raised his hand to block, retaliating with a side kick of his own. Taken aback, Tien quickly retracted his leg and stepped back. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Goten dashed forward, delivering a forceful assault with his fists. Chapter 7. The Goku Training Plan. Bang! 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 Tien defended against Sun Goten's onslaught while retreating. Then, with a sudden move, Sun Goten executed a high kick, striking Tien in the abdomen. Tien was propelled backward, his body flying through the air. Clenching his fists, he swiftly stabilized himself on the ground. Just then, Sun Goten's figure abruptly vanished from Tien's sight. Behind you, Dend alerted. What? Tien turned to see Sun Goten gathering a golden energy wave in his hands, aimed directly at him. I concede. I yield, Uncle Tien, Sun Goten declared, dispersing the energy wave. Ding. Congratulations to the master for defeating Tien Shinhan and acquiring the techniques. For Body Fist, Demon Seal Wave. Tien nodded in acknowledgement. Goten, is it your brother Gohan who instructs you in your training? No, it's my mother who teaches me. Your mother? Both Tien and Den were astonished. Kiki was indeed teaching Sun Goten how to train, and he had become remarkably strong under her guidance. Son Goten nodded again. Well then, Uncle Tien, Uncle Dend. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well, Tien replied with a nod. With that, Son Goten soared into the sky. Watching Goten's retreating figure, Tien couldn't help but reminisce about his first encounter with Goku. At that time, Goku's strength was far beyond his own. Now, he found himself unable to contend even with Son Goten. After a brief moment of reflection, Tien returned to his training. Although Son Goten's prowess had surpassed his own, he remained undeterred. His pursuit was the way of martial arts, not merely the conquest of defeating others. At Baozi Mountain, Goku's residence, Trunks was searching for Son Goten. Kiki, Goten? Yes, Aunt Kiki. Isn't he on the back mountain? He's not there. Then perhaps you should ask Gohan. He might know where Goten is. Trunks nodded and proceeded to inquire in Gohan's room about Goten's whereabouts. However, Gohan was equally unaware of Son Goten's location. Trunks found himself at a loss and decided to take a stroll on the Baozi Mountain, hoping to locate Goten. After wandering for a while, Trunks suddenly sensed Goten's energy and looked up towards the sky, spotting Goten soaring towards him. Goten! Trunks exclaimed joyfully as he ascended from the forest to meet his friend. Trunks! Goten replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Where have you been? Trunks inquired. Nowhere in particular, just bored and flying around the earth. Goten replied. I see. How about we spar today? Spar? Indeed. I've developed a few new techniques, and this time, I will not lose to you. Is that so? Then let's find an open space to battle. With that, the two of them immediately took to the skies. After flying for a while, Trunks spotted a vast expanse of grassland and descended. Goten followed suit, landing on the grass just a few dozen meters away from Trunks. Well then, Goten, shall we begin? Trunks asked, glancing at Goten. Goten nodded in agreement. Huh, Trunks shouted as he charged towards Goten. Goten raised his hands forward, and suddenly, Trunks found himself unable to move. This was the essence of Goten's newfound superpower. What is happening? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Goten chuckled. Trunks, I recently acquired a superpower that allows me to control others. A superpower? Trunks questioned. Indeed. As Goten spoke, he withdrew one hand and swiftly approached Trunks, launching an attack. Bang! 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 Goten soared into the air, delivering swift kicks to Trunks' face and body. Trunks soon found himself crying out in pain. With a powerful kick, Goten sent Trunks flying. Although Trunks was propelled away, he remained unable to move. Damn it! Trunks gritted his teeth, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy to break free from Goten's control. With a fierce shout, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. Instantly, he broke free from Goten's grasp, moving like lightning towards him. In no time, Trunks was before Goten, launching rapid punches in a flurry of attacks. Goten, while defending against Trunks' onslaught, began to retreat. Suddenly, Trunks clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a punch that sent Goten flying. Huh! Trunks bellowed, gathering a massive wave of energy in both hands, preparing to unleash a powerful attack upon Goten. This technique was none other than the renowned Prince's technique from the Dragon Ball universe. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutian immediately halted his descent and ascended into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, waves of energy erupted from the ground. In an instant, the earth was engulfed in thick smoke and flames. Trunks promptly ceased his energy wave assault and soared skyward. Sun Wutian clenched his fists tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan amidst the clouds. At that moment, Trunks charged towards Sun Wutian, delivering a powerful right punch. Sun Wutian swiftly evaded, causing Trunks' punch to strike nothing but air. As Trunks prepared to advance again, he found himself immobilized once more. Sun Wutian chuckled, Trunks, you are no match for me. Perhaps it would be wise for you to concede. Frustrated, Trunks gritted his teeth and attempted to break free from Sun Wutian's hold. Yet, despite his efforts, he remained ensnared. After a futile struggle, Trunks begrudgingly admitted defeat. Wutian, I concede. Sun Wutian nodded and lowered his hand, reverting to his normal state. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating Trunks. You have acquired the skills, Gum Spirit, Continuous Super Chocolate Rings, and Volleyball Fist. Sun Wutian was taken aback. It appeared that defeating an opponent could grant him new abilities. If he were to triumph over Goku in his perfect Ultra Instinct form, would he not directly learn Ultra Instinct? If so, he could devise a training regimen centered around Goku. The stronger Goku became, the stronger he would grow as well. Trunks, now able to move again, sighed in relief. He returned to his normal state and approached son Wutian. Wutian, how did you suddenly acquire such superpowers? I don't know. I just discovered my abilities while training yesterday. Is that so? Trunks responded, somewhat skeptical. Chapter 8. The rematch with Son Gohan Wutian. How about we have another battle without using your superpowers? Sure, but it may lack significance. That is true. At noon, Trunks returned home and sought advice from Vegeta on how to counter superpowers. Superpowers? Wutian has suddenly gained the ability to control others, and now even I cannot defeat him. Father, do you have any means to help me overcome his powers? Indeed. You must train diligently until your strength far surpasses his. In the face of absolute power, any superpower becomes irrelevant. Is there no other way? Trunks inquired. None. Vegeta replied angrily. Trunks' defeat to Son Wutian had already displeased him, and he was further frustrated by Trunks' reluctance to train and enhance his abilities. From this day forth, you will train with me until you can defeat Son Wutian. Father, Trunks protested, unwillingly. If you are unwilling, I shall have Bulma have your allowance. Father, very well, it is settled. Afternoon. Goten, feeling rather idle, crafted several bottles of the Turtle Hermit's magical sealing wave for the upcoming power tournament. However, he found himself lacking the essential sealing talismans. The crucial component for employing the magical sealing wave is the sealing talisman. Without it, even if one were to imprison an opponent within the bottle, they would remain unbound. Unable to conjure these talismans from thin air, Goten resolved to purchase some yellow paper and draw the symbols himself. Yet, as he currently had no immediate need for the magical sealing wave, he chose to delay this task. Whenever he found the time, he could simply procure some in West City. After completing the magical sealing wave bottles, Goten employed his ability to create objects out of nothing and fashioned several orange martial arts uniforms and shoes, allowing him to easily change outfits during his training. Once he had finished creating the clothes and shoes, Goten proceeded to fabricate some weights and weighted clothing for his training regimen and began his exercises. The following morning, Goten visited Bulma's residence to play with Trunks, only to learn that Trunks was being coerced into rigorous training. With no other option, Goten returned home. Finding himself with nothing to do, he ventured to the back mountains to train. With only a little over 4 months remaining until the emergence of Majin Buu, he understood the urgency of enhancing his strength to a level capable of defeating the Fiend. Currently, he had attained Super Saiyan 2, and his next objectives were to surpass Gohan and Goku, thus acquiring the Super Saiyan 3 advancement card and the Super Saiyan God advancement card. However, Goku resided in the other world, and Goten needed to devise a means to resurrect him. After Gohan's victory over Cell, they could have revived Goku, but he had declined the offer himself. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Goten dedicated most of his time to training. At the back mountains of Goku's home, Goten was meditating in a lotus position, levitating in the air. A figure approached from a distance. It was Gohan. Goten seemed to sense his brother's arrival and opened his eyes. Brother, Gohan greeted with a smile and a nod. Goten, have you been training this entire month? Yes. Then your strength must have improved significantly. Not really, just a little bit. That's quite normal. A month's progress may only yield slight improvements, Gohan chuckled. What brings you here, brother? I haven't trained in a while, so I thought I would come here to practice. I see. Aren't you concerned about your studies? Not at all. In fact, I am currently previewing senior year materials. Previewing? Goten was taken aback. One could only say that the world of academic achievers was beyond his comprehension. Indeed, in mathematics, I have already advanced to university-level material. Indeed, Goten, your recent training resembles Uncle Piccolo's meditative practices, does it not? Goten nodded in agreement. While Uncle Piccolo's meditation is commendable, the physical training method is far more suited to our Saiyan nature. Goten remained silent upon hearing this. In the latest chapter of Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta pointed out that their strength is comparable to that of Jiren, but Jiren's control over his body far exceeds theirs, a notion endorsed by Whis as well. This implies that both mental fortitude and physical prowess are crucial for enhancing one's strength. Observing this, Gohan immediately commenced his training. The morning flew by swiftly, and soon it was nearing noon. Both Goten and Gohan were drenched in sweat from their exertions. Gohan anticipated being summoned by Chi-Chi to study in the afternoon, so he proposed to Goten, how about we spar once more? Spar? Goten inquired. Yes, I've finally managed to secure this half-day from Mom. Very well. With that, they both retreated a step. All right, Goten, shall we begin? Sure. Goten nodded. Gohan charged towards Goten without hesitation. In no time, he was before Goten, launching a powerful double-fisted attack. Goten raised his fists in defense, but Gohan seized the opportunity to strike Goten's face with his right fist, sending him staggering backward. Goten clenched his fists tightly, and a tremendous surge of energy erupted from him. Huh! With a mighty shout, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan! Gohan exclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan as well. Boom! Goten radiated a brilliant golden aura and charged at Gohan. Gohan reciprocated, lunging toward Goten. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! In no time, they stood before each other, engaged in fierce combat. Dust swirled around them. Boom! With a resounding explosion, they both concentrated their energy into a golden wave, colliding with one another. A dazzling light emanated from the energy wave's explosion. In that instant, both retreated several hundred meters. Impressive, Goten. I never expected your strength to have grown so formidable in just a month. Goten nodded slightly. Then, in a flash, their figures vanished, and they began battling in midair. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! As they swiftly maneuvered through the sky, they continued to unleash their attacks upon one another. Due to the rapid speed of the two individuals, from afar, they appeared as if ripples were forming in the sky. Chapter 9. The Third Ascension Card of Super Saiyan. Boom! Moments later, Son Goten executed a flying kick, forcefully sending Son Gohan crashing to the ground. The earth immediately erupted in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Son Gohan slowly rose from the ground. Gazing at Son Goten in the sky, is this what they call a slight increase in strength? Son Gohan rated Goten's display a perfect score. Noticing that it was nearly noon, Son Gohan resolved to unleash his full power to defeat Son Goten. With this thought, he clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upwards. The ground trembled violently under the influence of Son Gohan's energy, and a multitude of sand and stones were lifted into the air. Ah! Son Gohan roared, his aura suddenly skyrocketing. Immediately thereafter, his hair stood even more erect. His fiery aura transformed into a blazing torrent, and electricity crackled around his body. This was the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Bang! Once the transformation was complete, Son Gohan released his formidable energy. In the celestial realm, Piccolo, who was engaged in meditation, opened his eyes upon sensing the immense power emanating from Son Gohan. What has happened? Why is Gohan suddenly radiating such overwhelming energy? No, Gohan is sparring with Goten. Sparring? Does this mean Gohan cannot defeat Goten even in his Super Saiyan form? Danny nodded. Hearing this, Piccolo clenched his teeth, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Once, he was the fearsome demon King Piccolo. Now, he has been surpassed one by Son Goku and the others. It would be a lie to say he felt no jealousy. In West City, at Bulma's home, Vegeta also sensed Son Gohan's energy, but paid it no mind, as his own strength had long surpassed that of Son Gohan. At Mount Payaz, Son Goten looked at the transformed Son Gohan, a faint smile gracing his face. Super Saiyan 2, huh? If that's the case, I shall transform into Super Saiyan 2 as well. The notion startled Son Gohan. As soon as the words left his mouth, Son Goten clenched his fists, unleashing an astonishing aura that shot upwards. Ah! With a tremendous roar, Son Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan was taken aback. Son Goten had actually mastered Super Saiyan 2 just like him. It is worth noting that he himself had only achieved this form at the age of 10, after more than a year of grueling training in the hyperbolic time chamber. If we include the time spent in the spirit time room, he is actually 11 years old. And how old is Goten? Just 7. At the tender age of 7, he has already mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. It is now difficult to fathom the extent of Goten's power should he continue his rigorous training. In the heavens, Piccolo gazed in astonishment at Goten's Super Saiyan 2 form. He finally understood why he had previously struggled against Goten. The latter's strength had long since surpassed his own. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta, who was still training in the gravity chamber, felt Goten's energy and was instantly taken aback. Trunks, is that Goten's energy? He exclaimed. It appears so. But how has his power grown so formidable? Has he undergone some special training? Goten's energy now exceeded that of Gohan. Goten's power surpasses that of Gohan. Vegeta nodded. That boy hasn't T-trained since defeating Cell. He is far weaker now than he was back then. Is that so? Vegeta affirmed. So Trunks, you must not follow Gohan's example. Upon hearing this, Trunks was momentarily at a loss for words, as he harbored little affection for the monotonous routine of training. At that moment, he felt a surge of resentment towards Goten. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been dragged into training by Vegeta on Pausa Mountain. After recovering from his shock, Gohan called out to Goten in the sky, "Goten, when did you master the transformation into Super Saiyan 2? Just 3 days ago. Is that so? Then brother, shall we continue our battle?" "Alright." With that, Goten raised his left hand, using his psychic ability to render Gohan immobile. "My body 1T move," Gohan exclaimed in surprise. In the next instant, Goten appeared before him and delivered a powerful kick, sending Gohan flying. With a resounding crash, Gohan's body shot like a projectile into the mountain behind him, displacing a massive amount of earth and stone. As the dust settled, Gohan emerged from the rubble. "Goten, what just happened? Why could my body suddenly not move?" "That was my control ability." "Control ability?" "Yes, it is an extraordinary power I inexplicably acquired a month ago. Psychic abilities are exceedingly rare and defy scientific explanation." Thus, despite his skepticism, Gohan chose to believe. For even the technology of the Dragon Ball world cannot fully comprehend why certain individuals possess such powers. "Is that so?" Gohan said, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Goten, launching an attack. With a swift motion, Son Goten vanished, reappearing several hundred meters behind. Son Gohan's right punch struck nothing but air. Raising his left hand, Son Goten utilized his extraordinary powers once more, rendering Son Gohan immobile. "I can't move again," Son Gohan exclaimed, struggling desperately against the invisible bonds. No matter how fervently he fought, he could not break free from Son Goten's grasp. Ultimately, he succumbed, declaring, "I concede." Son Goten nodded, lowering his left hand and reverting to his normal state. Observing this, Son Gohan followed suit. "Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have defeated Son Gohan and obtained a Super Saiyan Level 3 advancement card, along with 100 Senzu Beans." Upon hearing this, Son Goten immediately employed the advancement card. He felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. At that moment, he suddenly heard Chi-Chi's voice calling out, "Gohan, Goten, it's time for dinner. Then shall we return for our meal?" Son Goten nodded in agreement. On their way back, Son Gohan, feeling somewhat reflective, conversed with Son Goten. "If only Dad were here. He would be so pleased to see how strong you've become." Chapter 10, The Serpent Road to the Underworld. "Brother, what if we were to revive Dad?" "Revive him? You mean using the Dragon Balls?" "Exactly. In fact, we once contemplated having Dad brought back, but he was quite opposed to the idea. So he remained in the afterlife to train. Then, shall we devise a plan to bring him back? But what method could we employ?" "Father, where exactly is he in the afterlife?" "I believe he is with King Kai." "King Kai?" Son Goten feigned ignorance. Son Gohan nodded. "King Kai is the deity who oversees the northern galaxy. How did Dad come to know him?" "That's a long story. I will share it with you after dinner." Once their meal was finished, Son Gohan recounted the events of Raditz' invasion to Son Goten. "So, Trunks' father was once a villain," Son Goten remarked, astonished. "Indeed. But Uncle Vegeta has since reformed." Son Goten nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, he exited Son Gohan's room and retreated to his own. His strength had ascended to Super Saiyan Level 3. Defeating Goku should pose no challenge. However, given the rapidity of his power increase, he resolved to wait a month or two before seeking a battle with Goku. In the afternoon, upon awakening from his nap, Son Goten found Trunks visiting him. "Trunks, what brings you here? You have the audacity to ask. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been caught by my father for training." "Trunks, you cannot place all the blame on me. It is merely that your father is excessively competitive." "By the way, Goten," my father remarked, "have you surpassed the Super Saiyan?" Goten nodded affirmatively. "How exactly have you trained to achieve such a sudden surge in strength?" "I am uncertain. Perhaps the latent potential within me has awakened," Goten replied. "Potential?" Trunks pondered, a hint of skepticism lingering in his mind. "Could you transform into Super Saiyan 2 for me to witness?" "Certainly, but this place is not suitable. Let us proceed to the back mountain," Goten suggested. Trunks nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the back mountain. Goten clenched his fists, unleashing an astonishing aura that rapidly ascended. With a crackling sound, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 2. "Is this truly Super Saiyan 2? It looks remarkably impressive," Trunks exclaimed, a twinge of envy in his heart. Goten nodded, secretly wishing to reveal that he possessed even greater transformations. However, to avoid discouraging Trunks' enthusiasm for training, he decided to wait for a more opportune moment to showcase his abilities. With that thought, Goten reverted to his normal state. Having not seen each other for a long time, Trunks had spent the afternoon at the Bowsy Mountain before returning home. 2 months swiftly passed. During this time, Goten's strength had notably increased. Presently, he found himself within a palace situated in a desert oasis, the residence of the fortune teller. "You wish for me to take you to the underworld to find Goku?" the fortune teller inquired. "Yes," Goten affirmed with a nod. "Is Chi-Chi aware of this?" the fortune teller asked. "I haven't informed her, but I won't linger in the underworld for long. I will return swiftly." After a moment's hesitation, the fortune teller nodded in agreement. "Very well. But you must not stay there for too long." Goten nodded once more. The fortune teller then led Goten to the underworld. In the Hall of Judgment, King Yima was engrossed in his duties when 2 figures entered from outside. These individuals were the fortune teller and Goten. "Fortune teller," King Yima exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. The fortune teller nodded. "It has been a long time, Lord Yima." "This is?" King Yima inquired, glancing at Goten. "He is Goku's youngest son, Goten." "Goten? What brings you here?" "He wishes to meet Goku." "Meeting Goku is not an issue, but can he traverse the Snake Way?" King Yima asked. "Rest assured, his current strength has already surpassed Gohan's." "Surpassed Gohan?" King Yima exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Wutian appears to be merely 6 or 7 years old. Yet his strength surpasses that of Sun Wukong. "Indeed." The fortune teller nodded calmly. "May he now be taken to the Netherworld Serpent Path?" The King of Hell nodded and summoned a little ghost. "Young ghost, escort him to the Netherworld Serpent Path." "Yes, my lord." The little ghost saluted the King of Hell. Upon finishing, he promptly led Sun Wutian out of the realm of the King of Hell and onto the path. The Netherworld Serpent Path, true to its name, winds and twists like a serpent. This is the Netherworld Serpent Path. The Sun Wukong you seek resides at the end of it, on a distant planet. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Sun Wutian nodded. The little ghost turned and began to walk back. Yet, after just a few steps, a sudden noise erupted from behind. Intrigued, the little ghost turned around and discovered that Sun Wutian had already soared several kilometers away, faster than a rocket. He had mentioned that his name was Sun Wutian. Meanwhile, in the North Galaxy, Sun Wukong was engaged in weighted training, adorned with a halo. The North Kai and Baburis stood nearby, observing Sun Wukong's rigorous practice. Suddenly, Sun Wukong halted and gazed towards the Netherworld Serpent Path. Following his gaze, the North Kai also looked in that direction. Abruptly, a beam of white light appeared, hurtling towards them with astonishing speed. As the light drew closer, Sun Wukong recognized a figure resembling his childhood self. Indeed, it was Sun Wutian. The North Kai exclaimed, "This child bears a striking resemblance to Wukong." No sooner had he spoken than Sun Wutian landed on the North Kai's planet. "Who are you?" inquired the North Kai. "Greetings, my name is Sun Wutian, and I have come to find my father." "Father? Are you the son of Wukong?" Sun Wutian nodded and looked towards Sun Wukong. "You are my son?" Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment. All these years, he had lost contact with Sun Gohan and the others, and was unaware that he had another child. Sun Wutian nodded again. "What brings you here?" "I have come to discuss matters regarding resurrection." "Resurrection?" Sun Wutian confirmed with a nod. "My brother and the others wish for you to return. I am quite well here. Even if I do not resurrect, it matters not." Chapter 11. Sun Wutian versus Sun Wukong, but your mother longs for you. "In a few days, I shall visit everyone," Sun Wukong replied. Hearing this, Sun Wutian approached the North Kai. "You must be the King Kai, correct?" "Indeed. I am the King Kai." "Then, esteemed King Kai, do you wish to be resurrected?" "Resurrected." Upon hearing these words, the North Kai was immediately reminded of the other Kais who would mock him in his demise. "Indeed." Cough, cough. The North Kai cleared his throat. "Speak. What do you desire?" "Well, it's quite simple. I need you to persuade my father to return to life." "Son Goku." The North Kai glanced at Sun Wukong. Known for his independent nature, Goku had never heeded his words. However, to avoid ridicule from the other Kais, he was willing to give it a try. "Actually, Goku, your resurrection would be quite beneficial. After all, you possess instant transmission and could visit me anytime for training." "Lord Kai, you wish for Goten to assist in your revival, do you not?" Goku inquired. "Indeed, I wish to be revived. Had it not been for you bringing Cell to my planet, I would not have perished and faced the mockery of the West Kai." The North Kai expressed his frustration. Since accepting Goku as a disciple, his days had been fraught with turmoil. "Lord Kai, Did I not apologize for the incident with Cell? Goku countered. The North Kai scoffed. If apologies were sufficient, humanity would have no need for laws. What are laws? Goku asked innocently. Bang. The North Kai, exasperated, collapsed to the ground. Laws are rules established by humanity to govern behavior. For instance, if a thief steals, they violate the laws of humankind. I see. The North Kai nodded. Goku, you should not be solely focused on training. Occasionally, indulge in some reading. Goku nodded in agreement. By the way, how is Goten? How is Gohan faring? Brother? Yes. Has he been diligently training? No, he has been engrossed in his studies. Studying? Hasn't he that hindered his progress? Indeed, I even managed to defeat him. You defeated Gohan? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Despite Gohan's limited training over the years, he should still possess the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power. Goten appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, yet he had surpassed Gohan in strength. Could it be that Goten's talent was even more formidable than Gohan's? Goku pondered internally. Goten, how about a spar with me? A spar? Goku nodded. However, this space is rather confined. If we were to engage in combat here, would we not risk damaging Lord Kai's planet? Upon hearing Goten's remark about the smallness of his planet, the North Kai felt a twinge of displeasure. Nevertheless, recognizing that Goten was merely considering his feelings, he refrained from expressing further anger. Not to worry, Goten. As long as Goku is willing to be revived, I have no qualms about offering this Kai's planet to you. Revived? Lord Kai, when did I agree to your revival? Goku questioned, his face a mask of confusion. You have not agreed. I merely stated that if you wish to battle here, you must consent to our resurrection. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong cast a glance at Sun Wutian. Lord King Kai, let us discuss the matter of resurrection after I have finished fighting, shall we? That is unacceptable. We must settle this matter now, or you shall not fight here. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Wukong replied, Very well. However, Lord King Kai, I shall continue my training here after my resurrection. Of course. As long as you are willing to be resurrected, everything can be negotiated. The North King Kai chuckled. Once he is resurrected, he can revel before those envious kings, alleviating his grievances. With this thought, the North King Kai swiftly led Baburus and the others away from the two combatants. Sun Wukong then turned to Sun Wutian. So, Wutian, shall we commence? Sun Wutian nodded, positioning himself in a fighting stance. Observing this, Sun Wukong mirrored his pose. With a loud roar, Sun Wukong surged forward like the wind, launching a powerful right punch towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian deftly shifted to the right, evading the blow. Sun Wukong lifted his right leg, delivering a forceful kick forward. Sun Wutian retreated, once again evading. With a swift grip of his hands, Sun Wukong attacked Sun Wutian with lightning speed. While dodging, Sun Wutian counterattacked. Bang! Sun Wukong's left fist struck Sun Wutian's face, while Sun Wutian's right fist connected with Sun Wukong's abdomen. They both struck each other, causing a simultaneous retreat. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wutian, who had pushed him back, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Just then, Sun Wutian unleashed an energy wave with his right hand towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly moved to the left to evade. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the sky behind Sun Wukong. He darted upward into the sky, followed closely by Sun Wutian. Before long, they reached a height of several hundred meters above the North King Kai's planet and paused. They exchanged glances, and in an instant, their bodies shot toward each other like lightning. Whoosh! Bang! 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 They both reached each other simultaneously, their fists colliding with incredible speed. After a brief skirmish, Sun Wukong suddenly vanished, causing Sun Wutian's intended right punch to miss. Instinctively turning his body, Sun Wutian found himself confronted by a rapid fist hurtling toward him. With no time to evade due to the proximity, he was struck squarely in the chest, sending him plummeting like a projectile toward the surface of the North King Kai's planet. With a resounding crash, Sun Wutian's body smashed heavily onto the ground. The ground was instantly shattered, creating a colossal web-like formation accompanied by a vast cloud of dust. Gritting his teeth, Goten sprang to his feet, transforming into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan indeed, Goku exclaimed, clenching his fists tightly and also undergoing the transformation. With a mighty shout, a golden aura enveloped Goten as he charged towards Goku in the sky. Goku, too, was surrounded by a similar energy, rushing toward Goten. In a flash, Goten appeared before Goku, executing a swift horizontal kick aimed at him. Goku adeptly retreated to evade the strike. Goten raised his fists, attacking with the swiftness of lightning. Goku mirrored his movements, countering with his own punches. Chapter 12. The third level of Super Saiyan. Bang. 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 Their fists collided with the ferocity of thunder, producing a series of explosive sounds. Suddenly, Goten delivered a powerful kick that sent Goku reeling backward. Goku clenched his fists tightly, preparing to charge forward once more. But he noticed Goten's energy rapidly surging as he clenched his fists. With a tremendous roar, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Although Goku had anticipated that Goten might have reached this level, witnessing it firsthand left him momentarily astonished. In that instant, Goten flashed behind Goku and struck him forcefully with his right fist. Bang! With a deafening crack, Goku was sent flying into a sea of yellow clouds. In this realm, the only surroundings were the serpentine path of the underworld and the vast, unbounded expanse of space and clouds. Kamehameha. Goten brought his hands together. A brilliant blue light blossoming in his palms, coalescing into a wave of energy. With a mighty shout, Goten unleashed the Kamehameha towards the clouds. Observing this, Goku instantly utilized instant transmission to appear behind Goten. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the sky as the Kamehameha detonated, sending a fierce gust of wind radiating outward. A thick cloud of smoke soon filled the air. Goku clenched his fists, releasing an overwhelming aura that surged upward. Crackle! Bang! With an astonishing display of power, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Yeah! Goten glanced at Goku and swiftly positioned himself before him, launching a powerful punch forward. Goku expertly sidestepped, evading the attack. Sun Wutian was taken aback, preparing to raise his right fist to strike at Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong executed a swift side kick, landing a heavy blow to Sun Wutian's abdomen. Sun Wutian cried out, immediately staggering backwards. Although Sun Wutian's strength was comparable to Sun Wukong's, his combat experience was somewhat lacking. With a smile, Sun Wukong dashed towards Sun Wutian, launching a powerful assault with his fists. While dodging, Sun Wutian raised his own fists to engage in battle. However, due to his youthful physique, he often found himself at a disadvantage against Sun Wukong, as his shorter limbs limited his reach, making it easier for Sun Wukong to evade his attacks. Suddenly, Sun Wukong vanished and reappeared behind him, conjuring a golden energy wave aimed at Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian instinctively swatted it away with his right hand, sending it flying to the left. Sun Wukong chuckled, instantaneously appearing before Sun Wutian once more, delivering a forceful kick forward. In a flash, Sun Wutian disappeared, causing Sun Wukong's kick to miss. Quickly pivoting, Sun Wukong spotted Sun Wutian charging at him. Bang! Sun Wutian's right fist was seized by Sun Wukong. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wutian executed a sideways kick with his right foot aimed at Sun Wukong. Releasing his left hand, Sun Wukong leapt upwards to evade the strike. Ah! Sun Wutian shouted, swiftly clapping his hands together, unleashing a barrage of energy waves directed at Sun Wukong. As he dodged, Sun Wukong retaliated with energy blasts of his own. The sky became engulfed in dense smoke and fiery explosions. Violent gusts of wind erupted from the detonations, sweeping outward in all directions. In the Yama Palace, the intensity of their battle caught the attention of King Yama, who sensed the overwhelming power emanating from the two. Madam Diviner. It seems that Wukong is engaged in combat with someone. With whom is he battling? The Madam Diviner pondered, seemingly struck by a realization. Could it be that the father and son have begun fighting upon their reunion? With that thought, she immediately consulted her crystal ball to observe the situation on North Kai's planet. The crystal ball soon displayed the scene on North Kai's planet, where North Kai and Baburis stood together, gazing skyward. Up there, the Madam Diviner shifted the view of the crystal ball to the sky, and indeed, she beheld the fierce clash of the two. She was left speechless, having anticipated a heartwarming reunion, only to discover that they had resorted to battle instead. The ferocity of their conflict momentarily captivated King Yama, who paused his work to observe. The surrounding lesser spirits, initially eager to offer a warning, were restrained by the more experienced elder spirits. Yama, the ruler of the underworld, seldom finds respite. The newly arrived specter, tasked with delivering reminders, is undoubtedly walking into peril. On the North King Star, although Sun Wukong and his comrades primarily engage in battle amidst the skies, they occasionally find themselves cast down onto the surface of this star, leaving behind a myriad of gaping craters. Observing the pockmarked terrain of the North King Star, Yama could not suppress a chuckle. Clearly, once the battles conclude, the North King will have his hands full once more. Indeed, the fortune-teller nodded with a smile. At that moment, both warriors simultaneously expelled each other from their midst. Gasping for breath, once their breathing steadied, Sun Goten clenched his fists, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upward with remarkable speed. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Sun Goten could still amplify his energy. With a powerful roar, Sun Goten's aura expanded into the cosmos. The ground of North King Star trembled violently under the influence of Sun Goten's energy. What? The North King was astounded. The fact that Sun Goten could transform into a Super Saiyan 2 exceeded his expectations. Yet he could not fathom that Super Saiyan 2 was not the pinnacle of Sun Goten's potential. Just what kind of race are the Saiyans? At that moment, Sun Goten's energy reached the zenith of Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong gazed in disbelief at his younger brother. With another ferocious roar, Sun Goten's hair elongated to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow pressed closely to his eye sockets, where deep blue irises emerged from his previously singular light green pupils. The golden aura surrounding him transformed into a radiant glow and stabilized. This was the manifestation of Super Saiyan 3. Boom! The Hall of Yama quaked violently under the influence of Sun Goten's energy. Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong found it hard to believe as he beheld Sun Goten. The Super Saiyan 3 form, which he had spent over 30 years mastering, was achieved by Sun Goten at the mere age of 6 or 7. Such prodigious talent was simply unfathomable. On Earth, the overwhelming energy of Super Saiyan 3 was palpable even to Vegeta and his companions. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks, who was training in the gravity chamber, registered the immense energy radiating from Sun Goten, and his expression shifted to one of incredulity. Could this truly be Goten's energy? No, it cannot be. Goten's energy could not possibly be this formidable. Hearing this, Vegeta gritted his teeth and exited the gravity chamber. Dad! Trunks exclaimed, following suit. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Sun Gohan, engrossed in his studies, halted his writing upon sensing Sun Goten's energy. Is that the energy of Goten? No, it cannot be. How could his aura be so formidable? In the realm of the underworld, King Enma gazed in astonishment at Goten's transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Fortune teller Baba, what is this transformation of Goten? I am uncertain, but I believe it to be Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3? Indeed, did they not already possess the transformation of Super Saiyan 2? This must be the evolution into Super Saiyan 3. King Enma nodded thoughtfully. By the way, fortune teller Baba, how old is Goten this year? 7. Upon hearing this, King Enma stroked his chin. At just 7 years old, Goten is already so powerful. I can only imagine how formidable he will become in the future. Baba nodded in agreement. By the way, King Enma, has Goku ever transformed into such a form? I do not know. I have remained in the underworld. Perhaps only the North Kai can provide insight on this matter. In the North Kai's realm, the North Kai was utterly captivated by Goten's Super Saiyan 3rd grade state. Goten was, without a doubt, the most exceptional human he had encountered since becoming a Kai. In the sky, after transforming, Goten did not rush into action but instead addressed his father, Goku. Dad, why don't you transform into Super Saiyan 3 as well? The term Super Saiyan 3rd grade was a name Goku had coined for the transformation that transcended Super Saiyan 2. Thus, Goten's reference to Super Saiyan 3rd grade could easily evoke Goku's suspicions. Goku chuckled. Goten, how did you know I could transform into Super Saiyan 3rd grade? Just a guess. Ah, I see. Then I shall transform into Super Saiyan 3rd grade, as you suggested. Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Goku nodded. That is the name I have given to Super Saiyan 3. With that, Goku clenched his fists tightly. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, rapidly ascending. In the Kaishin realm, East Kaishin and Jebet were acutely aware of Goten and Goku's energies. A human's energy can actually traverse from King Kai's planet to the Kaishin realm. Jebet exclaimed incredulously. East Kaishin nodded in agreement. If we could enlist their aid, we might expedite the search for Babidi. On Earth, at the home of Goku in Mount Pozu, Vegeta had arrived with Trunks. Vegeta. Chi-Chi was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected visit, as it was the first time he had come to their home. Vegeta nodded. Where's Gohan? Gohan is in his room. I will fetch him right away. As Chi-Chi hurriedly rushed into Sun Wukong's room, she called for Sun Wufan. Uncle Vegeta. Vegeta nodded. preparing to inquire about the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and Goten, when he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful energy. This was none other than the aura of Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Father! Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. He was astounded that he could feel Sun Wukong's presence from the afterlife while still on Earth, on King Kai's planet. Amidst a tremendous roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan Level 3, resembling Goten. The expression on King Kai's face shifted to one of palpable tension as he observed both warriors assume this formidable state. Although he had witnessed Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan Level 3 before, he had never seen him engage in combat while in this form. It was evident that an exceedingly fierce battle was imminent. Back on Earth, as Sun Wukong's energy stabilized, Vegeta turned to Sun Wukong, asking, "Wukong, where has Goten gone?" Sun Wukong cast a glance at Chi-Chi, feeling hesitant to divulge the truth. Yet, concealing it was futile now. "Goten," Chi-Chi exclaimed, also looking at Sun Wukong. "He has gone to see King Kai?" Vegeta snorted. "Just as I suspected. So that truly is Goten's energy. That little brat has kept this hidden from me." "To King Kai? How did Wukong get there?" Chi-Chi inquired. "Goten asked the fortune teller to take him." "The fortune teller? Does that mean he has gone to the afterlife?" "Yes. But Wukong, why does Goten wish to go there?" Vegeta pressed. "Goten wants to see his father and persuade him to return to life." "To resurrect Goku?" Chi-Chi responded. Astonished. On King Kai's planet, after completing his transformation, Sun Wukong turned to Goten. "Shall we begin, Goten?" "Yes." Goten nodded. In an instant, both figures flickered and appeared before each other, their fists colliding with tremendous force. Bang, 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 as the sounds of their fierce exchanges echoed. Their fists struck like a tempest. With a mighty impact, both right fists connected with each other's faces, causing their heads to recoil. Goten thrust forward with his right foot, only to have it blocked by Sun Wukong's hand. They then separated, each gathering a massive amount of energy in their hands and unleashing it towards one another. Boom, boom, boom. With each colossal explosion, their energy waves clashed, igniting brilliant fire and thick smoke in the sky. "What an intense battle," King Kai remarked, unable to contain his excitement. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together behind him, conjuring a deep blue energy wave. Observing this, Sun Wukong mirrored the action, gathering energy with both hands. "Wave!" Sun Wukong bellowed, releasing the Kamehameha from his palms. Chapter 14. The Resurrection of Sun Wukong with a fierce shout. Sun Wukong unleashed his own Kamehameha. A thunderous clash ensued as the two energy waves collided violently. An immense whirlwind erupted from their confrontation, radiating outward in all directions. The two warriors gritted their teeth, locked in a fierce gaze. Suddenly, Sun Wukong cried out, channeling more energy into his Kamehameha, propelling it forcefully towards Sun Wukong. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong similarly infused his Kamehameha with additional energy, pushing back against Sun Wukong's attack. Thus, the two remained locked in this aerial standoff until their energy reserves were depleted, causing both Kamehameha waves to dissipate. Panting heavily, they exchanged glances, regaining their breath before charging at each other once more. Their speed was so extraordinary that even King Kai of the North found it challenging to perceive their battle. Bang! Their hands clasped tightly together as they exerted their strength against one another in the sky. On Earth, Krillin and the others had gathered at Sun Wukong's home, questioning Son Gohan about Sun Wukong. "Reviving Wukong?" Krillin inquired. "But will he even agree to it?" "I don't know, so we must try," Son Gohan replied. "By the way, how has Wukong trained to become so powerful?" "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps his innate talent is exceptional." "Exceptional? It's utterly outrageous." Son Gohan chuckled, remaining silent. "Who do you think would win, Wukong or Wukong?" Yamcha asked. "I believe it should be Wukong," Krillin responded. "I think it will be Wukong." Trunks interjected. "Trunks, why do you think it's Wukong?" "Because Wukong possesses super abilities." "Super abilities?" Above the North Galaxy, although Sun Wukong's strength was formidable, he had only recently mastered the third level of Super Saiyan, which took a significant toll on his stamina. At this moment, he was struggling to maintain the Super Saiyan third form. Conversely, while Sun Wukong also faced considerable energy depletion, he possessed limitless stamina. Not only could he contend with Sun Wukong, but he could also sustain this state without difficulty. Sun Wukong, noticing Sun Wukong's waning strength, surged forward. Sun Wukong clenched his hands tightly, charging towards Sun Wukong with equal fervor. Swish! Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two individuals found themselves facing each other, engaged in a fierce battle. Moments later, Son Goten managed to knock Son Goku down to North Kaio's planet. Son Goku, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan third-grade form due to exhaustion, reverted to his normal state. He glanced up at Son Goten in the sky and chose to concede. I have lost. Son Goten nodded in acknowledgement. As soon as the words left his lips, a voice from the system resonated in Son Goten's ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master. For defeating Son Goku, you have earned the Super Saiyan God Advancement card, learned the Kaioken technique, and received the Key Sword for instant transmission. The Key Sword? Son Goten recalled that this sword resembled the one from the Dark Demon Realm manga, which sealed the Dark Demon King, Mechikabura. However, it seemed that it required the convergence of four powers: darkness, divinity, time, and light to effectuate a permanent seal. With a swift motion, Son Goten pondered for a moment before descending back onto North Kaio's planet. At this moment, the surface of North Kaio's planet, ravaged by their battle, had reduced to merely a third of its original size, with only remnants of North Kaio's house remaining. North Kaio and his companions stood behind what little wall remained, which served as their fortress. Father, Lord Kaio, it is getting late, and I should be returning. All right, Son Goku replied, nodding. Upon hearing this, North Kaio rushed to Son Goten's side. So, Goten, when will you help us with resurrection? Given the tremendous losses incurred, it would be a grave misfortune if Son Goten did not assist in their revival. I will gather the Dragon Balls and help you all return after I get back. Goten, it's all right if you decide not to help us. Goku. North Kaio glared at him, while Son Goku himself was unaffected. He was often ridiculed by West Kaio and others about his demise. Then you should really assist us in our revival, Son Goku remarked, observing North Kaio's fierce expression. Son Goten nodded in agreement, stamping his feet on the ground as he departed from North Kaio's planet, propelling himself forward at great speed. In the Hall of Judgment, King Enma resumed his duties upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle. Shortly thereafter, Son Goten returned to the Hall of Judgment. Goten, you're back, exclaimed the fortune teller with a smile. I apologize for making you wait, Granny Fortune Teller. It's quite all right. So, did Goku agree to the resurrection? Yes. Son Goten affirmed with a nod. In that case, shall we return? Son Goten nodded once more. In the celestial realm, the fortune teller utilized her ability to traverse between the realms to escort Son Goten to a chamber within the Heavenly Temple. Where's this? This is the Heavenly Temple. The Heavenly Temple? The fortune teller nodded, leading Son Goten outside the temple where he beheld Piccolo, Dend, and Bubbles. Goten, how did it go? Did your father agree to the revival? He consented. Is that so? Then I shall send Krillin and the others to seek the Dragon Balls. Son Goten nodded. After a considerable time, Krillin and his companions gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and transported them to the other world, summoning the Earth's Shenron. This is Shenron, Trunks exclaimed, gazing at the majestic dragon in the sky, excitement bubbling within him, for it was the first time he had ever laid eyes on Shenron since his birth. Speak your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one, Shenron declared, casting a familiar glance at the gathered individuals. I wish to resurrect the North Kai and the others who perished due to Cell's self-destruction, Son Gohan proclaimed. Very well, however, as Son Goku has died once, a separate wish must be made for his revival. Does that mean we need 2 wishes? Indeed. Shenron nodded. In that case, let us first bring Goku back, shall we? Krillin suggested. Agreed. Son Gohan affirmed with a nod. Then, Shenron, please resurrect my father first. Very well, but as Son Goku's soul is not here, I can only revive him in the location of his spirit. This should pose no issue, correct? No, you simply need to resurrect him. Very well, Shenron responded, his eyes glowing ominously as the halo above Son Goku's head vanished on the distant North Kai's planet. Oh dear, the halo has disappeared. Goku, is that so? Son Goku looked up, and indeed, the halo had vanished. Now, is your second wish to revive the North Kai and the others? Yes, Son Gohan nodded. Understood. Chapter 15, Son Goku's Resurrection. Everyone gathered together wonderful. We can be revived too. The North Kai exclaimed, immediately dancing with Babyrus and the others in joyous celebration. Before they could revel for long, the halos above their heads disappeared. Lord Kai, your halo has vanished as well. Is that so? The North Kai responded, his heart filled with joy. In a few days, I shall pay a visit to the West Kai and boast about this. Let them laugh at me no more. Son Goku chuckled softly at this. So, Lord Kai, may I take my leave? The North Kai nodded with a smile. After a moment of elation, the North Kai gazed upon the devastated North Kai's planet and sighed deeply. He then began to fill in the craters on the Kai planet. On Earth, in the other world, after Son Gohan and the others made their 2 wishes, they refrained from further wishes, awaiting Son Goku's return. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the other world. It was none other than Son Goku. Goku! Goku! Father! The group erupted in joy upon witnessing the resurrected Son Goku, particularly Chi-Chi, who had single-handedly raised Gohan and Goten over the past 7 years, a feat that had not been easy. Son Goku smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. It has been a long time since we last met. I hope everyone is doing well. The crowd nodded in unison. Goku. At that moment, Chi-Chi could no longer contain her emotions and embraced Son Wukong tightly. Chi-Chi. Son Wukong, taken aback by Chi-Chi's sudden affection, felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Krillin and the others could not help but chuckle at the scene. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan's eyes unexpectedly glistened with tears. Had it not been for his reckless behavior in the past, Son Wukong would not have perished. Father! Son Gohan called out to Son Wukong. Gohan. Chi-Chi immediately released her grip upon hearing this. Father, is he Goten's dad? Trunks inquired. Vegeta nodded and approached Son Wukong. It has been a while, Vegeta? Son Wukong greeted him. Humph. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Kakarot, the power you and Goten wield cannot possibly be Super Saiyan 2, can it? Indeed. It transcends Super Saiyan 2. It is Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. The Dragon Ball Z warriors gasped in astonishment. They had initially believed the duo's strength to be merely Super Saiyan 2, but to their surprise, it was Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta clenched his teeth upon hearing this. If Son Wukong's strength were only Super Saiyan 2, the gap between them would not be insurmountable. However, should Son Wukong's prowess reach Super Saiyan 3, the disparity would be significant. So, who emerged victorious between you and Goten? Goten. What? Krillin and the others gasped once more. Son Wukong, a martial arts genius, should not lose to Goten, even if Goten had achieved Super Saiyan 3, given Son Wukong's extensive combat experience. Could it be due to his special ability? Son Gohan speculated. Son Wukong, special ability? Yes, Goten possesses a power that can immobilize others. Did he not use it on you? No. Son Wukong shook his head. Goten, have you been concealing your true strength from me? Trunks confronted Goten. Not at all. How could you think that? Goten replied, a hint of guilt in his expression. Then tell me, how did you train to become so formidable? I just trained a bit more seriously. A bit more seriously. Trunks fixed his gaze intently on him. Over the past few months, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training. Yet here he was, nowhere near achieving Super Saiyan 2. Swear to me, if you are lying. We shall no longer be friends. All right, I swear that if I am lying, we shall no longer be friends. Upon hearing this, Trunks reluctantly began to believe him. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly issued a challenge to Goku. Kakarot, it has been 7 years since we last met. Shall we engage in a contest? Let me also witness your Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Contest? Vegeta nodded. However, I have just finished sparring with Goten, and I am rather fatigued. Perhaps we could postpone it? Very well. I shall seek you out for our duel tomorrow. Tomorrow? Is there a problem? No. Goku hastily shook his head. He knew that if he declined now, Vegeta would persistently bother him. Just then, Goku's stomach growled. To celebrate my resurrection, how about we gather at my home for a feast? Bulma suggested. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Soon, they departed from the other world and arrived at Bulma's residence. She had arranged for an abundance of delicacies to be delivered, and a celebration for Goku's revival commenced. Goku relished the food, occasionally responding to Krillin and the others' questions. Once he had eaten his fill, he suddenly turned to Gohan. Gohan, I heard from Goten that you haven't trained at all these past years? Gohan nodded with a hint of embarrassment. That kid Gohan, he probably lacks even the strength he had when he defeated Cell. Vegeta remarked. You cannot continue like this, Gohan. No matter how busy you are with studies, you must train. Look at Goten. His power has already surpassed that of his father. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. The gathering continued for quite some time, lasting until evening when everyone gradually took their leave. The following morning, Vegeta arrived early at Goku's home, eager for battle. However, Goku had already gone to the North Kai's place, thwarting Vegeta's challenge. Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. If he still did not realize that Goku was toying with him, he would truly be a fool. At North Kai's planet, Achu, Goku, deep in training, suddenly sneezed. He then glanced at the now-repaired North Kai planet. Lord Kai, your speed in restoring the planet is quite remarkable. The North Kai fumed in response. This is all because of you. Because of me? Goku asked, puzzled. You should consider who has to repair the North Kai planet every time you wreak havoc. Goku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. During his 7 years on North Kai's planet, he had inadvertently caused it to suffer destruction almost daily. Thus, the North Kai's ability to repair it in such a short time stemmed entirely from practice and familiarity. Chapter 16, The World Martial Arts Tournament. In the afternoon, Goten awoke from his nap and saw Trunks, who had come to play with him. Trunks, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Trunks replied with a frown, Goten, it seems you are not particularly pleased to see me. No, that's not the case at all. My father no longer insists on rigorous training. I only need to practice for an hour or two each day. I see, that's quite good. Trunks responded, still looking displeased. His reluctance stemmed from the fact that he was compelled to train by Vegeta because of Goten, and now, the lack of pressure was also due to Goten. What is wrong, Trunks? Nothing. So, Goten, what shall we do next? I'm not sure. Perhaps you should decide. How about we go fishing at the waterfall today? Then let's go fishing. Trunks nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and soon over a month had passed. Just like in the original story, Gohan was accepted into Orange Star High School, becoming classmates with Videl. On the back mountain of Mount Payaz, Goten stood upon a patch of grass, engaged in his training. With a loud roar, Goten's hair transformed into a brilliant red hue, his eyes enlarged, revealing pupils that were black with red irises. Enveloped by an aura akin to the flames of the sun, this was the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Because the essence of Super Saiyan God is divine. Gohan and the others on Earth were oblivious to Goten's transformed aura. Goten glanced at his hair and elevated his energy further. Boom! With an astonishing surge of power. Goten's hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, his eyes deepening to a blue hue, surrounded by a blue aura adorned with starry particles unique to divine energy. The flames occasionally shimmered with droplets of water, flowing at a pace much slower than that of humans and Super Saiyans, accompanied by faint sparks of electricity. The aura displayed a dual-layered flame, the outer layer being sky blue and the inner layer white. This was the power of Super Saiyan Blue. Is this the might of Super Saiyan Blue? Goten mused, his hands slightly clenched. Then, he turned to survey his surroundings. The power of Super Saiyan Blue was on par with that of Super Saiyan 4, and had he not lost his tail, he could have transformed into Super Saiyan 4 in the manner depicted in Dragon Ball GT. In truth, Goten had possessed a tail in his childhood, but it had been removed by Gohan. Concerned that Goten would lose control like he did during a full moon, Gohan had taken precautionary measures. In his current youthful form, if he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, he would stand as tall as Goku and the others. System, is there a way to regrow my tail? Returning to the Master, the system does not possess this function. However, you may use the Dragon Balls to restore your tail. The Dragon Balls, you say? However, the Dragon Balls now hold but a single wish. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise on Earth, the Dragon Balls must be summoned. Thus, Master, one must patiently await the regrowth of one's own tail. Son Goten nodded in agreement. Regarding that system, I trust my transformation into a great ape will remain under control, correct? Based on your current lineage, I believe it will be. Will it? Yes, but fret not, Master. Having mastered the power of Super Saiyan God, theoretically, even in the event of a loss of control, it would only last for a brief moment. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Goten promptly commenced his training. As evening fell, Son Gohan returned home clad in a green tunic and black trousers, adorned with a crimson cape and a helmet atop his head. This ensemble was none other than the Super Saiyan attire crafted by Bulma to help Son Gohan conceal his heroic identity. What do you think, Goten? Son Gohan proudly showcased his attire upon entering the house. Son Goten managed a dry chuckle, momentarily at a loss for words. No matter how one looked at it, Son Gohan's outfit exuded a rather juvenile flair. Quite splendid, Son Goten remarked insincerely. Son Gohan beamed. This outfit was made at my request by Aunt Bulma to help disguise my identity. Disguise your identity? Son Goten feigned curiosity. Indeed, I aspire to be a true hero. Yet I wish to keep my identity hidden so as not to disrupt my high school life. Thus, I don this attire to conceal who I truly am. I see. Son Gohan nodded. Furthermore, I have bestowed upon myself a resounding name. What name? Super Saiyan Man. What do you think, Goten? Not bad. What do you mean, not bad? This is a name I pondered for quite some time. Son Goten chuckled in response. Goten, what are you laughing at? Son Gohan's expression suddenly turned serious. Nothing. Just then, after a day of training on King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong returned home. Upon seeing Son Gohan's attire, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Gohan, what is this outfit? Father, this is the Super Saiyan Man costume made for me by Aunt Bulma. Super Saiyan Man. What is that? A hero dedicated to maintaining peace in West City. Oh, but why are you dressed like this? I wish to blend in as an ordinary high school student. Hence, I do not want others to know my true identity. I see. So, Father, what do you think of my outfit? Quite splendid. Son Wukong remarked insincerely. Hearing this, Son Gohan's spirits lifted immediately. He then sought out Chi-Chi to inquire about her thoughts on his attire. Chi-Chi, however, offered no insincere praise, merely stating that the outfit was average. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Upon returning home in the evening, Son Gohan informed Chi-Chi of his intention to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Chi-Chi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes. Mom, I heard that the champion receives a prize of 10 million, and even the runner-up gets 5 million. 10 million. Chi-Chi's eyes gleamed with hope. For years, she had relied on Goku's earnings to make ends meet, and their finances were dwindling. Such a lucrative opportunity was not one she could afford to miss. All right, I consent. Tomorrow, you must go to school and request a leave of absence, she declared. Goku, Goten, you both must participate in the tournament as well. Us. Chi-Chi. I don't think Goten and I need to join, Goku replied hesitantly. Chi-Chi shot him a furious glare. Goku, you have been in the afterlife for so long that you are completely unaware of the struggles I faced raising Gohan and Goten. Our finances are barely holding up. If you all compete, winning the championship and the runner-up would almost guarantee us a total of 15 million. If you refuse to agree, I shall no longer cook for you. Faced with Chi-Chi's ultimatum, Goku reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 17. Registration. The following morning, Gohan and Goten ventured to the back mountain to train. Suddenly, a jet soared overhead and landed before them. As the aircraft's door opened, a girl with twin ponytails, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, emerged. With her black hair, slender brows, and light blue irises, she was none other than Biddy. Biddy, how did you know my family lives here? Gohan asked, surprised. With a playful smile, Biddy replied, Did you not write your address at school? It's easy to find. Oh, I see. Gohan scratched his head awkwardly. Brother, who is she? Goten inquired. This is my classmate, Biddy. You can call her Sister Biddy. Gohan introduced. Sister Biddy. Goten echoed, and Biddy nodded with a grin. Biddy, what brings you to my home? Gohan asked. Did you forget, Gohan? You promised to teach me how to fly. You can't back out now, Biddy said, her expression turning serious. Gohan recalled their conversation and replied, No, I thought it wasn't urgent. Biddy huffed. Who said it wasn't urgent? You must teach me before the World Martial Arts Tournament begins, so I can astonish my father. Hey, brother. I'm off to play with Trunks today. I'll leave you two to it. Goten chimed in, eager to avoid being a third wheel. As Goten soared into the sky using the instant transmission technique, he did not wait for Gohan to finish speaking. Watching Goten ascend, Videl felt an even stronger resolve to master the technique herself. At noon, upon returning home for lunch, Goten encountered Videl, who had stayed behind to eat. Goten, you're back. She greeted him with a bright smile. Goten nodded and took a seat. All right, let's eat, Chi-Chi announced, prompting Goku and the others to dig in. After sampling some of Chi-Chi's cooking, Videl complimented her. Gohan, your mother's cooking is truly delectable, far superior to that of my family's chef. Chef, is your family quite affluent to afford one? Goten inquired. It's not too bad. So, how many houses does your family own in West City? Let me think. I believe there are dozens. Videl replied. Dozens? That's an exorbitant amount of wealth. Gohan, when are you two getting married? At that moment, Gohan, caught off guard, sputtered his food, spraying it onto Goku's face. Gohan, apologies, Dad, he exclaimed, hastily grabbing a napkin to clean Goku's face. Videl stared at Gohan, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. After a week of diligent instruction from Gohan, Videl finally mastered the instant transmission technique. She soared through the skies above the Baozi mountain and, suddenly appearing before Gohan, declared, Gohan, I have mastered the instant transmission. I must return now. Shall we meet again at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Absolutely. Gohan nodded in agreement. With that, Videl executed the instant transmission and departed from Baozi Mountain. Gohan let out a long sigh of relief, then returned home to summon Goten for training. As time continued to pass, over half a month slipped away. Today marked the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin and the others had come to join the excitement, knowing that Goku would participate, albeit with the understanding that their own chances of winning were slim given their abilities. Meanwhile, Goku had met up with Bulma and the others outside the tournament venue. Vegeta, arms crossed and with a fierce demeanor, glared at Goku, declaring, "Kakarot, this time, I will settle the score with you." Goku nodded, aware that this confrontation with Vegeta was inevitable. As they conversed, Gohan continuously turned his head, scanning the surroundings. "Gohan, are you searching for Videl?" Goku asked. "Videl? Yes, she is Gohan's classmate." Krillin chimed in. "Just a classmate?" He teased. "Gohan, of course, we are classmates, Uncle Krillin," exclaimed Son Gohan. "If we are classmates, what is all this excitement about?" "I am not excited," Gohan clarified. "Gohan." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. Son Gohan turned to see Videl, who had cut her hair short. "Videl," Gohan exclaimed. Upon seeing Videl's appearance, Krillin could not resist teasing Gohan. "Gohan, this girl is quite attractive. Your taste is commendable, Uncle Krillin." Gohan replied with indignation. All right, I was merely joking. Do not be angry, Gohan." "Then, Uncle Krillin, please refrain from making such jokes." "Understood." Just then, Videl approached Gohan. "Gohan, who are they?" "They are friends of my father. This is Uncle Krillin, this is Uncle Yamcha, and this is Uncle Tien," Gohan explained. Videl nodded slightly. "Hello, I am Gohan's classmate. My name is Videl." Krillin and the others nodded in acknowledgement. "So, Gohan, have you registered yet?" Videl inquired. "Not yet." At that moment, a staff member holding a large megaphone shouted to the crowd. "The registration for the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament is here. Please come forward to sign up." "Youth division?" Gohan asked. "Yes. The World Martial Arts Tournament now has both a youth division and an adult division. Due to his age, Goten can only participate in the youth division." Gohan responded. "I see." Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others could not help but laugh. The mightiest Goten, due to his youth, was relegated to competing in the youth division. "So, Videl, what is the prize money for the youth division champion?" Krillin asked. "It is also 10 million. Is that so? Then Goku, Gohan, and Goten, you will claim both the first and second prizes, amounting to 25 million. Vegeta remarked with displeasure. While he acknowledged Goku and Goten's strength, he remained skeptical of Gohan, who had not trained for 7 years, doubting he could defeat him. "Goten and Trunks, you two should go register," Goku instructed. They nodded in agreement. Since not many participants were signing up for the youth division, Goten and his friends completed their registration in no time. Chapter 18. Mr. Satan. After they registered, Goku and the others also signed up. As the youth division competition commenced first, Goku and his companions proceeded to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament to watch Goten's match. At that moment, Goten stood casually on the competition stage, observing the little boy before him. The boy, shirtless, taunted Goten by striking a pose reminiscent of a white crane spreading its wings. "Well then, if there are no further concerns, let us commence," the referee declared. Upon hearing this, the young boy promptly stepped back and assumed his stance. "I hereby announce the official start of the first match in the youth division." With a triumphant shout, the boy lunged forward, launching a powerful right punch towards Sun Wukong. However, before the boy's fist could connect with Sun Wukong's face, Sun Wukong's own right punch had already landed squarely on the boy's nose. The boy let out a pained cry, his body stiffening as he collapsed backward onto the ground. "Xiaowu!" his mother screamed. The referee, observing the situation, immediately began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Sun Wukong is the victor. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong yawned with evident disinterest. Had it not been for the enticing prize of 10 million, he would not have bothered with such a tedious competition. After his victory, he swiftly leaped off the stage, allowing others to take their turn. The matches progressed rapidly, and both Sun Wukong and Trunks easily advanced to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the final match in the youth division. The winner of this contest will not only receive a prize of 10 million, but will also earn the opportunity to challenge the world champion, Mr. Satan. Upon hearing Mr. Satan's name, the audience erupted in excitement. Many among them were fervent fans of Mr. Satan, and the prospect of witnessing his heroic presence thrilled them greatly. Meanwhile, in a historic building on the second floor beneath the arena, Mr. Satan reclined leisurely in a chair, smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, a staff member entered, prompting Mr. Satan to lower his feet. "What is it?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Satan. I just wanted to ask if you would be interested in watching the youth finals." Mr. Satan chuckled. "What is so entertaining about a children's match? If you have no other business, kindly leave." "Understood, Mr. Satan," replied the staff member, promptly exiting the room. Once alone, Mr. Satan rose and gazed out the window towards the arena. Sun Wukong and Trunks were now standing on the stage. Mr. Satan found the two boys somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen them before. "If the contestants, Sun Wukong and Trunks, have no other concerns, let us begin the match," he announced. The two nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, both boys sprang forward, their feet striking the ground as they advanced towards one another, delivering powerful blows. The sounds of their punches echoed, whoosh, bang, bang, bang. As they moved rapidly, a fierce exchange ensued. Observing from the second-floor lounge, Mr. Satan was astounded by the formidable strength displayed by the two. Even if they were to compete in the adult division, they would surely secure impressive rankings. After a moment of astonishment, Mr. Satan suddenly recalled the encounter with Sun Wukong and Trunks during the Cell Games. Could it be that they are the offspring of those golden-haired oddities? Mr. Satan swallowed hard. He distinctly remembered witnessing the battle between Sun Wukong and the others against Cell, and he was fully aware that it was indeed Sun Wukong and his companions who vanquished Cell, not him. His earlier bravado had been fueled by the allure of fame and fortune. If it truly was them, then I certainly stand no chance. Mr. Satan pondered. If he were to be defeated, the falsehood of his victory over Cell would inevitably be exposed, and he would become the target of public scorn. How wretched! What am I to do? On the competition stage, Trunks, overwhelmed by the disparity in strength, could only defend against Goten's relentless assaults. Vegeta, perched atop the spectators' barrier, could no longer bear to watch and chose to leave. "Vegeta, are you not watching?" Goku inquired. "I've had enough. There's nothing worth seeing." Beside Gohan, Videl expressed her confusion. "Gohan, why does he say there's nothing to watch in such an exhilarating match?" Gohan chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. The reason for Vegeta's disinterest was quite simple. Trunks was unable to best Goten. Had Trunks been victorious, Vegeta would surely have remained to gloat in front of Goku. "You will find out shortly," Gohan hinted subtly, aware that a direct statement would offend Bulma and Vegeta. "Shortly?" "Indeed." Gohan nodded. Videl, intrigued, shifted her gaze back to the competition stage. With a resounding thud, Goten delivered a powerful punch that sent Trunks flying off the stage. Trunks was eliminated. Goten emerged victorious. Congratulations to contestant Goten for winning the Junior Division Championship, the referee announced loudly to the audience below. The crowd erupted in cheers. Videl, witnessing this, seemed to grasp the situation. In the second-floor lounge, Mr. Satan's anxiety intensified upon hearing of Goten's victory. The match had concluded far too swiftly, leaving him no time to formulate a strategy. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Mr. Satan, please come in." He feigned calmness as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the staff outside promptly opened the door and entered. "Mr. Satan, the champion of the junior division has been determined. It is now your turn to compete against him." "Very well, I understand. You may leave for now. I will join shortly." "Understood, Mr. Satan." Upon the staff's departure, Mr. Satan contemplated lingering a while longer to devise a strategy, only to be interrupted by the resounding shouts from outside. "Satan! Satan! Satan!" The fervent enthusiasm of the audience intensified the pressure he felt within. Nonetheless, he resolved to face the situation head-on. With heavy footsteps, Mr. Satan made his way towards the venue of the martial arts tournament. A journey that should have been brief now felt arduous in his heart. Chapter 19. The Cinematic Emperor. Mr. Satan. Moments later, Mr. Satan arrived at the tournament venue. The instant he appeared, a multitude of spectators and reporters turned their attention toward him. "It is our hero, Mr. Satan, the savior of Earth," they exclaimed. "Mr. Satan! Mr. Satan!" The audience roared in unison. "Greetings, everyone," Mr. Satan responded, raising his arm in a spirited salute. "Father, he truly is." Biddy's expression was one of incredulity. At that moment, a swarm of reporters approached him for interviews. "Mr. Satan, do you feel confident about this competition?" inquired a gentle-looking female reporter. "Absolutely," he replied. Is there anything you would like to say to the viewers at home? Meanwhile, on the competition stage, Son Goten, growing impatient, urged Mr. Satan from below. Uncle, can you hurry up? Startled by the prompt, Mr. Satan exclaimed, just a moment, just a moment. He turned to the reporters, saying, let us pause the interview for now. I will continue once my match concludes. Certainly, Mr. Satan. We will be sure to capture your gallant presence during the competition, remarked the reporter. Gallant presence? Mr. Satan was taken aback. It was a miracle if he didn't end up a bruised mess thanks to Son Goten, let alone exuding gallantry. At this juncture, the referee on stage, also growing impatient, inquired, Mr. Satan, may we commence the match? Oh right, Mr. Satan replied, heavily treading toward the competition platform. Goku, let us go. There's no need to watch. We already know the outcome. Krillin commented as he observed Mr. Satan's sluggish approach to the stage. Agreed. Goku nodded. Biddy, standing beside Gohan, was taken aback. Aren't you going to watch this match? It features the world champion Mr. Satan against Son Goten. It could very well be a spectacular battle. In response, Krillin waved his hand dismissively. With this free time, I'd rather find a place to take a nap. Biddy then glanced at Son Gohan, who, upon witnessing this, chuckled awkwardly, wishing he could give Krillin a good thrashing. At that moment, Mr. Satan finally ascended to the competition stage. Since Mr. Satan had taken his place, the match was about to commence. Wait. The referee had not yet finished speaking when Mr. Satan interjected. What is it, Mr. Satan? The referee inquired, his expression one of confusion. Cough, cough. Mr. Satan cleared his throat. Before the competition begins, I would like to share a few words with that child, so he feels unburdened. Ah, very well, but please be quick, as the audience has been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Satan nodded and swiftly approached Son Goten. Young lad, just treat this match as a bit of fun. Feel free to play around, but do not take it too seriously. Son Goten smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Mr. Satan returned to the referee. You may announce the start of the match. The referee nodded. Then I hereby declare the match between Son Goten and Mr. Satan officially begins. Satan, Satan. The audience erupted in cheers. Observing this, Mr. Satan dashed to Son Goten's front, leaning in close. Little friend, I want you to throw a punch. But make sure it's gentle. Okay, uncle. Son Goten replied with a smile. It was the first time in his life he had encountered such a request. Bang. Upon finishing his sentence, Son Goten's right fist landed squarely on Mr. Satan's face. Instantly, Mr. Satan's visage contorted, and he was sent crashing into the wall of the building behind him. The arena fell into a stunned silence. Videl, witnessing this, was utterly flabbergasted. Her proud father had just been knocked out in a single punch by Son Goten. On the ground, Mr. Satan, having collided heavily with the wall, felt an excruciating pain in his head. This little brat. I explicitly told him to hit gently, and yet he struck with such force. Mr. Satan silently berated Son Goten. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he maintained an appearance of nonchalance before the gathered crowd. At that moment, a fervent fan of Mr. Satan seemed to have an epiphany and shouted, I understand now. Mr. Satan must have deliberately lost to that child to encourage him. The surrounding audience nodded in agreement with his assertion. I knew it. How could the world champion Mr. Satan possibly lose to a child? As the public opinion overwhelmingly favored this perspective, everyone felt moved by Mr. Satan's actions, leaving only Son Goten and his companions in a state of bemusement. One could not deny their remarkable capacity for imagination. With Mr. Satan out of the competition, Son Goten was declared the victor. Congratulations to Son Goten for successfully challenging Mr. Satan. Upon hearing this, Son Goten immediately jumped off the stage and approached Trunks. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. Goten, now that you have won the championship, you must treat us. Of course. Son Goten agreed enthusiastically. Shall we now witness the battle of my brother and his companions? Trunks nodded once more. Splendid. Goten has emerged as the champion. In the audience, Chi-Chi, brimming with joy, turned to Bulma and exclaimed, "1 million may not be a substantial sum for the Bulma family. Yet for Goku's household, it is undoubtedly a considerable fortune." Bulma nodded lightly. "With this prize money, I can hire tutors for Goten. Even enlisting 3 or 4 simultaneously would pose no obstacle. Now, let us await Goku and the others in the resting area of the World Martial Arts Tournament." After watching Goten's match, Goku felt a pang of hunger and beckoned Gohan and the others to join him for a meal. Upon arriving at the resting area, Goku spotted Vegeta, who was voraciously devouring his meal. "Vegeta, Goku greeted him cheerfully. Vegeta, however, paid him no heed and continued to indulge in his food. Observing this, Goku requested food from the staff and settled beside Vegeta to partake in his meal. Gohan, noticing this, brought Videl over to join them. Yet, they did not hastily engage with the dishes on the table. They awaited the staff to serve the food before they began. This is delicious, Dad. The meals at the tournament have always been superb. Always. Just as Gohan pondered this, Goku snatched the food from Gohan's plate and devoured it. Dad, that was my food. Who told you not to eat? I thought you didn't like it. Krillin, observing their meal, couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, when he dined with Goku, Goku would similarly seize his food. Chapter 20. The Punching Machine. After a considerable while, Goku finished his meal and, accompanied by Gohan and the others, made his way to the tournament arena. As they departed the resting area, Goku noticed two individuals, one tall and one short. The taller man had crimson skin, appeared somewhat aged, sported a mane of white hair, and was clad in a red uniform. The shorter man floated a few inches above the ground, his skin a pale purple, with a white punk hairstyle and dressed in a teal uniform. These two were Jebit and East Kaishin. Upon seeing them, Goku immediately sensed their extraordinary presence. Hello, you must be Goku, correct? East Kaishin smiled and greeted him. Goku nodded. Yes, that is I. Might I inquire as to your identity? East Kaishin chuckled softly. I cannot disclose my identity at this moment, but I trust we shall soon meet on the tournament stage. The tournament stage? Indeed, we have also registered for this competition. I see. East Kaishin nodded. Then we shall meet at the competition. Upon concluding his remarks, the East Kai led Jebit toward the resting area. Observing this from the sidelines, Piccolo's expression revealed his unease. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the East Kai. What troubles you, Uncle Piccolo? Oh, it's nothing, Piccolo replied, joining Goku and the others as they proceeded to the venue for the preliminaries of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Unlike previous tournaments, this preliminary round would not eliminate participants through combat. Instead, competitors would be assessed based on their scores from a punching machine. In essence, those who achieved the highest scores would advance to the top 16. At that moment, Mr. Satan stood before the punching machine, preparing to deliver a strike. Flanked by numerous reporters armed with cameras, Gohan, glancing at the cameras, felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that his identity might be revealed, which caused his expression to tighten with apprehension. Piccolo, sensing Gohan's distress, widened his eyes and unleashed a formidable aura, causing the reporters' cameras to explode spontaneously. What just happened? The reporters exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden destruction of their equipment. I've rendered their cameras and camcorders inoperative. Thus, even if your clothing were to slip, your classmates would remain oblivious. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan responded, visibly moved. What is going on? This is absurd. You media folks are utterly useless. Mr. Satan expressed his dissatisfaction upon witnessing the reporter's damaged equipment. He then assumed a poised stance, preparing to strike the punching machine with all his might. With a resounding thud, Mr. Satan's right fist collided forcefully with the machine, and the display screen instantly illuminated with two ascending numbers, ultimately halting at 137. 137. A chorus of excitement erupted from the onlookers who had gathered. Many of the competitors shared in the astonishment. Observing their reactions, Mr. Satan erupted into laughter, then sauntered forward with what he deemed a most dashing demeanor. Upon reaching an entrance to the tournament, he suddenly turned to address the participants, declaring, "Everyone, give it your all. I eagerly await the emergence of someone capable of besting me." At that juncture, the official overseeing the preliminaries addressed Goku and the others, stating, "Now, please collect your number tags and line up for the punching machine assessment." Promptly, Goku and his companions proceeded to draw their number tags, which turned out to be rather low. Given Mr. Satan's commendable prowess, none had managed to surpass his record before Goku and his friends had their turn. After a brief wait, it was Lazuli's moment to step up to the punching machine. "Lazuli, be gentle. Please don't damage the machine." Klin quietly addressed Lazuli, stating, "I understand. Could you please refrain from being so verbose?" Lazuli, somewhat irked by the remark, retorted. She then approached the punching machine and delivered a powerful strike. With a resounding thud, the machine registered 3 digits, rapidly ascending before settling at an astonishing 774. The staff, witnessing the displayed number, were taken aback. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, for the highest score recorded prior was a mere 137, achieved by Mr. Satan, the world champion who had triumphed over formidable foes to save the world. Surpassing his score implied that her prowess might have eclipsed Mr. Satan's, a notion that left the ordinary spectators in disbelief. After a moment of shock, the staff gradually regained their composure. This punching machine might be malfunctioning. Let me have it checked while you all wait to continue, they speculated, dismissing the incredible score as a mere error. Upon hearing this, the surrounding competitors exhaled in relief. Clint, observing the scene, admonished Lazuli once more. Lazuli, I have told you to temper your strength. I know, she replied, but controlling this power is truly challenging. At this juncture, the staff repaired the machine and cheerfully informed Lazuli, the punching machine is fixed. Please take another shot. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lazuli struck again. This time with a delicate precision akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. The machine promptly displayed the number 203. 2203. The staff gaped in astonishment. If the previous score could be attributed to a malfunction, this time it was irrefutable. Clint subsequently stepped up and scored 192. 1192. The staff muttered, their senses dulled. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong advanced and registered a score of 186. 1186. The staff, now entirely numb to the unfolding events, could hardly grasp the reality of Mr. Satan's score being consecutively surpassed. Then, Piccolo entered the fray, achieving a score of 210. The staff, still questioning the machine's integrity, turned to their colleagues. This punching machine may indeed be faulty. I suggest we replace it with a new one. Just then, Vegeta stepped up, unleashing a powerful blow that shattered the machine into fragments. The crowd and competitors alike stood in sheer disbelief. Some contestants, terrified, opted to forfeit the competition altogether. Son Gohan, witnessing the chaos, could only facepalm in exasperation. He had intended to maintain a low profile before Biddy, but Vegeta's actions rendered that impossible. True to form, Biddy was soon drawn to the commotion created by Vegeta's display of strength. Chapter 21. Spabich Bidalai gazed in disbelief at the shards of the punching machine scattered on the ground. A punching machine is not merely a sandbag. Even her father might not possess the strength to shatter it. Contemplating this, Bidalai immediately turned to Gohan and inquired, Gohan, who shattered the punching machine? At that moment, Gohan was at a loss for words. However, even without his response, Bidalai could easily gather the details of the recent events from others. Upon learning that the punching machine had been destroyed by Vegeta, she began to harbor doubts about the true identities of Gohan and his companions. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks, constrained by their youth, were merely wandering outside, awaiting the commencement of the tournament. Goten, why don't we participate in the competition as well? Trunks suggested. We? Indeed. You could allow me to stand on your shoulders, and we could masquerade as adults to enter the contest. I think I'll pass, Goten replied. Why not? Trunks questioned. After all, they wouldn't stand a chance against me. Listening to Goten's boastful remarks, Trunks responded with visible displeasure. Don't get too cocky, Goten. I will surely grow stronger and surpass you and everyone else, including Dad. Goten nodded in agreement. Shall we then watch our brothers compete? Yes, Trunks replied. Consequently, the two made their way to the stands, eagerly awaiting the tournament's commencement. With the preliminary rounds concluded, Goku and his companions successfully advanced to the top 16. In the first match, Krillin took to the stage and effortlessly triumphed over his opponent. In the second match, Goku also easily defeated his rival. The third match featured Piccolo, who faced off against the East Supreme Kai. The third match of the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. We invite competitors Piccolo and Shin to the stage. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the East Supreme Kai promptly leaped onto the arena. Now, Piccolo and Shin, if there are no further issues, please commence the match, the announcer stated. The two nodded in acknowledgement. As the match began, Piccolo intended to strike, but found himself inexplicably immobilized, as if his body were being suppressed by an unseen force. The audience, noting the lack of action, began urging the competitors to engage. What is going on? The match has started. Why aren't they fighting? Piccolo's friends, including Krillin, looked on in astonishment. On the arena, Piccolo, drenched in sweat, stared at the East Supreme Kai, who simply smiled back at him. Thus, the two remained locked in a standoff for an extended duration. The referee, observing the stasis, could no longer contain himself. Piccolo and Shin, could you please commence the match? Uncle Piccolo, Gohan whispered. Hearing this, Piccolo glanced at the referee and declared, I choose to forfeit. The referee, taken aback, exclaimed, "Forfeit?" At this revelation, Krillin and the others were instantly astonished. Indeed, Piccolo affirmed with a nod. The fighter Piccolo conceded defeat, granting victory to Shin. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo immediately leaped down from the arena. "Uncle Piccolo, what on earth is happening?" Gohan inquired. "Let us discuss this after your match," was the reply. "All right." Gohan nodded in agreement. Below the arena, Trunks gazed at Goten with a puzzled expression. "Goten, why did Uncle Piccolo surrender?" "I have no idea." Goten shook his head. Could it be that the opponent is exceptionally strong? Perhaps Uncle Piccolo believes he cannot defeat him? That might be the case. It's a pity I can't participate, otherwise I would truly relish the chance to face him. Just as the two conversed, Videl ascended to the arena. "Goten, that's your brother's girlfriend." Goten nodded in acknowledgement. Upon her arrival, a tall, muscular bald man named Spabovich stepped onto the stage. He was a former subordinate of Mr. Satan. "What about her strength? Surely she can defeat that brute?" Trunks questioned. "Her abilities are commendable, but whether she can overcome that giant remains uncertain." Meanwhile, in the arena, the referee was introducing Videl to the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, our contestant Videl is not only a participant in this event, but also the champion of the youth division from the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, and the daughter of Mr. Satan." Just then, a blond young man from the audience stood up and shouted towards Videl. His name was Sharp, a classmate and admirer of Videl. As he rose, the teacher and classmates seated beside him cheered loudly for Videl. In response, Videl waved back. The referee then declared, "If there are no further questions, let the match between Videl and Spabovich commence." Both fighters nodded. The referee promptly exited the arena. With a powerful shout, Videl charged towards Spabovich like a gust of wind. In no time, she reached Spabovich and launched a fierce assault with her fists. Spabovich raised his hands to block her strikes while retreating. Suddenly, Videl delivered a heavy kick to Spabovich's neck, causing him to crash to the ground. Spabovich is down. We will now count down from 10, 9, 8. Just as the referee reached 6, Spabovich rose from the ground as if unaffected. Gohan gasped in surprise, while Videl furrowed her brow slightly. Nevertheless, she remained confident in her ability to defeat Spabovich. With Spabovich back on his feet, the match resumed. He rotated his neck and smiled at Videl. With a fierce shout, Videl swiftly charged towards Spabovich. Bang! Her right foot delivered a powerful kick that struck Spabovich squarely. He staggered backward several steps. As Videli's right foot touched the ground, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, assaulting Spabovich with the swiftness of a tempest. Spabovich clenched his fists tightly, retaliating in kind. Videl deftly dodged to the side, her fist striking Spabovich with relentless force, pushing him further away. With a resounding cry, Videli's right foot landed heavily upon Spabovich's neck, bending it at an unnatural angle, causing him to collapse to the ground. As he lay there, the countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Videl, catching her breath, gasped for air. Just as the referee reached 3, Spabovich, with a crooked neck, managed to rise to his feet. "Is this guy impervious to defeat?" Trunks remarked, observing Spabovich's intimidating appearance. At that moment, Spabovich straightened his neck and grinned at Videl. Chapter 22. Gohan enters the arena with gritted teeth. Videl charged at Spabovich once more. She forcefully planted her left foot and delivered a flying kick with her right foot aimed at Spabovich. Having anticipated her flying kicks after enduring several of them, Spabovich effortlessly caught Videli's right foot with his left hand. "What?" Videl exclaimed, startled by the sudden grip. Spabovich chuckled lightly and, with a powerful tug, hurled Videl towards the ground. "Videl?" Gohan gasped in shock. At that moment, Spabovich unexpectedly halted. Although Videl was unsure of what had transpired, she managed to free herself from his grasp and landed on the ground. The East Kai glanced over the audience and spotted Goten, who was using his psychic abilities against Spabovich. Initially reluctant to intervene, Goten felt compelled to assist Videl, who was destined to be his sister-in-law. "Goten." Gohan realized that Goten was the one taking action. "Lord Kai, that boy seems to possess mind control abilities. What should we do? I shall match my prowess against him," the East Kai declared, nodding slightly. Without delay, he employed his abilities to immobilize Goten. "I can't move," Goten exclaimed as Spabovich regained his ability to act. However, due to Goten's earlier control, Spabovich, despite regaining his strength, was swiftly knocked to the ground by Videli's onslaught. At that moment, the East Kai lost his grip on Goten due to the immense power he possessed. Lord Kai, Jebet exclaimed in surprise. It is impossible. Son Goten's power is simply too formidable for me to contain. What shall we do next, Lord Kaioshin? It seems we must alter our original plans. The East Kaioshin declared as he led Jebet to seek out Goku and the others. Have we given up? Sensing the East Kaioshin's control dissipate, Son Goten immediately employed his psychic abilities to render Spabovich immobile. On the tournament stage, Videl had already knocked Spabovich to the ground. As the fallen contestant lay there, the countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. Spabovich. At that moment, a bald man with an emblazoned on his head shouted towards Spabovich. This man, named Yamcha, was Spabovich's ally. 0. With Spabovich unable to rise, Videl was declared the victor. Upon witnessing this, Son Goten promptly released his hold over Spabovich. I refuse to accept this. She cheated. Spabovich exclaimed angrily as he stood up from the ground. Hearing this, Gohan leaped onto the stage, positioning himself protectively in front of Videl. Cheating? You're the one who cheated. Yamcha retorted as he too jumped onto the stage. Enough, a loss is a loss. Spabovich, begrudgingly accepting his defeat, descended the stage with Yamcha. Gohan. At that moment, the audience recognized Gohan, who was donned in a white headscarf and sunglasses. Gohan was startled upon realizing he had been identified. Previously, he had donned the attire of a Super Saiyan man to disguise his identity, but without his helmet during the match, he was easily recognized. However, since he had already been discovered, he removed his sunglasses and waved at the audience with a smile. It really is Gohan. Shap, who had initially been uncertain about Gohan's identity, was taken aback and returned to his seat in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that this bookish boy, Gohan, was indeed the Super Saiyan man. I told you it was Gohan. Eliza chuckled. Shap nodded in agreement. Even if he had doubted it, the evidence was now undeniable. On the tournament stage, as the fourth match featured Gohan and Jebet, Gohan was not required to leave the stage. Gohan, your match is next, so make sure to give it your all. Videl encouraged him, to which Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Videl leaped off the stage. At that moment, Jebet ascended to the tournament platform. The two competitors locked eyes, and the atmosphere grew tense. Are you the contestant, Jebet? The referee inquired, as it is customary to confirm the identity of the competitors before the match begins. Yes, Jebet affirmed with a nod. As the Super Saiyan contender, Jebet stood ready. He addressed Gohan. Hello, you are Gohan, correct? I wish to witness your true strength. True strength? Gohan echoed, puzzled. Why should I assist you? Upon hearing this, Jebet cast a glance towards the audience. At that moment, Piccolo telepathically urged Gohan. Gohan, you should comply with his request. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan hesitated. Yet the trust he held for Piccolo, who was like a second father to him, outweighed his doubts. I understand, he exclaimed, clenching his fists tightly. An overwhelming energy radiating from him as he ascended rapidly. With a fierce roar, the ground beneath the arena shattered. The spectators watched in astonishment as Gohan's hair and brows transformed into a golden hue, his eyes shimmering a light green. His hair, aside from the fringe, stood erect, enveloping him in a golden aura. This was the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Gohan. Videl gasped, recognizing the resemblance to the Golden Warrior she had seen in West City. So Gohan is the Golden Warrior. Sharp exclaimed, his surprise compounded by the realization that Gohan was not just a Super Saiyan, but also the legendary golden-haired fighter. Is this a dream? If so, let me awaken quickly, he thought, grappling with the surreal nature of the situation. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan observed Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan and was instantly reminded of the golden-haired fighter who had defeated Cell 7 years prior. Could it be that this lad is from that same group? He pondered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In the distance, Spabich aimed the energy collector given to him by Babidi towards Gohan, keen to measure the immense power he possessed. How is it? Yam asked eagerly. Remarkable energy, Spabich replied, watching the needle on the energy collector spin rapidly. Such incredible power, it must be him, Yam exclaimed excitedly. Back on the arena, Jebet gazed at Gohan, astonished by his display of strength. What an astounding force. It is beyond comprehension that he is merely mortal. As you wished, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. What shall we do next? Is this how we proceed with the match? Gohan inquired. Vegeta, that scoundrel, when he defeated Cell, was undoubtedly at a far superior level. It must be due to the peace that he has neglected his training. No, even so, his power surpasses my expectations. Can I truly prevent that force? The East Kaishin remarked. Goku prevent? At that moment, Spopovich and Yamu suddenly rushed towards the arena. Gohan turned his body and saw the two charging at him. With his hands slightly clenched, Gohan prepared to strike them down, but suddenly found himself immobilized. What? Gohan exclaimed in shock. In the next instant, Spopovich tightly embraced him. Seizing the opportunity, Yamu inserted the needle of the energy collector into Gohan's body, siphoning his energy. Gohan let out a piercing scream. Gohan! Videl gasped, wanting to rush onto the stage to intervene, but was restrained by Goku's hand. Uncle, what are you doing? Isn't Gohan your son? Trust me, Gohan will be fine. I understand your feelings, but I assure you, Gohan will be alright. Although Videl still felt some concern, she chose to trust Goku. Spopovich and Yamu, what are you doing? Your sudden appearance on stage is against the rules. I can disqualify you. The referee, witnessing the scene, hurriedly attempted to intervene. The two paid him no heed. Despite the referee's earnest attempts to stop them, he was but an ordinary man, thus he could only resort to words rather than action. At that moment, Gohan, with his energy excessively drained, reverted to his normal state. Sitting in the audience, Trunks immediately turned to Goten beside him. Goten, your brother is no longer a Super Saiyan. Aren't you going to help him? It's all right. With Dad and the others here, my brother should be fine. Trunks nodded in agreement. Just then, Gohan's complexion turned ashen. Gohan. Chi-Chi, anxious for Gohan's safety, screamed towards the stage. At that moment, Gohan's energy was completely extracted. All right, Spopovich, his energy has been entirely drained. Shall we leave? Spopovich nodded and released Gohan. Thud. Gohan collapsed to the ground, devoid of color. The two turned and flew towards the sky. Seeing this, the referee quickly called for medical personnel, but was stopped by Jeez, who raised his hand. He is fine, just a bit exhausted. Referee, exhausted? Yes. I can restore his strength swiftly. But as Jeez spoke, he crouched down and placed his hands on Gohan's chest to help him regain his vitality. Jebet was astonished to sense the lingering power within Sun Wukong, and once again he found himself surprised by Sun Wukong's tenacity. At that moment, Sun Wukong regained his strength and rose to his feet. The audience erupted in cheers as Sun Wukong stood up. Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Biddy and the others immediately felt a sense of relief. What on earth is happening? Sun Wukong inquired. Jebet glanced toward the audience. Noticing that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already departed the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament alongside the East Kaishin. Wukong, Vegeta, where are you going? Bulma and Chi-Chi shouted. However, due to the distance, Sun Wukong and the others did not hear them. They've left, Goten, Trunks remarked. Goten nodded with a smile. Trunks, shall we follow them? Yes. Trunks agreed enthusiastically. With that, the two immediately utilized their flight technique and soared into the sky. Goten, Trunks, where are you headed? Chi-Chi and Bulma called after them. Upon hearing this, the two quickly accelerated forward. If you wish to learn the truth, follow me, Jebet declared, leaping down from the competition stage. Seeing this, Sun Wukong followed suit and jumped down as well. Meanwhile, after the East Kaishin had escorted Sun Wukong and the others away from the World Martial Arts Tournament, he revealed his true identity. Krillin, Kaishin? Wukong, what is a Kaishin? I am not entirely certain. I only know of the Grand Kai and the Supreme Kai. We Kaishins are beings even greater than the Grand Kai. The East Kaishin explained. Greater than the Grand Kai? Then you must possess immense power. The East Kaishin nodded slightly. Then why did you allow Bibidi and his cohorts to absorb Wukong's energy? Krillin inquired. The East Kaishin glanced behind him, noticing two figures swiftly approaching them. It was Goten and Trunks. They soon reached Sun Wukong and the others. Goten, Trunks. Father. Uncle Wukong. Sun Wukong and Vegeta acknowledged them with a nod. The reason I permitted Bibidi and his associates to absorb Wukong's energy is that we are searching for someone. The East Kaishin stated. Someone. Sun Wukong echoed. Yes, the one controlling them, known as Babidi, an evil sorcerer. Babidi. Indeed, long ago, when humanity on your planet had just begun to walk on 2 feet, the universe was governed by the 4 great Kaishins and the Grand Kai. Everything was peaceful. Until one day, an evil sorcerer named Bibidi created a monstrous being known as Majin Buu. Majin Buu? Krillin queried. Indeed, after Bibidi brought forth the formidable Majin Buu, he unleashed him upon the cosmos, resulting in the obliteration of numerous planets within a brief span. The valiant South Kai, upon learning of this devastation, confronted Majin Buu. only to meet a tragic fate as he was absorbed by the creature. Subsequently, the West Kai and North Kai also engaged in battle with Majin Buu, but met their demise at his hands. Ultimately, the Grand Kai faced Majin Buu, only to be absorbed as well, while I, by a stroke of fortune and my absence from the fray, managed to survive. The East Kai's voice trembled as he recounted the events. Had it not been for his own weakness, he would not have had to witness the fall of his comrades before his very eyes. Chapter 24, Dubra, Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, Trunks was immediately filled with exhilaration. Goten, did you hear that? Majin. Yes. Goten nodded in agreement. Piccolo, however, was left speechless. What is there to be excited about? He is still a demon lord. What happened next? Goku inquired. Eventually, Bibidi found Majin Buu's power too formidable to control, so he sealed him away. I took advantage of Bibidi's sealing to locate his lair and eliminate him. I had thought that would be the end of it. But a terrifying event has recently transpired. A terrifying event? Piccolo questioned. Indeed, the East Kai affirmed. Bibidi's son has been born, and his name is Babidi. Like Bibidi, he is an evil sorcerer, and he possesses the ability to unravel Majin Buu's enchantments. I instructed those two humans to absorb Gohan's energy, hoping to track down Babidi through them. So that is how it is. Piccolo nodded. Therefore, all of you must not let Spopovich and his accomplices detect you. At this, Piccolo and the others immediately turned their gaze towards Goten and Trunks, the two most likely to reveal their presence. Uncle Piccolo, why are you looking at us? Trunks asked. We are currently tracking Spopovich and his group, and you two must not give us away. Rest assured, Uncle Piccolo, we will not be exposed. Piccolo glanced at Trunks, who was currently his greatest concern alongside Goten. Lord Kai, is the being known as Majin Buu truly that powerful? Goku inquired. Indeed he is. Just how powerful? Let me put it this way. Our former Kai could have easily vanquished Frieza with a mere finger, yet he was unable to defeat Majin Buu. I see. Yes. Thus, after a while of tracking, Goku and the others encountered Gohan and Jebbet, who had followed them, sensing their energy. Gohan. Piccolo greeted him. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. You should already be aware of the situation concerning Majin Buu, correct? Gohan nodded once more. Jebbet has already informed me. Just then, Spopovich and Yamu suddenly descended forward. Goku. They have begun their descent. Shall we follow suit? All right. Son Goku nodded affirmatively. Without hesitation, he and his companions promptly followed suit and began their descent. With a swift rush, Spopovich and Yamu landed in a valley surrounded by mountains. Before them stood a house emblazoned with the letter M. Observing this, Son Goku and his allies took cover behind a small hill, concealing themselves. At that moment, Spopovich and Yamu approached the White House. As the door swung open, a diminutive man with yellow skin emerged, accompanied by a towering figure clad in crimson. These two were none other than Babidi and Dabura, the Demon Realm King. Dabura? The East Kaioshin gasped in shock upon seeing them. What is it, Lord Kaioshin? Asked Son Gohan. I never imagined Babidi would summon even the king of the Demon Realm. Dabura, this complicates matters. The Demon Realm King? Indeed, the Demon Realm is an alternate world from your Earth, and Dabura is the mightiest being within that realm. The East Kaioshin spoke gravely. While the two conversed, Spopovich and Yamu presented the gathered energy to Babidi. Lord Babidi, you previously mentioned that if we helped you collect sufficient energy, you would reward us? Spopovich inquired with a beaming smile. Yes, there is indeed a reward. Babidi replied with a smirk. What might that reward be? Babidi grinned and suddenly uttered an incantation. As the magic took effect, Spopovich's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a puddle of black blood. Yamu, witnessing this transformation, was immediately struck with terror. Do you still desire a reward? No, I want nothing, Lord Babidi. Babidi let out a chilling laugh, casting another spell that turned Yamu into a similar puddle of black blood. Concealed behind the hill, Krillin was horrified. His fear did not stem from Babidi's power, but rather from the sheer terror of his insidious methods of murder. This is Babidi's malevolent magic. However, it only affects those with wicked hearts, so there is no need for excessive concern. The East Kaioshin reassured. Upon hearing this, Krillin sighed in relief. These two worthless fools, completely oblivious to being followed, dared to demand a reward. Babidi remarked, glancing at the bloodstains on the ground. Dabura nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Son Goku and his companions, who were too distant to realize they had been discovered, the pursuers were formidable. Should they succeed in capturing them, They might acquire sufficient energy to resurrect Majin Buu. What are your plans? I intend to bring them aboard the spaceship and then capture them. Are you confident in this endeavor? Naturally, as the king of the demon realm. A mere handful of humans does not intimidate me. If that is the case, I entrust everything to you. Dabra nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, Babidi turned and made his way toward the spaceship. Krillin exclaimed, Babidi has entered. The East Kai nodded in response. Let us depart from here and devise our next strategy. Are we leaving Lord Kai? Gohan inquired. Yes, for everything has surpassed my expectations. We must reassess our plans. At that moment, Dabra flew toward Goku and the others. This is bad. He seems to have discovered us. Piccolo warned. In that case, we can only confront him. Goku declared, charging forward. Hey Goku. The East Kai attempted to intervene, but Gohan and the others followed Goku into the fray. Reluctantly, the East Kai took off with Jebet to join them. Upon seeing Goku and the others reveal themselves, a cold smirk crept across Dabra's face. Suddenly, he spat toward Krillin and Piccolo. The two, taken by surprise, found it too late to evade. As the saliva struck them, their bodies instantly transformed into stone. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan gasped. Goku, Gohan, Dabra's saliva can turn people to stone. So you must avoid his attack at all costs. The East Kai warned. Damn it. Gohan gritted his teeth. Dabra laughed heartily, preparing to return to the spaceship, only to find himself immobilized. I can't move. Chapter 25, Ego. At that moment, Goku and the others noticed Dabra's predicament. Could it be? The East Kai seemed to have an inkling, glancing at Goten. Brother, I have him under control. You go and eliminate him. This way, Uncle Krillin and the others might recover. Goten smiled, addressing Gohan. Dabra dared to act so brazenly before him. He would not let him escape unharmed. No, Gohan. Although Dabra is temporarily restrained, he may soon break free from Goten's grasp. Just as the words left his mouth, Dabra immediately broke free from Goten's control. See, Gohan. I told you Dabra is not so easily subdued. Boom. Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan, regaining control over Dabra. Trunks Kamehameha, Goten said, observing the timid East Kai with a sense of exasperation. All right, Trunks exclaimed, swiftly bringing his hands together. Kamehameha. Damn it. Dabra glared at the gathering energy of the Kamehameha, his fury palpable. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from Son Goten's grasp. At that moment, Trunks unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards Dabura. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Dabura was obliterated. Once Dabura was defeated, both Piccolo and Krillin instantly returned to their former states. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, exclaimed Gohan joyfully as he called out to them. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, weren't we just turned to stone? Gohan affirmed with a nod. Thanks to Goten and Trunks vanquishing Dabura, you two have been restored. The East Kaioshin, standing nearby, gazed at Goten and the others in utter shock. The formidable king of the demon realm had been so effortlessly dispatched by Goten and Trunks. If word of this spread, few would likely believe it. Vegeta looked at the naive East Kaioshin with disdain, beginning to underestimate the Majin Buu that the East Kaioshin had mentioned. Aboard Babidi's spaceship, Babidi stared in disbelief at the crystal ball showing Dabura's demise. Before entering the spaceship, Dabura had confidently told him that he dismissed a mere handful of humans. Yet, in an instant, they had eradicated him. The speed of this humiliation was likely faster than light itself. Nevertheless, despite his frustration, Babidi's foremost concern was survival. With Dabura's death, the East Kaioshin would undoubtedly lead Goku and the others into the spaceship, marking his impending doom. I must not follow in my father's footsteps, Babidi declared, casting a glance at the enormous egg containing Majin Buu. Originally, he intended to gather sufficient energy to resurrect him. However, given the current circumstances, he found it impossible to amass enough energy for Buu's revival. Outside Babidi's spaceship, the East Kaioshin, emboldened by Dabura's defeat, led Goku and the others into the vessel. Using the elevator within the spaceship, they swiftly ascended to the first level. Lord Kaioshin, it seems there is nothing here, Goku remarked, surveying the area. I'm not entirely sure, but we must remain cautious. Goku nodded in agreement. At that moment, a man with black skin clad in white armor appeared. His name was Pui Pui, one of Babidi's minions. Who are you? Goku inquired. My name is Pui Pui, a servant of Lord Babidi. Upon hearing this, Goku couldn't help but laugh. Your name is quite amusing. Pui Pui, incensed by Goku's mockery, bristled with anger at being ridiculed. Wukong, I believe it is imperative that we swiftly resolve this matter and seek out Babidi, proclaimed the East Kaishin. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. How dare he look down upon me? Exclaimed Pei Pei, gritting his teeth and charging towards Sun Wukong like the wind. In no time, Pei Pei found himself before Sun Wukong, swinging his right fist with great force. Sun Wukong raised his left hand, effortlessly catching Pei Pei's punch. Startled, Pei Pei quickly lifted his leg to kick Sun Wukong, releasing his left hand just in time. Sun Wukong delivered a powerful blow to Pei Pei's face before the kick could land. With a cry of despair, Pei Pei staggered back several steps. Damn it! He roared in fury, charging at Sun Wukong once more. Yet, before Pei Pei could reach him, a tremendous force struck his abdomen. Pei Pei glanced down to find Sun Wukong standing before him, and he promptly collapsed. Sun Wukong turned and walked back to join Gohan and the others. The East Kaishin inquired, So, Wukong, shall we proceed to the next level? Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively. Observing this, the East Kaishin promptly led Gohan and the others onward. Soon, they arrived at the second level, which, like the first, was devoid of any inhabitants. Strange, why is there no one here? Sun Wukong remarked. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. It seems likely that Babidi has no subordinates worth mentioning. Kakarot, once we deal with Babidi, you shall face me in battle. Sun Wukong remained silent, knowing that even if Vegeta engaged him in combat, he would not be a worthy opponent. At that moment, a creature with green skin, resembling a mantis, emerged. This monster was named Yego, a minion acquired by Babidi from the cosmos. The demon beast Yego, exclaimed the East Kaishin, taken aback by its sudden appearance. The demon beast Yego? He nodded gravely. Yego is a terrifying existence that instills fear across the universe. Wukong, you must exercise caution. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, while Vegeta displayed a dismissive expression. Kakarot, you just dealt with one. Leave this one to me. Very well. Sun Wukong agreed. As Vegeta approached Yego, the creature let out a cold smirk and forcefully stomped its feet against the ground, launching itself towards Vegeta. In an instant, Yego was upon him, striking forward. Vegeta, unfazed, sidestepped Yego's attack and delivered a powerful kick to its body. With a resounding impact, Yego was flung against the wall behind it. Damn it! Yego growled, quickly regaining its footing from the ground. At that moment, Vegeta's figure suddenly appeared before Yego, launching a powerful punch towards his chest. With a resounding crash and a scream of agony, Yego expelled a mouthful of bitter liquid. Chapter 26. The Resurrection of Majin Buu. How infuriating. Yego glared at Vegeta with intense rage. In that instant, Vegeta aimed his right hand at Yego's chest and unleashed a golden energy wave. With a thunderous impact, a golden blaze surged through Yego's body, letting out a loud, anguished cry. Yego's life force was extinguished as he collapsed onto the ground. Vegeta snorted coldly and strode over to join Goku and the others. East Kaishin, shall we proceed to the third level then? Indeed. Gohan nodded in agreement. In Babidi's control room, Babidi was incensed to see that Yego had not even lasted a minute, cursing him vehemently. However, his greater ire was directed at Spabovich and his cohorts for bringing Goku and the others. After venting his frustrations, Babidi began to chant a spell, lifting the seal on the giant egg of Majin Buu. Contrary to popular belief, the egg did not require an accumulation of energy to break the seal. Babidi simply desired to resurrect Majin Buu at full power. He was uncertain if a partial resurrection would be successful. As the seal was lifted, the giant egg shattered, splitting into two halves. A pink aura erupted from the egg, soaring towards the ceiling. Majin Buu, where is my Majin Buu? Babidi exclaimed in despair upon realizing the egg was empty, collapsing to the ground in utter hopelessness. Had he known, he would have insisted on waiting for the egg to gather energy before attempting the resurrection. Moments later, Babidi noticed a large mass of pink energy coalescing against the ceiling, forming a humanoid figure. After a brief interval, a rotund man with pink skin, half naked on the upper body, donned in white pants and dark brown shoes, adorned with wristbands, and possessing robust hands, materialized above. This individual was none other than Majin Buu. With a thunderous crash, Majin Buu descended from the ceiling, deliberately stomping his feet onto the ground, causing the entire control room to tremble violently. Babidi, who had just regained his footing, was jolted back to the floor, landing unceremoniously. Ouch! Babidi yelped in pain, quickly scrambling to his feet as he turned to Majin Buu, inquiring, "Are you Majin Buu?" "Oh ho ho." Majin Buu, filled with uncontained excitement, ignored Babidi question and began to roar joyfully. "Damn it!" Babidi, gritting his teeth in fury, exclaimed, "Majin Buu, if you dare defy me, I will seal you away again. I have studied my father's notes and know precisely how to imprison you once more." Upon hearing these words, Majin Buu immediately ceased his roar, and his expression transformed into one of utmost reverence. "Master Babidi, what are your commands?" Babidi, upon witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. "That is more like it. We shall now proceed to eliminate our nemesis, the Supreme Kai." Nemesis? Although Majin Buu's consciousness had only just begun to awaken, he could not recall having any adversaries. After all, those who opposed him had either perished at his hands or been absorbed by him. Babidi nodded affirmatively and led Majin Buu away from the control room. On the third level of Babidi's spaceship, Goku and his companions had already defeated all the soldiers stationed there. Suddenly, they sensed an overwhelmingly potent and malevolent energy. What a formidable power! Krillin trembled. Upon hearing this, the East Supreme Kai's expression darkened significantly. This energy. Before he could finish, Babidi appeared with Majin Buu. "Babidi!" Gohan exclaimed. Babidi smiled and nodded. "And who is this beside you?" "Majin Buu," the East Supreme Kai replied. What?" Jebet exclaimed in shock. Majin Buu had actually revived without gathering sufficient energy. Babidi chuckled. "Are you surprised, Supreme Kai?" "What is the meaning of this, Babidi?" the East Supreme Kai inquired. Babidi replied with a grin. "Under normal circumstances, Majin Buu should revive only when fully charged with energy. However, given my current predicament, I was unable to bring him back to full power, so I took a gamble and revived him without it. Though my Majin Buu has revived without being fully charged, I believe he will suffice to deal with you. Wouldn't you agree, Majin Buu?" Majin Buu nodded in agreement. Cursed be. The East Supreme Kai, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth in frustration. Had he known the situation would escalate to this point, he should have left Babidi some leeway. At that moment, Babidi suddenly cast a spell, transforming the surroundings into a landscape surrounded by mountains. "What is this place?" Krillin gasped. "This is Babidi's magic. He can alter the environment at will," the East Supreme Kai explained. "Magic?" "Indeed," the East Supreme Kai affirmed. Babidi smiled and declared, "Supreme Kai, this is the grave I have chosen for you. How do you like it?" Upon hearing this, the East Supreme Kai clenched his teeth and said, "Goku, you must escape quickly. Save yourselves while you can." Goku responded, "Escape?" "Yes. Do you not sense the immense power of Majin Buu?" "Lord Kaioshin, although the energy of Majin Buu is formidable, I believe he is not invincible." "Is that truly the case, Goku?" "Indeed." Son Goku nodded. At that moment, Vegeta, who was quite intrigued by Majin Buu, stepped forward and declared, "Kakarot, I shall confront this Majin Buu alone." East Kaioshin interjected, "Vegeta, are you suggesting that you will face him by yourself?" Vegeta nodded in affirmation. "No, Vegeta. The strength of Majin Buu is far beyond your expectations. It would be wiser to join forces with Goku and the others for a greater chance of success," East Kaioshin urged. However, Vegeta paid no heed to his words and strode purposefully towards Majin Buu. Babidi chuckled. "Majin Buu, since he has chosen to seek his demise first, grant him his wish." Majin Buu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Vegeta halted abruptly, his hands clenching tightly. With a colossal roar, Vegeta's hair and brow transformed to a golden hue, his eyes turned a light green, and his hair stood upright, enveloped in a crackling aura. This was the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Majin Buu, witnessing this, looked on in astonishment, for it was the first time he had encountered such a transformation in Vegeta. Just then, Vegeta shouted, propelling himself like a bolt of lightning towards Majin Buu, delivering powerful punches to his form. Chapter 27. Vegeta transformed into Chocolate Bang. Bang, bang. Under Vegeta's relentless onslaught, Majin Buu's body bore numerous imprints from the strikes. He staggered backward. "Majin Buu!" Babidi exclaimed in shock. Vegeta scoffed and delivered a fierce blow to Majin Buu's face. Boom! With a resounding crash, Majin Buu's visage was pushed inward. At that moment, Vegeta executed a high kick that landed heavily on Majin Buu's head, sending him crashing to the ground. "Majin Buu!" Babidi gasped in disbelief. The Majin Buu he had hoped for was proving to be so easily vanquished before Vegeta. Vegeta bellowed. gathering a golden energy wave in his hands and launching it at Majin Buu. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, a gaping hole was blasted through Majin Buu's body. Splendid! Father has annihilated Majin Buu, Trunks exclaimed joyfully, leaping with glee. However, Goku and the others remained silent. Although Majin Buu's head had been obliterated by Vegeta, his energy remained undiminished. Goten, what is happening? Why aren't they celebrating Father's victory over Majin Buu? Trunks questioned. Trunks, did you not notice that Majin Buu's energy has not diminished at all? Upon hearing this, Trunks sensed the energy of Majin Buu, which indeed showed no signs of diminishing. Just as Trunks pondered the reason behind Majin Buu's unwavering presence, the fallen creature abruptly rose from the ground, sprouting a new head. Subsequently, Majin Buu took a deep breath, causing the imprints of Vegeta's punches upon his body to vanish instantly. Majin Buu, Babidi, witnessing Buu's intact state, felt a surge of excitement within him. If Majin Buu were to perish so easily, his own fate would be sealed. I am enraged, Majin Buu bellowed, a torrent of white energy erupting from the hole atop his head. He then lunged towards Vegeta with astonishing speed. Bang! With a resounding crash, Majin Buu's right fist collided forcefully with Vegeta's face, sending him sprawling backward. As Buu released his clenched fist, he grasped Vegeta's head with both hands and forcefully drove his right knee into Vegeta's forehead. Bang! The impact of Majin Buu's knee against Vegeta's forehead elicited a harrowing scream from him. Immediately after, Buu released Vegeta's head and unleashed a flurry of punches akin to a tempest upon Vegeta's face. Bang! 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 Under the relentless onslaught of Majin Buu, Vegeta let out a piercing cry. Dad! Trunks shouted in fury, attempting to rush to his father's aid, but was restrained by Piccolo. Trunks, you must remain calm. Your father will be fine. But there's no but about it. Just then, a grumbling sound emanated from Majin Buu's stomach, signaling his hunger. He glanced at the battered Vegeta, and his antennae suddenly shot forth a beam of transformation towards him. Vegeta screamed as he was transformed into a chocolate figure of human size by Majin Buu. Vegeta, Dad! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Babidi, reveling in their shocked expressions, smugly proclaimed, "This is the fate that befalls those who offend Babidi. Today, all of you shall become Majin Buu's sustenance." Upon hearing this, the East Kai clenched his teeth in indignation. At that moment, Goten suddenly let out a fierce roar, transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. A Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, Goku exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated Goten would achieve this transformation at such a crucial moment. Goten, what immense power! This energy surpasses even Vegeta's by an unfathomable degree, the East Kai remarked gravely. Although he was aware of Goten's strength, it was the first time he experienced the intensity of Goten's 3rd-level Super Saiyan energy up close. Majin Buu, who had intended to devour Vegeta, was now captivated by Goten's formidable aura. As Sun Wukong observed the gathering crowd, he raised his hands to restrain the formidable Majin Buu. Trunks, hasten to rescue your father. Understood, Trunks affirmed, swiftly darting towards the chocolate-turned fragments of Vegeta strewn upon the ground. Father, he murmured softly as he lifted Vegeta away. What has befallen Majin Buu? Babidi inquired, noticing the creature's sudden stillness. However, Majin Buu remained unresponsive, instead erupting with an overwhelming surge of energy that broke Sun Wukong's grasp. Uncle Krillin, you must flee at once. I shall confront him. Very well, but exercise utmost caution. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Observing this, Krillin promptly retreated alongside Piccolo. East Kaishin, Gohan, shall we depart as well? Gohan regarded Sun Wukong, a twinge of unease gnawing at him. Although Sun Wukong was stronger, he was merely 7 years old and lacked combat experience. Gohan, you and Lord Kaishin should leave. I will ensure Sun Wukong's safety, if you insist, but be vigilant. Indeed, Sun Wukong affirmed. Babidi, noticing the intent to escape, immediately commanded Majin Buu, ensure they do not flee. Majin Buu nodded and charged towards Sun Wukong and his companions. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared before Majin Buu and delivered a powerful kick to the creature's head. With a resounding crash, Majin Buu was propelled like a projectile into the mountains behind him, which erupted in a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan and the others made their escape from the battlefield. After launching Majin Buu, Sun Wukong swiftly directed an energy blast towards Babidi. What? Babidi gasped. hastily conjuring a protective barrier. However, the sheer force of the energy blast overwhelmed the barrier, resulting in Babbidi's demise. Congratulations, Master. You have vanquished Babbidi and acquired the dark magic. Just then, a pink energy wave surged forth from the swirling dust. Sun Wukong instinctively dodged to the side. A figure materialized behind him, Majin Buu. As the creature prepared to attack, Sun Wukong executed a swift instant transmission, appearing directly behind Majin Buu. Instant transmission. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, puzzled as to how his son had mastered it without his instruction. While Sun Wukong pondered, his son seized Majin Buu's antenna with one hand and, with the other, delivered a lightning-fast punch to the creature's face. Chapter 28. Sun Wukong vs. Majin Buu. Bang, bang, bang. Due to the inherent elasticity of Majin Buu's body, when Goten struck with his left fist, Buu's form rebounded like a rubber ball, bouncing up and down. After delivering a series of blows, Goten flung Buu away with his right hand, gathering an immense amount of energy waves in both hands to launch an attack. With a series of resounding explosions, Buu's body shattered into fragments. Goten ceased his energy wave assault, patiently awaiting the regeneration of Buu's form. After a brief interval, Buu reconstituted himself, his expression filled with intense fury as he glared at Goten. With a mighty roar, Majin Buu propelled himself like a bolt towards Goten. Launching a powerful assault with his fists, Goten clenched his hands tightly and retaliated with equal force. The air was filled with the sound of rapid clashes as their fists collided with lightning speed. The ground trembled violently beneath them amidst the fervor of their combat. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others had not ventured far, but had instead perched upon a nearby mountain, observing the fierce battle from a distance. Remaining in their previous location would have undoubtedly hindered Goten and his companions' fight. Piccolo, what is the situation? Krillin inquired, struggling to discern the details of the battle. I cannot tell, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Though his strength surpassed Krillin's, he too was unable to perceive the intricacies of the fight. What should my father do? Uncle Piccolo? Trunks, standing behind them, asked. Piccolo, it seems the Dragon Balls still possess one wish. Perhaps we should use it to restore Vegeta, Krillin suggested. Absolutely not. With only one wish remaining, if Goten and the others cannot defeat Majin Buu, we may need the power of the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? The East Kaioshin inquired, perplexed. They are 7 orbs capable of granting any wish, Gohan explained. Indeed, such a miraculous object exists in this world. Gohan nodded in agreement. Gohan, shall we depart from Earth together and journey to the Kaioshin realm? The Kaioshin realm? Lord Kaioshin. Jebbet exclaimed in astonishment at the thought of taking a mortal like Gohan to such a realm. The Kaioshin realm is my residence. Lord Kaioshin, may I accompany Gohan? Piccolo inquired. The East Kaioshin nodded affirmatively. Why do you wish to take me to the Kaioshin realm? Gohan asked. To enhance your strength and enable you to defeat Majin Buu. Enhance my strength? Yes, you shall understand once you accompany us. The East Kaioshin, upon finishing his words, immediately instructed Jebbet to utilize instant transmission, transporting Gohan and Piccolo to the Kaioshin realm. Whoosh. Boom. Meanwhile, on Goten's side, after engaging in a fierce battle with Majin Buu, he once again obliterated the creature's form into fragments. However, due to Majin Buu's formidable regenerative abilities, he swiftly reconstituted himself. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Majin Buu. You have acquired the ability to survive in cosmic space and an extraordinary regenerative capability. As long as a single cell remains, he can continuously resurrect. His body can liquefy, manipulate telekinesis, and transform with beams of light. Is this truly a defeat? Indeed, Master, this conclusion is drawn from the system's analysis. At that moment, Goku suddenly soared from the distance to Goten's side, exclaiming, Goten, allow me to spar with this fellow. Goten nodded in agreement. Observing this, Goku clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upward. With a tremendous roar, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. He then continued to amplify his energy. As Goku had only recently mastered the 3rd tier of Super Saiyan, he was yet unable to fully control the energy radiating from him, causing his aura to spread uncontrollably across the entire Earth. The planet trembled under the influence of Goku's energy, resulting in earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and various natural disasters. Gohan and the others, already in the Kaioshin realm, could still feel Goku's overwhelming presence. Dad, I never imagined that a mortal's energy could reach the Kaioshin realm from Earth. Jebet exclaimed, astonished. What is happening? Wasn't Goten just battling Majin Buu? How is it that Dad now exudes such tremendous energy? I'm not entirely sure. But I can still sense Goten's energy, so I believe someone else has taken over the fight. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters now is to draw forth the Kaioshin sword. The Kaioshin sword? Yes. It is said that drawing the Kaioshin sword grants one the power of the universe itself. Thus, if you manage to pull it out, you shall obtain the might of the cosmos. Boom. On Earth, as the ground trembled violently, Goku successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. I apologize for the wait. I have only recently mastered this transformation. Majin Buu, upon hearing this, clenched his fists and lunged at Goku with the swiftness of an arrow. Goku smiled and charged towards Majin Buu in kind. In the blink of an eye, both warriors stood before each other, fists and feet colliding with one another. Bang! Their right fists struck each other's faces simultaneously, sending both their heads snapping back. Quickly recovering, they retracted their right fists, unleashing a flurry of blows that crashed together once more. Bang! Thus, after a fierce exchange, Sun Wukong executed a swift horizontal kick with his right foot, sending the formidable Majin Buu flying. Majin Buu, clenching his fists, quickly stabilized himself upon the ground. In that moment, Sun Wukong darted forward, delivering a powerful flying kick aimed at Majin Buu's abdomen. With a resounding crash, Majin Buu was propelled like a projectile, crashing into a massive mountain behind him, which erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong swiftly brought his hands together, declaring, Kamehameha. A deep azure energy wave coalesced in his palms and surged forth towards Majin Buu. Soon, the Kamehameha struck its target, resulting in a violent explosion that echoed through the air. Thunderous booms resounded as the mountain and Majin Buu were engulfed in the blast. As the smoke dissipated, remnants of Majin Buu's form littered the ground. Chapter 29. The Kaioshin sword. Sun Wukong gazed at the scattered remnants of Majin Buu, his expression turning grave. Is even the Kamehameha insufficient? He pondered aloud. Just as the words left his lips, Majin Buu's form began to regenerate. I am enraged, he bellowed, as his arms elongated towards Sun Wukong's shoulders. Sun Wukong, startled, prepared to fend off the advancing limbs. However, Majin Buu swiftly extended his arm, closing the distance in an instant, and collided his forehead forcefully against Sun Wukong's. Sun Wukong let out a cry of distress, stumbling backward. In that precious moment, Majin Buu executed a sweeping kick, sending Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. Majin Buu then lunged forward, his fists raining down like a tempest upon Sun Wukong. Alarmed, Sun Wukong raised his hands to defend against the onslaught. With each ferocious strike from Majin Buu, the ground erupted in clouds of dust. Suddenly, Sun Wukong slid forward, delivering a heavy kick that sent Majin Buu soaring into the air. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong scrambled to his feet, gasping for breath. What is happening? My energy should not deplete so swiftly, especially after my revival, he murmured to himself. At that very instant, Majin Buu suspended himself in the air, unleashing a barrage of pink energy waves directed at Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong shouted, launching a multitude of golden energy waves towards Majin Buu. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With a series of colossal explosions, the two energy waves collided, igniting a spectacle of chaos as smoke and flames engulfed both the sky and the ground. Kaioshin realm. At this moment, Son Gohan was brought by the East Kaioshin to a stone pillar in the center of a pond. Embedded within the pillar was a sword, with only its hilt protruding. This sword was the Kaioken sword. Gohan, this is the Kaioken sword. If you manage to draw it, you may very well defeat Majin Buu. With determination, Son Gohan took a deep breath and grasped the hilt of the sword, pulling with all his might. From a distance, Piccolo, standing on the grass, hoped fervently for Gohan to succeed. Meanwhile, Jebet, who stood beside Piccolo, expressed skepticism about Gohan's ability to draw the sword. After a while of straining, Gohan found the Kaioken sword exceedingly difficult to remove. Not only did he fail to extract it, but his hands also became red and swollen from the effort. Breathing heavily, Gohan took note of his injured hands. Jebet, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle, saying, the Kaioken sword is difficult even for the Kaioshin. What makes you think a mere mortal can pull it out? Jebet, the East Kaioshin admonished, reprimanding him for his mockery of Gohan. Jebet, though holding a certain disdain for mortals, respected the East Kaishin's authority and fell silent. Gohan, undeterred, clenched his fists tightly. With a mighty roar, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan! Jebbet exclaimed, his earlier arrogance fading as he recognized the power of this transformation, his expression shifting to one of concern. At that moment, Gohan seized the hilt of the Kaioken sword once more, radiating an immense golden aura, and with a fierce pull, he yanked it upward. The ground trembled beneath him as the stone pillar shook violently under Gohan's formidable strength. The pond below roiled in response to the upheaval, and in that instant, the Kaioken sword was dislodged slightly. Upon witnessing this, the East Kaishin's face lit up with joy. Suddenly, Gohan let out a powerful roar, exerting all his strength to draw the Kaioken's sword from the pillar, sending it soaring into the air. The upper portion of the stone pillar crumbled as the sword was extracted. Gasping for breath, Gohan brought the sword to Piccolo's side. "How do you feel, Gohan? Do you sense an increase in your power?" inquired the East Kaishin. "Not particularly stronger, but I do find this sword quite heavy," Gohan replied. "I see." The East Kaishin responded, his demeanor turning somber. If the Kaioken sword did not enhance Gohan's strength, their chances of defeating Majin Buu seemed bleak. However, "Do not be too disheartened, Kaishin. Perhaps I can wield this sword effectively enough to overcome Majin Buu," Gohan reassured him. "Is that so? Then practice that sword diligently." Upon hearing this, East Kaishin immediately felt a glimmer of hope rekindled within him. Gohan nodded and reverted to his normal state. However, due to the sword's considerable weight, he lost his grip, and it fell heavily to the ground. Jebbet, witnessing Gohan struggle to hold the sword, couldn't help but express his disbelief. "Is this sword truly so heavy that you cannot even grasp it?" Gohan replied. "If that's the case, then you should help me pick it up." Unfazed, he couldn't fathom how a mere sword could be so burdensome. Jebbet, determined, squatted down and exerted himself to lift the sword. The weight was indeed formidable. His hands turned red and swollen, and his face flushed as he exerted every ounce of strength, yet he still could not raise it. Eventually, exhausted, he relinquished his grip, causing himself to tumble heavily to the ground. Had it not been for his red skin, one could only imagine how crimson his face would appear at that moment. The pain was quite excruciating. Piccolo, relishing the moment, let out a cold snort. Jebbet had always looked down upon mortals due to his status as the Kaishin's attendant, harboring a sense of superiority. Were it not for his respect for East Kaishin, he might have dealt Jebbet a few slaps. "How about that?" Gohan chuckled. "Ahem." Jebbet, upon hearing this, coughed and swiftly rose from the ground. "Indeed, the sword is quite heavy, but I believe that once you train sufficiently to wield it with ease, you will be able to defeat Majin Buu." Gohan, with great effort, managed to lift the Kaishin's sword from the ground. "Lord Kaishin, what is the current situation on Earth?" "I am uncertain, but Goku's energy is diminishing." "Diminishing?" "Yes, I believe he cannot hold on much longer, so you must become stronger swiftly." Gohan nodded in agreement. On Earth, Goku, having exhausted his stamina from maintaining Super Saiyan 3rd grade, reverted back to the Super Saiyan form. Chapter 30. Majin Buu transformed into a chocolate ball Goku. Krillin exclaimed as he witnessed Goku's transformation back to Super Saiyan, his fists clenching tightly. Just then, Goten exerted himself, unleashing an astonishing aura that enveloped him. A multitude of sand and gravel floated in the air under the influence of Goten's energy. Goku gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Goten emanated an intensely brilliant white light. A column of white light shot from Goten's body, reaching skyward. Violent winds erupted from the light column, sweeping outward in all directions. Goten's energy gradually transitioned from white to a vibrant red, as the white light gradually faded from him. Son Goten's hair transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, his eyes enlarged and revealed distinct pupils, taking on a striking contour with black and red shades in the irises and pupils, respectively. His entire being radiated an aura akin to the flames of the sun. This was the form of the Super Saiyan God. Since mortals are incapable of sensing divine energy, neither Goku nor the others could perceive Goten's essence. "Goten, what is this transformation? Why can I not sense your energy?" inquired Goku. "This is the Super Saiyan God, the divine transformation of the Super Saiyan. Mortals cannot perceive divine energy. Is that so? Does the Super Saiyan God surpass the 3rd tier of Super Saiyan?" "Indeed," Goten affirmed with a nod. "In the realm of the Kaishin, the Eastern Kaishin, being a deity, sensed Goten's energy. However, he was unaware that it belonged to Goten. What is happening? A powerful divine energy has suddenly appeared on Earth, exclaimed the Eastern Kaishin. Divine energy? Yes, in simple terms, it is the essence of the gods. You mortals cannot perceive such divine presence. Divine presence? Lord Kaishin, are there still gods in this universe of whom you are unaware? Indeed, the Eastern Kaishin replied. For instance, the new deity Dandy on Earth, had he not visited, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of gods on that planet. And what of Goku and the others? My lord, I can still sense Goku's energy, but Goten's. Goten, what has happened to him? While practicing his swordsmanship, Gohan overheard their conversation and rushed over. Visibly agitated. Gohan, you must remain calm. I simply cannot sense Goten's energy. Upon hearing this, Gohan clenched his teeth tightly. On Earth, after explaining to Goku, Goten immediately turned his attention to Majin Buu. Majin Buu, with a furious expression, was staring at the two. This was the first time he encountered opponents as formidable as Goku and Goten. Curse them. Majin Buu gritted his teeth and lunged towards Goten like a dart. Goten stood resolutely, unmoving. Just as Majin Buu was about to reach him, Goten's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Majin Buu. Before Majin Buu could react, Goten delivered a powerful kick to the back of his head. Majin Buu's body shot forward like a projectile, crashing into the mountain ahead with tremendous force. Boom. With a resounding explosion, a large crater was formed in the mountain. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. Raising his right hand, Goten unleashed a barrage of energy waves directed at Majin Buu. Whoosh, bang, boom, 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 with a series of thunderous explosions. Majin Buu and the towering mountain before him swiftly transformed into a cloud of dust under the bombardment of Goten. Upon witnessing this, Goten immediately ceased his assault. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, a myriad of pink energy began to coalesce in the sky. This energy rapidly took the form of Majin Buu. Initially, due to the intense energy waves, Buu's body appeared charred. After a moment, the soot on his form dissipated. Majin Buu gazed at Goten, and from the holes atop his head, a torrent of white vapor erupted. He was genuinely incensed by Goten's actions. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Majin Buu darted towards Goten like a bolt, launching a powerful attack with his fists. Goten deftly evaded Buu's strikes, moving gracefully to the left and right. Incredible! Goku exclaimed. Although the two were merely engaged in a brief skirmish, Goku discerned that Goten's strength was decidedly superior to that of Majin Buu. Just as Goku marveled at this, Goten clenched his fists tightly and, like lightning, struck Buu squarely in the face. With each ferocious blow, Buu was forced backward, emitting anguished cries. In a sudden maneuver, Goten seized Buu's antennae and spun him around several times before hurling him into the sky. With a whoosh, Majin Buu soared thousands of meters into the air. Damn it! Buu seethed, coming to a halt midair. At that moment, a golden beam shot up from the ground, striking Buu and erupting in a tremendous explosion. Under the force of this colossal blast, Buu's body was obliterated. After a while, as the smoke from the explosion cleared, Buu's form reconstituted itself. Goten, observing the revived Majin Buu, found himself at a loss, unsure whether to vanquish or subdue him. According to the original Dragon Ball lore, there are two aspects of Majin Buu, the entity itself and its malevolent consciousness. It is a common trait for individuals to harbor dark thoughts. For instance, the original King Piccolo was a manifestation of such negativity, separated from the Earth's guardian. Majin Buu is notoriously difficult to control, otherwise, Bibidi would not have chosen to seal him away. Just as Goten pondered these thoughts, Majin Buu surged towards him with the speed of a dart. Goten swiftly repositioned himself behind Buu. Transformation beam, he declared, raising his right hand to unleash a pink ray, transforming Majin Buu into a chocolate ball. What? Exclaimed the North Kai, witnessing this astonishing spectacle from North Kai's planet. To everyone's astonishment, Goten managed to transform the formidable Majin Buu, who even Goku could not defeat, into a chocolate ball. The sight left Krillin and the others utterly flabbergasted. This is incredible, Goku exclaimed with delight. At that moment, Goten grasped the transformed Majin Buu in his palm and soared towards Krillin and the others. Chapter 31. Borrowing the realm of the Supreme Kai with a swift motion. Goten landed before Trunks. Goten, exclaimed Trunks. Goten nodded and unleashed a beam of pink light from his left hand, reverting the chocolate-encased Vegeta back to his original form. Father! Trunks rushed forward, overjoyed at seeing Vegeta restored. What just happened, Trunks? Where is Majin Buu? Vegeta inquired, his brow furrowed. Dad, you were turned into a piece of chocolate by Majin Buu. Trunks replied. Chocolate? Vegeta's heart surged with fury upon hearing this. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, being turned into chocolate was an unparalleled humiliation. And what of Majin Buu? He demanded. He has been transformed into a chocolate ball by Goten. Trunks informed him. A chocolate ball? Vegeta's gaze shifted to Goten, who was in the state of Super Saiyan God, his teeth clenched in anger. What kind of transformation is this, Goten? This is called Super Saiyan God, a divine transformation of the Super Saiyan. Goten explained. A divine transformation of the Super Saiyan? Vegeta echoed incredulously. And where is Majin Buu now? Goten raised his right fist, loosening his grip to reveal a brown chocolate ball. This chocolate ball is Majin Buu. Give me that chocolate ball, Goten. Vegeta commanded. Certainly, but Uncle Vegeta, you must not destroy it. Otherwise, he will revert to Majin Buu. Goten warned. Not destroy it. Are you saying he is not dead? Vegeta asked, his frustration mounting. Goten nodded in affirmation. He is merely temporarily transformed into a chocolate ball. After some time, he will regain his original form. If you destroy him, he will recover prematurely. How infuriating. Vegeta seethed, consumed by rage. He yearned to exact vengeance upon Majin Buu. Yet he understood that with his current strength, he could not hope to defeat him. Then give him to me. I will not destroy him. Vegeta proposed after a moment's contemplation. Very well, Goten replied, promptly handing the chocolate ball to Vegeta. What do you intend to do, Vegeta? Krillin inquired. Ignoring Krillin's question, Vegeta hurled the chocolate ball to the ground and began to stomp on it furiously. Just because I cannot destroy the chocolate ball, does that mean I cannot trample it? He thought. Dad, I'll help you stomp on it. Trunks exclaimed, rushing forward to assist in crushing the already flattened chocolate ball. Krillin and the others stood in stunned silence at the unfolding scene. Is this still the aloof Vegeta? The ground beneath their relentless stomping immediately erupted with a cacophony of thuds and a cloud of dust. All right, Trunks, cease your stomping. Vegeta commanded, having vented his frustrations. Yes, Father, Trunks responded. Goten glanced at the chocolate ball, now flattened like parchment, and mused to himself about its remarkable softness, noting that it remained unscathed despite the trampling. Trunks, could you return the chocolate ball to Goten? Trunks nodded and handed Goten a piece of thin paper, its shape indiscernible. Upon receiving it, Goten expertly reshaped it back into a sphere, cradling it in his hand. By the way, Goten, how did you come to master Majin Buu's techniques? Vegeta inquired. I'm not quite sure. I just glanced at his moves and somehow grasped them. Goten replied. A mere glance. Vegeta pondered, skepticism creeping into his mind. For even a prodigy like himself could not simply observe a technique and instantly replicate it, unless Goten had prior knowledge of it. So, Goten, how did you know to revert me back? Goten had witnessed Majin Buu use his transformation beam, and with his extraordinary intuition, he had managed to learn Buu's techniques, which seemed plausible. However, he had reverted himself without seeing Buu employ that particular move, which was perplexing. Uncle Vegeta, what if I said this revelation came to me after mastering Buu's techniques? Would you believe me? I do not believe that. Vegeta shook his head. Oh well, believe what you will. Goten chuckled. Regardless of Vegeta's belief, the fact remained that he had transformed Vegeta back. Goten, you just mentioned that Majin Buu could revert as well, correct? Goten nodded. That technique belongs to Majin Buu. He must possess a way to undo it. Though it may take some time. If that is the case, why not simply eliminate him? Majin Buu had formidable regenerative abilities, and unless every cell was obliterated, he would rise again. By the way, where's my brother? He was taken to the Supreme Kai's realm for training. The Supreme Kai's realm? Yes, Krillin affirmed. Is that so? In that case, I shall join him. You too? Krillin asked, bewildered. Indeed, Goten declared, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, instantly teleporting to the Supreme Kai's realm. Teleportation. Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Goku, when did you teach him to teleport? I didn't. I have no idea how he learned my teleportation technique. Vegeta clenched his jaw tightly. Could it be that Goten truly possessed extraordinary insight? In the Supreme Kai's realm, at this moment, Son Gohan was wielding the King Kai sword on a grassy field when a figure suddenly appeared beside East Kai. It was none other than Son Goten. Son Goten, exclaimed East Kai in surprise. Piccolo and the others were equally astonished, particularly Jebbet. A mere mortal has somehow arrived in the realm of the Kai. Son Goten nodded affirmatively. Your energy, Goten, how has it transformed into that of a deity? Inquired East Kai. This is my transformation into a Super Saiyan God. A Super Saiyan God transformation? Indeed. It is the Super Saiyan God. Then, Goten, that was instantaneous movement you just executed, correct? Son Goten nodded once more. And what of Majin Buu? Why has his presence suddenly vanished? Upon hearing this, Son Goten relaxed his tightly clenched fist. He has now been transformed into a chocolate ball by me. Are you implying that this chocolate ball is Majin Buu? East Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Son Goten confirmed. If that is the case, why do you not eliminate him? It is not that I wish to refrain from obliterating him, but if I destroy this chocolate ball, Majin Buu's form will revert to its original state. Revert again. East Kai gasped. What are we to do? Lord Kai, may I borrow the Kai realm? Chapter 32, Subduing Majin Buu. East Kai was taken aback. Having been a Kai for so long, he had never heard anyone request to borrow the Kai realm. Son Goten nodded. Yes, I have been battling Majin Buu for quite some time, and I fear that if he cannot defeat me, he may self-destruct and annihilate the earth. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately recalled Cell's self-destruction. Had he not been so reckless, Goku would not have perished in Cell's explosion. Consequently, he felt a twinge of shame, pondering why he had not been as cautious as Goten. Self-destruction. East Kai gasped again. What if he self-destructs in the Kai realm? Do not worry. Your Kai realm is sparsely populated. If necessary, I can summon the dragon to restore it. After hearing this, East Kai gritted his teeth resolutely. Very well. I agree to lend you the Kai realm. As a Kai, he understood the gravity of certain matters. Lord Kai, Jebbet exclaimed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that East Kai would acquiesce to Son Goten's request. It is of no consequence, Jebbet. If the Kai realm were to vanish, it could be recreated. Compared to the entirety of humanity on Earth, this is trivial. Jebbet nodded in agreement. Now, Lord Kai, you must hasten to Earth. Majin Buu should be recovering shortly. Understood. East Kai affirmed. Son Gohan. Goten, I have grown stronger. I wish to remain and fight alongside you. No need, brother. I can handle him alone. Goten replied. Very well. Gohan, I believe it is best to leave this to Goten, advised the East Kaishin. Indeed, Gohan. Piccolo echoed in agreement. All right then, Gohan declared, promptly departing the Kaishin realm with the East Kaishin and the others. Gohan glanced at the chocolate ball in his hand, tossed it to the ground, and transformed back. Upon witnessing his own restoration, Majin Buu turned to Goten and asked, Why did you revert me? I wish for you to mend your ways. Mend my ways? Indeed. If you promise to cease your destruction, I shall provide you with an abundance of delectable candies and cookies. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu's stomach rumbled audibly. He had not consumed anything since his release from confinement. Well? Goten inquired with a smile. Then give me the candies and cookies. As he spoke, Goten produced a universal capsule and tossed it to the ground, where a plethora of candies and cookies materialized. These treats were procured with the money he earned from selling wild game from the mountains. Majin Buu's eyes widened at the sight of the sweets, and he began to drool uncontrollably. Of course, but only if you promise to mend your ways. Majin Buu wasted no time in tearing open the wrappers and indulging in the treats. Soon, all the candies and cookies Goten had brought forth were devoured. Is there more? Majin Buu inquired. Goten chuckled awkwardly. That's all. Though I earned some money from selling wild game. It is, after all, limited. However, if you agree to change your ways, I can retrieve more. Majin Buu gazed deeply at Goten and replied, Very well. I accept your terms, for your strength surpasses mine. Nodding in affirmation, Goten said, Please wait a moment. I shall fetch you something to eat. With that, he instantaneously transported himself back to Earth. Goten. The East Kaishin and the others were taken aback at Goten's sudden return. Goten, what became of Majin Buu? Piccolo asked. He has promised to mend his ways. Mend his ways? Goten, you must not trust Majin Buu. He is a creature conjured by Bibidi. The East Kaishin exclaimed excitedly. I understand. But we currently lack the means to eliminate him. It may be wise to keep him within the Kaishin realm for now. But will he truly obey? The East Kaishin questioned. He will, as long as he is provided with ample candies and cookies. Candies and cookies? Indeed. Thus, we must enlist Bulma's assistance. Goten remarked, turning his gaze to Goku. Son Wukong. Then I shall seek out Bulma to assist in preparing an abundant supply of candy cookies. Son Goten nodded thoughtfully. So, Lord Supreme Kai, will you remain on Earth for a while? I presume you would prefer not to share the same planet as Majin Buu, correct? Very well. East Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. Uncle Yamcha, would you be willing to accompany Majin Buu in the Supreme Kai realm for a spell? Accompany Majin Buu, you say? Upon hearing this, Yamcha was instantly struck with trepidation. Son Goten actually wanted him to keep Majin Buu company. Son Goten affirmed with a nod. What if he were to kill me? He has now turned over a new leaf. Should he harm you, we can resurrect you with the Dragon Balls. Since that is the case, why not let Krillin go instead? Uncle Krillin has a family to care for. Besides, you are alone, are you not? At this remark, Yamcha felt as though a knife had pierced through his heart. What about Tien and Kaiatsu? Are they not also single? They are busy training. Hearing this, Yamcha felt yet another stab of despair in his heart. Observing from the sidelines, Krillin could not help but chuckle. Yamcha, I think you should indeed accompany Majin Buu. Yamcha snorted in response. Don't get too cocky, Krillin. I shall surely find someone. Is that so? Krillin replied with a faint smile. So, Uncle Yamcha, are you willing to go to the Supreme Kai realm to spend time with Majin Buu? While I would not be particularly inclined, for the sake of everyone, I shall make this sacrifice. Son Goten nodded and turned to his brother Gohan, who was holding the Supreme Kai sword. Brother, what is this sword? This is the Supreme Kai sword. The Supreme Kai sword? Indeed, Lord Supreme Kai mentioned that if one can wield this sword with ease, perhaps they could defeat Majin Buu. Is that so? May I see the sword? Very well, but be cautious. It is quite heavy. Son Goten nodded in understanding. Gohan immediately handed the Supreme Kai sword to Son Goten. With one hand, Son Goten lifted it, and with lightning speed, he thrust it forward in a series of rapid jabs. The East Supreme Kai and Jebet were taken aback, while they were aware of Son Goten's formidable strength. Witnessing him wield the Supreme Kai sword with such agility left them in awe. At that moment, Son Goten ceased his practice and returned the sword to Gohan. Brother, practice well with this sword. Perhaps you truly can defeat Majin Buu. Gohan felt a peculiar sensation at those words, as if they were spoken from an elder to a younger. Yet, he felt he should be the elder in this scenario. This sense of reversal stemmed primarily from the fact that Son Goten was indeed stronger. Chapter 33, Zampa and Bardos. Well then, Uncle Yamcha, shall I escort you to the Supreme Kai realm? Shall we go now? Should we not wait for Wukong to join us? There's no need for hesitation. Let's proceed at once. Son Goten, upon hearing this, instantly teleported Yamcha to the Kaioshin realm. At that moment, the Majin Buu sat languidly upon a large rock. Boredom etched upon his face. Upon seeing Son Goten's return, a wave of joy surged within him, prompting him to rush over. Goten. Son Goten nodded in acknowledgement. Who is this? This is Uncle Yamcha. Uncle Yamcha? Yamcha chuckled at this, responding, you are older than me. There's no need to address me as uncle like Goten. Just call me Yamcha. Yamcha. Indeed. Yamcha nodded. So, Goten, where's the food? My father has gone to fetch it. It may take a little while. Oh, Majin Buu said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Then, Uncle Yamcha, why don't you keep Majin Buu company for a while? Me? Yamcha pointed to himself, surprised. Yes. Very well. Yamcha glanced at Majin Buu, still somewhat apprehensive about playing with him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved a stack of comics and magazines from his clothing and presented them to Majin Buu. Majin Buu, take a look at this. What is this? This is a comic, and this is a magazine featuring beautiful women. They are quite captivating. Majin Buu examined the covers of the magazines and comics, ultimately selecting one comic and began to read. Ha! Majin Buu burst into laughter after a short while, prompting Yamcha to relax slightly. Son Goten, witnessing this, settled down upon the grass nearby. In the 7th universe, a tall woman with blue-green skin and long white hair styled in a high ponytail flew at superluminal speeds alongside a stout, short-tailed man resembling a portly version of Beerus. These two were Kampa and Vados from the 6th universe. Their presence in the 7th universe was due to Kampa's desire to collect the Super Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Vados decelerated and came to a halt. What are you doing, Vados? Kampa inquired, noticing her sudden stop. Raising her staff, Vados revealed Son Goten's image within the crystal ball atop it. What's the matter, Vados? Nothing, Lord Kampa. I merely sensed a powerful divine aura and felt curious. A powerful divine aura? Is it that of a god of destruction? Not at all. Vados shook her head. This is a divine presence I have never encountered before. Kampa stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do you think he might be a candidate chosen by Beerus to become a god of destruction? I am uncertain. But since he is in the Kaioshin realm, he could very well be the next Kaioshin. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the god of destruction, Kampa, expressed his concerns. Surely he hasn't discovered our presence, he mused. They had seized the opportunity to gather the Super Dragon Balls while Beerus remained in slumber. Upon awakening, Beerus would undoubtedly seek retribution for the pilfering of the Super Dragon Balls from Universe 7. I am uncertain, responded Vados with a smile. Kampa-sama, you wouldn't be apprehensive about him informing Lord Beerus of your visit to Universe 7, would you? With a dismissive snort, Kampa retorted, if I were afraid of him, I would not have ventured into Universe 7. Ah, then let us continue our search for the Super Dragon Balls, Vados suggested, clearing her throat. You mentioned that his divine aura is quite formidable. Shall we pay him a visit? Visit? Kampa echoed, contemplating, indeed, to ascertain whether he is the candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7. Vados chuckled, Kampa-sama, you are indeed fearful. I am not. I am merely intrigued by his strength. Kampa insisted stubbornly. With that, Vados pointed her staff toward the cosmic void, and her form, alongside Kampa, surged forward at superluminal speed. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Kai realm, Goten sat upon a grassy expanse, gazing up at the cosmos. Due to the unique geographical positioning of the Supreme Kai realm, numerous beautiful planets dotted the vicinity of the tower. How I wish I possessed my own planet, Goten murmured wistfully. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him, none other than Goku. Dad, Goten exclaimed. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Goten, I brought the candy and cookies. Then you should give the candy and cookies to Majin Buu. Goku replied, opening a versatile capsule and tossing it to the ground. With a loud bang, a plethora of candies, cookies, and cakes materialized amidst a cloud of white smoke. Treats. Majin Buu, engrossed in his comic, immediately set it aside and rushed over. His interest in food outweighed that of his reading material. With a jovial demeanor, Goku remarked, Goten, this fellow certainly has a hearty appetite. Goten nodded in agreement. Just then, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura approaching them, causing his expression to shift to one of grave seriousness. Such a potent divine presence. Could it be Beerus? No, that cannot be. Beerus still has 5 years before he awakens, Goten pondered internally. What troubles you, Goten? Goku inquired, noticing his son's change in demeanor. There is an immensely powerful energy drawing near. Goten responded. Powerful energy? Why do I not sense it? Goku questioned. It is divine energy. Divine? Is it stronger than yours? Indeed, Goten confirmed with a nod. As soon as the words were spoken, a brilliant white light descended before Sun Wukong and his companions. When the light dissipated, 2 figures emerged. These 2 were none other than Kampa and Beerus. Kampa, Sun Wukong thought to himself. Who are you? He inquired. Greetings, my name is Beerus, the servant of Lord Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. And standing beside me is none other than Lord Kampa himself. Universe 6? Sun Wukong responded, a look of confusion crossing his face. Indeed, there are 12 universes in total, and the one you currently inhabit is Universe 7. Beerus explained, glancing around. By the way, where is the Supreme Kai of your universe? The Supreme Kai is currently on Earth, Sun Wukong replied. Earth? Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Kampa surveyed the 4 of them and asked, Beerus, which one among them possesses a strong divine aura? Due to Son Goten having returned to his normal state, Kampa was unable to sense the divine energy emanating from him. It is the smallest one among them. Beerus chuckled. The smallest? Kampa turned his gaze towards Son Goten. Could it be him? Yes, Beerus affirmed with a nod. Young one, what is your name? I am Son Goten. Do you know Beerus? No, I don't. Son Goten shook his head. You don't? Hasn't the Supreme Kai told you about Beerus? In fact, I only met the Supreme Kai today. Today? Kampa looked at Beerus with surprise. Beerus, did you not say he is to be the next Supreme Kai? Lord Kampa, I mentioned it might be the case. Then what about the divine aura? That, Lord Kampa, you must inquire of him. Oh, Kampa turned his attention back to Son Goten. Son Goten, what is the nature of your divine aura? It is my divine transformation, which I refer to as Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Yes, Son Goten nodded. Can you transform for me to see? Certainly, Son Goten replied, clenching his fists with determination, an astonishing aura radiating from his entire being as he ascended. Huh. With a powerful shout, Son Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God, you say? Kampa smiled. Suddenly, he noticed Majin Buu, who had been indulging in candies and cakes, and approached him. Hey you, did you not see me? I did, and what of it? And what of it? Do you know who I am? I am the god of destruction. Believe it or not, I could obliterate you in an instant. Upon hearing the words, Majin Buu's expression immediately turned serious. Goten, noticing this, quickly intervened to prevent a conflict between the two. Lord Kampa, he is uneducated and knows nothing. Please do not hold it against him. Humph. Kampa scoffed. If you wish for me to overlook him, then let him provide me with those delicacies. Goten hesitated at this remark. Majin Buu had only just been subdued. Provoking him now would likely lead to his rebellion. Yet, disregarding Kampa's demand might incite his wrath, resulting in an inevitable confrontation, or worse, the abandonment of Majin Buu. Lord Kampa, perhaps I could offer you something else? No, I want cake, Majin Buu exclaimed, immediately licking the untouched cake with his tongue. You rascal! Kampa's fists clenched, and in an instant, he appeared before Majin Buu, delivering a powerful punch that sent him soaring into the air. Lord Kampa! Beerus gasped, taken aback by Kampa's sudden aggression. Seeing this, Goten quickly turned to Goku beside him. Dad, you and Uncle Yamcha should return to Earth and fetch some food from Bulma. Food? Yes, otherwise, even the Kaioshin realm may be in jeopardy. Understood, Goku replied, immediately using instant transmission to take Yamcha back to Earth. In the sky, Kampa was relentlessly attacking Majin Buu with one hand. With a thunderous crash, his right fist struck Buu's face, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact stirred up a massive cloud of dust. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, a huge crater emerged in the ground, with Majin Buu lying helplessly within it. Damn it! Majin Buu gritted his teeth, quickly rising from the ground. White steam billowing from the hole atop his head. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged toward Kampa. However, Kampa remained unmoved, standing his ground. Soon, Majin Buu reached Kampa, launching a series of powerful punches, all of which Kampa effortlessly evaded. Suddenly, with a wicked grin, Kampa delivered a swift kick to Buu's abdomen. Akin to kicking a soccer ball, with a resounding thud, Majin Buu was sent flying backward like a projectile. In an instant, Kampa flashed behind him, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy. With the resounding roar of a colossal explosion, the destructive energy erupted, enveloping Majin Buu in a thick cloud of smoke generated by the blast. Kampa, with a flicker of movement, returned to the side of Beerus. After a brief moment, as the smoke dissipated, Majin Buu stood in a disheveled state, gasping for breath. In light of your ignorance of decorum, I shall spare you today. But should there be a next time, the outcome may not be so lenient, Kampa stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu clenched his teeth tightly, and the white mist emanating from the hole in his head intensified. Suddenly, Majin Buu let out a pained scream, clutching his head with both hands. Kampa inquired, what is happening to him? I do not know, Beerus replied, shaking his head. Come out. After a moment of anguished cries, Majin Buu expelled a cloud of black energy from his mouth. This dark mist swiftly transformed into a lean, black-skinned version of Majin Buu, the evil Majin Buu. Now there are two of them, Kampa exclaimed. It appears he is split. Split? Yes, that leaner one is brimming with malevolence. Is that so? Then I presume we are in for an entertaining spectacle, Kampa remarked with a grin. I believe so. At that moment, the two Majin Buus locked eyes, each intent on eliminating the other to become the sole Majin Buu. Who are you? I am Majin Buu. I am also Majin Buu. With that declaration, both figures shot forward like arrows, colliding with one another. The air around them stirred with dust as they engaged in a fierce battle, their fists and feet striking like lightning. With a resounding thud, the evil Majin Buu delivered a powerful blow, sending the original Majin Buu flying. Majin Buu clenched his fists and quickly steadied himself midair. Just then, the evil Majin Buu appeared before him, delivering a swift kick that sent Majin Buu hurtling away. With a thunderous crash, Majin Buu soared like a projectile into the mountains behind him, sending plumes of dust into the air. The evil Majin Buu clasped his hands together, unleashing a pink energy wave directed at Majin Buu. With a tremendous explosion, the mountains behind Majin Buu were obliterated, leaving him charred and battered. I did not anticipate that the lean one would possess such power, Kampa remarked, a smile playing on his lips. This is akin to your rivalry with Lord Beerus. I am stronger than Beerus, Kampa retorted angrily. Chapter 35, Goten vs. Kampa. Just then, the evil Majin Buu launched a pink beam from his antennae towards Majin Buu. Upon witnessing this, Majin Buu directed his antennae to unleash a pink beam towards the evil Majin Buu. Bang! The two pink beams collided with equal force. Suddenly, the evil Majin Buu bellowed, causing his beam to propel Majin Buu backward. With a crackle, Majin Buu was transformed into a cookie. Transformed into a cookie. Zanya gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Bardock nodded in agreement. At that moment, Son Goten flickered into view, appearing before the evil Majin Buu and delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Boom! With a resounding thud, the evil Majin Buu was launched over 1,000 meters away. Son Goten then fired a pink beam from his right hand, reverting Majin Buu back to his original form. The evil Majin Buu, seething with rage, glared fiercely at Son Goten. Intriguing. Zanya chuckled. Bang! In an instant, the evil Majin Buu shot forward like a dart, charging at Son Goten. Son Goten swiftly evaded, reappearing beneath the evil Majin Buu, and unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast punches aimed at his abdomen. Thud, thud, thud. Under Son Goten's relentless assault, the evil Majin Buu emitted cries of agony. Bang! Son Goten's right fist struck the evil Majin Buu's chin with force, sending him soaring into the air. Gathering his energy, Son Goten quickly drew his hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave rapidly formed in Son Goten's hands, surging towards the evil Majin Buu in the sky. In an instant, an immensely large blue sphere appeared before the evil Majin Buu, propelling him towards the cosmos. Ah! The evil Majin Buu screamed in desperation, desperately attempting to fend off the Kamehameha. Yet, against the overwhelming force, his efforts were in vain. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the Kamehameha detonated in the sky, releasing an extraordinarily brilliant blue light that illuminated the heavens. Following this, a colossal storm erupted, sweeping across the sky and the realm of the Kais. Ah! The evil Majin Buu let out a piercing scream, his body swiftly obliterated by the immense tempest. Majin Buu, I hope you become a good person in your next life, Son Goten remarked, gazing at the evil Majin Buu on the brink of annihilation. After a moment, as the smoke cleared from the sky, the presence of the evil Majin Buu had entirely vanished. Has Majin Buu truly been vanquished? On North Kai's planet, the North Kai was taken aback by this turn of events. How could Son Goku and Son Goten never defeat Majin Buu before? Yet now Son Goten has effortlessly obliterated another Majin Buu? Uncertain whether the other Majin Buu's regenerative abilities were weaker or if Goten had deliberately held back, Kampa approached him with a smile. Goten, your strength is quite impressive. Would you care to engage in a spar with me? Engage in combat. Rest assured, I shall not exert my full power. Very well, Goten replied, promptly retreating a step. Shall we begin? Kampa beckoned him forward. Yes, Goten exclaimed, transforming into a streak of red light as he charged toward Kampa. In the blink of an eye, he stood before him, launching a powerful attack with both fists. Kampa deftly sidestepped, evading the blows with ease. Huh! Goten shouted, unleashing his right fist with all his might. Kampa raised his left hand, effortlessly catching Goten's powerful punch. Gritting his teeth, Goten executed a horizontal kick aimed at Kampa. Kampa responded by lifting his right leg, colliding with Goten's kick. With a resounding crack, both their feet emitted a crackling discharge. Kampa glanced at Goten and released his grip. Goten immediately stepped back, clenching his fists tightly. Huh! With a mighty roar, Goten's hair and eyebrows transformed to a celestial blue, his irises deepening to a profound blue hue. Surrounding him was a blue aura, interspersed with celestial particles reminiscent of a starry sky, occasionally flickering with droplets of energy. The flow of this aura was notably slower than that of a human or Super Saiyan, accompanied by faint sparks of electricity. The aura manifested in two layers, with the outer layer a sky blue and the inner a brilliant white. This was the Super Saiyan Blue form. What is this? This is known as Super Saiyan Blue, a transformation that embodies the essence of a Super Saiyan god. Oh, that sounds rather intricate. In any case, it is indeed more powerful than the previous transformation, correct? Indeed. Goten confirmed with a nod. Then shall we proceed? Absolutely, Goten declared, once again transforming into a blue streak of light as he charged at Kampa. In an instant, he was before Kampa, delivering a flurry of blows. Caught off guard by Goten's newfound speed post-transformation, Kampa had no choice but to defend himself with both hands. Bang! 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 Under Goten's relentless assault, Kampa found himself being pushed back repeatedly. Damn it! Kampa gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful surge of energy, forcing Goten back. Goten clenched his hands tightly, managing to halt his retreat on the ground. Just then, Kampa unleashed a blast of destructive energy aimed at Goten. Goten raised his hands defensively, successfully blocking the energy attack, yet he was still pushed back several hundred meters by the force. That was quite intense. As Son Goten spoke, he immediately hurled the destructive energy upwards. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air as the energy detonated in the sky. With a swift motion, Xiangpa appeared before Son Goten, launching a forceful strike with his fists. The speed of Xiangpa's movement caught Son Goten off guard, and before he could react, Xiangpa's fist struck his face with brutal impact. Son Goten let out a pained scream as he endured a flurry of blows. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly dodged Xiangpa's right punch and retaliated by ramming his forehead against Xiangpa's. With a resounding thud, he managed to push Xiangpa back. Enraged, Xiangpa rubbed his forehead and, in an instant, his figure flickered as he delivered a heavy punch to Son Goten's face, sending him flying. Clenching his fists, Son Goten quickly stabilized himself mid-air. Chapter 36. Sister Battles on Earth. The East Supreme Kai and his companions sensed the presence of yet another Majin Buu. Supreme Kai, what is happening in the Kaishin realm? Why do we sense two Majin Buus? I am uncertain, the East Supreme Kai replied, shaking his head. However, it appears that Goten is currently engaged in combat with the God of Destruction mentioned by Goku. God of Destruction? Supreme Kai? Do you know what kind of deity this is? Not exactly. The East Supreme Kai responded once more. In the past, when the 5 Supreme Kais were present, I was solely responsible for overseeing the Eastern Galaxy. It was only after Majin Buu annihilated the Grand Supreme Kai that I became the sole Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Is that so? Then, Supreme Kai, does that god possess a formidable aura? Son Gohan inquired, his concern for Son Goten evident. Indeed, this is the first time I have felt such a powerful divine presence. Supreme Kai, do you think Goten is in danger? I cannot say for certain. In the Kaishin realm, Son Goten and Xiangpa had ascended from the ground into the air. At this moment, both were channeling energy waves in preparation for their next attacks. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Son Goten's energy wave collided with Xiangpa's destructive energy, resulting in a series of massive explosions. The sky was illuminated with bursts of fire and chaos. Suddenly, Xiangpa ceased his assault and flashed directly in front of Son Goten. What? Son Goten exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, Xiangpa's right fist came crashing down towards him. Son Goten raised his arms defensively, using the force of Xiangpa's punch to propel himself backward. Oh! Xiangpa gasped in astonishment, realizing that the young Son Goten possessed an unexpectedly formidable combat talent. This revelation ignited a playful spark in Xiangpa. With a sinister grin, he summoned a torrent of destructive energy that enveloped his form. Amidst the overwhelming force of destruction, I ponder how you alone shall contend with it. Upon hearing this, Son Goten clasped his hands behind him and proclaimed, Kamehameha. A deep azure wave of energy coalesced from his palms. With a flick of his right index finger, Kampa summoned all the destructive energy surrounding him to launch a simultaneous assault upon Son Goten. Ha! Son Goten bellowed, unleashing the Kamehameha. The powerful blast surged forth, reminiscent of a dragon's tail, detonating the incoming waves of destructive energy. Soon, the heavens echoed with resounding explosions. Kampa narrowed his eyes and transformed into a streak of violet light, charging towards Son Goten. In the blink of an eye, Kampa reached Son Goten, delivering a powerful right punch. Son Goten swiftly evaded the blow. Surprised, Kampa launched another attack. Huh! Son Goten shouted, his body radiating a torrent of blue energy as he retaliated with a punch of his own. With a symphony of roaring winds, the two combatants engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their fists clashing and feet colliding. The sky was filled with fierce gusts, a testament to the potent force of their confrontation. On Earth, in West City, Bulma's residence, Son Goku and Yamcha had procured a lavish feast from Bulma, preparing to return to the sacred world of the Kais as per Son Goten's instructions. After standing by for some time, Vegeta suddenly addressed Son Goku, Kakarot. I wish to accompany you to the sacred world of the Kais. You too, Vegeta? Son Goku confirmed, to which Vegeta nodded resolutely. I yearn to meet this god of destruction you mentioned. Very well, Son Goku responded, employing instant transmission to transport the three of them to the sacred world. In a flash, they materialized beside Majin Buu. Upon witnessing the creature that had once transformed him into chocolate, Vegeta felt a surge of displeasure. However, his attention was swiftly captivated by the clash between Son Goten and Kampa. Kakarot, the one battling Goten, must be the god of destruction, right? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Son Goku affirmed with a nod. As Vegeta contemplated this revelation, memories of his childhood surfaced. He had encountered Beerus long ago. Although Kampa bore a resemblance to Beerus, he was undoubtedly not the same. Son Goku had also mentioned that his name was Kampa. Could they be brothers? At that moment, as Vegeta pondered, Son Goten and Kampa locked hands in a titanic struggle high above. Yeah. With a tremendous shout, Son Goten radiated an immense wave of blue energy. Kampa, with a disdainful snort, unleashed a powerful surge of purple energy. The two auras clashed like flames in the sky, fiercely contesting one another. Boom. After a brief standoff, Xiang Pa exerted his strength, sending Son Goten flying. Gasping for breath, Son Goten glanced at Sun Wukong, saying, Master Xiang Pa, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Shall we conclude our battle for today? Being merely a child, it seemed reasonable for Son Goten to express a touch of innocence to Xiang Pa. Not fighting anymore. He continued, Indeed, I am quite hungry now. He chuckled. Observing that Son Goten was still just a child, Xiang Pa softened his demeanor, retracting his overwhelming aura. Very well. But you must promise not to disclose our meeting to Beerus, and ensure that they keep it a secret as well, he added, casting a glance at Sun Wukong and the others. Son Goten nodded, reverting to his normal state. Sun Wukong queried, Are we not continuing the fight? Immediately after, both figures descended toward the ground, landing beside Sun Wukong and Bardoss. Father, did you bring any delicious food from Earth? Sun Wukong replied affirmatively, tossing a universal capsule to the ground. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing an array of sumptuous dishes laid out before them. Xiang Pa gazed at the delectable spread, intrigued by the culinary offerings brought by Sun Wukong. Majin Buu, too, expressed interest in the feast before him. Goten, what are these? May I have a taste? He asked, drooling. Of course, but you must not compete with Master Xiang Pa for the food. Son Goten replied. All right. Majin Buu nodded obediently. Humph. Xiang Pa scoffed. I never said I wanted your food. Does Master Xiang Pa not wish to eat? In that case, I shall offer some to Sister Bardoss. He declared. Sister. Bardoss smiled at the mention. Even as an angel, she, like humans, appreciated being referred to as youthful. Of course, Bardoss had long surpassed the age of the ancestors, even outliving the progenitors of the Saiyans. Son Goten then offered a slice of pizza to Bardoss. Sister Bardoss, this is pizza from Earth. Would you care to try it? Certainly. Bardoss replied with a smile. Chapter 37. Xiang Pa departs. Bardoss took the pizza from Son Goten and began to savor it. After her first bite, an expression of sheer astonishment graced her face. What is the matter, Bardoss? Xiang Pa inquired. Master Xiang Pa, this dish called pizza is absolutely delightful. Bardoss exclaimed. Is that so? Xiang Pa feigned indifference. Bardoss nodded, quickly finishing the slice in her hand. Observing this, Son Goten eagerly fetched more delicacies from Earth for Bardoss to sample. Each new flavor elicited a look of amazement from her as she indulged in the various offerings. As Xiang Pa beheld the scene before him, he could no longer restrain his cravings. Bardoss, are these delicacies truly as delectable as they appear? Indeed, Master Xiang Pa, Goten replied. The food I brought from Earth is utterly delicious. Xiang Pa turned his gaze towards Goten, momentarily at a loss for words, for he had just declared that he would not partake in Goten's offerings. Sensing Xiang Pa's hesitation, Goten, with a smile, extended a slice of pizza towards him. Master Xiang Pa, do try this pizza. It is truly exquisite. A cough escaped Xiang Pa's lips. Well, since you insist, I shall give it a taste. With that, he took the slice Goten offered and bit into it. Instantly, a look of sheer astonishment spread across his face. Soon, he devoured the slice with great enthusiasm. Before long, the pizza was gone, and Xiang Pa, no longer shy, began sampling the array of culinary delights laid out before him. Witnessing this, Majin Buu hastened to consume his share, eager not to miss out on the feast. Goten had mentioned that he could not compete with Xiang Pa for food, yet he had not forbidden him from eating with haste. How infuriating! As Xiang Pa noticed Majin Buu vying for the same delicacies, he too quickened his pace. In no time, the feast provided by Goku was consumed by Goku, Xiang Pa, Bardoss, and Majin Buu. Feeling a lingering desire for more, Xiangpa turned to Goten and inquired, "Did you truly bring all this food from Earth?" Goten nodded affirmatively. At this, Xiangpa immediately glanced at Bardos. "Bardos, can you show us where the Earth of our sixth universe resides?" "Of course, Master Xiangpa," Bardos replied. "The Earth of the sixth universe? Does that mean your universe possesses an Earth as well?" Goku asked, intrigued. "Indeed, the sixth universe is a twin to the seventh, which means it likely shares many of the same celestial bodies," Bardos elucidated. "Are there Saiyans in the sixth universe?" Goku pressed on. "Certainly, but their strength pales in comparison to yours," Bardos responded, her staff's crystal ball revealing a desolate planet. What is this?" "Goten, is your Earth located in the northern galaxy?" "Yes, Sister Bardos." "What troubles you?" "Nothing of great concern, but it appears that the Earth in our sixth universe is a dead planet." "A dead planet?" Xiangpa gasped. If the Earth in their universe were indeed lifeless, he would never savor the exquisite flavors found on the Earth of the seventh universe. "I shall rewind time to uncover the reasons that led our universe's Earth to become a dead planet," Bardos declared, and the crystal ball instantly transported them back to a time before the Earth had perished. As time progressed, it became evident that the inhabitants of the sixth universe's Earth had succumbed to war, ultimately leading to its demise as a lifeless sphere. Thus it is, our Earth in this universe has transformed into a lifeless orb due to the ravages of human conflict. War? This implies that the inhabitants of our Earth are incapable of creating culinary delights akin to those found on the Earth of the seventh universe? Indeed, Bardos nodded. Upon hearing this, Zampa stroked his chin, his desire to collect the Super Dragon Balls intensifying. "Bardos, it is getting late. We must prepare to return." "Very well, Lord Zampa," Bardos replied, nodding as she bid farewell to Goten. "Then, Goten, we shall take our leave. Until we meet again." "Until we meet again." Bardos, upon seeing this, pointed her staff towards the ground, and a radiant spectrum of light immediately enveloped their feet, transporting them away from the Kaioshin realm. Goten breathed a sigh of relief at this turn of events. "Father, shall we return to Earth now?" "What about Majin Buu?" Goku inquired. "He will accompany us." "Then place your hands upon my back." Goten and the others nodded in agreement. With that, Goku executed an instant transmission, bringing Goten back to Earth. In an instant, they materialized before the East Kaioshin. "Majin Buu." The East Kaioshin gasped at the sight of the returned Majin Buu, a wave of fear washing over him. "Fear not, my lord. Majin Buu has reformed." Goku reassured him. "Isn't that right, Majin Buu?" "Indeed." Buu nodded. "Goten, you must not trust him so easily. He is, after all, Majin Buu." The East Kaioshin was still skeptical, haunted by the terror that Majin Buu had instilled. "My lord, I assure you, he has truly reformed." Though the East Kaioshin remained unconvinced, he recognized his own impotence in the presence of Majin Buu, and thus, despite his doubts, he had no choice but to accept this new reality. "Then Goten, what was the cause of the two distinct energies from Majin Buu earlier?" "Those were his malevolent thoughts." "Malevolent thoughts?" "Yes, I have vanquished them." "And what of the Kaioshin realm? How does it fare?" "It has suffered some damage, but fortunately, it is not dire." "Is that so? In that case, Jebet and I shall take our leave." "My lord, what of the Kaioshin sword?" Gohan asked. "Since you drew it, it is yours. We are unable to wield it anyway." Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. "Then everyone, until we meet again." "Until we meet again." Jebet, seeing this, executed an instant transmission, returning the East Kaioshin to the Kaioshin realm. Upon returning, the East Kaioshin was immediately struck by the sight of the Kaioshin realm, marred with numerous craters. The Kaioshin realm. Upon seeing the Eastern Kai and his companions, Sun Wukong immediately turned to Majin Buu and inquired, "So, Goten, where do you intend to place him?" Majin Buu, being a voracious eater, would undoubtedly strain the financial resources of Sun Wukong's family. Furthermore, Chi-Chi would never consent to having Majin Buu reside in their home. "Uncle Yamcha," Goten exclaimed, glancing at Yamcha. Upon hearing this, Yamcha shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Goten, my financial means are limited. While I can allow him to stay with me, I cannot provide for his meals." Chapter 38. Arranging for Majin Buu. "I see," Goten remarked as he turned to Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, would it be possible for Majin Buu to stay in your realm for the time being? The other world is not mine to offer. It belongs to Dend." "Let me inquire with him," Piccolo replied. "All right." Goten nodded in agreement. Observing this, Piccolo promptly utilized telepathy to communicate with Dend. "Dend, can you permit Majin Buu to reside with you?" "Really? That would be wonderful." Majin Buu looked at Goten with a puzzled expression. Yes, you will stay there for now. And tomorrow I will take you to a splendid place. Okay. Majin Buu nodded in affirmation. Well, Goku, if there is nothing else, shall we take our leave? Yamcha suggested. Yes, let us gather again when the opportunity arises, Sun Wukong replied with a nod. By the way, having left the World Martial Arts Tournament, I wonder how the competition is faring, Krillin remarked. He had come to participate alongside Lazuli not only to compete, but also to secure the tournament's prize money, with plans to purchase a house and relocate to West City. It must have concluded by now, Sun Wukong commented. Goten chuckled, Uncle Krillin. Aunt Lazuli might have already claimed the championship. The championship? Krillin exclaimed, realizing that whether Yamcha referred to him marrying Lazuli or her winning the tournament, it was indeed a gain for him. Indeed, the prize money is most likely in the hands of your esteemed companion. Krillin nodded in agreement. Father, may I take Majin Buu to the other world? Goten asked. Shall I escort you both? Sun Wukong offered. Sure. Goten agreed. With that, Sun Wukong swiftly transported them to the other world. Wukong. Dend greeted Sun Wukong warmly. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Dend, Piccolo has informed you, I presume? Yes. Majin Buu will be staying with me for now. Dend replied. Majin Buu, you must be sure to listen to Dend while you reside here. Sun Wutian addressed Majin Buu. All right. Majin Buu nodded in agreement. So, shall we return, father? Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod. Having spoken, the two immediately departed from the heavens. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Sun Wutian arrived in the celestial realm, bringing Majin Buu to Mr. Satan's residence. Aren't you the champion from the youth tournament yesterday? Yes. Sun Wutian acknowledged. What brings you here? Mr. Satan, I have a favor to ask of you today. A favor? Indeed, his name is Majin Buu, and he is my friend. I would like him to stay with you. Stay with me? Absolutely not. What did you say? Majin Buu, upon hearing this, raised his fist in anger. However, he did not genuinely strike, merely attempting to intimidate. Mr. Satan, upon witnessing this, began to tremble with fear. Sun Wutian chuckled and remarked, Mr. Satan, it was not you who defeated Cell 7 years ago, but rather my father and his companions, am I correct? Mr. Satan was taken aback. How do you know this? Did your father tell you? Sun Wutian nodded. However, Mr. Satan, you need not worry. I shall not disclose this information, provided you agree to let Majin Buu reside with you. Mr. Satan hesitated, still unsure. Majin Buu's strength surpasses that of Miss Lazuli. He can protect you and even pose as your disciple to assist you in competitions. Is that true? Mr. Satan, intrigued by the prospect, pondered. Just yesterday, during his match against Lazuli, although he had won, she had extorted 30 million from him. Originally, the champion's prize was only 10 million, but with her shrewd tactics, she had walked away with an additional 25 million. It must be said that Lazuli was exceptionally astute. Rest assured, as long as you treat Majin Buu well, he will undoubtedly assist you. Wouldn't you agree, Majin Buu? Majin Buu nodded in affirmation. Very well, but the matter we just discussed must remain confidential. Of course, Majin Buu. You may stay here, and if you desire anything to eat, simply inform Mr. Satan. I shall visit you when I can. All right. Majin Buu agreed with a nod. Upon Sun Wutian's departure from Mr. Satan's residence, Mr. Satan turned to Majin Buu and inquired. So, you are called Majin Buu, correct? Yes. Majin Buu nodded. Can you also fly like them? Yes. Could you teach me how to fly in the sky? Certainly, but I am a bit hungry at the moment. What would you like to eat? I can have something brought to you right away. I yearn for sweets, cakes, and a plethora of delectable treats. Very well, no problem. On the other side, after Goten departed, he first went to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament to collect a prize of 10 million. And then he arrived at Trunks' home. Goten. Trunks exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Goten's arrival. Goten nodded with a smile. So, Goten, did you receive your prize? You mentioned that you would treat us. Indeed, I did receive it, but my mother said I can only use a maximum of 10,000. Ah, such a meager amount. Yes, our family is not like yours. We have no idea how many companies we possess. Don't say that, Goten. 10,000 may be scant, but it can still purchase quite a few delightful items. Goten nodded in agreement. In Universe 6, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Kampa could not forget the exquisite cuisine of Earth after savoring it the previous day. However, the journey to the 7th universe was long, and he hoped that Beerus would locate the 7 Super Dragon Balls. This way, he could wish for a planet identical to Earth in the 7th universe. I wonder if Beerus has found the Super Dragon Balls of Universe 6. If he has, I can venture to the 7th universe once more. The Super Dragon Balls are scattered across both the 6th and 7th universes. Kampa had already discovered 2 in Universe 6, and it was likely that 1 or 2 more remained. Therefore, if Beerus managed to gather all the Super Dragon Balls in Universe 6, Kampa could accompany him to the 7th universe to search for the remaining ones. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2 days had elapsed. On Earth, atop the Bowsy Mountain, Goten and Trunks were diligently training on the back mountain of Goku's residence. Chapter 39. The Malevolent Wave. Goten, confess honestly. How did you manage to achieve the status of a Super Saiyan God? Honestly, I just practiced earnestly. Perhaps I am a bit of a genius. Humph. Trunks scoffed. Do not become too complacent, for I will also train to become a Super Saiyan God and surpass you. Is that so? Goten responded with a faint smile. Trunks' current strength was merely that of a Super Saiyan 1, 3 levels beneath Goten. By the time Trunks attained the status of a Super Saiyan God, his strength would likely reach Super Saiyan 6 or 7. In the underworld, within the Hall of Judgment, King Enma was preoccupied with reviewing the records of spirits, determining whether they would be sent to hell or ascend to heaven. Heaven, hell, hell. Amidst King Enma's busy schedule, a small spirit accompanied by a new arrival approached him. Lord Enma, this is the new little spirit. How shall we assign his duties? King Enma cast a casual glance at the newcomer. Let him manage the soul cleansing machines. Understood, Lord Enma. The little ghost spoke as he led the newly arrived spirit to the location of the soul cleansing machine. In the underworld, all souls condemned to hell must pass through this machine to be purified before being taken to their final destination. This is the soul cleansing machine, he explained. Your primary responsibility is to promptly replace the canisters that are nearing capacity. At that moment, the newcomer was engrossed in music through his headphones and failed to hear the instructions. Did you hear me? The little ghost exclaimed, removing the newcomer's headphones with a swift motion. Did you hear? I heard. The newcomer retorted with a huff. And that canister is almost full. Remember to change it later. The newcomer nodded in acknowledgement. Also, during work hours, do not slack off, or I shall report to Lord Yama and have your wages deducted. The newcomer remained silent. After delivering his message, the little ghost turned and ascended the staircase. The newcomer stuck out his tongue at the retreating figure. Suddenly, the little ghost spun around and reminded him once more, do not forget to change that canister. Yes, the newcomer affirmed, nodding once again. The little ghost continued his ascent. Once he was out of sight, the newcomer resumed listening to music, dancing to the rhythm, completely forgetting about the canister. As he reveled in his dance, the canister of the soul cleansing machine reached its limit and began to expand ominously. With a thunderous explosion, it burst, releasing a vast cloud of gas. The gas ignited upon contact with the flames from the explosion, causing the soul cleansing machine itself to erupt in flames. Startled by the explosion, the little ghost hastily removed his headphones and found himself enveloped in a thick cloud of gas. This is it. My wages are gone, he lamented, grabbing the fire extinguisher nearby in a desperate attempt to douse the flames and rectify his mistake. At that moment, the little ghost who had assigned him the task rushed in, panic etched on his face. Upon seeing the chaos surrounding them, he seethed, You little rascal. I just told you to change the canister, yet you treated my words as mere background noise. The newcomer felt a wave of regret wash over him, realizing that not only would he forfeit his wages, but he would also owe a large sum to the underworld. Just then, as the newcomer pondered his misfortune, an explosion erupted beside him, showering him with gas. In an instant, he was engulfed, and under the gas's influence, he transformed into a massive, rotund yellow monster. The yellow monster possesses prominent short horns on either side of its head, pointed ears, and diminutive limbs, with arms slightly longer than its legs. It is clad in pale purple trousers and wears matching wrist guards. A large, thick tail extends from behind. The mischievous little sprite has transformed. Startled, it hastily darts forward. At that moment, the yellow creature raises its hands, conjuring a barrier that spreads throughout the underworld. On Earth, Son Goten and Trunks are engaged in a sparring match. Suddenly, they sense an overwhelming surge of powerful energy emanating from the planet. Goten, do you feel that? It seems many formidable presences have suddenly appeared on Earth. Indeed. Son Goten nods in agreement. Shall we go investigate? Absolutely. They promptly soar towards the West Capital. In West Capital, Son Gohan, who is currently attending Orange Star High School, feels the energy of Frieza and his minions. He quickly exits the classroom and witnesses a multitude of deceased beings with halos flying across the sky. Among these spirits are members of Frisia's army, as well as foes previously vanquished by Sun Wukong and his companions. Unaware of the circumstances, Gohan recognizes them as threats to the city and decides to eliminate them. Simultaneously, the Dragon Ball Z warriors on Earth sense Frisia's energy and rush to West Capital to assist. Goku, what is happening? Why are there so many spirits appearing on Earth? I am unsure. I will consult Lord Kai. Sun Wukong replies, using telepathy to contact North Kai. Lord Kai, can you explain this situation? Why are Frisia's spirits manifesting on Earth? The cause of this predicament lies with the little sprite responsible for managing the soul purification machine. It failed to timely replace the canister, causing it to explode. The sprite, contaminated by gas, transformed into the malevolent entity known as Evil Wave. Evil Wave? Yes. The spirits appearing on Earth were summoned by it, and now King Enma and his associates are ensnared within the barrier created by Evil Wave. I see. Lord Kai, do you have any means to dispel these spirits? I am powerless in this regard. It seems your only option is to defeat them. Understood. Let us vanquish these spirits. Krillin. Right. Krillin nods in agreement. On top of a building in West Capital, Son Goten and Trunks encounter Frieza and the Ginyu Force. Who are you? You bear an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku. Frieza exclaims upon seeing Son Goten. He is my father. My name is Son Goten. Son Goten. Upon hearing this, Frieza glances at Trunks and notices his likeness to the future Trunks who had once severed his body into pieces. And who might you be? Frieza inquired of Trunks. What is your name? My name is Trunks. And who is your father? Vegeta. Ah, so Vegeta is that traitor. Do you know my father? Indeed. Your father was once under my command. Under your command? Trunks replied, perplexed. Frieza chuckled. Has your father never mentioned me? My name is Frieza. Oh, so you are the infamous Frieza. Vegeta had indeed never spoken of Frieza to Trunks. It was Bulma who had informed him of Frieza's notorious deeds. After all, Vegeta's service under Frieza was not a point of pride. Humph. Frieza scoffed. Ginyu Force, dispose of them. Yes, Lord Frieza. Upon receiving the command, Ginyu and his comrades charged at the two. Huh. Trunks shouted, swiftly dashing before Ginyu and landing a punch that pierced through his body. Boom. As Ginyu was currently in a spiritual state, Trunks' punch caused his form to dissipate like smoke. Guldo and the others were taken aback, but still pressed their attack against Trunks. Trunks deftly sidestepped, delivering a punch or kick to each, eliminating them with ease. Damn it! Frieza gritted his teeth and lunged at Trunks. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, delivering a kick that severed Frieza's body in two. This individual was Goten. Seeing his body split apart, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, and he too, like Ginyu and the others, dissipated into smoke. Frieza's army, witnessing this, began to retreat in haste. Don't run, Trunks shouted, immediately pursuing them. Goten followed suit, also giving chase. Chapter 40. Goku vs. Evil Spirit Wave. After a considerable time, Goku and his companions had vanquished the majority of the spirits and sought out the Dragon Balls, hoping to restore everything through the power of the dragon. Goku asked Dragon, can you return all the spirits currently on Earth back to the afterlife? That is impossible. The spirits of the afterlife fall under the jurisdiction of King Enma, and I cannot interfere in such matters. I see. If that is the case, we shall refrain from making a wish for now. The dragon nodded and transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth. So, Goku, what should we do next? Krillin inquired. I am not certain. How about we seek out King Kai? Goten suggested. King Kai? Yes, since this predicament arose due to that evil spirit wave. Let us go to the afterlife and defeat it. That makes sense. Goten, hold on to my shoulder. All right. Goten nodded. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong instantaneously transported Son Goten to the realm of the Kaioshin. Wukong, exclaimed the East Kaioshin, astonished at the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Kaioshin, you must be aware of the situation in the underworld, correct? Yes, I am aware, but the creature's power is formidable. I find myself at a loss. Then, Lord Kaioshin, do you possess a means to transport us to the underworld? To the underworld? The Kaioshin responded. That monster transformed into the evil energy wave due to a young spirit coming into contact with explosive gas. Hence, our objective is to defeat it and restore the underworld to its former state. I see. Then, Jebit, please escort these two to the realm of the evil energy wave. As you wish, Lord Kaioshin. Jebet nodded. I am immensely grateful to you, Lord Kaishin. It is but my duty. Shall we proceed? Jebet inquired, glancing at Sun Wukong and his son. Indeed, Sun Wukong affirmed. With that, Jebet executed another instant transmission, bringing the two into the confines of the evil energy wave's realm. Evil energy wave. Evil energy wave. At that moment, the creature resembling a small monster danced within the barrier. Wukong, this is as far as I can take you. The rest is up to you. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded. Observing this, Jebet promptly used instant transmission to depart. Goten, how about I engage the evil energy wave first? All right. Sun Goten agreed. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged towards the evil energy wave. Soon, he stood before it, delivering powerful punches forward. The evil energy wave swiftly evaded, darting behind Sun Wukong and delivering a vigorous kick to his rear. Bang! With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong's body shot forward, colliding heavily against the barrier before him. Ouch! 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 Sun Wukong groaned, rubbing his head, quickly regaining his footing and turning to face the evil energy wave. With a serious expression, he raised his hands and clenched them tightly. Huh! With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Oh! The evil energy wave displayed a hint of astonishment. It then unleashed a golden energy wave, launching an attack towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong propelled himself forward, narrowly evading the blast. Boom! The energy wave detonated upon contact with the ground. With a fierce cry, Sun Wukong charged at the evil energy wave, delivering a powerful right punch to its body. Bang! The evil energy wave staggered back several steps. Evil energy wave! Evil energy wave! The creature, observing Sun Wukong, manipulated the candy fragments on the ground, transforming them into numerous small evil energy waves. Evil energy wave! Evil energy wave! The miniature evil energy waves, under its command, bounced and hopped towards Sun Wukong. Clones? Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong immediately channeled energy waves through his hands and launched them towards the evil thought wave. Boom, 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 with a series of resounding explosions. The doppelgangers of the evil thought wave were swiftly annihilated. A smirk graced Sun Wukong's face as he regarded the defeated foe with a hint of pride. However, the evil thought wave, observing Sun Wukong's arrogance, extended its arms and struck towards him. Startled, Sun Wukong leapt swiftly from the ground. At that moment, the holes and mouth of the evil thought wave unleashed a barrage of energy waves aimed directly at him. Dozens of energy waves soared into the air, launching an assault on Sun Wukong. He raised his arms defensively, bracing against the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves collided with his arms, erupting in fierce explosions that enveloped him in thick smoke. Huh! Sun Wukong shouted triumphantly as an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, rebounding the incoming energy waves. Then, he charged towards the evil thought wave on the ground. Just then, the evil thought wave forcefully struck downward with its right fist, creating ripples in the void that transported its punch directly above Sun Wukong. Startled, he had no time to evade as the right fist of the evil thought wave came crashing down upon him, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding impact that kicked up a cloud of dust. Energy distortion space. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes at this technique, recognizing its similarity to the moves employed by Oniraza from Universe 3 in Dragon Ball Super. Infuriated, he quickly rose from the ground and charged at the evil thought wave. The evil thought wave rapidly struck its fists outward, utilizing the power of energy distortion to teleport its attacks directly in front of Sun Wukong. Alarmed, he swiftly dodged to the sides. The evil thought wave then unleashed a flurry of punches in all directions, causing attacks to rain down upon Sun Wukong from every angle. Despite his formidable strength, Sun Wukong found it challenging to evade so many simultaneous assaults. Bang! With a violent crash and a cry of pain, Sun Wukong was struck heavily in the back. Following this, additional attacks from the evil thought wave landed upon him, eliciting further cries of distress. Bang! The evil thought wave brought its fists together, delivering a crushing blow that sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground once more. Sighing, Sun Wukong's companion observed the scene, knowing all too well that Sun Wukong had a notorious habit of refraining from utilizing his full strength from the outset. At that moment, Sun Wukong rose from the ground, swiftly bringing his hands together behind him. Kamehameha, a deep blue energy wave coalesced between his hands. Just then, the evil thought wave raised its right hand, and Sun Wukong's figure suddenly materialized before it. Wave. Sun Wukong remained oblivious to the influence of the evil thought wave, thus unleashing the Kamehameha. At the very moment the Kamehameha surged forth, Sun Wukong's body was transported to the forefront of the blast. With a resounding explosion, he found himself charred and blackened by his own energy attack. Are you capable of magic? Sun Wukong stared, somewhat dazed, at the evil thought wave. Chapter 41. The road to ruin. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong's expression abruptly shifted to one of profound seriousness. Clenching his hands tightly, an extraordinary aura emanated from him, rapidly escalating. With an ear-splitting roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 3rd level. Evil Thought Wave, you are truly formidable. To force me into utilizing my 3rd level Super Saiyan form. The Evil Thought Wave, undeterred, continued to bounce towards Sun Wukong. Yeah, Sun Wukong exclaimed, instantly darting beneath the Evil Thought Wave, landing a powerful punch that sent it soaring into the air. He then ascended swiftly, his fist striking like lightning toward the abdomen of the Evil Thought Wave, crackling and booming. As Sun Wukong unleashed his energy, arcs of electricity danced around him, amplifying the impact of his punches. The Evil Thought Wave was relentlessly propelled skyward under Sun Wukong's fierce assault. At that moment, Sun Wukong soared above the Evil Thought Wave, conjuring 2 golden energy blasts aimed at its abdomen. Boom! The energy wave struck the Evil Thought Wave's midsection, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. In the aftermath, the Evil Thought Wave's form disintegrated, resembling sodden clay suspended in the air, gradually morphing into a malevolent figure with vibrant orange skin. This figure possessed pointed ears, dark eyes with yolk-like irises, adorned in a light purple armor that exposed its abdomen, crowned with a pair of beastly horns, boasting a tall and robust physique, and a long, lizard-like tail. This was the 2nd form of the Evil Thought Wave. Sun Wukong gasped in surprise. The Evil Thought Wave grinned wickedly, vanishing from its position and reappearing before Sun Wukong with astonishing speed. Such swiftness! Sun Wukong clenched his fists, launching an attack. The Evil Thought Wave raised its hands, intercepting Sun Wukong's oncoming strike. Sun Wukong retaliated with a swift kick, sending the Evil Thought Wave flying. At that moment, a dark Dragon Ball materialized, merging with the Evil Thought Wave. Watching from the side, Sun Wukong's brother, Sun Goten, was instantly struck with astonishment. The Dark Dragon Ball. He recalled having seen the Dark Demon Realm arc in the Dragon Ball manga during his previous life. In the realm of the Dark Demon world, the Demon King Mechakapura sought to restore his youth and powers of his prime by activating the Dark Dragon Balls with the aid of the celestial beings of the Demon Realm. These Dark Dragon Balls scattered across various timelines. One such Dragon Ball became embedded in the malevolent entity known as Evil Wave. Just as Goten was contemplating, Evil Wave let out a piercing roar, his egg-yellow eyes turning pitch black, rendering him uncontrollable. Goku lifted his right leg and forcefully kicked forward. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Evil Wave was sent flying. However, he swiftly regained his composure and charged towards Goku. In the blink of an eye, Evil Wave appeared before Goku, launching a flurry of punches and kicks with the speed of lightning. Goku raised his fists to counter the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists collided like a tempest, striking fiercely against one another. Yet, empowered by the Dark Dragon Ball, Evil Wave overpowered Goku and knocked him to the ground. Witnessing this, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan God and rushed towards Evil Wave. Bang! As Goten soared towards Evil Wave, he delivered a knee strike that sent Evil Wave reeling. Gritting his teeth, Evil Wave quickly steadied himself and charged at Goten. In a flash, Goten appeared behind Evil Wave, channeling a golden energy wave in his right hand and launching it at him. Boom! With a monumental explosion, Evil Wave was obliterated, and the Dark Dragon Ball that had possessed him fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have defeated Evil Wave and gained the ability to traverse between the realms of Yin and Yang, the power to distort space, control life and death, and manipulate the laws governing existence. You can whimsically alter the state of the deceased, resurrecting spirits and corpses to cause chaos on Earth, including Frisia's army. You will also be granted the ability to create barriers, teleport, and receive an additional reward, the Angelic Staff, containing the power of the Dimensional Cube. The Angelic Staff. Yes, Master. Upon hearing this, Goten promptly picked up the 3-star Dark Dragon Ball from the ground. Just then, A ripple appeared in the void beside him. A man with white hair, wielding a massive scythe and wrapped in layers of white cloth, emerged. His name was Shoram, the demon god of the dark demon world. Following his arrival, numerous masked figures appeared, the faceless army under the command of Mechikapura. Many of these individuals were Saiyans. Hand over the dark Dragon Ball, Shoram threatened, eyeing Goten, who still clutched the Dragon Ball. Goten chuckled and replied, "If you have the capability, feel free to take it from my hands." How infuriating! With a roar of fury, Zayulyamu raised the scythe in his hands and charged towards Sun Wutian. "Huh!" Sun Wutian shouted, transforming into a streak of red light as he surged towards Zayulyamu. In no time, Zayulyamu reached Sun Wutian, swinging his scythe rapidly. As Sun Wutian dodged, he countered with his own attacks. Bang! With a powerful kick, Sun Wutian struck Zayulyamu with his right foot, sending him staggering backward. Gritting his teeth, Zayulyamu charged at Sun Wutian once more. Sun Wutian nimbly evaded Zayulyamu's strikes, leaping and sidestepping effortlessly. Growing increasingly enraged, Zayulyamu launched another attack. Sun Wutian snorted disdainfully, executing a sweeping kick that sent Zayulyamu crashing to the ground. Subsequently, he swiftly concentrated a golden energy wave in his right hand and unleashed it towards Zayulyamu. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the energy wave struck Zayulyamu, enveloping his form in a thick cloud of smoke. Lord Zayulyamu, the masked army watched in concern, their powers modest at best, merely present to offer support. Should Zayulyamu be defeated, their only option would be to flee. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Zayulyamu and acquiring the ability to traverse space-time, the Dark Power. The Dark Power. This is a force possessed by demon gods, capable of augmenting your abilities. Chapter 42, Sun Wutian vs. Time Patrol Team. Sun Wukong. At that moment, a figure clad in a black martial arts uniform, draped in a red coat, appeared. Sun Wukong from the Xeno timeline, now a member of the Time Patrol. His primary duty was to assist the Kaioshin of Time in correcting historical inaccuracies. Upon his arrival, Time Patrol Sun Wukong immediately focused on the masked army and Zayulyamu. Although Zayulyamu had been struck by Sun Wutian's energy wave, he was not vanquished. Time Patrol. Upon seeing Time Patrol Sun Wukong, Zayulyamu realized that his quest for the Dark Dragon Ball was futile today, prompting him to retreat with the masked army. "Escaping, are we?" Time Patrol Sun Wukong remarked, glancing at the Dark Dragon Ball held by Sun Wutian. He quickly soared to Sun Wutian's side and greeted him. "Wutian." Sun Wutian nodded in response. "Who are you?" "I am Sun Wukong from another timeline." "Another timeline? Then who were those individuals just now?" "They were denizens of the Dark Demon Realm." "Wutian, could you possibly hand me the Dark Dragon Ball?" "I could, but I have a condition." "What condition?" "I wish to engage in a battle with you. Regardless of the outcome, I will give you the Dark Dragon Ball." "A battle?" Time Patrol Sun Wukong regarded Sun Wutian thoughtfully. Although Sun Wutian appears youthful, his ability to defeat the demon Shuluan indicates he possesses considerable strength. After a moment of contemplation, Time Patrol Goku consented to the challenge. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian stepped back, assuming a combat stance. Time Patrol Goku's expression grew serious as he clenched his fists tightly. With a powerful shout, Time Patrol Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4, emanating a formidable energy. Upon sensing this energy, Sun Wutian's face displayed a hint of astonishment. Observing this, Sun Wutian firmly clenched his hands and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. "What is this transformation? Why can I not sense your energy at all?" Time Patrol Goku inquired. "This form is called Super Saiyan Blue, a transformation that embodies the essence of Super Saiyan God." "Super Saiyan God." "Indeed, as mortals cannot perceive the aura of deities. You are unable to sense mine. Now that I understand, shall we commence?" "Yes." Sun Wutian nodded. Seeing this, Time Patrol Goku shouted, transforming into a streak of red light as he charged towards Sun Wutian. In response, Sun Wutian shouted loudly, becoming a blue streak of light to meet him. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Within the blink of an eye, they ascended into the air, engaging in fierce combat. Their incredible speed created the illusion of ripples dancing across the sky. After a brief exchange, Time Patrol Goku landed a powerful right punch on Sun Wutian's face, sending him crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Sun Wutian planted his feet firmly on the ground and charged skyward towards Time Patrol Goku. With a swift motion, Time Patrol Goku appeared behind Sun Wutian, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his back. Bang! Time Patrol Goku's foot struck Sun Wutian's back with great force, propelling him like a projectile into the barrier, which shattered a significant portion upon impact. Damn it! Sun Wutian gritted his teeth, quickly rising from the ground and clenching his fists tightly. Ah! Sun Wutian let out a fierce roar as a surge of red energy enveloped him. Is this the technique? Time Patrol Goku gasped, recognizing that Sun Wutian was employing the King Kai Fist. However, using the King Kai Fist places a tremendous burden on the body, especially while in the Super Saiyan Blue state. The King Kai Fist, you say? As Goku himself, Time Patrol Goku was naturally familiar with this technique. However, he found it difficult to believe that Son Goten could harness the Kaioken in his Super Saiyan Blue form. The burden of employing the Kaioken while in a Super Saiyan state is exceedingly heavy, and one misstep could jeopardize one's life. Unbeknownst to them, Son Goten now possessed the physique of Majin Buu, granting him extraordinary regenerative abilities, thus rendering such concerns moot. At that moment, Son Goten seamlessly fused the essence of Super Saiyan Blue with the Kaioken. Alongside his azure aura, a crimson energy emerged. Had he succeeded? Son Goku was taken aback. Son Goten glanced towards the Time Patrol version of Goku in the sky and clenched his fists tightly. Tenfold Kaioken. As soon as he uttered the words, Son Goten transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards the Time Patrol Goku. The Time Patrol Goku, feeling the intensity, clenched his fists, his expression becoming tense. Son Goten's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the Time Patrol Goku. As the tenfold Kaioken was about to strike him, the Time Patrol Goku raised his arms to absorb the blow. Bang! With a resounding crash, the Time Patrol Goku was sent flying backward like a missile. Son Goten shouted and swiftly positioned himself behind the Time Patrol Goku, launching a powerful strike with his right fist. The Time Patrol Goku sidestepped to the right, evading Son Goten's attack. Taken aback, Son Goten prepared to kick forward. Suddenly, the Time Patrol Goku vanished, reappearing in front of Son Goten. Goten, tenfold Kaioken must be your limit, right? I don't know, but I believe I can push further. Further? Are you planning to unleash the 20-fold Kaioken? Yes. Son Goten nodded. Goten, may I ask how old you are this year? 7. 7 years old. The Time Patrol Goku was astounded. At 7, he could barely hold his own against Master Roshi. Yet this incarnation of Son Goten already possessed the strength of a Super Saiyan 4. The disparity between individuals was indeed vast. Just as the Time Patrol Goku contemplated this, Son Goten clenched his fists with determination, raising his energy once more. Observing this, the Time Patrol Goku's expression turned gravely serious. Soon, Son Goten elevated his Kaioken to 20 times. 20-fold Kaioken. Son Goten cried out. His speed now significantly increased as he charged towards the Time Patrol Goku. Although the Time Patrol Goku was on guard, the velocity of the 20-fold Kaioken was simply too overwhelming. He could not evade it, and was struck in the abdomen by Son Goten's attack. Ah! With a resounding scream, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong was propelled backward like a ray of light. Seizing the opportunity, Son Goten swiftly clasped his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep azure energy coalesced in his palms and surged toward the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his arms to shield himself from the impending attack. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed as the Kamehameha struck the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong, erupting in the sky. In the wake of the explosion, an immense tempest formed, spiraling outward in all directions. Clouds of thick smoke enveloped the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong's form. After a brief interval, as the smoke dissipated, he stood suspended in the air, gasping for breath. Observing that the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong had not been defeated, Son Goten's countenance grew somber. The Time Patrol's Sun Wukong, gazing at Son Goten on the ground, wore a similarly grave expression. Although he had withstood Son Goten's 20-fold Kaioken, his body bore significant injuries. Should Son Goten unleash 2 or 3 more 20-fold Kaioken attacks, it would likely overwhelm him. Just as these thoughts crossed the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong's mind, Son Goten shouted, exuding the aura of Kaioken once more. Having trained as a Super Saiyan for an extended period, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong knew that under normal circumstances, Son Goten would struggle to overcome him. However, endowed with the unique traits of Majin Buu, Son Goten possessed boundless stamina and could effectively wear down his opponent through attrition. Seeing Son Goten prepare to employ Kaioken again, A flicker of astonishment crossed the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong's face. While Kaioken was formidable, it exacted a tremendous toll on the body and drained stamina significantly. The fact that Sun Goten had already utilized it once astonished him. He had not anticipated that Sun Goten would continue to employ it. I shall see how many more times you can manage. 20-fold Kaioken. At this moment, Sun Goten shouted, transforming into a flash of light as he charged toward the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong. In response, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong bellowed and surged forward to meet him. Bang! With a cataclysmic crash, their fists collided with tremendous force, sending both combatants reeling. Sun Goten, taken aback, swiftly activated the 20-fold Kaioken once more and lunged at the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! With the thunderous sounds of their battle echoing through the air, the two figures became streaks of red light, continuously clashing in the sky. As the duel persisted, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong began to falter under the relentless onslaught of Sun Goten's 20-fold Kaioken. Bang! With a sudden and intense sound, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong was forcefully kicked to the ground, his body descending like a ray of light. The ground was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong and obtaining a Super Saiyan 5 advancement card, along with an additional reward of the ability to reverse time by 3 minutes. At that moment, the system voice echoed in Sun Wutian's ears. A Super Saiyan 5 advancement card. Sun Wutian exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Master, do you wish to use this advancement card? Use it. Very well, Master. As soon as the words left his lips, a brownish-yellow tail sprouted from behind Sun Wutian. Almost immediately, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body. Just then, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong rose from the ground. I concede, Wutian. Sun Wutian nodded and tossed a Senza bean to the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong. Upon receiving the bean, he consumed it. Seeing this, Sun Wutian threw a Dark Dragon Ball to the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong. Thank you, Wutian. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. With that, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong took off into the sky. Observing this, Sun Wutian promptly retrieved 2 Senza beans, offering one to Sun Wukong and consuming the other himself. Wutian, where did you acquire these Senza beans? I obtained them from Lord Karen. Lord Karen. Sun Wutian nodded and glanced around at the barrier. Then, raising his right hand, he dispelled the surrounding barrier. The barrier vanished. So, shall we return, Father? Sun Wukong nodded, and, with a swift instant transmission, brought Sun Wutian back to Earth. With the barrier gone, King Enma regained control over the underworld, summoning the souls that had been brought to Earth back to their rightful place. After the souls disappeared, Sun Wukong and his companions gathered the 7 Dragon Balls once more, reviving the innocent humans who had perished due to the souls. The Time Nest is the realm where the Kai of Time resides, situated in a void beyond all timelines. It is vast, featuring courtyards, training rooms, swimming pools, offices, and more. After acquiring the 3-star Dark Dragon Ball, the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong returned to the Time Nest. In the Time Nest's office, a little girl with pink skin, short orange-pink hair, and clad in a shoulder-bearing Kai uniform was seated at a desk, rapidly flipping through a book. This girl is the current Kai of Time, Kane. Lord Kai, I have returned. The Time Patrol's Sun Wukong announced loudly as he entered the office. Kane glanced at him coolly and asked, Wukong, do you know the intentions of the Dark Demon Realm? The Time Patrol's Sun Wukong nodded and produced the Dark Dragon Ball from his hand. I believe their objective must be the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls? By gathering all 7, one can realize any wish. I suspect they intend to exploit the Dragon Balls to fulfill their desires. Are you implying that this orb can grant any wish? Indeed, my Lord Kaishin. If that is the case, we absolutely cannot allow the denizens of the Dark Demon Realm to succeed. The Time Patrol's Son Goku nodded in agreement. By the way, my Lord Kaishin, I encountered Goten when I ventured into an anomalous timeline. The existence of numerous parallel timelines is hardly surprising. No, my Lord Kaishin, I met a 7-year-old Goten, and he managed to defeat me. Are you saying that the younger version of Goten from a parallel timeline bested you? Yes, my Lord Kaishin. Chapter 44. Kampa arrives on Earth. Although it is quite impressive that a 7-year-old Goten could defeat you, our most pressing concern remains the affairs of the Dark Demon Realm. As for the Goten you mentioned, I shall investigate further when time permits. The Time Patrol's Son Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Time swiftly passed, and soon 2 days had elapsed. On Earth, at the Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan, after several days of training, was now able to wield the Kaioshin sword with ease. Goten, my strength has grown. Would you care to spar with me? Son Gohan said, brandishing the Kaioshin sword towards Goten. Are you planning to fight me with the Kaioshin sword? Goten inquired. Of course not. You are considerably powerful. If I were to use the Kaioshin sword, I would surely stand no chance against you. However, brother, even without the Kaioshin sword, you still cannot defeat me. Son Gohan gazed at the innocent expression on Goten's face, unsure if his words were intentional or unintentional. Regardless, Goten, I shall refrain from using the Kaioshin sword. Oh, upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately set down the Kaioshin sword, preparing to engage in battle with Goten. Just then, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, landing before Goten and the others. As the brilliance subsided, two figures emerged. These two were none other than Kampa and Beerus. Lord Kampa. Goten greeted Kampa. Kampa smiled and nodded. It is good to see you again, Goten. Goten acknowledged with a nod. Son Gohan. Lord Kampa? Could it be that he is the destroyer god you mentioned? Goten nodded in affirmation. Goten, who is he? He is my brother, Son Gohan. Greetings, Lord Kampa. Son Gohan saluted Kampa. Kampa nodded in response, then glanced at the Kaioshin sword beside Son Gohan. Is that not the Kaioshin sword? How did it come to be in your possession? I extracted the Kaioshin sword, and thus Lord Kaioshin gifted it to me. Oh, but it appears that something is sealed within this sword. What is sealed within? Xiangpa nodded and turned to Son Goten. Goten, could you perhaps take me to savor the delicacies of Earth? Savor the delicacies of Earth. Indeed, we are not well acquainted with this planet and are unaware of where to find the finest cuisine. However, I am merely a child. How about I take you to Bulma's house and let her guide you through the culinary wonders? Bulma? Her family is the wealthiest on Earth. She can procure any dish you desire. Ah, in that case, Bardock, let us accompany Goten to Bulma's abode. Very well, Lord Xiangpa. Upon hearing this, Son Goten immediately approached Xiangpa's side. Will you not join us? Bardock inquired, glancing at the motionless Son Gohan. No, it is sufficient for you to go. All right then, Goten, grasp my shoulder. Upon hearing this, Son Goten promptly placed his hand upon Bardock's shoulder. Bardock then pointed his staff towards the ground. A radiant, multicolored light enveloped their feet, whisking the three away. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she was leisurely reclining in her yard, engrossed in the latest magazine. Suddenly, a burst of radiant light descended from the sky, landing in Bulma's backyard. As the brilliance faded, three figures emerged, Son Goten, Xiangpa, and Bardock. Upon spotting Son Goten, Bulma sprang up from her lounge chair. Hello, Aunt Bulma. Son Goten greeted with a cheerful nod. And who are these? This is Lord Xiangpa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, and this is his attendant, Sister Bardock. Lord Xiangpa? Indeed, Son Goten affirmed with a nod. What brings them here? Aunt Bulma. They are quite fond of Earth's cuisine and hope you can introduce them to its delights. Introduce them to Earth's cuisine? Certainly. If you are busy, you may have it delivered. That would be splendid. What Earth dishes would you like to try? Bulma inquired of the two. Xiangpa replied, pizza, sushi, roasted duck. Please hold for a moment. Let me jot that down. Xiangpa nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief interval, Bulma made a call to arrange for the requested dishes to be delivered. Please make yourselves comfortable in the yard while we await the arrival of your selections. Xiangpa nodded and seated himself at a table alongside Bardock. Observing this, Bulma joined them and inquired, Lord Xiangpa, what exactly is a god of destruction? A god of destruction is one who oversees the annihilation of planets. Bardock chuckled. Responsible for the destruction of planets. Is that so? Yet fear not. For the universe overseen by Lord Xiangpa is Universe 6, not Universe 7. Universe 6? Indeed, there are 12 universes in total. And the one you currently inhabit is Universe 7. Then, does Universe 7 have a god of destruction as well? Indeed. However, Lord Beerus is currently in a deep slumber. Slumber? Yes, Beerus nodded. The lifespan of deities is prolonged, thus they occasionally indulge in lengthy periods of rest. Is it true then that all planets would be obliterated by the god of destruction? Certainly not. Only those planets that fail to meet the required standards shall face destruction. Fail to meet standards? Beerus nodded once more. After a considerable time, the delicacies ordered by Kampa arrived, elegantly arranged upon the table in the courtyard. Well, the culinary delights you requested have been served. Kampa swallowed hard in anticipation. In that case, we shall not hold back. Bulma nodded in agreement. With great enthusiasm, Kampa quickly began to devour the sumptuous feast laid before him. Trunks, is your father not joining us for the meal? Bulma inquired, glancing at Trunks who was seated nearby. Father mentioned he wishes to train. Very well then. After a while, Kampa finished the dishes ordered by Bulma, letting out a resounding belch. How satisfying. Indeed. Considering you ordered 3 times, how could you not be full? Upon hearing this, Kampa blushed. The 3 times referred to by Butis indicated that Kampa had placed 3 orders. Bulma's initial order was insufficient, prompting him to order again, yet even the second order fell short, leading to a third request. I ordered thrice because I was rather hungry today, and I intended to pack some to take home. Pack? Yes, considering the vast distance of the 7th universe. If we pack some to take back, it would save you from making several trips. I see. However, Lord Kampa, you are already quite corpulent. It would be wise to consider shedding a few pounds. Understood, understood. Kampa replied dismissively. Chapter 45, Super Saiyan 5. So, Bulma, may we pack the remaining food to take home? Butis inquired, looking towards Bulma. Of course, I shall fetch the packing bags for you. Thank you for your assistance. Shortly thereafter, Bulma neatly packed the food from the table. With a flourish of her right hand, Butis waved her staff, causing the food to be stored within it. Lord Kampa, the food has been packed. Shall we return? Kampa nodded, rising from his chair. So, Bulma, shall we take our leave? Indeed. Bulma agreed. Observing this, Butis pointed her staff toward the ground, whisking Kampa away from Earth. Aunt Bulma, I too shall be taking my leave. Goten bid farewell to Bulma. Goten, aren't you going to play with Trunks a little longer? No, Aunt Bulma. Very well then. With that, Goten promptly departed from Bulma's residence. In the Dark Demon Realm, an elderly figure with pale blue skin and a mane of white hair stood before a display housing 7 Dark Dragon Balls. The individual before us is the sovereign of the Dark Magic Realm, Mechikapura. Following a fierce confrontation with the Time Patrol, the Dark Magic Realm ultimately triumphed, seizing 7 Dark Dragon Balls. Let us commence. Mechikapura addressed a woman of exquisite form beside him. Her name was Tawa, the Dark Sorceress of the realm. It is my Lord Mechikapura, Tawa declared, invoking the ancient incantation to summon the Dark Shinran. As the spell was uttered, a colossal dark dragon swiftly manifested in the sky. State your desire. Any wish can be fulfilled, yet only one, Tawa exclaimed, glancing eagerly at Mechikapura. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared amidst the Dark Dragon Balls, none other than Goten. Who goes there? Tawa's expression transformed into one of acute vigilance upon witnessing Goten's sudden arrival. Goten chuckled softly, channeling a golden energy wave from his right hand towards the Dark Shinran. This is not good, Tawa gasped, realizing too late her inability to intervene. With a thunderous explosion, the Dark Shinran was obliterated. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the Dark Shinran and acquiring its mystical power. Cursed be it. Mechikapura seethed with fury upon witnessing the destruction of the Dark Dragon Balls he had toiled so hard to obtain. Tawa, eliminate him. As you command, my Lord Mechikapura. Tawa responded, her body darting like lightning towards Goten. Goten clenched his fists, emanating an astonishing aura as he ascended rapidly. With a mighty roar, Goten transformed into an adult form, his body adorned with a profusion of crimson fur, save for his head, limbs, and chest. His thick black hair cascaded over his shoulders, while his golden eyes were framed by red rings. Clothed only in yellow trousers and black fabric shoes, he embodied the Super Saiyan 4. Tawa, taken aback by Goten's transformation, nevertheless launched her attack. Goten smirked, effortlessly evading her assault. Tawa, the android Mira, created by Tawa, surged forward to assist. Cursed be it, Tawa shouted in anger, raising her wand and unleashing a flurry of attacks toward Goten. Goten moved with the swiftness of light, evading her strikes. With a series of thunderous explosions, the energy waves from Tawa's wand detonated in the sky. Observing Tawa's failure to strike Goten, Mechikapura commanded the other 5 sorcerers, Salusa, Putine, all of you, converge and eliminate that wretch. It is indeed the esteemed Mechikapura. Upon finishing their words, the 5 rushed towards Sun Wukong with fervor. 6 against 1 they thought. Sun Wukong, with fists moving at the speed of light, unleashed a flurry of strikes around him. Instantly, ripples emerged, transmitting his attacks towards Salusa and his companions. This was the spatial distortion ability of the evil thought wave. Gulei Bai, Pu Ting, and Apu La unaware of Sun Wukong's capacity to manipulate space with energy, were caught off guard by his sudden onslaught, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Meanwhile, Salusa and Xiao Lu Mu, having evaded Sun Wukong's strikes, charged at him with faces twisted in fury. Sun Wukong remained immobile, steadfast in his position. In no time, the two reached him, one raising a wand, the other wielding a scythe, launching their attack. Sun Wukong transformed into particles and circled behind them, causing their strikes to miss entirely. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick to Salusa's waist. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Salusa's body shot down like a projectile, crashing heavily into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Lu Mu lifted his massive scythe, aiming it at Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong raised his right hand. Grasping the scythe, Xiao Lu Mu was taken aback. Sun Wukong swiftly lifted his left leg, delivering a crushing blow to Xiao Lu Mu. With a piercing scream, Xiao Lu Mu was sent flying backward like a comet. Glancing at the scythe in his hand, Sun Wukong stored it in his system's inventory. Xiao Lu Mu's scythe had vanished. Pu Ting, lying on the ground, was startled. Gu Leibai nodded, rising with a hefty hammer in hand. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, radiating an astonishing aura that surged upward. Boom! The dark magical realm trembled violently under the influence of Sun Wukong's energy. What is happening? Mechi Capra exclaimed in shock. Just then, Sun Wukong's hair transformed to silver, cascading down to his waist, his eyes shifting to a mesmerizing violet. His skin taking on a reddish hue, and an abundance of lightning crackled around him. This was Super Saiyan 5. While his Super Saiyan 4 form could contend with them, he sought to end the battle swiftly, opting for the transformative power of Super Saiyan 5 to vanquish them. As they gazed upon the transformed Sun Wukong, their expressions turned grave. Though oblivious to the full extent of Super Saiyan 5's might, they sensed that its overwhelming presence far surpassed their capabilities. Boom! Upon completing his transformation, Sun Wukong unleashed the energy that had gathered around him, creating a crater in the ground that descended like a meteorite. Chapter 46. The Devouring of Darkness. Gilabai gritted his teeth and rushed towards Sun Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong appeared before Gilabai and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. With a thunderous crash, Gilabai was propelled like a ray of light, colliding heavily against the mountain behind him. Observing this, Tawa and her companions immediately charged towards Sun Wukong. In a flash, he positioned himself behind Salusa and delivered a knee strike, sending him flying. Subsequently, he swiftly confronted Zayulyamu, Puting, and Depura, dispatching each with a punch or kick, sending them soaring. Tawa, aghast at the sight of her companions being flung away, raised her wand and unleashed an energy wave towards Sun Wukong. Just as she lifted her wand, Sun Wukong appeared in a blink, snatching it from her grasp. "My wand!" Tawa cried out in dismay as she watched it being taken. Ignoring her protests, Sun Wukong stored the wand in his system's inventory. He then gathered a golden energy wave in his right hand and directed it at Tawa. With a resounding explosion, Tawa was struck by the energy wave, and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the sky. "Lord Tawa!" Mira shouted, charging towards Sun Wukong at full speed. In an instant, Sun Wukong appeared behind Mira, conjuring another golden energy wave aimed at her. With another deafening explosion, Mira was obliterated. "Congratulations, Master, for defeating Tawa. You have learned." "Congratulations, Master, for defeating Mira. You have learned." "Who are you?" Mechi Capra inquired, his face a mask of fury as he confronted Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong. So, you are a member of the Time Patrol?" "Not exactly, but I am acquainted with those who are." "Is that so?" Mechi Capra replied, raising his wand, which began to emanate a formidable dark power that he infused into the body of the demon Depura. "Ah!" Depura roared, his body radiating an astonishing aura. Sun Wukong remained unfazed, hovering in midair. Although Depura's power had increased somewhat, it was still vastly inferior to his own. Within a dark ancient castle located in the southern region of the demon realm, a man with pale yellow skin, pointed ears, fiery red long hair, and clad in blue attire sat upon a stone chair. His name was Demigula. In ancient times, he was the most powerful sorcerer of the heavens, who, alongside the other two celestial sorcerers, Puting and Gilabai, betrayed the heavenly realm. They allied themselves with the dark demon king Mechi Capra and were endowed with demonic powers, becoming one of the creators of the dark demon realm. However, They were ultimately defeated by Cain and sealed within the rifts of time and space. After Mechi Capula and his companions escaped from the rift in time and space, he too emerged from within. However, upon his escape, he chose not to join Mechi Capula in unsealing the Dark Demon Realm. Instead, he opted to return to the Demon Realm with his subordinates, Xia Meiyu and Robalu, biding his time. Initially, with the Time Patrol team defeated, he harbored concerns that Mechi Capula would confront him once he regained his youth. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's appearance disrupted Mechi Capula's plans. Yet, given Sun Wukong's formidable strength, should he align with the Time Patrol team, dealing with them would become increasingly challenging. In the Dark Demon Realm, upon acquiring the power of darkness, Depura immediately raised his wand and charged at Sun Wukong. In a blink, Sun Wukong vanished and reappeared behind Depura, delivering a powerful kick to his back. With a resounding crash, Depura was sent hurtling to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the demon god Depura, echoed a voice. How infuriating! Mechi Capula seethed, gritting his teeth. Had he not been sealed for so long? With his remaining dark power diminished, he would have personally confronted Sun Wukong. However, even if he were to engage, he doubted he could match Sun Wukong's prowess. As Mechi Capula pondered this, Sun Wukong charged at the other demon gods. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Salusa, the voice chimed. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Yulabai, it continued. Under Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength, Salusa and the others were swiftly vanquished. Only you remain, Sun Wukong declared coldly as he gazed at Mechi Capula. Witnessing Salusa and the others lying defeated, Mechi Capula raised his wand, summoning a swirling black vortex beside them. Devour the darkness, Salusa exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically at the sight of the sudden vortex above. This was one of Mechi Capula's most formidable skills, capable of consuming everything with his immense dark power and converting it into his own strength. He had previously used this technique to absorb the very history of a timeline. Clearly, Mechi Capula intended to devour them and harness their power. You scoundrel! We have aided you wholeheartedly, and yet you seek to consume us, shouted Zayulyamu at Mechi Capula. With a disdainful snort, Mechi Capula retorted, this world is one of the strong devouring the weak. Blame yourselves for your lack of strength. Self-destruction are we? Sun Wukong declared, charging fiercely at Mechi Capula. With astonishing speed, Sun Wukong struck Mechi Capula before he could react, sending him flying with a powerful punch. With a thunderous crash, Mechi Capula collided violently with the mountain behind him. The towering mountains were immediately engulfed in a vast cloud of dust. Sun Wutian clapped his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy waves aimed at Mechikabura. Boom, boom, boom. With the thunderous sounds of massive explosions, Mechikabura was struck by the energy waves, letting out agonizing cries. At that moment, Mechikabura's dark devouring ability consumed Salusa and his companions, assimilating their strength into his own form. After absorbing their power, Mechikabura's aura intensified considerably, yet it still fell short of his peak strength. Moreover, despite acquiring Salusa's strength, his body remained in a state of decline. With his newfound power, Mechikabura raised his wand and unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian swiftly lifted his right hand, deflecting all of Mechikabura's incoming attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 47. The Old Kaioshin. As the explosive sounds echoed, energy waves detonated in the sky. In a flash, Mechikabura's figure appeared before Sun Wutian, thrusting his wand forward in a fierce attack. Sun Wutian vanished and reappeared behind Mechikabura. Startled, Mechikabura turned around, only to see a fist hurtling towards his face. He was sent flying backward like a projectile. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wutian swiftly brought his hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from Sun Wutian's hands, hurtling towards Mechikabura. Alarmed, Mechikabura attempted to evade, but it was too late. Bang! With a violent sound, the Kamehameha struck Mechikabura, propelling him backward. Following this, a colossal explosion erupted in the sky, giving rise to an immense storm that swept outward. Sun Wutian gathered his energy, forming a translucent shield to withstand the raging winds. After a moment, as the explosion subsided, a voice from the system echoed in Sun Wutian's ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating Mechikabura. You have learned Dark Body Control, Dark Energy Ball, and Dark Devouring. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian glanced ahead. As the dense smoke gradually dissipated, Mechikabura's form slowly became visible. He gasped for breath. His clothing tattered and in disarray, appearing quite disheveled. Is he truly immortal? Having consumed a significant part of history, it is likely that Mechikabura has attained immortality. Without responding, Mechikabura raised his wand and fired energy waves at Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian effortlessly dodged to the side. At that moment, the Time Patrol team, led by Son Goku, arrived with Kane and others. Time Patrol Son Goku, Wutian. Sun Wutian nodded and returned to his normal form. Since you have arrived, I leave this fellow to you. Wait, Kane exclaimed, his expression incredibly serious as he addressed Sun Wutian. Who are you? How can you traverse time and space? I am Sun Wutian. But the reason for my ability to traverse time and space is something I cannot disclose. Until we meet again. With that, Sun Wutian immediately opened a portal through time and departed from the dark magic realm. Lord Kaishin, shall we pursue him? Inquired Sun Gohan of the Time Patrol. No need. Let us first deal with the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, the Time Patrol members turned their attention to Mechikabura. Kaishin. Mechikabura gritted his teeth in response. Subsequently, the Time Patrol engaged in a fierce battle against Mechikabura. Ultimately, he was sealed away forever by the Time Patrol using the Sword of Kaishin. In the main timeline, Sun Wutian returned, having nothing to occupy his time at home, so he borrowed Son Gohan's Sword of Kaishin. At this moment, he wielded the sword on the back mountain. After a while of swinging the Sword of Kaishin, Sun Wutian transformed into Super Saiyan 4, gripping the blade with great force and bending it outward. With a resounding crack, the Sword of Kaishin shattered into two halves. Looking around, Sun Wutian noticed nothing amiss. After a brief moment, an elderly man donned in Kaishin's attire suddenly appeared behind him. This was the old Kaishin. Sensing something, Sun Wutian turned to see the hunched figure of the old Kaishin. Were you the one who freed me? The old Kaishin inquired. Yes. Sun Wutian nodded. What is your name? My name is Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian, how did you know I was trapped within the sword? Lord Zampa informed me. Lord Zampa, are you referring to the destroyer of Universe 6? Indeed. How did you come to possess the Sword of Kaishin? Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian recounted the events involving Majin Buu to the old Kaishin. Once he finished speaking, the old Kaishin regarded him with a calm expression. I see. So it was your brother who drew the Sword of Kaishin? Yes, Sun Wutian affirmed. This complicates matters. For my original intention was to reward the one who drew the sword. Reward? Indeed. After all, I am a Kaishin, and I understand the importance of gratitude. You are quite formidable. Of course. Then how about a battle? The old Kaishin coughed lightly. When I spoke of formidable, it means something entirely different from your understanding. Different? What I refer to as formidable pertains to my capabilities. I possess the ability to elevate an individual's strength beyond their limits. Do you comprehend the notion of surpassing limits? Oh, might you engage in a duel with me? The Elder Kai is rendered speechless. I have already stated that I am not proficient in combat. It is my abilities that are remarkable. Fear not, revered Elder Kai. I shall not exert my full strength. Once again, the Elder Kai finds himself at a loss for words. Is it a matter of using full strength or not? Goten, at my age, do you truly believe I can still battle you? Why not? Master Roshi is still capable of fighting my father. Who is Master Roshi? He is my father's mentor. The Elder Kai gazes at the innocent-faced Goten, utterly bemused, and thus concedes, saying, very well, but I am merely an old relic now. Do not strike too hard. All right, Goten replies with a cheerful nod, observing the beaming smile on Goten's face. The Elder Kai has already resolved that the moment their battle commences, he shall promptly concede. Now, Goten, you may launch your attack. Okay. No sooner had he spoken than Goten's right fist struck the Elder Kai's face with force. The Elder Kai let out a loud cry, his body soaring like a projectile, crashing against the mountain behind him. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the Elder Kai and acquiring the ability to see the Earth from King Kai's planet, along with the divine instant transmission skill, and an additional reward of a crystal ball that grants you the power to observe everything in the 7th universe. It hurts terribly. At that moment, the Elder Kai clasped his head, exclaiming in distress, Goten, I told you to go easy on me, yet you struck with such intensity. Seeing this, Goten hurried over, producing a Senza bean for him. I apologize, esteemed Elder Kai. This is a Senza bean. If you consume it, your injuries will mend. A Sinzabine? Indeed, Goten affirmed. Chapter 48. Surpassing limits. The Elder Kai hesitated for a moment before consuming the Sinzabine. Instantly, his injuries healed. Goten, where did you acquire this Sinzabine? It's quite extraordinary. I obtained it from Lord Karen. Lord Karen? Ah, I see. He is the sage residing atop Korin Tower. Indeed. Now, Goten, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Where to? Naturally, back to the North Kai's realm. Oh, please extend my gratitude to your brother. Thank my brother? Yes, after all, he was the one who extracted the Sword of the Kai. Then, esteemed Elder Kai, could you assist me in repairing this Sword of the Kai? No. The Elder Kai shook his head. This sword has sealed me for so long. How could I possibly repair it? Why not? No reason. The old Kaioshin, after finishing his words, immediately utilized instant transmission to depart from Earth. In the Kaioshin realm, the East Kaioshin was standing on a grassy expanse, observing the cosmos when a figure suddenly materialized before him. It was none other than the old Kaioshin. Lowering his gaze, the East Kaioshin inquired, "Who might you be, esteemed elder?" "I am likely your predecessor from the 15th generation. 15th generation, exclaimed the East Kaioshin in astonishment. Indeed. So, you are my ancestor? Yes. The old Kaioshin nodded. Then, venerable ancestor, what brings you here so unexpectedly? This tale is rather lengthy, but to summarize, I had been sealed within the Kaioshin sword. The Kaioshin sword? ISNT that in Gohan's possession? Yes. Today, son Goten was practicing his swordsmanship and accidentally broke it. He broke it. Indeed, otherwise I would still be confined within. I initially thought that a Kaioshin from a later generation would be the one to extract the sword. But who would have imagined it would be a mere human? The Kaioshins truly seem to be diminishing in prowess. My sincerest apologies, venerable ancestor, the East Kaioshin said, his face reflecting deep shame. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin snorted disdainfully and fell silent. Meanwhile, on Earth, at Baozi Mountain, after the old Kaioshin's departure, son Goten returned home and recounted the incident of breaking the Kaioshin sword to Gohan. Old Kaioshin, yes, son Goten affirmed with a nod. The sword is broken. So we shall have Dad ask the Kaioshin to repair it. The Kaioshin, indeed. Gohan nodded in agreement. In the 6th universe, Kampa and Vados were presently traversing the cosmos in swift pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls. Lord Kampa, we have now located 5 of the Super Dragon Balls. We only need to find 2 more to have the complete set. Kampa acknowledged with a nod. Then we shall wish upon the Eternal Dragon to grant us a planet akin to Earth in our 6th universe. Indeed, Kampa concurred. Vados, how long until Lord Beerus awakens? 5 years. Is that so? That fellow can truly slumber for an eternity. Lord Kampa, your previous slumber far surpassed Lord Beerus's. That was in the past. Now that there are such delectable Earth cuisines, I won't be sleeping for so long again. By the way, Vados, what are your thoughts on that Saiyan named Son Goten? What are my thoughts? He is merely 7 years old, yet possesses such formidable strength. Vados pondered for a moment before responding. He has the potential to become a god of destruction, just as I suspected. So, Lord Kampa, do you intend to appoint him as your successor? Not at present. I have no desire to relinquish my title as god of destruction just yet. I merely find his strength commendable, and he may surpass me in the future. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. During this period, everything remained remarkably tranquil. On the slopes of Baozi Mountain, the rear hill of Sun Wukong's residence, son Goten was diligently practicing when a figure suddenly materialized before him. This individual was none other than Cain, the King of Time. Who are you? Son Goten inquired. I am the King of Time, responsible for managing the continuum of space and time, Cain replied. What brings you here? I have come to inquire about matters of time travel. Generally, only demonic deities and king gods possess the ability to traverse time. Even Sun Wukong and the Time Patrol team can only open the portal with my assistance. So who exactly are you? Son Goten chuckled. Did I not tell you earlier? My name is Son Goten. And how do you account for your time travel? An elder bestowed upon me the power of time. An elder? Indeed. He instructed me not to reveal his identity. Upon hearing this, Cain stroked his chin thoughtfully. In that case, why not join our Time Patrol team? Absolutely not. Why so? I have always preferred to walk my own path. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Are you leaving just like that? Are you not staying for a meal? Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Uninterested, Cain chose to depart without further ado. In the time nest, Trunks of the Time Patrol team was practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard when he suddenly spotted Caine's silhouette. Lord King, Trunks exclaimed, and Caine nodded in acknowledgement. How did your inquiry go? Trunks asked. I did not glean much information. Do you think he might be possessed by someone? Uncertain, but I sensed no malevolence within him. Might he be a reborn traveler? I cannot say. By the way, did you extend an invitation for him to join our Time Patrol team? I did, but he declined. In the realm of the king gods, the old king was idly observing insects battling on Earth through his clairvoyance when a figure suddenly appeared in his domain. Sun Goten. The East King exclaimed in surprise. It has been a while, Lord King. The old king turned his gaze towards Sun Goten. It has indeed been some time. What brings you here so unexpectedly? I seek the counsel of the old king. You are looking for me? Sun Goten nodded affirmatively. What is it you wish to discuss? Lord King, did you not mention that you could help someone surpass their limits? Are you asking me to assist you in surpassing your limits? Yes. That is not feasible. Why not? Have you forgotten how you once struck me? But, Lord King, I later provided you with the sins of beings. Nonetheless, I have already repaid you for that. Then, I shall seek Lord Kampa instead. What do you intend to do with Lord Kampa? The Kaioshin's sword has been restored. I believe it is best for you to return to the sword. Chapter 49. The Mysterious Super Saiyan 5, a second battle with Kampa and the Kaioshin's sword. Indeed, my father had the Kaioshin Lord repair it. North Kaioshin, that scoundrel. The old Kaioshin gritted his teeth. Old Kaioshin, will you assist me in enhancing my strength? The old Kaioshin snorted dismissively. How could I refuse? I truly cannot fathom why, despite your formidable power, you still seek to grow stronger. This is akin to human desire, which is never satiated. I did not expect you, despite your youth, to possess such wisdom. Sun Goten smiled silently. Since you wish for my assistance in augmenting your strength, you must adhere to my instructions from this point onward. Sun Goten nodded in agreement. Very well, stand straight for me now. Upon hearing this, Sun Goten promptly straightened his posture. The old Kaioshin nodded and began to dance around Sun Goten, gesticulating fervently. Ancestor, what are you doing? This is a ritual to enhance Sun Goten's strength. A ritual? Indeed, the old Kaioshin affirmed. By the way, Sun Goten, I neglected to mention that this ritual requires 24 hours. If you find this duration excessive, you may cease at any moment. No worries, old Kaioshin. Please proceed with enhancing my strength. Is that truly your wish? Indeed. Sun Goten nodded. Observing this, the old Kaioshin, left with no choice, agreed to assist Sun Goten. Since the ritual would take 24 hours, Sun Goten asked East Kaioshin to inform Goku of the situation. Upon learning of it, Goku said nothing, but Chi-Chi, upon discovering the news, became quite agitated, as Sun Goten seldom spent the night away. Although a day typically passes swiftly, Sun Goten felt the time drag on painfully. Unable to do anything, or even sleep. Is it not finished yet? Sun Goten gazed at the unchanging sky. Just a little longer. Very well. At that moment, a radiant beam of 7 colors descended from the heavens, landing upon the Kaioshin realm. As the light dissipated, 2 figures emerged. These 2 were Kampa and Beerus. Lord Kampa. Sun Goten greeted Kampa respectfully. Kampa nodded and looked at Sun Goten, who was seated on the grass. I heard from Bulma that you had the Kaioshin assist you in enhancing your strength. Indeed, it is nearly complete. Is that so? Then I shall wait a while longer. After a short time, the old Kaioshin suddenly retracted his raised right hand. It is finished. Your enhancement is complete. Is it truly complete? Indeed. The old Kaioshin nodded. You may now attempt to unleash your energy. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Sun Goten rose from the grass, clenching his fists tightly. With a resounding shout, a formidable aura, surpassing even that of a Super Saiyan god, emanated from Goten, spreading throughout the cosmos. Kampa was taken aback. Although Goten's energy was that of a mortal, the essence radiating from his being was not to be underestimated, even by a god of destruction. As Goten unleashed his energy, Goku, who was training on North Kai's planet, also sensed it. This is Goten's energy. How could it have grown so potent? He pondered. Indeed, this formidable energy belonged to Goten. The North Kai trembled slightly, conjecturing. It must be Lord Kaioshin who has assisted him in transcending his limits. Yet, even so, this energy is extraordinarily powerful. On Earth, in West City at Bulma's residence, Vegeta, who was training in the gravity chamber, felt Goten's overwhelming aura and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, is this Goten a monster? How could his energy reach such heights? Meanwhile, On Earth, Piccolo and the others also sensed Goten's energy, marveling at his remarkable prowess. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, a tall figure with bluish-green skin, adorned with long white curly hair and purple eyes, stood upon a grassy expanse. This man, Whis, wore a deep red robe embellished with 3 diamonds in white and orange, and a light blue ring encircled his neck. Holding a long staff in his right hand, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the North Galaxy, sensing something unusual. In the Kaioshin realm, after releasing his energy, Goten looked at his hands in astonishment. He was aware of the old Kaioshin's formidable abilities, but never anticipated such strength. "How do you feel?" the old Kaioshin inquired. "Not bad." "What do you mean, not bad?" "It's undeniably impressive. It is indeed quite formidable. That is more like it. Furthermore, I have enabled your strength to surpass its limits. You should refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan." "Why not?" "Because once you transform, you cannot maintain this current state. Goten, since you have augmented your strength, would you care for another spar with me?" Kampa suggested with a smile. "Another match? Well, since Lord Kampa has proposed it, I shall gladly accept." "Hold on." The old Kaioshin interjected suddenly. "What is it, old Kaioshin? I have no objections to your battle, but are you really planning to fight in the Kaioshin realm? Is that a problem?" "Of course it is. The Kaioshin realm is our territory." Upon hearing this, Kampa gathered a sphere of purple destructive energy in his palm. "What did you say?" "Nothing. If you wish to fight, by all means proceed." The old Kaioshin capitulated instantly. With a cold snort, Xiangpa dispersed the destructive energy in his hands. Son Goten looked up and soared into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Xiangpa immediately followed suit. After ascending to a certain height, Son Goten abruptly halted midair. Xiangpa, seeing this, also came to a stop. "Shall we begin, Lord Xiangpa?" Xiangpa nodded. In response, Son Goten blinked and swiftly appeared before Xiangpa, delivering a heavy punch to his face. Bang! Boom! With a resounding explosion, Xiangpa's body shot like a ray into the mountain behind him, causing a massive cloud of dust to erupt. "What incredible speed!" Bardos remarked, narrowing her eyes. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the realm of the Kais, none other than Son Goku. "Goku!" Son Goku nodded. "Damn it!" Xiangpa gritted his teeth and transformed into a streak of purple light, charging towards Son Goten. In no time, Xiangpa reached Son Goten, launching a fierce assault with his fists glowing like purple light. Son Goten deftly evaded Xiangpa's attacks, dodging left and right with ease. Xiangpa shouted, unleashing a powerful right punch. Bang! Son Goten raised his left hand, successfully blocking Xiangpa's full-force strike. Chapter 50. The Realm of Destruction. God Xiangpa, gritting his teeth, propelled his right fist forward with all his might, causing Son Goten to stagger back several steps. At that moment, Xiangpa forcefully thrust his right knee forward. Son Goten lifted his left knee, meeting Xiangpa's right knee with a powerful clash. An immensely intense collision sound erupted from their kneecaps. "What?" Xiangpa exclaimed in shock, quickly raising his left fist to attack Son Goten. Son Goten dodged to the side, then swiftly kicked out with his right foot, landing a heavy blow to Xiangpa's abdomen. Xiangpa let out a loud scream, his body shooting backward like a ray. Gritting his teeth, Xiangpa quickly steadied himself midair. Just then, Son Goten's figure suddenly vanished from his position. "He's gone." Just as Xiangpa began searching for Son Goten, the latter reappeared before him, his fist striking Xiangpa's face and body with lightning speed. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! Under Son Goten's relentless assault, Xiangpa was forced to retreat, emitting cries of pain. Suddenly, Son Goten delivered a powerful kick forward, launching Xiangpa into the air once more. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Xiangpa crashed into the mountain, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. "Damn it!" Xiangpa roared in fury, suddenly unleashing an astonishing aura as he charged at Son Goten. Sun Wutian clenched his fists with great force, a translucent aura enveloping his body as he charged towards Kampa. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves face to face, launching powerful punches at one another. The air resonated with the thunderous sounds of their fierce battle. As they moved rapidly through the sky, engaged in an intensely vigorous confrontation, their incredible speed created the illusion of ripples dancing across the heavens, rendering their clash nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. How astonishing! Sun Wukong marveled internally. Previously, during Sun Wutian's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue while battling Kampa, he could clearly perceive their exchanges. Yet now, after the enhancement from the old Kai, he was utterly unable to discern the struggle between them, indicating that Sun Wutian's power had vastly surpassed his own. Not far away, Beerus observed the duel between the two, lost in contemplation. Sun Wutian had evidently ascended to the realm of the gods of destruction. However, not long ago, the disparity in strength between him and Kampa had been monumental. As this realization struck her, Beerus turned her gaze towards the old Kai. Could it be due to his abilities? She pondered. In the sky, Sun Wutian and Kampa were locked in a fierce exchange, fists and feet colliding in a frenzied assault. Damn it, Kampa seethed, grinding his teeth in frustration as he realized that Sun Wutian was now his equal. Not long ago, Sun Wutian had been no match for him. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span? Had he previously restrained his true power in their earlier encounter? Just as Kampa contemplated this, Sun Wutian's right fist landed heavily upon Kampa's face, sending him hurtling backward. Kampa clenched his fists tightly, swiftly stabilizing himself midair. At that moment, Sun Wutian dashed forward, his fists flashing like lightning as he struck towards Kampa's body with great force. Ah! Kampa roared, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy that propelled Sun Wutian away. Sun Wutian raised his arms before him, quickly halting his momentum in the sky. At that instant, Kampa unleashed a mighty shout, releasing a torrent of destructive energy directed at Sun Wutian. The latter evaded with remarkable agility, dodging the onslaught. Kampa's unleashed energy either struck the ground or erupted in midair. Ah! Kampa exclaimed in frustration, sensing that his destructive energy had failed to hit Sun Wutian, and he radiated an immense aura of devastation. Beerus gasped in shock. Wutian, he has forced Lord Kampa into such a dire situation. Such a situation? Sun Wukong questioned, his face etched with confusion as he looked at Beerus. Beerus nodded affirmatively. Wutian, his power has now reached the realm of the gods of destruction. In the realm of destruction, a sudden clash erupted. As the two conversed, Xiang Pa surged forward with incredible speed towards Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Pa reached Sun Wukong, unleashing a flurry of punches that struck with the swiftness of lightning. Sun Wukong raised his fists to defend against the onslaught, while simultaneously retreating. Huh! Suddenly, Xiang Pa bellowed, launching a powerful kick forward. Sun Wukong was struck violently, his body propelled backward like a projectile. Xiang Pa lifted his right hand, gathering a massive surge of destructive energy, aimed directly at the retreating Sun Wukong. With a firm grip, Sun Wukong managed to halt his flight midair, narrowly evading the attack. As he dodged, the destructive energy detonated behind him, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the entirety of the King Kai's realm. Almost instantly, a colossal purple storm began to sweep across the landscape. Witnessing this, Goku and the others shielded their eyes from the blinding light. Curse it! Xiang Pa, sensing his attack had missed, radiated a terrifying aura of destruction and charged at Sun Wukong once more. With a determined grip, Sun Wukong unleashed a torrent of translucent energy, meeting Xiang Pa head-on. With a series of thunderous impacts, the two figures clashed fiercely in the sky. After a moment of intense combat, they both soared outward from the King Kai's realm, their speed propelling them beyond its borders as they hovered in the atmosphere, separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, gazing at each other intently. Sun Wukong, your power is formidable. Have you considered becoming the god of destruction for our 6th universe? The god of destruction for the 6th universe? I think not, as I have no particular fondness for destruction. Is that so? Then it appears there is no other option. With that, Xiang Pa transformed into a streak of purple light, charging towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled and mirrored the action, and in an instant, they found themselves face to face, their fists and feet moving at blinding speed to strike each other. With a cacophony of intense combat sounds, both combatants bore numerous injuries from the relentless exchange. Chapter 51. Fierce battle with a resounding impact. Both of their right fists struck each other's faces simultaneously, causing their heads to tilt backward. They quickly retracted their fists, continuing their relentless assault. In a decisive move, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful headbutt to Xiang Pa's forehead. Xiang Pa let out a pained cry, staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong rushed forward, delivering a barrage of strikes towards Xiang Pa's body. Under the assault of Sun Wukong, Xiang Pa found himself retreating rapidly. Suddenly, with a powerful strike of his right fist, Sun Wukong propelled Xiang Pa backward like a shooting star. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Wukong swiftly clasped his hands together and proclaimed, Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms, hurtling toward Xiang Pa. Taken by surprise, Xiang Pa realized it was too late to evade. With a thunderous crash, the Kamehameha struck Xiang Pa, sending him reeling backward. Damn it! Xiang Pa exclaimed in fury, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy that dissipated Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. However, despite neutralizing the attack, Xiang Pa found himself drained of considerable stamina, panting heavily thereafter. What? Sun Wukong gasped, astonished. Though he was aware of the immense power of destruction, he had not anticipated its magnitude. It was no wonder that some claimed the god of destruction was the pinnacle of the universe. Not only were they immensely powerful, but the destructive energy they wielded was notoriously difficult to counter. Once Xiang Pa's breathing steadied, he cast a pale glance at Sun Wukong. Initially, he had been curious about how much strength the old Supreme Kai had bestowed upon Sun Wukong, prompting him to engage in battle. Had he known the extent of the enhancement, he would have refrained from fighting. He had exerted nearly all his strength in their previous clash, and with neither having emerged victorious, the thought of being defeated by Sun Wukong was a source of great embarrassment. With this in mind, Xiang Pa raised his right hand, gathering an immense sphere of destructive energy aimed at Sun Wukong. Observing this, Sun Wukong quickly clasped his hands together once more. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave materialized from his hands, surging towards the oncoming destructive force. With a resounding boom, the Kamehameha collided violently with the destructive energy. Sun Wukong exerted force, pushing the Kamehameha forward, causing the destructive energy to be repelled. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Pa also pushed forward with all his might, forcing the Kamehameha back. Sun Wukong shouted, channeling all his strength into the push. Seeing this, Xiang Pa roared as well, thrusting his destructive energy forward with full force. As the two energies clashed, invisible ripples radiated outward, spreading throughout the cosmos. The uninhabited planets near the Kaishan realm were instantly reduced to cosmic dust under the assault of these ethereal waves. It's over. The entire universe is doomed. The old Supreme Kai lamented in despair upon witnessing the devastation. What has happened to our ancestor? East Kaishan inquired. Did you not see? The universe is home to numerous celestial bodies, yet some have vanished due to the fierce battle between the two warriors. Vanished? Indeed. The energy they wield has begun to overwhelm the very fabric of the cosmos. What shall we do, esteemed ancestor? Should I implore Goten to cease combat? Do you truly believe you can deter them? The East Kai, rendered speechless, recognized his own limitations. Although he bore the title of Kai, his power paled in comparison to that of Goku and his companions, leaving him uncertain if Goten would heed his counsel. Then, esteemed ancestor, how much longer can the universe endure their conflict? Upon hearing this, the old Kai raised 3 fingers. 30 minutes? No, merely 3 instances. 3. Yes. 3 attacks of that magnitude. The East Kai gasped in astonishment. Beyond the Kai realm, the Kamehameha wave and destructive energy were being exchanged between the two fighters, now compressed into a singular flash of lightning. With a thunderous roar, their energies finally dissipated as exhaustion set in. After a prolonged struggle, both warriors paused momentarily. Despite Goten's boundless stamina, the excessive exertion began to weigh on his body. Boom. After a brief respite, the two charged at each other once more. Bang. With a cataclysmic sound, their right fists collided, releasing an astonishing aura that radiated outward. Instantly, invisible ripples emanated from their hands, spreading throughout the universe. The second time, the East Kai exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the old Kai nodded solemnly. At that moment, they retracted their right fists and forcefully collided their left elbows. Once more, invisible waves surged forth, permeating the cosmos. The third time, the old Kai stated with grave seriousness, just one more, and the universe may face annihilation. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than their right knees forcefully met. Again, invisible ripples erupted, cascading through the universe. The fourth time, is the universe on the brink of destruction? No, I miscalculated. It may not be just 3 times. How many then? Perhaps 5, or even 6. As these words left his lips, more invisible ripples emerged from their ongoing battle. The East Kai swallowed hard. If the old Kai's words held truth, they had only 2 more chances before ruin ensued. Boom. In the atmosphere of the Kai realm, Goten and Zampa were locked in a fierce struggle, their hands gripping each other with all their might. With a powerful shout, Zampa emanated a torrent of purple energy. Upon witnessing this, Goten also roared, unleashing a substantial amount of translucent energy. As the breath of the two combatants dispersed, they instantly transformed into dragons and tigers, engaging in a fierce battle amidst the cosmos. Bang! After a brief standoff, Son Goten exerted his strength, propelling Kampa away. Damn it! Kampa exclaimed in fury, swiftly thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy aimed at Son Goten. This technique was none other than the renowned Prince's combat style from the Dragon Ball universe. While dodging, Son Goten retaliated by firing energy waves to detonate the incoming destructive forces. The atmosphere of the King Kai's realm was soon engulfed in explosions and the billowing smoke they generated. Seeing his destructive energy ineffective, Kampa transformed into a streak of purple light, charging towards Son Goten. Chapter 52, The Decisive Battle. Observing this, Son Goten mirrored the action, dashing towards Kampa. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With each thunderous sound, the two figures engaged in a dynamic battle, weaving in an intricate pattern through the cosmos. Their astonishing speed made them appear as a multitude of flickering purple lights across the universe. With a powerful kick, Son Goten sent Kampa hurtling away. Kampa clenched his fists tightly, halting his body mid-flight, gazing at Son Goten. Despite having unleashed his full power in combat, he found it exceedingly difficult to defeat Son Goten. Curse it! Am I, Kampa, destined to be bested by a mere mortal today? He thought, gritting his teeth. It should be about time. Son Goten observed Kampa before suddenly charging at him with blinding speed. Taken by surprise, Kampa had no chance to react as he received a heavy punch to the abdomen from Son Goten. Letting out a scream of agony, Kampa spat out a mouthful of bitter liquid. At that moment, Son Goten flashed behind Kampa, bringing his fists down in a hammering strike against Kampa's body. Bang! With an incredibly intense sound, Kampa plummeted towards the King Kai's realm like a meteor. Son Goten clasped his hands together behind him, gathering a deep blue energy wave aimed at Kampa. This was none other than the Kamehameha wave. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Kampa, forcefully driving him towards the ground. Goten! Goku gasped in alarm. If the Kamehameha were to hit the ground like this, the entire King Kai's realm would likely be obliterated. Just as the Kamehameha was about to reach the earth, Kampa let out a thunderous roar, emanating an immense aura of destructive energy that dissipated the Kamehameha wave. However, this exertion left him gasping for breath. At that moment, Son Goten executed an instantaneous movement, appearing directly above Kampa. Then, with a flying kick, he delivered a powerful strike to Kampa's body. Boom! 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 With each resounding impact, Kampa's form shot through the air like a projectile, demolishing several mountains in his wake. At last, a massive stone, dislodged from a great mountain, crushed him to the ground. In that moment, a voice resonated in Sun Wukong's ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Kampa, acquiring the destruction energy, and mastering the divine technique of the God of Destruction, Kampa. Witnessing this, Beerus quickly flew over to the enormous stone pinning Kampa down. With a wave of his staff, the stones were lifted away, and he then used his magic to heal Kampa's wounds. Once healed, Kampa rose from the ground and cast a deep glance at Sun Wukong, saying, Beerus, let us depart. As you wish, Lord Kampa. Beerus replied, nodding, and with a point of his staff, a vibrant spectrum of light appeared beneath their feet, whisking them away from the realm of the Kais. The Eastern Kaishin stood in shock. Are they leaving just like that? The old Kaishin nodded. It seems Lord Kampa is quite displeased. Displeased? How could a god of destruction like him not be angry after losing to a mere mortal? Will his fury not lead him to obliterate planets in the universe? I am uncertain, but as the god of destruction of Universe 6, he should not be able to destroy our planets. That is a relief. The Eastern Kaishin exhaled in relief. Turning to Sun Wukong, the old Kaishin remarked, Wukong, why didn't you show some restraint with Lord Kampa? Although you triumphed over him, he is still the god of destruction of Universe 6. And you may not fare well in the future. It shouldn't come to that, should it? In truth, Sun Wukong had indeed shown restraint. Had he unleashed his full power as a Super Saiyan god, he would have easily defeated Kampa. Shouldn't come to that. Gods of destruction are notoriously proud. I was sealed in the realm of the Kais due to offending Lord Beerus. You were sealed by Lord Beerus, Ancestor? Indeed. However, Ancestor, it's too late to dwell on the past. Who says it's too late? This time, Wukong battled Lord Kampa. But if he were to face Lord Beerus next time and emerge victorious, he might very well devastate half the universe. Half the universe, you say? Indeed. For Lord Beerus is our universe's god of destruction, and he is not one to ponder consequences. Yet, did you not mention that Lord Beerus is currently in slumber? He is indeed asleep, but there will come a day when he awakens. The Eastern Kaioshin turned to son Wukong, urging, Wukong, should Lord Beerus seek you out for a battle, you must avoid engaging him. Understood. In Universe 7, Kampa and Beerus were en route back to Universe 6. My Lord Kampa, losing this battle is not of great consequence. I have heard that in Universe 11, there exists a human who surpasses even the gods of destruction. A human who surpasses the gods of destruction? Beerus nodded. Do you truly believe this son Wukong is merely a child of humanity? I believe it should be so. Should it? Indeed, I once examined his soul and found no issues. At the tender age of 7, his prowess already surpassed mine. It remains to be seen how far he will grow. Bardos, do you think that son Wukong's sudden surge in strength is solely due to the old Kai assisting him in unlocking his latent potential? I am uncertain. Bardos shook her head. However, it seems that son Wukong did not exert his full strength during the recent battle. He did not unleash his full power. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa immediately broke into a cold sweat. If son Wukong was already this formidable without using his full capabilities, then should he unleash his true power? He would undoubtedly be an insurmountable opponent. I suspect he has been considerate of your dignity, which is why he refrained from going all out. Bardos, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Bardos chuckled. Lord Xiangpa, please reflect carefully on the recent confrontation. Did you not notice that there were several instances where you were utterly unable to keep pace with son Wukong's speed? After contemplating, Xiangpa realized that there were indeed multiple moments when he could not match son Wukong's velocity, particularly when son Wukong ultimately triumphed over him. What do you say? Lord Xiangpa? Surprising, isn't it? Xiangpa responded defiantly. Bardos merely smiled in silence. As time flew by, 3 days had swiftly passed. Upon learning of son Wukong's victory over Xiangpa, Trunks dedicated these 3 days to training in the gravity chamber. In the mountainous backdrop of Goku's home, Goku and son Wukong were engaged in a fierce sparring match in the sky above. With a resounding thud, a powerful kick sent Goku crashing to the ground like a shooting star, stirring up a cloud of dust in its wake. Chapter 53. The top 5 in the universe. After a moment, as the dust settled, Goku executed a nimble maneuver and sprang back to his feet. Do you wish to continue fighting, father? Son Wukong inquired as he descended before Goku. No, my current strength pales in comparison to yours. I believe I should focus on my training for now. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. It was Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo acknowledged with a nod. Where's Gohan? Is he not training with you? No, it seems he has gone on a date with Sister Videl. A date? Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt a pang of frustration. With son Wukong's strength having reached such heights, Gohan should be diligently training to catch up. Son Wukong nodded. By the way, Wukong, do you think Lord Xiangpa will return to Earth? Just as son Wukong was about to shake his head, he suddenly sensed Xiangpa's presence. Father, Lord Xiangpa is coming. He has arrived? Yes, son Wukong confirmed. However, it appears he is heading towards West City. West City? Is he going to Bulma's house? I believe so. I shall now visit Bulma. With that, son Wukong executed an instantaneous move and vanished from sight. Son Wukong, Piccolo exclaimed, watching the disappearing figure, and immediately turned to Goten. What does your father seek from Lord Kampa? He contemplated the notion of training on Lord Kampa's planet. Training on Lord Kampa's planet? Is he truly going there? Indeed. Goten nodded. Only in this manner can my strength be enhanced at a swifter pace. But will Lord Kampa grant his consent? I do not know, Goten replied, shaking his head. So, should I return then? Uncle Piccolo, are you leaving so soon? How about we spar for a while? Piccolo was at a loss for words. If son Wukong could not best Goten, engaging in a match with him would merely be inviting hardship. No, I shall return. With that, Piccolo took to the skies using his flight technique. Goten sighed at the sight. Invincibility is indeed a lonely pursuit. In West City, at Bulma's residence, son Wukong had already arrived in the courtyard, where he encountered Kampa and Vados. Son Wukong. Lord Kampa. Son Wukong greeted with a smile. Where's Goten? He is training on the mountains behind our home. Ah, and what brings you here? Lord Kampa, may I train on your planet? Train? Indeed. I aspire to become as formidable as you, Lord Kampa. That is not permissible. You must first become the next god of destruction to train on my planet. Is there no other way, Lord Kampa, aside from becoming a god of destruction? None. Kampa shook his head. If Sun Wukong were to visit his planet, tranquility would be a fleeting notion. Then how about this, Lord Kampa? Allow me to treat you to a dish you have never tasted before. A dish I have never tasted? Yes, but you must promise me the opportunity to train on your planet. Kampa snorted softly. That would depend on the flavor of this dish. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Sun Wukong chuckled. So, where is this dish you speak of? Just wait a moment, I shall fetch it for you. Very well, be swift. With a nod, Sun Wukong executed another instantaneous move and disappeared from Bulma's residence. Vados, is that not instantaneous movement? Indeed, Lord Kampa. However, Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement is not that of the Kais, but rather that of the inhabitants of planet Yardrat. Moments later, Sun Wukong returned carrying 3 buckets of instant noodles. Kampa glanced at the noodles. Sun Wukong, is this the delicacy you mentioned? Indeed. But how does one consume this? Simply place the seasoning packet into the noodles and pour boiling water over it. Oh, then quickly prepare the noodles with boiling water. Very well, Lord Shangpa. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately tore open the package and added the seasoning. He then went to Bulma's house to fetch a kettle of boiling water, pouring it over the noodles. Once the water was added, Sun Wukong covered the noodles. Can we not eat yet? Shangpa inquired. Not yet. We must wait for 3 minutes. Very well. The 3 minutes passed swiftly. Observing that the time was nearly up, Sun Wukong opened the lid, and an enticing aroma wafted from the noodles. Shangpa, inhaling the fragrant scent, swallowed hard. Can we eat now? Upon hearing this, Shangpa promptly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Bardas, witnessing this, joined in as well. After taking a bite, a look of surprise crossed Bardas's face. She had not anticipated that such a simple dish could be so delightful. How does it taste? Sun Wukong asked the two. Delicious, Shangpa replied. Before long, the entire bowl of noodles, along with the broth, was consumed by Shangpa. How was it, Lord Shangpa? Sun Wukong asked with a smile. It was satisfactory. May I come to your planet to train? You may, but a single bowl of noodles is insufficient. I am still quite hungry. I have plenty at home. I shall fetch more right away. With that, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant. After a while, he returned, carrying several boxes of noodles. By the way, Sun Wukong, where's Goten? Shangpa asked upon seeing him return. He is training in the backyard at home. He is already so powerful, yet he continues to train? Yes. He claims he wishes to grow even stronger to defeat Bardas. Defeat me? Indeed, as your strength is formidable. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Bardas immediately chuckled. However, it is truly a pity that Goten is not becoming a god of destruction. If he were to take on that role, he might very well become the strongest god of destruction. Bardas, are there individuals stronger than you in this world? Certainly. My father, the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest? Yes. I am not even close to matching his little finger. He is that powerful. Sun Wukong was astonished. Previously, he had thought Bardas to be among the strongest in the 12 universes, only to discover that she could not even compare to her father's little finger. Truly, there are always those who surpass us. Where is your father now? He is with Lord Zeno. Lord Zeno? Lord Zeno is the greatest deity of the 12 universes and the supreme ruler of all 12 universes. My father, the Grand Priest, serves as Lord Zeno's steward. A steward? Bardas nodded. My father's strength ranks among the top 5 across the 12 universes. Does this imply that your father's power is approximately within the top 5 as well? Indeed. Chapter 54, Son Goku and Vegeta journey to the 6th universe for training. Alright, Son Goku, bring out your instant noodles and prepare several bowls. Certainly, Lord Kampa. With that, Son Goku promptly fetched hot water to steep his noodles. In Bulma's gravity chamber, Son Goku concealed his energy, rendering Vegeta and Trunks, who were engaged in training, unaware of his arrival. 1103, 1104. Trunks counted as he performed one-handed push-ups. At that moment, the gravity chamber's door swung open, and Mrs. Brief squinted her eyes as she addressed the two. Trunks, Vegeta, Bulma has ordered a plethora of food. Would you like to pause your training and join us for a meal? Food. Trunks perked up at the suggestion, but upon noticing the serious demeanor of his father Vegeta, he quickly dismissed the thought. No thanks, Grandma. My father and I prefer to eat after we finish our training. Oh, I was hoping you could join Goku for a meal. Uncle Goku, Kakarot has arrived? Vegeta turned to Mrs. Brief, intrigued. Yes, and the god of destruction is here too. Lord Kampa? Indeed, Mrs. Brief confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately turned to Trunks. Trunks, let us have a meal now and resume our training afterward. Sure, Dad, Trunks replied, nodding in agreement. Vegeta then restored the gravity chamber to its normal setting and exited with Trunks. In the backyard of the Brief residence, Son Goku and Kampa were seated at a large table, savoring the delicious cuisine recently ordered by Bulma. Although the instant noodles were delightful, they were rather monotonous, prompting Kampa to request a variety of dishes be brought over after indulging in several bowls. As Son Goku relished the food, he suddenly spotted Vegeta and Trunks approaching from afar. Vegeta, Trunks, he called out loudly. Uncle Goku. Trunks responded politely, while Vegeta remained silent. Before long, the pair arrived before Son Goku. Bulma smiled and remarked, Vegeta, I thought you wouldn't come. Vegeta, not responding to Bulma, turned his gaze towards Son Goku. Kakarot, what brings you to my home today? I came to seek Lord Kampa. Seeking Lord Kampa? Son Goku is already prepared to train in our universe. Bardoss interjected. Training? Are you implying that Kakarot intends to train on Lord Kampa's planet? Yes. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. Lord Kampa, may I also cultivate on your planet? No. Kampa shook his head. Why not? Kakarot can. Kakarot? Lord Kampa, Kakarot is Sun Wukong's Saiyan name. Is that so? Indeed. Bardock nodded. Sun Wukong can cultivate on my planet because he treated me to a dish I had never tasted before. A dish you've never tasted? Yes. So if you wish to train on my planet, you must also treat me to a dish I have yet to savor. All right. Vegeta immediately agreed. Given that Sun Wukong's strength already surpassed his own, if he failed to seize this opportunity to train in the 6th universe, he would forever remain in 3rd place. During the Cell Saga, he was still in 3rd place. Shall I take you now, Lord Kampa? Let me finish savoring these delicacies first. Very well. Vegeta nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Wukong, silently vowing, Kakarot, I shall not be outdone by you. After a considerable time, Kampa, having indulged himself, let out a hearty belch. Lord Kampa, I can now take you to sample the dish you have never tasted. All right. Kampa nodded. Although he was now full, he was still willing to take leftovers. Vegeta swiftly led Kampa and his companions to West City to relish the culinary delights. Initially, the dishes Vegeta suggested were ones that Kampa and his companions had already experienced. Fortunately, since they had not spent much time on Earth, Vegeta ultimately succeeded in enticing Kampa with a bowl of street food beef tendon balls, securing Kampa's agreement to train on his planet. Splendid. Upon hearing Kampa's consent, Vegeta joyfully danced with excitement. Subsequently, Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned home to pack their belongings, preparing to journey back to the 6th universe for training alongside Kampa. At noon, Gohan returned home after a meeting and learned from Goten that Sun Wukong had gone to train in the 6th universe. Chi-Chi was furious about Sun Wukong's secretive departure for the 6th universe, leaving Goten and Gohan silent during their meal, fearful of Chi-Chi's wrath being directed at them. In the 6th universe, the realm of the destroyers, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had arrived. However, since Kampa intended to take a nap, he requested that they refrain from disturbing his slumber, suggesting they train in the afternoon instead. The Destroyer-S realm in the 6th universe resembled that of the 7th universe, with their palaces situated atop a majestic purple tree, as they could not train for the time being. Sun Wukong and Vegeta took a short nap in the quarters arranged by Bardock. In the afternoon, upon awakening, they swiftly washed up and made their way to a grassy area within the Destroyer-S realm. Bardock was already standing there, awaiting their arrival. Lord Bardoss, please arrange our training. Bardoss, with a flick of her wrist, summoned 2 stone locks before the duo. Are we to lift these? Son Goku inquired, gazing at the heavy weights. Indeed, you both shall raise them with both hands and circle the entirety of the Destroyer realm thrice. But transformation into Super Saiyan is strictly prohibited. Understood. Son Goku responded eagerly, advancing to grip the stone lock with both hands, yet struggled to lift it due to its immense weight. Is it truly this heavy? Vegeta, observing the situation with a serious demeanor, stepped forward, placing his hands on the stone lock and exerting effort to raise it. Like Goku, he found the task daunting, his face reddening under the strain. At that moment, Son Goku finally managed to lift the stone lock. I've lifted it. Vegeta, refusing to be outdone, also hoisted the stone lock. Now, proceed forward. Should you falter, The path behind you will vanish, plunging you into the dimension beyond, and even I shall be unable to rescue you. Bardoss smiled as she addressed them. What? Vegeta gasped. Though training must be rigorous, this was perilously extreme. As Vegeta pondered, Bardoss waved her staff, causing the purple pathway behind them to begin to dissolve. Realizing the urgency, the two hastened forward. Chapter 55. Half a year later in the 7th universe, on Earth, at the Bowsy Mountain, Son Goten lay leisurely on a patch of grass, gazing at the sky. In truth, this training journey to the 6th universe was his idea. He wished for Son Goku to gain strength swiftly and comprehend the Ultra Instinct. Then, he could defeat Son Goku and directly acquire the Ultra Instinct himself. After a moment of relaxation, Son Goten suddenly spotted a figure soaring towards him from afar. It was Trunks. Upon recognizing Trunks, Son Goten sprang to his feet. Moments later, Trunks descended gracefully before him. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. Goten, you are remarkably laid back. Aren't you training today, Trunks? No point in training, no matter how hard I try. I cannot catch up to you. Do not say such things, Trunks. With diligent effort, you can surely surpass me. Spare me the comfort, Goten. My father trains tirelessly every day and still cannot catch up to you, let alone me. In truth, Trunks, you need not measure yourself against me. Simply strive to surpass your own limits. Trunks nodded in agreement. Goten, do you think Lord Kampa's planet is far from Earth? Son Goten nodded thoughtfully. I heard from Sister Bardoss that her journey to Earth takes quite a few minutes. Is that true? Unfortunately, I cannot leave Earth, otherwise. I would truly like to visit Lord Kampa's planet. By the way, Goten, aren't you capable of instant transmission? Could you possibly take me to Lord Kampa's planet? My instant transmission relies on the ability to sense energy, and moreover, Lord Kampa's planet does not exist within our universe. Although Son Goten has mastered godly instant transmission, utilizing it at this moment would prove somewhat challenging to explain. I see. Trunks, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of disappointment. If you wish to visit Lord Kampa's planet, I could request Lord Kaishin to take you. Lord Kaishin? Indeed. Does he not have a subordinate named Jebbit? I could ask him to accompany us. Very well. But since my father and the others have just visited Lord Kampa's planet, I think it would be better for us to wait for some time before going, right? Son Goten nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had gone by. During this period, both Son Goku and Vegeta primarily focused on their training within the 6th universe. After 6 months of rigorous practice, their powers had significantly advanced, yet they remained a considerable distance from the realm of the gods. In the 7th universe, within the Kaishin realm, Son Goten was presently demonstrating godly instant transmission to the East Kaishin and others. Whoosh! In an instant, Son Goten vanished from the Kaishin realm and appeared on an uninhabited planet. The elder Kaishins watched through their crystal ball, witnessing Son Goten's instant transmission to the deserted planet. Son Goten has truly mastered our instant transmission, exclaimed Jebbit in astonishment. A few months prior, Son Goten had arrived at the Kaishin realm, expressing his desire to learn the East Kaishin's godly instant transmission. However, this technique could only be mastered by a Kaishin. The East Kaishin would only teach him if Son Goten agreed to become the next Kaishin. Yet, Son Goten had declined that offer and chose instead to remain in the Kaishin realm, observing Jebbit and the others as they performed godly instant transmission. Today, Son Goten successfully mastered the technique. Indeed, and he accomplished it in just 3 months. The East Kaishin declared through gritted teeth. He recalled that when he was still a trainee Kaishin, it had taken him over a year to master the technique. Yet, Son Goten, through clandestine observation, learned it in merely 3 months. The elder Kaishin nodded in agreement. What a pity he does not wish to become a Kaishin, otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the strongest Kaishin. Indeed, the East Kaishin concurred. Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than Son Goten's figure reappeared before the 3 of them. So, what do you think, Lord Kaishin? This is indeed our Kaishin's instant transmission. Goten, have you truly considered the possibility of becoming a Kaishin? I have not considered it. Well then, Lord Kaishin, if there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Very well. Upon witnessing this, Son Goten instantaneously teleported to the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 6. There, he encountered a portly middle-aged man with green skin, adorned with a few upright strands of white hair, clad in the uniform of a god of destruction. This man, known as Fuwa, stood upon a grassy expanse in the divine realm. Human, Fuwa exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of Son Goten. For it was uncommon for an ordinary human to reach such a place. "Greetings, I am Son Goten, a friend of Lord Kampa." Lord Kampa? Fua, upon hearing the name, scrutinized Son Goten closely. To Fua's eyes, Son Goten appeared to be merely a child, making it difficult for him to fathom that Lord Kampa would befriend one so young. "That was instantaneous movement, was it not?" Fua inquired. "Indeed." Son Goten nodded. "Are you a god of destruction from another universe?" "Not at all." "Then how did you manage to teleport?" "I learned it in secret from Lord God of Destruction." "Learned in secret?" Fua thought to himself, incredulous. Was it now a matter of pride to admit such a thing? "Is it true that you claim Lord Kampa as your friend?" "Yes," Son Goten affirmed with a nod. "What brings you here?" "I just mastered instantaneous movement and came from Universe 7. Universe 7. Could you possibly tell me the location of Lord Kampa's planet?" Fua hesitated for a moment, but eventually revealed the whereabouts of Lord Kampa's planet. "Lord Kampa's planet is located at—" "Thank you," Son Goten exclaimed before vanishing from the realm of the gods. In the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 6, Beerus stood on a grassy field, gazing into the cosmos when suddenly, Son Goten materialized before him. "Goten." Son Goten smiled and nodded. "Goten, how did you arrive here?" "I utilized the instantaneous movement of the god of destruction to get here." "God of destruction? Have you been selected as the next god of destruction?" "Not at all. I learned it in secret." "Is that so? Did he not inform you that you should not wander into other universes?" "No." Son Goten shook his head, fully aware of the rules against aimless travel between universes. However, he reasoned that since he was well acquainted with Lord Kampa and the others, a brief visit should pose no problem. "Are you aware now?" "I am." Chapter 56. Whiz comes to Earth. Are you here to seek Goku? "Indeed." Son Goten nodded. "Goku and Vegeta are currently mowing the lawn." "Mowing the lawn?" Beerus nodded. "Goten, would you like to join us in training?" "I suppose I shall refrain from it." Bardoss chuckled. "Do you not wish to defeat me?" "Defeat you?" "Indeed, it was Goku who mentioned your desire to conquer me." "Dad." Upon hearing this, Goten immediately felt as though he had been sold out by Goku. Bardoss nodded. "That was merely a casual remark." "Was it truly just a casual remark?" Bardoss smiled, gazing at Goten. Goten, feeling slightly guilty, nodded in agreement. "Shall we take you to meet Goku and the others?" Bardoss, seeing this, promptly took Goten and soared ahead. Before long, Bardoss brought Goten to a verdant meadow. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta were diligently cutting the grass with scythes. This grass was no ordinary flora. It grew at an astonishing rate, returning to its original length within a day. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta." "Goten." Goku replied, albeit his hands continued swiftly cutting the grass. "Please wait a moment. Let me finish this grass before we converse." Goten nodded. After a while, Goku and Vegeta finally completed their task and sat down, exhausted. At that moment, Goten and Bardoss approached them. Goku and Vegeta immediately stood up upon seeing them. "Goten, what brings you to the 6th universe?" Goku inquired. "I have mastered the instant transmission of Lord Kaishin, so I came for a visit." "The instant transmission of Lord Kaishin? It allows one to travel directly from the 7th universe to our universe." Bardoss remarked. "I see. Dad, how is your training progressing?" Goten asked. "Fairly well, but reaching the realm of the gods may take quite some time." Goten nodded in understanding. Subsequently, as Goku and his companions resumed their training, Goten chose not to disrupt the god of destruction's realm and returned to the 7th universe. Noon arrived. After waking, Kampa learned from Bardoss about Goten mastering Lord Kaishin's instant transmission. "Instant transmission of Lord Kaishin?" "Indeed." Bardoss nodded. "Then we can have him take me to the 7th universe in the future, significantly reducing our travel time." Kampa grinned. Bardoss was left speechless. She had no qualms about anyone, except for Kampa, the cunning one. "By the way, Bardoss, have you still not found the last Super Dragon Ball?" "Not yet." In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Mount Payos, Goten had just finished his meal when he suddenly sneezed. In the afternoon, as Trunks had invited Goten over to his home, Goten ventured there after awakening from his nap. "Wu Tian, you've arrived," Trunks exclaimed joyfully upon seeing son Wu Tian. Wu Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "Come on, I'll take you to see my new toy." "All right." It turned out that Trunks had summoned him merely to flaunt his toy. Wu Tian harbored some doubts, speculating that Trunks, unable to defeat him, sought to win him over through other means. Before long, Wu Tian found himself in Trunks' room, gazing at the newly acquired toy airplane. "Wu Tian, what do you think of this airplane?" "It's quite impressive." Meanwhile, in West City, a tall figure wielding a staff was seated at a small stall, savoring freshly fried skewers. This figure was Whis. Indeed, the food here is delectable. No wonder my sister and the others frequently visit Earth. I wonder how Lord Beerus will react upon waking to discover he has missed out on so many culinary delights. In truth, half a year prior, during his battle with Kampa, Wu Tian had learned that Kampa and Vados often visited Earth. However, since Beerus was still slumbering, he had refrained from waking him, allowing Kampa and the others to roam freely. After all, he was merely Beerus' attendant and lacked direct authority over the universe. Having lived for such a long time, he was well aware of what required his attention and what did not. In Bulma's backyard, Wu Tian was engaged in play with Trunks and a remote-controlled airplane when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Whis. Upon noticing Whis' unexpected arrival, Wu Tian immediately turned to him. Wu Tian, do you know him? Not at all. Just as the words left his mouth, Whis approached them with a smile. Hello. My name is Whis, servant to Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Lord Beerus? Trunks inquired. Yes, my sister must have mentioned Lord Beerus to you, Whis replied. Your sister? My sister is Vados. Ah, so you are Vados' brother. Indeed, Whis nodded. And what brings you here? I have come in search of Wu Tian. For me? Wu Tian asked. Surprised, Whis nodded. Your strength is remarkable, and I would like to inquire if you have any interest in becoming a god of destruction. A god of destruction? Trunks remarked with envy, recalling that Kampa had previously expressed a desire for Wu Tian to assume that role, only to be declined. Why is it that no one seeks me to be a god of destruction? No, I am not particularly fond of annihilating planets. I think I will pass. The reason Sun Wutian is reluctant to become a god of destruction primarily stems from the fact that the fate of the god of destruction is intertwined with that of the god of creation. Sun Wutian fears that should he assume the mantle of destruction, the overly meddlesome East Kaioshin might inadvertently jeopardize his life through his incessant interference. He is unwilling to place his existence in the hands of another, is he not? At that moment, Bulma emerged from the house and, upon noticing Whis before the two boys, approached them immediately. Trunks, who is he? Mom, he is Whis, the brother of Sister Beerus. Brother of Beerus? Ahem. Whis cleared his throat. Greetings, my name is Whis, servant to Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Lord Beerus? You mean the god of destruction of our universe? Indeed. Whis nodded. But didn't T. Beerus say he was still in slumber? Lord Beerus is indeed still asleep. I merely came to your Earth for a stroll. I see. Chapter 57. 2.5 years Whis nodded. So what brings you to Earth? Mom, he is here to recruit Wu Tian as the god of destruction. The god of destruction? Ahem. Whis cleared his throat again. Actually, my primary purpose for visiting Earth is to savor its culinary delights. And I thought to check if Sun Wutian might be interested in becoming the god of destruction. Earth's cuisine. Do you share the same fondness for it as Lord Kampa and the others? Indeed. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, how should I address you? I am Bulma. Miss Bulma. Bulma smiled and nodded. Miss Bulma, having just arrived on Earth today, do you have any culinary recommendations for me? Certainly. Our Earth may lack in other aspects, but it is abundant in delectable cuisine. Is that so? Whis felt quite pleased upon hearing this. Subsequently, Bulma introduced him to various delicacies. Meanwhile, Sun Wutian and Trunks found themselves bored and continued to play with their remote-controlled airplanes. By noon, Whis, needing to return, had to depart from Earth. After spending the morning introducing culinary delights, Bulma had formed a friendship with Whis. In the days that followed, Whis frequently visited Earth to indulge in its gastronomy. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Kampa, having longed for Earth's cuisine, decided to return to the 7th universe with Goku and the others. At that moment, Whis happened to be on Earth as well. Since angels and their staffs can sense each other's proximity, Beerus quickly became aware of Whis' presence at Bulma's residence after arriving on Earth. Lord Kampa, Whis has come to Earth. Whis, indeed, given the intensity of your previous battle with Wu Tian, he must have sensed our presence long ago. Let him sense it, after all. Beerus remains asleep. Kampa replied nonchalantly. Lord Kampa, are you not afraid that Whis will disclose this matter to the Omni King? Bardos inquired with a smile. Her words were intended to intimidate him, as Kampa had indulged excessively over the past 6 months, gaining quite a bit of weight. With Whis currently on Earth, she saw an opportunity to use him to deter Kampa from visiting too frequently. Omni King. Upon hearing this, Kampa's expression shifted. While he held no fear of Whis, the Omni King instilled a deep sense of dread within him. Bardos nodded knowingly. Surely, Whis would not report such a trivial matter, would he? That remains uncertain. What shall we do? Kampa questioned. Perhaps we should return? Absolutely not. We have come this far. How can we turn back now? Then are you not afraid of the Omni King? Kampa clenched his teeth in response. I refuse to believe that Whis would divulge this minor issue to the Omni King. Is that your assertion? Indeed, Kampa affirmed. Seeing that her attempt to intimidate him had failed, Bardos reluctantly led Kampa and the others to Bulma's residence. Lord Kampa, sister. As Whis was savoring delicacies in Bulma's backyard, he greeted them warmly upon their arrival. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Whis, Lord Beerus must still be asleep, correct? Kampa inquired. He remains in slumber, Whis replied, glancing at Goku and Vegeta. You two are Goku and Vegeta, are you not? Do you know us? Goku asked curiously. I am a friend of Bulma's. She has informed me of your exploits. Whis explained, nodding in understanding. Lord Kampa, even though Lord Beerus is still asleep, he will be quite displeased if he learns of your frequent visits to our Earth in Universe 7. Kampa and Beerus had always been at odds, often clashing upon meeting. Whis's words served as a cautionary reminder for Kampa. Kampa snorted dismissively. Had it not been for the absence of Earth in Universe 6, I would not frequent Universe 7. I understand. Then Whis, you certainly would not relay this matter to the Omni King, correct? If Lord Kampa merely visits Earth for culinary delights, I shall certainly refrain from informing the Omni King. Upon hearing this, Kampa felt a flicker of unease within him. His initial purpose for coming to Universe 7 was to seek the Super Dragon Balls. However, despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a facade of composure, asserting, of course, I come solely for the exquisite cuisine of Earth. Whis regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Just then, Trunks emerged from the house. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Trunks, where's Goten? Goku inquired. Goten is at home training with Gohan. Gohan. He expressed a desire to grow stronger. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy. He had originally feared that Son Gohan would be rendered ineffectual. Bao Bao Mountain, the mountain behind Sun Wukong's home, served as the battleground for the fierce clash between Son Gohan and Son Goten. Swiftly, due to Son Goten's overwhelming strength, Son Gohan's attacks failed to reach him. With a resounding thud, Son Gohan was propelled like a projectile into the towering mountain behind him, causing a cloud of dust to erupt. Curse it! Son Gohan exclaimed in frustration, quickly emerging from the debris of the mountain. Brother, it seems Lord Kampa has arrived on Earth. Lord Kampa? Father and Vegeta might have returned as well. Shall we go meet Father? Indeed. Son Goten nodded in agreement. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Son Wukong and his companions were seated in the backyard, enjoying a meal alongside Whis. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the yard. It was Son Gohan and Son Goten. Father. Son Gohan called out to Son Wukong. Gohan, Goten. He acknowledged with a nod. Gohan, I heard from Trunks that you and Goten were training on the mountain? Son Wukong inquired. Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. Everyone is training. I refuse to be the weakest among us. Currently, among the 5 Saiyans on Earth, Son Gohan was only stronger than Trunks, falling short of the others. Son Wukong nodded. How about a sparring match after we finish our meal? Sure, Father. Son Gohan replied eagerly. After finishing their meal, Son Wukong returned with Son Gohan and Son Goten to Bao Bao Mountain, where he engaged in a sparring match with Son Gohan. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years passed. Son Wukong and Vegeta, through diligent training, finally entered the realm of the divine. Despite the passage of time, Kampa and his companions had yet to locate a single Super Dragon Ball. However, not long ago, Kampa learned from Son Wukong about the Dragon Ball radar. He initially intended to have Bulma create a Super Dragon Ball radar to assist him in finding the last Super Dragon Ball. Yet, due to Whis' frequent wanderings on Earth, he feared that Whis would discover his quest for the Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7. Thus he refrained from seeking Bulma's help. Chapter 58, Mysterious Son Gohan vs. Mysterious Trunks in the 7th universe, on Earth, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Goten was currently performing a ritual to unlock Trunks' latent potential. This ritual was originally devised by the old Kaioshin to enhance Son Goten's strength. Over the past 2.5 years, in an effort to motivate Trunks, Son Goten had utilized the power of the Dark Dragon Balls to awaken Trunks' inner potential, significantly boosting his strength. Goten, does this ritual really take a full day? Trunks asked, observing Goten's animated gestures. Yes. Son Goten nodded. Very well then. In the Kaioshin realm, At this moment, the old Kaioshin was observing the events within the hyperbolic time chamber through a crystal ball. To his astonishment, Goten had mastered the ritual he had assisted in, enabling him to surpass his own limits. Great ancestor, not only that, but we also possess the instant transmission technique of the Kaioshins, remarked East Kaioshin. Indeed, Jabit concurred. Therefore we must refrain from demonstrating any techniques in front of Goten, lest he learn them. Outside, a single day passed while a year elapsed within the chamber. 4 minutes later, Goten successfully completed the ritual. All right, Trunks, you may now attempt to unleash your energy. Trunks nodded in affirmation. With a resounding shout, an astonishing aura emanated from Trunks' body, radiating outward. Since they were still within the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo and the others were unaware of Trunks' newfound power. Incredible, Trunks thought, glancing at his own hands in disbelief. Goten nodded. Shall we head outside now? Yes, Trunks replied, and without delay, the two exited the chamber. In the other world, Gohan stood with Dandy, Bobo, and Piccolo on the ground at the forefront of the realm. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of Goten and Trunks. It's Goten and Trunks, exclaimed Dandy. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, Goten and Trunks approached them. Brother, Gohan greeted, turning to Trunks. It seems your energy has significantly increased. Trunks affirmed with a nod. How about a friendly spar between us? Sounds good, Trunks replied eagerly. Not long before, Goten had also helped Gohan enhance his strength. Thus, both Gohan and Trunks were in their mysterious states of power, untransformed. If you both wish to battle, you can do so in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan suggested. All right, he agreed, and immediately, Gohan and Trunks proceeded towards the chamber, with Goten and Piccolo following closely behind. Thanks to Bobo's enhancements, the chamber could now accommodate 4 individuals. Shortly after, Gohan and Trunks arrived at the ground before the hyperbolic time chamber, while Goten and Piccolo positioned themselves by 2 enormous hourglasses to observe the match. At that moment, Gohan and Trunks readied their stances for combat. Trunks, shall we commence? Yes. No sooner had the words left his lips than Trunks dashed forward like lightning towards Gohan. In response, Gohan charged at Trunks with equal fervor. Soon, Trunks was upon Gohan, delivering rapid punches at an astonishing speed. As Sun Wukong clenched his fists, he collided with Trunks. Many have questioned how Sun Wutian and Sun Wukong, despite their height difference, engage in combat. The answer is simple, they can fight while flying. Haha. As Trunks battled against Sun Wukong, he shouted fervently. Suddenly, Sun Wukong executed a horizontal kick with his right leg, aiming at Trunks' torso. Trunks swiftly evaded by propelling himself backward. In the next moment, both ascended into the sky, continuing their duel amongst the clouds. In no time, the air was filled with intense sounds of their clash. Their rapid movements created a spectacle that resembled ripples across the sky. Piccolo, observing their nearly indistinct figures, felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. He was astonished to see how Trunks had become so formidable after training with Sun Wutian that even he struggled to catch a glimpse of Trunks' form. With a thunderous impact, their right fists met, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that radiated outward. Sun Wukong tightened his grip, forcing Trunks back several dozen meters. Damn it! Trunks gritted his teeth and swiftly clapped his hands forward, releasing a barrage of golden energy waves directed at Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong landed from the air, he retaliated with a multitude of energy waves aimed at Trunks. Startled, Trunks dodged while simultaneously firing his own waves, resulting in an explosive collision. Boom, boom, boom. The sky and ground erupted in a cacophony of explosions and billowing smoke. Utilizing the cover of smoke, Sun Wukong stealthily maneuvered behind Trunks. Where did he go? Trunks, sensing Sun Wukong's absence, became acutely alert. At that moment, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful flying kick to Trunks' back. With a resounding crash, Trunks plummeted to the ground like a meteor, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As the dust settled, a sizable crater emerged, with Trunks lying within, partially buried beneath the debris. Quickly pushing himself up, Trunks ascended from the pit. Sun Wukong, grinning, descended from the air to the ground as the surrounding smoke dissipated. Trunks, gazing at Sun Wukong, traced a circle in the air with his right index finger, conjuring a shimmering golden ring. Golden glimmer chocolate ring, Trunks exclaimed, unleashing a tremendous aura that propelled the golden ring towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong leaped upward, narrowly evading the attack. Had he successfully dodged? As Trunks spoke, He brought his fists together on either side and stretched them outward. The resplendent golden chocolate ring beneath Gohan immediately expanded. Gohan was taken aback. At that moment, Trunks lifted his arms, and the shimmering chocolate ring swiftly enveloped Gohan. With a mischievous grin, Trunks brought his fists together, causing the golden ring to contract rapidly, binding Gohan in place. Chapter 59. Goten vs. Super Saiyan Blue. Goku. Gohan exclaimed, "What?" With a powerful shout, Trunks lunged toward Gohan, who, sensing the urgency, emanated an incredible aura. Gohan roared, shattering the golden chocolate ring with his hands. Just then, Trunks dashed forward, his right fist striking Gohan with the swiftness of lightning, sending him hurtling backward. Trunks immediately pursued, delivering a fierce kick toward Gohan. Just as Trunks' foot was about to make contact, Gohan's figure suddenly vanished, leaving Trunks to miss his target. Trunks quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted Gohan above him, prompting him to charge upward. Gohan, seeing Trunks racing toward him, executed a flying kick aimed at Trunks. In response, Trunks swiftly halted and sidestepped to the left. Gohan decelerated, managing to stop just before hitting the ground. He then looked up to see Trunks unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward him. As the energy waves cascaded like rain, Gohan sprinted forward. Trunks followed closely, launching his energy blasts ahead. Boom, boom, boom. With each tremendous explosion, Trunks' energy waves struck the ground, creating massive craters. Suddenly, Gohan's figure vanished from the ground, reappearing in front of Trunks. Upon seeing this, Trunks ceased his energy assault and charged at Gohan. In the blink of an eye, both fighters found themselves face to face, exchanging blows with ferocity akin to a storm. Their bodies soon bore the marks of their relentless combat, swelling from the impact. With a swift horizontal kick, Gohan aimed to strike at Trunks. Bang! Trunks raised his left hand, successfully blocking the attack. "Are they evenly matched?" Piccolo remarked, noting that Trunks had yet to be defeated. "No, my brother hasn't unleashed his true power yet." "True power?" Piccolo glanced at Gohan, who was gradually retracting his right leg. Suddenly, his figure vanished, reappearing to the left of Trunks. Trunks was taken aback. In the next moment, Gohan delivered a powerful kick toward Trunks' body. Trunks plummeted to the ground like a comet, causing a cloud of dust to erupt. After a brief interval, as the dust began to settle, a shadow materialized behind Gohan. It was Trunks. Gohan swiftly turned around, driving his right fist toward Trunks. "Ah!" Trunks cried out in anguish, clutching his abdomen as he staggered backward. "Gohan, I concede. I surrender." "Surrender? Very well," Gohan replied, immediately retracting his aura. Piccolo, observing the conclusion of their duel, turned to Goten beside him. "Goten, could you assist me in enhancing my power?" "Uncle Piccolo, do you wish for me to perform that ritual for you as well?" "Indeed." Piccolo nodded. "Perhaps another day, Uncle Piccolo? Assisting Trunks and the others with that ritual has been quite exhausting." Piccolo nodded once more. At that moment, Trunks and Gohan approached. "Goten, that ritual of yours is truly remarkable. If my father knew how much stronger I had become, he would be utterly astonished." Goten nodded in agreement. "So, Goten, do you have any methods to further elevate my strength?" Trunks seemed to regard him as a mere tool. "Indeed. What is that method?" "Simply train diligently." Trunks was at a loss for words. Seeing this, Gohan chuckled and said, "Trunks, Goten is right. Only through dedicated training can one enhance their strength more rapidly." Trunks nodded in acceptance. 2 days later, Goku and Vegeta returned to Earth with the others from Universe 6, learning about Gohan and Trunks' power advancements. "Goten, can you also perform the ancient ritual for enhancement?" "Yes, Dad," Gohan affirmed. "Is that so? Then let us have Goten help me with my strength as well." "You are quite cunning, Kakarot," Vegeta remarked from the side. Goku smiled and replied, "Vegeta, you too can have Goten assist you." "Humph," Vegeta scoffed. "I have no desire for Goten to perform such a ritual for me." Subsequently, Goten learned from Goku that both he and Vegeta had reached the realm of the gods in their training. After spending some time at Bulma S, Goku returned to the Capsule Corp with Goten and the others. Given that Goku devoted all his time to training without contributing financially at home, he was sure to receive a lecture from Chi-Chi upon returning. After dinner, Goten suggested a sparring session with Goku, leading them to the backyard of their home. 2 years have passed, and I presume your strength has significantly enhanced, hasn't it? Gaze fixed upon his younger counterpart, Son Goku inquired of Son Goten. The latter nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Son Goten's prowess had improved, albeit not to a remarkable extent. After all, His advancements largely stemmed from external assistance. Observing this, Son Goku assumed a combat stance, declaring, "Then shall we commence?" "Yes," Son Goten affirmed. With a mighty shout, Son Goku surged forth towards Son Goten. In no time, he closed the distance, launching a flurry of punches towards him. Son Goten deftly evaded the strikes, sidestepping with ease. Gritting his teeth, Son Goku unleashed a powerful right punch. Son Goten, raising his right index finger, effortlessly blocked the fierce blow. From a distance, Son Gohan witnessed this exchange, his face betraying a hint of astonishment. Son Goten had managed to deflect that fierce punch with but a single finger. Son Goku, realizing the disparity in their abilities, let out a bellow. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, his fists moved with the swiftness of lightning as he launched another onslaught towards Son Goten. In a flash, Son Goten appeared behind Son Goku, delivering a sharp elbow strike to his back. With a resounding impact, Son Goku was sent crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Could it be that Goten has reached a state where transformation is unnecessary? Chapter 60. Android 21. Propelled by his hands, Son Goku sprang from the earth, retreating several meters. "Impressive. It seems I must reveal my true abilities," he proclaimed, clenching his fists as an astonishing aura surged within him. With a thunderous cry, his hair and eyebrows transformed to a celestial blue, and his pupils deepened to a rich azure. Surrounding him was a halo of blue energy, illuminated by the unique starlit particles of divine essence, with droplets of energy occasionally flowing through. This aura, though slower than that of a typical human or Super Saiyan, flickered with subtle sparks of electricity, presenting a dual-layered appearance, the outer layer a sky blue and the inner a stark white. This was indeed the Super Saiyan Blue. "Super Saiyan Blue," Son Gohan exclaimed. Son Goten remained composed, responding, "Goten, will you not transform?" "No need. I have mastered the ability to unleash my full strength without transformation." "Very well," Son Goku declared, immediately charging at Son Goten once more. In the blink of an eye, he stood before his younger counterpart, striking with all his might. Son Goten, hands behind his back, effortlessly dodged the attack. "Damn it!" Son Goku growled, unleashing a fierce kick. With a swift motion, Son Goten raised his left hand and seized Son Goku's right foot. "What?" Son Goku exclaimed in surprise. Son Goten relaxed his grip, pushing Son Goku backward. Son Goku firmly planted his right foot on the ground, stabilizing himself, and gazed at Son Goten. With a mighty shout, Son Goku unleashed a torrent of blue energy, charging towards Son Goten. In an instant, Son Goten vanished from sight, reappearing above Son Goku. Son Goku looked up and soared into the sky. Son Goten extended both hands forward, engaging in combat with the oncoming Son Goku. Whoosh! Bang! 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 As the battle raged on, Son Goku's strength surged. However, despite his increasing power, the gap between him and Son Goten remained insurmountable. With a resounding kick, Son Goku was sent crashing to the ground like a shooting star, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. When the dust settled, a sizable crater was left in the earth, with Son Goku lying within it. Gazing up at Son Goten in the sky, Son Goku conceded, "I admit defeat, Goten." Son Goten nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Son Goten's ear. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Son Goku. You have received a Super Saiyan 2 upgrade card. Would you like to use it?" "Yes," came the response. "Understood, Master." As soon as the words were spoken, a wealth of knowledge regarding the transformation into Super Saiyan God 2 flooded Son Goten's mind. The transformation into Super Saiyan God 2, while significantly amplifying power, bore little distinction from that of Super Saiyan. It appeared that not transforming could also be quite advantageous. Son Goten glanced at Son Goku on the ground, contemplating silently. His choice to refrain from transforming in battle was akin to experiencing the prowess of Beerus. It is well known that Saiyans often astonish their foes through constant transformations, whereas beings like Beerus and Jiren, who do not transform, possess immense strength in their base forms. Moreover, their energy expenditure remained remarkably low without transformation. In the original Dragon Ball Super, Beerus effortlessly flicked away Super Saiyan 3 Goku. The shock Son Goten felt upon witnessing this was indescribable. Whoosh! With a thud, Son Goten landed before Son Goku. Son Goku looked at Gohan and remarked, "Gohan, although your strength has improved, you must continue to train diligently." "Of course, Dad." Gohan replied with a nod. As time swiftly passed, a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. Kampa, unable to seek Bulma's assistance in creating the Super Dragon Balls, turned to a brilliant scientist in Universe 6, who crafted a Super Dragon Ball radar for him, leading to the discovery of the final Super Dragon Ball. Unexpectedly, this last Dragon Ball was located on an unnamed planet. Vados nodded thoughtfully. So, Lord Kampa, what wish do you intend to make? This hardly requires stating. It is, of course, the restoration of Earth in our 6th universe that we seek, thus sparing us the need to continually journey to the 7th universe. Bardos nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she summoned the Eternal Dragon, requesting the revival of Earth in the 6th universe and the elevation of its civilization to the same level as that of Earth in the 7th universe. Upon the fulfillment of her wish, the Eternal Dragon immediately transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the 6th and 7th universes. The very first action taken by Zanya after the wish was granted was to escort Bardos to Earth in the 6th universe for an extravagant feast. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year and a half had elapsed. Now, only 4 months remained until the arrival of Beerus in the 7th universe. On a deserted island situated thousands of miles south of West City on Earth, there existed a clandestine research facility. Within it, a woman with cascading, tousled brown hair, adorned with black-framed glasses and large earrings, donned a white lab coat as she sat before a computer, scrutinizing the data displayed on the screen. This woman was known as Android 21, a former scientist employed by the Red Ribbon Army, who was acquainted with Dr. Jero. Following the demise of the Red Ribbon Army, she concealed herself to continue her research on androids, persistently gathering information on Goku and his companions. When the Majin Buu emerged, she collected samples of his cells and, using them, transformed herself into an android, adopting the name Android 21. Her motivation for this transformation was straightforward: to attain an immortal existence, enabling her to perpetually conduct her research and ultimately create the most formidable android. With the rapid clatter of keystrokes, a golden cell materialized on the screen. This golden cell represented the ultimate android that Android 21 aspired to create. Not only did this golden cell surpass the original in power, but it also contained the cells of Majin Buu, signifying that it could resurrect even after being obliterated. Additionally, the golden cell possessed the ability to absorb others. However, despite being the pinnacle of Android 21's design, a significant issue loomed: time. Much like the original cell, the golden cell would require 20 years to cultivate from the cells. 20 years. As Android 21 gazed at the depiction of the golden cell on her computer, she fell into a deep contemplation. 2 decades is no trifling matter. By the time she succeeded in creating the golden cell, it might prove insufficient to vanquish Goku and his allies. Chapter 61. Call me brother. Just as these thoughts coursed through Android 21's mind, an intense pain suddenly surged through her head, accompanied by a destructive impulse emerging from within. The artificial being, Android 21, let out a piercing scream as a dark aura erupted from her body, transforming into a woman with skin as pink as dawn. Her hair was a wild cascade, and she adorned herself with 2 golden bracelets. Her eyes, red irises surrounded by black, glowed ominously. This woman, embodying the sinister thoughts of Android 21, wore a black corset on her upper body and white trousers below, cinched at the waist with a golden belt, while a long tail trailed behind her. Who are you? She inquired. I am you. The malevolent Android 21 licked her lips and declared. You are me? Yes. To put it differently, I am the manifestation of your innermost thoughts. Thoughts. Is it not your desire to create the strongest android and dominate the world? Dominate the world. Android 21 pondered this, as a realization dawned upon her. Are you the wicked thought within my heart? The evil Android 21 chuckled. As I mentioned, I represent the deepest desires within you. Together, we can claim this world as our own. No, I refuse to ally with you. Upon hearing this, the sinister Android 21's expression turned cold. If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. In response, Android 21 immediately turned to flee. The malevolent Android 21 swiftly pursued her. Soon, they both escaped the confines of the laboratory, soaring over the ocean beyond the island, where they paused. Haha. The evil Android 21 sneered at her counterpart. Furious, Android 21 clenched her fists tightly. With a mighty roar, she transformed into a state akin to the evil Android 21, albeit her aura significantly weaker. The wicked android 21 charged at her counterpart as soon as she noticed the transformation. Taken aback, android 21 braced herself for battle. Bang! With a resounding crash, the evil android 21 delivered a powerful knee strike to android 21's abdomen. Android 21 screamed in agony, her body propelled backward 1,000 meters. Clutching her abdomen, she barely registered the evil android 21 appearing before her. Before android 21 could react, the malevolent android 21 unleashed a flurry of punches akin to a tempest, targeting her face and body. Bang, bang, bang. Under the relentless assault, android 21 staggered back, cries of distress escaping her lips. Suddenly, with a fierce front kick, the wicked android 21 struck android 21, sending her hurtling backward. The malevolent android 21 raised her right hand, unleashing a pink energy wave directed towards android 21. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave collided with android 21, resulting in an explosion above the ocean's surface. Thick plumes of smoke swiftly enveloped the area. Seizing the opportunity, android 21 plunged into the sea beneath the cover of smoke. Upon hearing the sound of splashing, the wicked android 21 immediately retaliated by firing energy waves towards the ocean. Boom, boom, boom. Each explosion sent colossal waves crashing into the sea. Though android 21 was struck by the energy waves unleashed by her malevolent counterpart, her extraordinary regenerative abilities, akin to those of Majin Buu, allowed her wounds to heal swiftly. Just then, the evil android 21 also descended into the water, moving with lightning speed towards android 21. The latter clenched her fists tightly and charged at her adversary. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, the two confronted each other, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, their fists and feet colliding in combat. The turbulent waters surrounding them swirled violently, creating formidable whirlpools that hindered their battle. With a powerful right punch, android 21 struck the malevolent android 21 in the face, sending her hurtling backward into a massive rock. The impact shattered the upper portion of the boulder, which began to topple towards android 21. However, she deftly dodged to avoid the falling debris. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Z-fighters sensed the immense energy emanating from the clash between the two androids. In West City, at Krillin's home, Krillin remarked to Lazuli, "What a powerful energy. Could it be that a formidable enemy has emerged on Earth? I'm not sure, but those two are incredibly strong. They are certainly beyond your capabilities." Back in the fray, android 21 and her evil counterpart had ascended from the sea, continuing their fierce battle in the sky. Amidst their intense struggle, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Goten. "Goten!" exclaimed android 21, her eyes lighting up as if she had spotted a savior. "Do you know me?" "Of course. This being is my dark counterpart. Can you assist me in vanquishing her?" "Absolutely. Just call me brother." Android 21, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. She was older than Goku, yet here she was, being asked to call him brother. As the malevolent android 21 hesitated, she delivered a powerful kick to the back of android 21, sending her tumbling backward. "Brother!" In the midst of her flight, android 21 called out to Goten without hesitation. Goten swiftly appeared behind her, placing a hand on her waist to steady her. The wicked android 21 scoffed. "Goten, since you insist on meddling, I shall eliminate you as well." Goten smiled. "Do you truly believe that if I do not save her, you would spare me?" "Of course, I would also be eradicated." With that, the evil android 21 charged at Goten. In no time, she stood before him, her fists and feet striking like lightning as she launched her attack. Goten tightened his grip, retaliating with equal fervor. In the blink of an eye, they stood face to face, their blows colliding with a resounding force. The sky echoed with the intensity of their brawl. Boom! After a brief exchange, Goten's right fist landed squarely on the abdomen of the wicked android 21, eliciting a pained cry as she staggered backward. Gritting her teeth, she lunged once more at Goten. With a cold snort, Goten clenched his fists, a remarkable aura radiating from him as he ascended rapidly. "Huh!" With a mighty shout, Goten transformed into an adult form. His body, except for his chest, head, palms, and soles, sprouted a profusion of red fur, and his long black hair cascaded down his shoulders. His eyes shone with golden irises, the circles around them turning crimson. Clad in yellow trousers and black shoes, with a blue cloth wrapped around his waist, he embodied the Super Saiyan 4. The wicked android 21 was taken aback, but pressed on with her assault. Goten swung his left fist forward, colliding forcefully with her right. Bang! With a thunderous crack, the evil android 21 was sent reeling. He has grown. She marveled, witnessing Goten transform from a child into a tall, striking figure. Goten surveyed his new form. While his mysterious state granted him immense power, he preferred his adult physique. With longer limbs, he could strike his opponent without needing to close the distance. Seizing the moment, the wicked android 21 charged at him, but Goten smiled, vanishing in an instant only to reappear behind her. The malevolent android 21 was taken aback, swiftly halting her movements and turning to see a foot hurtling toward her face. The speed was overwhelming, leaving her no time to evade. The blow struck her squarely, causing her to stagger backward. Despite the force of the kick, Android 21 managed to regain her balance. However, in that very moment, Goten delivered another powerful kick to her face, forcing her to retreat further. Goten's feet moved like lightning, landing blow after blow on Android 21's body and face, sending her reeling and eliciting cries of anguish. With a resounding thud, after delivering a series of kicks, Goten unleashed a forceful strike with his right foot, propelling her through the air. Clenching her fists tightly, Android 21 quickly halted her momentum midair. Then, she thrust her hands forward, unleashing a barrage of energy waves aimed at Goten. As Goten deftly dodged, he retaliated with energy waves of his own. The sky erupted in a cacophony of explosions and plumes of smoke, while the ocean surged with colossal waves generated by the energy blasts crashing into its depths. At that moment, as Android 21 ceased her assault, a powerful suction emanated from her hands, absorbing the energy waves Goten had launched. Be cautious. She can absorb your energy, Android 21 warned. Absorb energy, you say? Goten chuckled, channeling purple destructive energy towards Android 21. She aimed her hands at the incoming destructive energy, intent on absorbing it. In no time, she succeeded in consuming a portion of the destructive energy. However, the instant after, her expression shifted dramatically. What is this energy? She gasped. Destructive energy. Goten replied with a grin. It's a compressed form of energy, far beyond the capacity of ordinary energy. Moreover, it is inherently destructive. Absorbing it will not only fail to augment your strength, but will also inflict harm upon you. Though initially unaffected, Android 21 soon realized the toll it took on her stamina as she struggled to contain the destructive energy. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she swiftly evaded the incoming destructive energy. Not absorbing energy now? Goten taunted. Android 21 glared at him, her face a mask of fury. Just then, Gohan and Trunks flew in from a distance. Brother, Trunks, is that you, Goten? Trunks expressed his disbelief, saying, Indeed. But how did you transform like this? This is a new transformation I've mastered, allowing me to assume an adult form. A newly mastered transformation? Yes, I will explain everything after I finish battling her. All right, Trunks replied, glancing at the Android 21, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the malevolent Android 21. Who are you? Are you an accomplice of that fiend? The Android 21 hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her situation, as the evil Android 21's existence was a consequence of her own actions. Meanwhile, Goten had already dashed towards the malevolent Android 21. With a swift motion, the evil Android 21 raised her right fist and struck at Goten. He, however, raised his left hand to block her punch. Surprised, the evil Android 21 was taken aback. In that instant, Goten lifted his right hand and declared, Destruction. As the words left his lips, a brilliant light emanated from the evil Android 21's body. With a piercing scream, she vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Trunks was astonished. Goten, what was that technique? Why did she disappear? That was the technique of destruction. Destruction god? Goten nodded. Can you teach me? Of course. Then how do we deal with her? Trunks inquired, looking at Android 21. I don't know. You don't know? I sensed the evil energy of Majin Buu from that fiend, which is why I eliminated her. Please explain, what is going on? Goten asked Android 21. Reluctantly, Android 21 revealed her identity and the circumstances surrounding her collection of Majin Buu's cells. Chapter 63. The Awakening of Beerus. Once Android 21 finished speaking, Trunks looked at her with a serious expression. Android 21, after this incident, you must reflect deeply and strive to reform. Android 21 nodded, feeling somewhat speechless at being admonished by a child. By the way, Android 21, you mentioned you are a scientist, correct? Yes, she confirmed with a nod. In that case, how about joining my company? It is the largest in the world, operating from 9 to 5 with weekends off. I will consider it. Great, Trunks responded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Goten nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Android 21 promptly turned and flew back to her research facility. Goten, what exactly is this Super Saiyan 4 of yours? Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation I once experienced upon gazing at the full moon, whereupon I lost my sanity, only to regain control later. The Great Ape? Indeed. Did your father not inform you that we Saiyans transform upon witnessing a full moon? No. Trunks shook his head. Moreover, I have previously seen a full moon and did not transform into any great ape. Vegeta, having long since severed his tail, had refrained from sharing this matter with Trunks. This is due to the absence of your tail, Gohan remarked. The tail? Yes, I have also transformed into a great ape once. The tail? Trunks glanced behind him. In his early years, he possessed a tail, but Bulma disapproved. Additionally, he was to attend school, and having a tail would undoubtedly draw significant attention, hence it was removed. So, Goten, does having a tail enable one to transform into Super Saiyan 4? No. Besides the tail, your power must also reach a certain level. Meanwhile, upon returning to the laboratory, Android 21 gazed at the embryo of the golden Frieza she had cultivated, ultimately deciding to destroy it. Although creating the strongest android was her dream, her encounter with the malevolent Android 21 made her apprehensive about the Majin Buu cells within the golden Frieza, fearing it would split into two Friezas beyond her control. Furthermore, the separation of her dark thoughts had significantly altered her disposition. Time swiftly passed, and 4 months had elapsed. Today marked the day of Beerus's awakening. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, in Beerus's chamber, he lay atop a floating stone. Surrounding the stone on which Beerus rested were numerous bells. Suddenly, one of the bells exploded, sending debris cascading upon Beerus. Unfazed, he merely turned over. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, several bells detonated in succession. Beerus slightly opened his eyes, only to close them once more. After a brief interval, he yawned, rolled forward, and tumbled onto another floating stone below. Gradually, he inched forward, rolling onto the next larger stone. After a while of rolling, Beerus finally settled on a stone less than a meter from the ground. At this time, Whis entered from outside. Lord Beerus, it is time to awaken. If you do not rise soon, I shall sing loudly for you. Upon hearing this, Beerus promptly rolled off the stone and stood upon the ground, yawning as he spoke. Whis, is the hot water prepared? I wish to take a bath first. It is ready, Lord Beerus. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Beerus, still appearing drowsy, made his way towards the exit of the chamber. After a while, Beerus entered the bathroom, submerging himself in a steaming pool. Whis stood nearby, attending to the water levels. Lord Beerus, how is the temperature? He inquired. This temperature is just right. Adding more would make it too hot. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis promptly ceased his task. Whis, I had a dream where I battled Kampa and nearly caused the annihilation of the entire universe. Is that so? Whis responded with an awkward smile. He had previously been puzzled as to why the tumult of Goten's fight with Kampa had not roused him from his slumber. It turned out that it was his own dream of combat with Kampa. Lord Beerus, Kampa has come to our universe, and he engaged in a battle with a Saiyan named Goten. What? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. It dawned on him that his dream of Kampa was linked to the conflict in his own universe. A Saiyan? Did I not instruct Frieza to eradicate the Saiyans? Has Frieza failed to follow my orders? Not at all, Lord Beerus. Frieza has indeed obliterated planet Vegeta. This Goten is the son of a surviving Saiyan. I see. But a mere Saiyan should be easily vanquished by Kampa, no? Not quite. Over the past decade, the Saiyans have mastered a new transformation known as Super Saiyan. Whis elaborated. And a projection of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan appeared within the crystal orb of his staff. Super Saiyan. Beerus mused, stroking his chin. Is this Super Saiyan particularly formidable? The ordinary Super Saiyan is average, yet there are forms beyond that. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and Super Saiyan Blue. Oh, and what of Goten's prowess in battle against Kampa? He surpasses Super Saiyan Blue, who ultimately emerged victorious. Goten, what? Beerus exclaimed, rising excitedly from the pool. Kampa, a god of destruction, was defeated by a mere human. At that moment, Whis blushed slightly and interjected, Lord Beerus, your lower half. Prompted by Whiss's reminder, Beerus swiftly averted his gaze and returned to the pool. How old is the Goten who defeated Kampa? 12 years old. 12. Is he not still a child? Indeed. Whis nodded. He defeated Lord Kampa at the age of 7. 7. This Goten is truly a Saiyan. Indeed, he is a Saiyan. Though he is of mixed heritage, half Saiyan and half Earthling. Mixed heritage? Whis nodded affirmatively. By the way, Lord Beerus, why did you awaken from your slumber so soon this time? It was a prophetic dream. A prophetic dream? The prophetic fish once confided in me that my formidable adversary would emerge in 39 years. Oh, however, it seems Lord Beerus' prophetic dreams have never come to fruition. Whis chuckled. Chapter 64, Prophetic Dreams. Humph. Beerus snorted. Who claims they have not manifested? Did not Goten defeat Kampa? I believe he must be the rival from my dream. Whis smiled. Lord Beerus, you wouldn't have mentioned Goten just because I spoke of him, would you? Who said I brought Goten into the conversation? This is clearly my prophetic dream. Does your prophetic dream contain Goten's name? No, in my dream. I was battling someone referred to as a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan what? I can't recall. I shall ponder it later. Given the current strength of the Saiyans, what has become of Frieza? Frieza has already been vanquished by Goten's father, Goku. Goku? It is hardly surprising that Goten can defeat Kampa if Goku can conquer Frieza. Indeed, he was the first Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan. By the way, how did Kampa come to our universe and engage in battle with someone named Goten? I am not particularly clear on that either. Oh, Lord Beerus, I have discovered a planet abundant in culinary delights. A planet filled with delicacies? Yes, it is Earth. Where's this Earth? Earth resides in the northern galaxy and is the very planet where Goku and his companions dwell. Even Lord Kampa has taken a liking to the cuisine of Earth. Kampa? Could it be that he sneaks into our 7th universe while I slumber? Upon hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. He has yet to settle the score for their battle, yet he continuously ventures into my universe. It's not frequent, merely on occasion. And you? Beerus fixed his gaze intently on Whis. Me? Since you claim Earth is replete with delicacies, you must have visited it as well, correct? I too only go occasionally. Beerus regarded him with skepticism. More often than Lord Kampa, I suppose. Whis admitted sheepishly. You are not deceiving me. How could I? Since you mentioned the cuisine of Earth. Did you bring any back? Naturally, I brought some back. Knowing that Lord Beerus awoke today, I deliberately visited Earth yesterday to procure some delicacies. Now that is more like it. After a while, once Beerus had finished his bath, he donned his attire and arrived at the palace. Whis presented the various delicacies he had brought from Earth, one by one, onto the table. What is this? This is called pizza. You may give it a try. Lord Beerus. Upon tasting a slice of pizza, a look of astonishment instantly appeared on Beerus' face. Soon after, he swiftly consumed a slice of pizza and sampled other earthly delicacies on the table. After indulging in numerous dishes, Beerus cast an irate glance at Whis. Whis, with all these delectable treats, why didn't you wake me sooner? I was concerned about disturbing your slumber and causing you displeasure, Whis replied nonchalantly. Humph. Beerus scoffed. You must honestly confess, how many times have you visited Earth? That, I seem to have forgotten. Forgotten, or are you too frightened to divulge the truth? Lord Beerus, I believe it is best if I refrain from speaking further, lest you become even more incensed. You rascal. Beerus glared at the grinning Whis, his irritation gradually dissipating. Although he yearned to strike Whis, he was acutely aware of Whis's superior strength and knew he stood no chance. After a short while, upon finishing his meal, Beerus summoned the oracle fish. What is it you require, my lord? Asked the oracle fish. You previously mentioned that a formidable rival would emerge, correct? Indeed. The oracle fish nodded. Do you know the name of this rival? Ah, that I also seem to have forgotten. The oracle fish scratched its head. Upon hearing this, Beerus fixed his intense gaze upon it. Whis, you feed the oracle fish 3 times a day, do you not? Yes, my lord Beerus. From now on, reduce it to 2 feedings daily. Very well, my lord. Whis smiled. That is absolutely unacceptable, my lord Beerus. The oracle fish exclaimed in alarm. In that case, you must recall it. Beerus declared, his irritation mounting. Yes, the oracle fish was visibly frightened by Beerus's anger. Ah, I remember. Your formidable rival is called the God of Super Saiyans. The God of Super Saiyans. Beerus chuckled, glancing at Whis. What do you think, Whis? I wasn't deceiving you. Was I? Whis nodded slightly. So, Whis, do you know where this God of Super Saiyans resides? Returning to you, my lord. The so-called god of Super Saiyans is merely the transformation of Super Saiyans into a divine form. The god of Super Saiyans? I had just introduced the Super Saiyan transformation and neglected to mention the god of Super Saiyans. As Goku and the others have already mastered a transformation that transcends the god of Super Saiyans, known as Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue. Are you implying that it surpasses the god of Super Saiyans? Indeed. Whis affirmed. How do the powers of Goku and Goten compare? Goten's strength exceeds that of Goku significantly. Is that so? How long until we reach Earth? Approximately 20 minutes. Such a duration, we could easily watch an episode of an animated series. Is something amiss? My Lord Beerus, do you wish to battle Goten? Beerus nodded. Although Sun Wutian triumphed over Xiangpa, his strength did not guarantee that he would always prevail over him. Very well, Whis remarked as he departed the palace with Beerus, setting their course for Earth. On Earth, in the tranquil vicinity of Mount Baozi, Sun Wutian lay languidly upon a grassy expanse, basking in the warm sunlight. Suddenly, a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl descended from the sky, landing gracefully beside him. This little girl was Marin, the daughter of Krillin. At the age of 9, though petite, she had grown considerably since her first encounter with Sun Wutian. Due to Sun Wutian's remarkable talents, Krillin often spoke of him, which endeared Marin to him and his friends after they played together on several occasions. Marin, Brother Wutian. Sun Wutian nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you here today? He inquired. Nothing much, just feeling bored at home, so I thought I'd come to play with you. She replied. And where is your father? He is at work. What are you doing lying here, Brother Wutian? Basking in the sun. How about we go into the mountains to gather wild fruits? That sounds dull. Then what do you suggest we play? Perhaps you could invite Trunks to join us? Brother Trunks isn't home. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian inwardly lamented Trunks' absence. What if I take you to find Quick Dragon? How does that sound? Quick Dragon? Isn't he a flying dinosaur? Marin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. With that, Sun Wutian swiftly took Marin and flew onward. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Sun Wutian called out loudly, Quick Dragon. Initially, silence enveloped the cave. After a brief pause, a creature appeared, its front skin a vibrant yellow, its rear a lighter hue, and a pair of wings gracing its back. This was indeed Quick Dragon. Quick Dragon had been a cherished companion of Sun Wukong during his youth, and Sun Wutian had heard tales of this dinosaur from Sun Wukong, which piqued his interest. Quick Dragon. Upon hearing his name, Quick Dragon eagerly licked Sun Wutian's hand. Quick Dragon, this is Marin. Hello. Marin greeted with a smile. Quick Dragon emitted a joyful roar. Gazing affectionately at Marin, he then approached her, lowering his head in a gesture of friendliness. What is he doing, Brother Wutian? He is offering you a friendly gesture. Inviting you to pet his head. Oh, I see. Marin responded, gently stroking Quick Dragon's head. Quick Dragon, in turn, lifted his head and playfully licked Marin's hand. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe, Beerus and Whis were en route to Earth. Having slumbered for an extended period without fulfilling his duties, Beerus took the opportunity to obliterate a few planets along their path. In the realm of the Kaioshin at this moment, the old Kaioshin has sensed the awakening of Beerus, who is approaching their location. Ancient One, what is the matter? The East Kaioshin inquired, noticing the furrowed brow of the old Kaioshin. Lord Beerus has awakened. Indeed, the old Kaioshin affirmed. In but a short while, numerous planets have been annihilated by Lord Beerus. Then, Ancient One, what shall we do? Let it be. Huh. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. His role is to obliterate planets. We can only pray that he spares some. What I fear most is that Lord Beerus will seek out Goku and the others. Goku? Yes, you know well how trouble-prone those Saiyans are. On Earth, after familiarizing themselves, Marin and the Dragonite soared through the skies atop the Dragonite's back. Seeing the pair so gleeful, Goten immediately settled down nearby. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable aura of destruction. Could this energy be from Beerus? On North Kai's planet, Goku, weary of Chi-Chi's incessant nagging, had returned to the 7th universe for some training. With weights exceeding hundreds of tons resting on his back, Goku performed one-finger push-ups under the tenfold gravity of North Kai's planet. Suddenly, he perceived an overwhelming aura of destruction. Such a powerful presence. Could it be that Lord Beerus has awakened? Indeed. North Kai nodded. Goku, should Lord Beerus arrive, you must not provoke him. Why not? Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of our universe. If he becomes displeased, he may truly obliterate planets. Rest assured, my Lord Kai, I am well aware. However, North Kai remained uneasy. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis had arrived in the North Galaxy. Whis, how much longer until we reach Earth? 5 minutes. However, Lord Beerus, Goku, who defeated Frieza, is currently not on Earth. He is on North Kai's planet. North Kai? Yes, North Kai is essentially Goku's master. North Kai even takes Saiyans as disciples? Then let us first visit North Kai. As you command, Lord Beerus. 4 minutes later, Beerus and Whis arrived at North Kai's planet. Lord Beerus. North Kai exclaimed warmly upon their arrival. Beerus nodded and surveyed the surroundings. North Kai, your planet is quite small. Whis could not help but chuckle at this remark. Lord Beerus, have you forgotten? North Kai's planet was not always so diminutive. It shrank due to your wrath and the destruction you wrought upon it. Is that so? Indeed. Was confirmed. Lord Beerus. At that moment, Sun Wukong approached with a fervent expression. Greetings, Lord Beerus. My name is Sun Wukong. You are Sun Wukong? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. I have heard from Whis that you have mastered the form of Super Saiyan God? Yes, Lord Beerus. Then, might you transform into a Super Saiyan God and engage in combat with me? Lord Beerus. King Kai gasped in astonishment. It was remarkable that Beerus had taken the initiative to challenge Sun Wukong to a duel. Super Saiyan God. Indeed. Beerus nodded. Very well. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists with determination, an extraordinary aura emanating from his being, rapidly ascending in intensity. Huh. With a powerful shout, Sun Wukong's hair transformed into a brilliant red, his physique becoming more lithe, enveloped in an energy reminiscent of solar flames. His eyes enlarged, revealing his pupils, his skin grew fairer, and his visage appeared increasingly youthful, resembling that of a boy. This was the embodiment of Super Saiyan God. A slight smile crept upon Beerus's lips, revealing his pearly white teeth. So, this is the Super Saiyan God. Indeed. Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod. Whis deftly retreated a step. Observing this, King Kai quickly urged Barbarous and the others to withdraw, wary of being caught in the crossfire of the impending battle. At that moment, Beerus flicked his right finger towards Sun Wukong. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong surged forward, his right fist moving with the speed of light towards Beerus's face. Whoosh! Beerus swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. Huh! Sun Wukong shouted, launching his right fist with full force. Surprised, Beerus raised his left hand to intercept Sun Wukong's punch. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Beerus was sent staggering back a few steps. The ground beneath him scraped bare as his feet dug into the earth. In that instant, Sun Wukong lunged toward Beerus, leaping into the air, delivering a powerful side kick aimed at Beerus. Beerus quickly retreated, evading the strike. As Sun Wukong landed, he charged at Beerus once more. Chapter 66. Sun Wukong versus Beerus 2. Beerus planted his feet firmly on the ground and charged at Sun Wukong in kind. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two stood before one another, their fists colliding with the speed of light. The grass on King Kai's planet was uprooted by their fierce clash, leaving the landscape barren. My King Kai's planet. King Kai lamented, feeling a pang of anguish. Given the destructive power of Sun Wukong and the others, it was clear that his planet was doomed. Earth. As Sun Wutian sensed his father, Sun Wukong, transforming into a Super Saiyan God, he promptly retrieved a crystal ball to observe the battle on the North Kai's planet. Brother Wutian, what are you watching? Marin inquired as she dismounted from her Dragonite. I'm watching my father fight Lord Beerus. Who is Lord Beerus? He is the god of destruction of our universe. Is that so? I want to see too, Marin exclaimed, sitting beside Sun Wutian to gaze into the crystal ball. Brother Wutian, why can't I see anything? It's because my father and the others are moving too swiftly. You can hardly discern their fight. Oh, I see. On the North Kai's planet, the two combatants, due to the planet's diminutive size, ascended simultaneously into the sky and halted 1,000 meters apart at the same altitude. Sun Wukong, you indeed possess some skill. No wonder you could defeat Frieza. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Beerus. However, if your strength is merely this, you cannot hope to defeat me. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly. I do not expect to defeat Lord Beerus. I merely hope to exchange a few blows. Upon hearing this, Beerus appeared somewhat disappointed. Though Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan God was formidable, it fell short of the Super Saiyan God in his dreams. By the way, Sun Wukong, I heard from Whis that you have mastered a transformation beyond the Super Saiyan God, correct? Lord Beerus, are you referring to the Super Saiyan Blue? Indeed. Beerus nodded. Then, since you say so, I shall transform into Super Saiyan Blue. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, unleashing an overwhelming divine aura that surged upwards. With a powerful shout, Sun Wukong's hair and eyebrows turned a celestial blue, his irises deepening to a rich blue. Surrounded by a swirling aura of blue energy and starlit particles that glimmered like the cosmos. The energy flowed at a pace much slower than that of a human, or even in the Super Saiyan form, interspersed with faint electric sparks, forming a dual-layered aura, transitioning from celestial blue on the outside to white within. This was indeed the Super Saiyan Blue. Beerus narrowed his eyes upon witnessing this transformation. So this is the form that transcends the Super Saiyan God. Yes, Lord Beerus. In that case, let me see your strength. Certainly, Lord Beerus. No sooner had he spoken than Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of blue light, charging towards Beerus. In response, Beerus raised his fists and surged forward to meet him. Before long, the two stood before each other, their fists and feet colliding like flashes of light. A series of thunderous booms echoed through the sky, accompanied by the violent winds generated by their fierce combat. Bang! Suddenly, Sun Wukong surged forward with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful blow to Beerus's body, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Beerus, taken aback, quickly adopted a more serious demeanor. Huh! Sun Wukong exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of energy waves directed at Beerus. Beerus deftly dodged, rapidly appearing before Sun Wukong and striking forcefully at his chin with his right fist. Bang! With a resounding impact, Sun Wukong was propelled backwards several paces. The energy waves he had unleashed detonated in the sky at that very moment. Beerus vanished in a flash, reappearing in front of Sun Wukong and delivering a powerful kick. Sun Wukong raised his hands to block, retreating several hundred meters. Is this all you've got? He taunted. Certainly not, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong replied, clenching his fists tightly as a massive aura of blue energy enveloped him. With this surge, he charged at Beerus with astonishing speed. Caught off guard by Sun Wukong's sudden acceleration, Beerus could only raise his hands to defend against the impending onslaught. As anticipated, when Beerus lifted his arms, Sun Wukong's fists came at him like a tempest, relentlessly striking. Bang, bang, bang. Under the ferocity of Sun Wukong's assault, Beerus was compelled to retreat. After a flurry of attacks, Sun Wukong delivered a final, powerful strike that sent Beerus hurtling back several hundred meters. Whis, observing their exhilarating clash, nonchalantly retrieved a bag of chips from his staff, munching away as he watched the battle unfold. The North Kai, witnessing this, remained silent. Pained by the destruction wrought upon his planet by the clash between Sun Wukong and Beerus, while Whis seemed to be enjoying the spectacle as he snacked. North Kai, would you care for some chips? Sure. In the sky, after being pushed back, Beerus immediately gathered destructive energy in his hands, launching it towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong sidestepped, evading the attack. Boom. With an earth-shattering explosion, the destructive energy detonated behind him, unleashing a ferocious purple storm that swept outward. Boom. Before long, another wave of destructive energy erupted. Seeing both of his attacks miss, Beerus charged at Sun Wukong. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong surged forward to meet him. In an instant, they found themselves face to face. Sun Wukong swung his right fist with all his might, aiming for Beerus. Beerus skillfully dodged, maneuvering behind Sun Wukong. Startled, Sun Wukong prepared to turn, only to find Beerus's tail suddenly ensnaring him like a rope. After being bound, Sun Wukong found himself unable to move. Beerus let out a sinister chuckle and unleashed a barrage of punches aimed at Sun Wukong's face and body. Sun Wukong immediately emitted cries of agony. Suddenly, after enduring a series of blows, he bit down on Beerus's tail. Beerus shrieked in pain, hastily retracting his tail. Lord Beerus. King Kai of the North nearly lost control upon witnessing this, astonished that Sun Wukong would employ a tactic used against Frisia on Beerus. Chapter 67. Sun Wukong vs. Beerus 3. As Beerus gazed at his swollen tail, he angrily exhaled upon it, waiting for the redness to subside. With indignation, he glared at Sun Wukong. You despicable creature, resorting to such barbaric fighting methods. Lord Beerus, who bound me with his tail. Beerus snorted disdainfully, his speed akin to light as he charged at Sun Wukong. Startled, Sun Wukong quickly raised his arms in defense. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus's hands crackled with electricity as he struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's arms, causing him to stagger backward under the relentless assault. Suddenly, Beerus thrust his right knee forward, delivering a powerful blow to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a loud wail, spewing a mouthful of distress. In a flash, Beerus appeared behind him, bringing his hands together like a hammer and striking Sun Wukong's back with tremendous force. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Sun Wukong soared like a beam of light, crashing into the surface of King Kai's planet and creating a massive crater, reducing the planet size by a third. "My planet!" King Kai exclaimed, his heart racing with a mix of emotions. At that moment, as Sun Wukong continued to plummet, he clenched his fists with determination and gradually halted his descent beneath King Kai. Raising his gaze, he discovered that Beerus's figure had vanished from above. Where did he go? Just as the words left his lips, Beerus's silhouette reappeared beneath him. Sun Wukong glanced down to see Beerus's right hand gathering destructive energy aimed at him. Shocked, he realized it was too late to evade. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the destructive energy detonated in the sky, unleashing a colossal purple storm that swept outward. The entire King Kai's planet was devastated, reduced to mere fragments. In the instant before the explosion, Whis had conjured a protective shield with his angelic powers, safeguarding King Kai and others. King Kai surveyed the remains of his planet, now reduced to half, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Beerus snorted, launching a destructive energy blast into the billowing smoke of the explosion. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, destructive energy erupted once more in the sky. A piercing scream immediately resonated through the thick smoke. The North Kaioshin, now reduced to half its form due to the blast's impact, trembled violently. Unsteady on his feet, the North Kaioshin fell to the ground. After a moment, as the smoke began to dissipate, Sun Wukong stood in midair, appearing quite disheveled and gasping for breath. With a grin, Beerus descended from the sky above North Kaioshin. Observing this, Sun Wukong promptly followed suit. Soon, the two found themselves hovering above North Kaioshin, exchanging glances. In an instant, they surged towards each other at lightning speed. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With a series of violent collisions, their bodies transformed into radiant blue and purple lights, colliding fiercely in the sky. Numerous blue and purple circles materialized in the atmosphere, a testament to their fierce clash. After a brief skirmish, the two grasped each other's hands, straining against one another in midair. Due to Beerus's superior strength, he swiftly began to push Sun Wukong backward. Ah! Sun Wukong roared, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that propelled Beerus back. Gritting his teeth, Beerus retaliated, emanating a wave of purple energy that forced Sun Wukong to retreat. The space surrounding them quaked under the intensity of their energies colliding, unleashing fierce gales that spread outward from their forms. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, Beerus exerted his strength, sending Sun Wukong flying. Both warriors, exhausted from the immense exertion, gasped for air. After a brief respite, Beerus conjured 6 duplicates, encircling Sun Wukong. Startled, Sun Wukong's expression turned serious. At that moment, all 7 of Beerus's right hands concentrated destructive energy and launched it towards Sun Wukong. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong prepared for the onslaught. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the destructive energy detonated, filling the sky with billowing smoke. Direct hit, Beerus exclaimed with delight, calling all his duplicates back into his original form. Huh! Just then, a powerful shout emerged from the smoke. What? Beerus gasped, witnessing Sun Wukong, fists clenched, charging forth from the haze. In no time, Sun Wukong reached Beerus, delivering a powerful right punch. Beerus raised his arms to block the attack. Sun Wukong then lifted his left fist, striking fiercely at Beerus. In response, Beerus thrust his right knee forward, intercepting Sun Wukong's left punch just before impact, forcing him back. As Sun Wukong lifted his gaze, he beheld Beerus concentrating a sphere of destructive energy in his right hand, aimed directly at him. A grin spread across Beerus's face as he unleashed the destructive force. Sun Wukong swiftly evaded to the side. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the destructive energy detonated in the sky. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong prepared to charge at Beerus, only to witness an immense amount of destructive energy coalescing around Beerus's form. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. With a flick of his right hand, Beerus directed all the gathered destructive energy towards Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong swiftly brought his hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced in his hands, countering the incoming destructive energy. The Kamehameha surged forth like a divine dragon's tail, igniting all the destructive energy in an explosive display. Thick smoke billowed into the sky from the resulting blasts. Observing the explosion, Beerus raised his right index finger, condensing an enormous sphere of destructive energy. What? The North Kai exclaimed in shock. If that energy were to descend, his North Kai planet would surely be obliterated. Sun Wukong, fixated on the destructive energy created by Beerus, clenched his teeth tightly. Beerus chuckled lightly and sent the destructive energy hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong again brought his hands together, generating another deep blue energy wave aimed at the incoming destructive force. Bang! With a violent clash, the Kamehameha collided with the destructive energy. However, due to the overwhelming size of the destructive energy, the Kamehameha was forcefully repelled. Sun Wukong bellowed, unleashing an astonishing aura that pushed the destructive energy back slightly. Chapter 68. Beerus arrives on Earth. Beerus's eyes widened as he pressed down forcefully with his right hand. Sun Wukong immediately felt an immense pressure and shouted out, "This is the end for you, Sun Wukong." Beerus chuckled softly, applying even greater force. How infuriating! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, emanating a tremendous blue aura. Kaioken. With a powerful shout, a surge of red energy joined the blue aura enveloping his body. What? Beerus gasped in surprise. Tenfold Kaioken. Sun Wukong roared, his energy skyrocketing, pushing the destructive energy back. Beerus gritted his teeth, pressing down with his left hand against the destructive energy. As the two energies clashed repeatedly, invisible ripples radiated from their collision, spreading throughout the universe. Sun Wukong shouted fiercely, his aura surging once more. 20-fold Kaioken. Sun Wukong cried out, forcefully pushing the destructive energy back. With gritted teeth, Beerus exerted all his strength, pushing the destructive energy forward slightly. After a brief stalemate, both energies were completely exhausted and vanished into thin air. Breathing heavily, Beerus turned his gaze towards Son Goku. Had he known that Goku possessed such a hidden trump card, he would have held nothing back and defeated him outright. Now, he had to face Son Goten, which would surely take a toll on his stamina. At that moment, Son Goku was also panting heavily, looking at Beerus. Suddenly, his body reverted to its normal state. The North Kai, Goku has transformed back. Whis nodded in agreement. It was indeed remarkable that Goku could battle Lord Beerus for such an extended period. That is true. Beerus smiled and addressed the now normal Son Goku. Do you wish to continue fighting? No, Lord Beerus. I have exerted all my strength. Beerus nodded and descended towards the half-destroyed North Kai planet. Witnessing this, Son Goku followed suit. Lord Beerus. Whis immediately approached. So, Whis, shall we head to Earth? Yes, Lord Beerus. To Earth? Son Goku inquired of Whis. Indeed. Lord Beerus and I intend to savor the delicacies of Earth. Before Whis could finish, Beerus interrupted eagerly. In that case, why don't I guide you there? You? Lord Beerus, Goku can use instant transmission, so he will undoubtedly be faster than us. Then it shall be you who leads us. Goku nodded, placing his index fingers on his forehead. Well then, Lord Beerus and Whis, please place your hands on my back. The two nodded and placed their hands on Goku's back. In a flash, Goku executed instant transmission, disappearing from sight. After the trio vanished, the North Kai gazed at the remaining half of his planet, his expression turning gloomy. Today was undoubtedly an unfortunate day for him. On Earth, in West City, at Bulma's residence, Goku had transported Beerus and Whis to Bulma's backyard. Goku, who is this? Bulma asked, eyeing Beerus, who bore a striking resemblance to Kampa. Bulma, this is Lord Beerus. Oh, so you are the Lord Beerus of our universe. Beerus nodded. Lord Beerus. This is Miss Bulma. She has arranged all the meals for me during my visits to Earth. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Beerus fixed a penetrating stare at Whis, as if to question how many delightful dishes he had consumed behind his back. Feeling somewhat guilty, Whis responded, Lord Beerus, what delicacies would you like to try? I don't know. Just bring me whatever is delicious. Understood. Then, Miss Bulma, I shall leave it to you. Bulma nodded. Lord Beerus, weren't you supposed to seek out Goten for a battle? Why the sudden desire to savor Earth's delicacies? She inquired softly to Whis. I have just expended a considerable amount of energy. Is it not permissible to replenish it? Whis replied with a smile. Lord Beerus, could it be that you are afraid of losing to Goten, prompting you to regain your strength? Who fears losing to Goten? I merely wish to indulge in Earth's cuisine. Is that not acceptable? Very well. Whis chuckled. At that moment, Goku, who was not far away, noticed the two whispering and immediately approached Whis. Whis, what are you discussing? Oh, nothing of importance. Is that so? Goku responded, somewhat skeptical. After a while, the earth delicacies ordered by Bulma arrived and were placed upon the grand table set up in the backyard. Upon seeing the lavish spread, Beerus was eager to dig in, only to be reminded by Whis. There are protocols. One must announce their intention to eat first. Of course I know that. Now, I shall partake. At Bowsy Mountain, Goten, having just concluded his battle, was preparing to stow away the crystal ball when he noticed Marin beaming at him. Goten, can I borrow your crystal ball to play with? Absolutely not. Goten replied without hesitation. Marin pouted at his response. Don't be so stingy. I promise to return it. I will lend it to you, but under one condition. What condition? Marin's eyes lit up. You must defeat me. If you don't want to lend it, just say so. I have made myself clear. Yet you still wish to borrow it. Humph. Marin huffed. I shall ignore you then. I'm off to find Trunks. With that, she soared into the sky. Goten, unfazed, simply stored the retrieved crystal ball in his system inventory. Just then, Marin glanced back at Goten, seeing he did not come to appease her. She accelerated and flew away faster. In West City, at Bulma's home, after a sumptuous feast, Beerus's belly was noticeably round. I am so full, he remarked, patting his stomach. Whis, hearing this, picked up a fried fish with his chopsticks and took a bite. It was only natural for Beerus to feel satisfied after indulging once more since arriving from the realm of destruction. After half an hour had passed, feeling sufficiently digested, Beerus turned to the already sated Whis. Whis, let us seek out Goten. Goku interjected, seek Goten? Indeed, Lord Beerus initially intended to engage him in combat. But upon learning that you had defeated Frieza and mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan God, he wished to battle you to assess your strength. I see. Indeed. Whis nodded. Lord Beerus, shall we depart? Indeed. Chapter 69, Super Saiyan God 2. Upon this, Whis pointed his staff towards the ground and accompanied Lord Beerus away from Bulma's residence. On Mount Payaz, Goten was seated upon a large rock, gazing up at the heavens. Suddenly, a radiant beam of 7 colors descended from the sky. As the light dissipated, 2 figures became apparent within its embrace, none other than Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, this is Goku's youngest son, Goten. Lord Beerus nodded slightly. Goten, this is Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus. Goten, Lord Beerus has heard of your remarkable strength and wishes to engage you in combat. Fight me? Whis affirmed with a nod. Very well. Goten pondered for a moment before assenting. At that instant, a figure appeared, Goku himself, eager not to miss such an exhilarating battle. Whis cast a glance at Goku and promptly retreated. Goku followed suit. Beerus smiled, addressing Goten. Transform into a Super Saiyan God, if you will. Super Saiyan God. I wish to see if you are the formidable adversary of my dreams. Goten nodded, clenching his fists with determination. Huh! With a mighty shout. Goten's hair turned a vibrant red, his eyes expanded and transformed, displaying a striking outline, with the pupils and irises shifting to black and red, respectively. His entire being was enveloped in an aura reminiscent of the sun's flames. This was indeed the Super Saiyan God, Beerus observed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Though Goten's power was impressive, it had yet to reach the realm of a destroyer god. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin sighed as he witnessed the impending battle. I had thought that once Goku and Lord Beerus concluded their bout, it would be over. Little did I expect that Lord Beerus would seek out Goten. Such is the way of things, old ancestor. The East Kaioshin remarked. How many in this universe would dare refuse a request from Beerus? The old Kaioshin nodded in agreement. Lord Beerus, may we commence? Goten inquired, his gaze fixed on Beerus. Beerus inclined his head slightly. Seeing this, Goten clenched his hands tightly and launched a strike towards Beerus's face. Beerus deftly sidestepped, evading the blow. Goten shouted, thrusting his right knee forward with great force. In response, Beerus advanced his left knee, meeting Goten's with a resounding clash that echoed like thunder and stirred the winds. Both were momentarily pushed back, yet quickly resumed their positions before each other, fists and feet colliding with blinding speed. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the fierce clash between the two combatants, the very ground of Bowsy Mountain trembled violently, while countless stones and sands were sent soaring into the air. With a resounding thud, Beerus struck Goten with a powerful punch, sending him hurtling away. An explosive sound followed as Goten, akin to a bolt of lightning, crashed heavily into the mountain behind him. Beerus raised his right hand, concentrating destructive energy, and unleashed it towards the mountain where Goten had collided. A tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the mountain into countless fragments that rained down from the sky. However, amidst the rubble, Goten's figure was nowhere to be found. Beerus narrowed his eyes at this sight. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, Goten. As Beerus turned, he saw Goten's right fist barreling towards him. Swiftly, Beerus sidestepped, executing a horizontal kick that sent Goten flying to the left. Goten, however, forcefully planted his feet on the ground, halting just before crashing into the mountain behind him. "All right, the warm-up is over. It's time for you to reveal your true strength," Goten proclaimed, knowing that his ability to defeat Zamasu indicated he possessed far more power than this. With a determined nod, he clenched his fists tightly, and an overwhelming aura radiated from his body, ascending rapidly. The ground around him trembled violently under the influence of his energy. With a mighty roar, Goten unleashed a brilliant white light that enveloped him. As the light dissipated, although he retained the appearance of a Super Saiyan god, his aura had undergone a profound transformation. Beerus, sensing Goten's energy, felt a twinge of astonishment, for Goten's power now rivaled his own. Goku and Whis, observing from a distance, were equally taken aback. "Goku, isn't the transformation that surpasses the Super Saiyan god supposed to be the Super Saiyan Blue?" Goku nodded in agreement. "I suppose Goten's strength is so formidable that even in his Super Saiyan god form, he surpasses my Super Saiyan Blue. Is that so?" Goku nodded again. "Is this your Super Saiyan god?" Beerus inquired. Goten confirmed with a nod. "But this is the Super Saiyan God too." Super Saiyan God too. Indeed. While both forms are Super Saiyan gods, they differ vastly in power. "Now it makes sense why your aura has changed so dramatically," Beerus remarked, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Before arriving, he had anticipated Goten's strength, but he realized he had underestimated him. According to Goku, Super Saiyan Blue was a transformation that transcended the Super Saiyan God. If Goten had also mastered Super Saiyan Blue 2 or the Kaioken, then this battle might very well be evenly matched. "Lord Beerus, let us continue our battle," exclaimed a somewhat hesitant Beerus. In response, Goten transformed into a streak of red light and soared into the sky. Observing this, Beerus followed suit, both ascending to an altitude of 1,000 meters before abruptly halting to face each other. Goten chuckled softly, radiating a brilliant aura of red light as he charged toward Beerus. In turn, Beerus emanated a powerful purple glow and surged forward to meet him. With a thunderous clash, the two engaged in a fierce aerial skirmish, their movements swift and relentless. The intensity of their battle summoned ferocious winds that tore through the sky, cascading down toward the earth. Suddenly, Goten and Beerus simultaneously struck each other's faces with their right fists, causing a momentary retreat. "Huh!" Goten shouted, swiftly thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a barrage of energy waves directed at Beerus. The god of destruction dodged to the side and lunged at Goten. Reacting quickly, Goten halted his energy assault and prepared to meet Beerus head-on. In a flash, Beerus vanished, reappearing behind Goten. Startled, Goten pivoted to see Beerus aiming a kick at him. Instinctively raising his left hand for defense, he staggered backward. With a scoff, Beerus charged at Goten, who clenched his fists and retaliated. The two exchanged a series of explosive blows, but Beerus adeptly evaded Goten's fierce attacks, retaliating with his own. Goten sidestepped, narrowly escaping Beerus's onslaught. Gritting his teeth, Beerus concentrated destructive energy in his right hand and unleashed it toward Goten. Alarmed, Goten swiftly evaded the incoming attack. With a resounding explosion, the destructive energy detonated behind Goten. The two warriors, their forms flickering, ascended while their fists collided with tremendous force. After a brief exchange, they grasped each other's hands, their bodies radiating red and purple auras that collided with tremendous intensity. Surrounded with a thunderous shout, Son Goten pushed Beerus several steps forward. Gritting his teeth, Beerus retaliated, sending Son Goten sprawling backward. A resounding crash echoed as both combatants, after a brief stalemate, sent each other flying, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a faint smile graced Beerus's face. "Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan god of my dreams, albeit slightly shorter." "Dreams?" Son Goten feigned ignorance. Yes, do you know why I sought you for this battle? Is it not because of my superior strength? That is not the sole reason. The primary factor lies in prophetic dreams. Prophetic dreams? To put it simply, I dreamt of battling the Super Saiyan God, whose strength matched my own. Regrettably, before a victor could be determined, I awoke. I see. Beerus nodded. Yet, there exists a crucial reason he refrained from voicing pride. A mere prophetic dream, even if fabricated, would not bear much weight. However, having previously boasted to Whis about these dreams, only to be proven wrong each time, would undoubtedly invite his ridicule. Although his battle with Son Goku demonstrated the might of the Super Saiyan God, it still fell short of his dream's depiction. Thus, his fight with Son Goten was to unequivocally validate the truth of his prophetic dream and to resoundingly slap Whis in the face. Then, Lord Beerus, let us continue our duel. Upon finishing his words, Son Goten transformed into a blazing streak of light and charged at Beerus. With a mighty roar, Beerus thrust his right fist forward with all his might. Boom! In a cataclysmic clash, their fists collided, unleashing an astonishing aura that radiated outward. Subsequently, invisible ripples emanated from their hands, spreading throughout the universe. Bang! After a brief impasse, Beerus tightened his right fist, forcefully pushing Son Goten backward. Raising his index finger, Beerus concentrated a massive amount of destructive energy, directing it toward the ground. Startled, Son Goten swiftly positioned himself beneath the destructive energy, gathering his hands behind him. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from Son Goten's hands, launching towards the descending destructive force. Boom! With an intense explosion, the Kamehameha clashed violently with the destructive energy. Beerus pressed down with both hands, forcing the destructive energy downward. Gritting his teeth, Son Goten pushed upwards with all his strength. Such formidable power. Is this what Lord Beerus and his kin wield? Although Son Goku once observed Son Goten's battle with Kampa, he had yet to perceive divine energy at that time. In this moment, the intense clash of energies between the two individuals profoundly highlighted the disparity between them. Ah! Beerus exclaimed, exerting all his strength to push downwards. Goten, equally resolute, shouted and drove his hands upwards with all his might. Bang! As their energies collided violently, they unleashed an astonishing tempest that radiated outward in all directions. Subsequently, invisible ripples emanated from the two forces, propagating throughout the cosmos. After a brief standoff, the two energies, having exhausted themselves through relentless confrontation, ultimately vanished into nothingness. Breathless, the two regarded each other. Suddenly, Goten reverted to his normal state. Are we not fighting anymore? Beerus inquired. No. I merely wish to engage you with the strength of a mortal. Goten asserted. The strength of a mortal? Indeed. He replied, clenching his fists tightly. An extraordinary aura emanating from him, swiftly escalating. Boom. The ground trembled violently around them. With a tremendous roar, Goten's physique elongated and expanded. Aside from his chest, head, palms, and soles, his body sprouted a profusion of white fur. His hair cascading down to his waist, eyebrows vanished, and his pupils transformed into a striking red. This was the Super Saiyan 5. As Goten's energy surged, Krillin and the others on Earth instantly sensed his presence. What an overwhelming aura. Could Goten be battling someone? Tien questioned. I don't know. Kaiatsu shook his head. Upon witnessing Goten's transformation, Beerus expressed his astonishment. Is this your Super Saiyan transformation? Goten nodded affirmatively. Although Super Saiyan God 2 could also defeat Beerus, he, as a mortal, yearned to conquer Beerus with the strength of a mortal. Is that so? Then let me witness your power, Beerus declared. Goten nodded, transforming into a beam of white light as he charged at Beerus. In the blink of an eye, Goten stood before Beerus, his fist striking like lightning towards him. Beerus dodged while attempting to block Goten's onslaught, retreating in the process. Chapter 71. The full power of Super Saiyan 5 Ha! Goten roared, thrusting his right fist forward with all his might. Bang! His fist collided with Beerus's chest, sending him hurtling back hundreds of meters. Just then, Piccolo and Trunks arrived on the scene. Is that Goten? Piccolo inquired. Although Trunks had witnessed Goten's Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he had never seen the Super Saiyan 5 form, and given their altitude, he was uncertain if it was truly Goten. Yes, Piccolo affirmed. Son Goten cast a glance at Beerus, his form transforming into a streak of white light as he soared into the sky above Earth. Observing this, Beerus immediately followed suit. Soon, Son Goten ascended beyond the Earth's atmosphere and paused in the space above. He gazed downward, beholding the magnificent blue orb of Earth. At that moment, Beerus flew in front of him and came to a halt. Son Goten chuckled softly, raising both hands towards Beerus. Noticing this, Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly. With a mighty shout, Son Goten surged forward in a flash of white light towards Beerus. Although Beerus intended to move, he found himself seemingly immobilized. As he watched Son Goten raise his hands, a realization dawned upon him. Bang! At that instant, Son Goten charged directly at Beerus, delivering a forceful knee strike to his abdomen. Beerus let out a piercing scream, expelling a mouthful of bitter liquid. Swiftly circling behind Beerus, Son Goten clasped his hands and struck forcefully at Beerus's back. Bang! With an explosive sound, Beerus's body shot downwards like a meteor, plummeting towards Earth. Seizing the opportunity, Son Goten quickly brought his hands together and called out, Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards Beerus. What? Beerus exclaimed in shock. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Beerus, accelerating his descent towards the ground. Earth. Goku watched the Kamehameha hurtling towards the planet, a wave of concern washing over him. Darn it! Beerus roared in fury, emanating an incredibly terrifying aura of destruction that gradually dissipated the Kamehameha in front of him. However, even though Beerus managed to nullify the energy wave, he had expended a significant amount of stamina in the process. The Kamehameha has vanished. Goku gasped. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. A destroyer god can convert energy, Goku. After training under Lord Kampa for so long, did you not know this? I did not. Goku replied, though his time with Kampa had been more about training than combat. Just then, Son Goten clenched his fists with determination, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged rapidly upwards. What? Beerus's expression changed upon sensing Son Goten's escalating power. He had already exerted his full strength in their earlier skirmish, only to discover that Son Goten had concealed his true capabilities. While Beerus had been battling Son Goten, his own energy had diminished due to fatigue, yet Son Goten had transformed twice, his power not only remaining stable, but actually increasing. Was this even human? Zing! Bang! At that moment, Son Goten elevated his strength to the full power of Super Saiyan 5, releasing the energy that surrounded his body. Upon witnessing this, Beerus clenched his teeth tightly. Goten's strength surpassed his expectations. If the battle continued, he might indeed find himself defeated by Goten. Yet, to withdraw from the fight would imply fear of Goten. This presented a dilemma for him. I shall give it my all, Beerus declared, transforming into a streak of purple light that surged beyond the atmosphere of Earth. Observing this, Goten propelled himself from the outer atmosphere back towards the planet. With a resounding boom, Goten descended while Beerus ascended, their fists colliding with tremendous force. A violent gale erupted from their hands, radiating outward. The sky reverberated with an astonishing roar. Huh! Goten shouted, his right fist unleashing an overwhelming force that pressed Beerus downward. Gritting his teeth, Beerus quickly stabilized himself in midair. At that moment, Goten executed a flying kick, striking Beerus with great intensity. Boom! Crash! With a deafening explosion, Beerus plummeted to the ground, his body crashing down like a comet. The earth was instantly engulfed in a massive cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have defeated Beerus and learned the rudimentary form of destruction energy. Defeated? Indeed, Master. His strength is now reduced to but 10%. Only 10%? Yes, Master. Do you wish to eliminate him? No, I was merely inquiring. After a while, as the dust settled, a vast pit revealed itself in the ground, with Beerus lying in the center. Lord Beerus, Goku exclaimed as he gazed at the fallen deity. At that moment, Beerus gasped for breath and rose from the pit, fixing his gaze upon Goten. Upon seeing this, Goten reverted to his normal state and descended. Tien, has he transformed back? Yes. Kaiatsu nodded. Lord Beerus, I am quite famished. Shall we call it a day? Goten remarked, his stomach growling audibly. Upon hearing this, Beerus glanced at the observing Piccolo and others, nodding in agreement. Having lived for billions of years, he recognized Goten's intention to provide him an exit from the confrontation. Whis, noticing the situation, promptly flew over to heal their injuries. Goten, that ability you used to immobilize me earlier must be a psychic power, correct? Goten nodded in affirmation. Beerus then turned to Whis, stating, Whis, My premonitory dream proved accurate this time, did it not? Goten truly matches my strength. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Whis confirmed. Beerus, upon hearing this, let out a yawn. Whis, let us return. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis said as he bid farewell to Son Goku. Goku, we shall take our leave now. Son Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Whis pointed his staff towards the ground, and a radiant spectrum of light immediately appeared beneath their feet, whisking them away from Earth. As soon as Trunks witnessed their departure, he swiftly flew to Son Goten's side. Goten, was that transformation you just executed Super Saiyan 5? Son Goten nodded. How many transformations do you possess, you rascal? Upon hearing this, Son Goten found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 72, Beerus seeks accountability from Champa. Currently, the transformations he had mastered primarily included Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. As for the mysterious state, the techniques of the God of Destruction, and the Ultra Instinct, while they may alter his appearance, they do not qualify as transformations in the traditional sense. If Black Goku were to appear, he might gain control over Super Saiyan Rose. Reflecting on this, he realized he indeed possessed quite a repertoire of transformations. He was almost becoming a master of them. As Son Goten pondered, a figure flew in from the distance. It was Marin. Marin, Trunks called out. Marin nodded and smiled at Son Goten. Brother Goten, what transformation was that you just performed? I couldn't see it clearly from the ground. Could you show me again? Marin, I'm quite hungry right now and lack the energy to transform. All right then. I shall come back this afternoon to witness your transformation. Trunks nudged Son Goten with his elbow. Well done, Goten. In Universe 7. After Whis had escorted Beerus away from Earth, they immediately engaged in conversation. Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts on the recent battle? Humph. Beerus scoffed. What do you think? Whis, upon hearing this, broke into a smile. Lord Beerus, it was you who insisted on battling Son Goten. That's only because your prophetic dream proved inaccurate, prompting me to seek him out for a fight. Whis chuckled. Yet, your earlier prophetic dreams were indeed flawed. Beerus grunted again. It's been over 4 years since Son Goten's battle with Champa. Over 4 years. Whis nodded. During this time, his strength has significantly increased. By the way, Whis, how old is Son Goten this year? If we calculate according to their Earth age, he should be 12. Only 12? Indeed. Do you think he has the potential to surpass you angels? I cannot say. Whis shook his head. I have never encountered a human with talent like Son Goten before. In the 6th universe, within the realm of destruction, Vegeta was diligently training on a verdant field. At that moment, Beerus's attendant, Whis, descended from the palace and approached Champa, who was seated upon a large stone. Lord Champa, Lord Beerus has awakened. Awakened? Champa inquired. Indeed. And he has engaged in battle with both Goku and Goten. Goten? Why would Beerus suddenly seek them out for a fight? I am uncertain, but it appears that Lord Beerus, much like yourself, was bested by Goten. Upon hearing their conversation, Vegeta halted his training, clenching his fists tightly. Beerus was defeated as well. Champa's heart swelled with a sense of schadenfreude at this revelation. Whis nodded in affirmation. Moreover, Goten's current strength far surpasses what it was during his previous encounter with you. Champa's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Whis, what manner of race are the Saiyans? If we speak of the Saiyans from our 6th universe, they are a peace-loving people. However, the Saiyans from the 7th universe are a warrior race. A warrior race. Whis continued. Furthermore, once they attain the transformation into Super Saiyan, they break through their limits, rendering them virtually boundless. Whis, has there ever been an exceptionally formidable individual among their ranks? As for the Saiyans of the 7th universe, I cannot say. But it seems that the 6th universe has not produced any. None at all. Indeed. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Beerus, intent on reconciling matters with Champa regarding the chaos in his universe, arrived in the realm of destruction of the 6th universe alongside Whis. Beerus, Champa exclaimed upon seeing him, quickly greeting his counterpart. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze to Vegeta, who promptly greeted him. Lord Beerus, Vegeta called out. Beerus returned the nod and once more focused on Champa. What brings you here so unexpectedly today? Champa felt a twinge of apprehension. Do you not welcome my presence? Or do you believe I am unaware of your activities in my universe during my slumber? I have done nothing of consequence. Merely indulged in some culinary delights on your planet. Humph. Beerus scoffed. And what about your battle with Goten? How did you come to be in my universe? I was simply bored and decided to wander into your universe. where I fortuitously sensed Goten's divine energy and engaged him in combat. Merely that. Beerus narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss within Kampa's words. Otherwise, what do you expect? Kampa retorted, maintaining his bravado. Beerus, with a cold snort, declared, regardless, the seventh universe is my territory. Should you dare to exploit my absence again to wreak havoc in my domain, I shall not spare you. Beerus arrived primarily to issue a warning to Kampa. Were it not for the delectable cuisine of Earth, I would not have ventured into your universe. Well, if that is the case, you need not come here again. If you choose not to come, so be it. Our universe has its own Earth. Whis, let us depart. As you command, Lord Beerus. Whis responded, pointing his staff towards the ground, and a radiant spectrum of light instantly materialized beneath their feet, whisking them away from the realm of the god of destruction. Is that it? Vegeta was taken aback. He had anticipated a fierce battle between the two. In Universe 6, after Whis escorted Beerus away from the god of destruction's realm, he inquired of Beerus, where shall we proceed next, my lord? To the Earth of our universe. As you wish, Lord Beerus. In Universe 7, on Earth. At the house of Son Goku, as Goten matured, Chi-Chi began contemplating the prospect of enrolling him in school. Although Gohan had previously engaged a tutor for his studies, he ultimately attended school during his high school years. Mom, I think I would prefer to self-study at home. It would save money, and my brother could teach me. Indeed. Mother, Gohan chimed in. No, if you study at home, you will undoubtedly spend all your time playing. I want tea. Mother, you could have my brother supervise me. That is not feasible. Gohan has graduated from university and must soon begin working. He wants to have time to oversee you. But Mom, I heard that Bulma dropped out at 16. Her family is extraordinarily wealthy, unlike ours. Chapter 73, The Pilaf Gang. So, if our family were to become immensely wealthy, would I still need to attend school? How would we become immensely wealthy? Are you suggesting it is through your father? Furthermore, wealth and education are distinct matters. Even the affluent must pursue their studies. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Chi-Chi opened it to reveal a golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl, Marin. Marin. Hello, Aunt Chi-Chi. Marin politely greeted Chi-Chi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Are you here to see Goten? Yes. Marin nodded earnestly. Well then, Goten, since Marin has come to visit, you should play with her for a while. Sure, Mom. Goten replied, leading Marin outside to a grassy area on the mountain, where they sat down. Goten, could you transform into Super Saiyan 5 for me to see? Super Saiyan 5? Yes. You promised me you would transform into Super Saiyan 5. Did I? Of course. You did. You mentioned you were hungry and would come this afternoon. On North Kai's planet, after 3 days of diligent effort, North Kai had nearly completed the restoration of his planet. Sun Wukong gazed at the restored North Kai planet, a grin adorning his face as he addressed the North Kai. My Lord Kai, you truly are remarkable. You've managed to repair the North Kai planet in such a short time. Humph. The North Kai retorted with a scoff. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, my North Kai planet would not have ended up in such disarray. However, this time it was Lord Beerus who insisted on battling me. Even if Lord Beerus had not sought you out for a duel, you still turned my planet into a chaotic mess. By the way, why haven't you joined Vegeta in training in Universe 6? Isn't Lord Beerus awake now? That's why I decided to train on Lord Beerus's planet. Lord Beerus. Indeed, I had already arranged this with Whis. Ah, that explains it. I was wondering why you hadn't gone to train in Universe 6 lately. As the two conversed, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed Lord Beerus's presence. Lord Beerus is here, he exclaimed, instantly teleporting back to Earth. On Earth, in West City, at Bulma's residence, Lord Beerus and Whis had already arrived in Bulma's backyard. Lord Beerus, Whis. Bulma greeted them warmly. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Bulma, Lord Beerus wishes to sample the delicacies of your Earth. Could you kindly arrange this? Of course. That's no trouble at all. Bulma replied with a smile. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Bulma's backyard. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Bulma. Sun Wukong nodded and turned to Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus returned the nod. Wukong, what brings you here? Bulma inquired. Sun Wukong was never one to visit without reason. I'm here to find Whis and train on Lord Beerus's planet. Train on my planet? Lord Beerus looked at Whis. Whis chuckled softly. Lord Beerus, I believe Wukong possesses considerable strength, so I agreed to guide him in his training. Upon hearing this, Lord Beerus narrowed his eyes. Whis, have you received any benefits from him? Absolutely not, Lord Beerus. Whis replied, a hint of unease crossing his face. Indeed, he had accepted some favors from Sun Wukong. Don't play coy. Given my understanding of you, I am certain you must have received some advantage to agree to mentor him. I assure you, there is nothing, Lord Beerus. With a cold snort, Lord Beerus stated, while I want to interfere with your training, you must ensure that you do not disturb my slumber. You need not worry about that, Lord Beerus. After hearing this, Lord Beerus cast a wary glance at Whis, the one he trusted the least. In Universe 6, at the God of Destruction's realm, Kampa was seated atop a large stone, his expression one of boredom. Vados, why hasn't T. Wukong come to train with Vegeta? Vados chuckled lightly in response. Lord Kampa, it seems that Goku intends to train under Lord Beerus. Beerus? Indeed, for Lord Beerus is somewhat closer. Humph. Kampa snorted. In that case, haven't you taught him in vain? Lord Kampa, do you care for Goku? Bardoss chuckled. Not at all. I was merely inquiring. At that moment, a colossal spaceship traversed the cosmos, belonging to Frisia's army. Within its confines, a diminutive figure with blue skin, clad in a green Saiyan battle suit and draped in a white cloak, resided. This individual, named Sorbet, served as Frisia's chief strategist. Before him stood a towering warrior with red skin and horns, alongside a bald man with alabaster skin. They were known as Sasami and Tagoma, formidable fighters within Frisia's ranks. Sasami, have you yet located planet Namek? Unfortunately, the original Namek has been relocated by the Namekians. Sorbet stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appears we must venture to Earth at our own peril. Earth? Yes, for the Dragon Balls also exist there. To resurrect King Frisia and restore our army, we must seek the Dragon Balls on Earth. This operation shall consist of the three of us, to avoid detection by the Saiyans. Just the three of us? Sorbet nodded. 2 days later, the trio arrived atop a great mountain on Earth. So this is Earth? Sasami gazed at the cerulean sky. Sorbet nodded. Without further ado, let us proceed with haste. Indeed, Sasami agreed. Sorbet, seizing his Dragon Ball radar, commenced the search. After a prolonged pursuit, they located 4 Dragon Balls. 3 more remain. Sorbet observed the radar. The remaining Dragon Balls are clustered together, and it is likely others are also in pursuit of them. Could it be the Saiyans? Who knows, nonetheless. Let us exercise caution. Agreed. Sasami nodded. Meanwhile, on a mountain outside West City, 3 figures were also searching for the Dragon Balls. These were the diminutive Pilaf gang. King Pilaf, there are 4 Dragon Balls gathered together. Could it be that someone else, like us, is also collecting the Dragon Balls? I glanced at her Dragon Ball radar. Chapter 74. The Resurrection of Frisia Ashi. Could it be Son Goku? For the Pilaf gang, their greatest fear was none other than Sun Wukong, who could be considered their lifelong adversary. Upon hearing this, Pilaf immediately broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, Asu, do not speak nonsense. Our last endeavor to collect the Dragon Balls was quite successful, was it not? Regardless of whether our opponent is Sun Wukong or not, let us remain vigilant. Indeed. Asu and Xiaowu nodded in agreement. After a lengthy while, Sorbi, accompanied by Tagma and others, found the Pilaf gang. Upon realizing they were not Saiyans, Sorbi sighed in relief and demanded, hand over the Dragon Balls, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Lord Pilaf, Asu and Xiaowu, noticing the towering figures of Tagma and Zasami, immediately looked to Pilaf for guidance. Seeing that the 3 were formidable, Pilaf gritted his teeth and commanded, Asu, Xiaowu, give them the Dragon Balls. Yes, Lord Pilaf. Although reluctant, the 2 complied and surrendered the Dragon Balls. Seeing their compliance, Sorbi decided to spare them. Glancing at the 7 Dragon Balls scattered on the ground. Zasami, do you know how to use these Dragon Balls? No, Zasami shook his head. Lord Sorbi, do you not know how to use the Dragon Balls? I do not, Sorbi replied, turning his gaze toward the Pilaf gang. Hey, do you know how to use these Dragon Balls? Upon hearing this, the Pilaf gang was immediately alarmed. You merely need to shout at the Dragon Balls, come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. Pilaf instructed, come forth and grant my wish. Sorbi mused, gazing at the Dragon Balls. No sooner had he spoken, the sky above the earth darkened, and a magnificent azure dragon materialized in the air. This dragon was none other than the eternal dragon of earth. State your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled, but only 3 may be granted. 3. So many? Sorbi questioned in astonishment. Indeed, the dragon affirmed with a nod. In that case, first, resurrect King Frisia for me. That is feasible, but Frisia's body was shattered into pieces, so I can only restore his fragmented form. Fragmented form? Indeed, the dragon confirmed. Lord Sorbi, We can utilize our latest regeneration technology from the Frisia Force to reconstruct and revive King Frisia's body, Tagma suggested. Ah, I nearly forgot about that. So, Eternal Dragon, can you provide us with the fragments of King Frisia's body? Very well, the dragon replied, his eyes glowing red. Immediately, numerous fragments began to descend from the sky. Upon witnessing this, Sorbai hastily instructed Tagma and the others to assist in gathering Frisia's body parts. Asu and Xiaowu, seeing them collecting the fragments, immediately called out to the Eternal Dragon. The dragon, I desire 1 million. The dragon, I crave 10 million. Very well. Upon hearing this, the dragon's eyes flickered with a crimson gleam. Instantly, a substantial stack of money appeared in the hands of Ashu and Xiaowu. Until we meet again, the dragon declared, before transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls and descending towards Earth. What? Upon witnessing this, Solbei was immediately filled with exasperation. He had initially intended to resurrect King Cooled, but with their wishes, it was evident that he could no longer revive him. Meanwhile, on Earth, Piccolo noticed the unusual phenomenon in the sky and hurried towards Solbei and his companions. Lord Solbei, we have gathered all the fragments of Frisia's body. I suggest we withdraw for now. Solbei nodded in agreement and departed with Tagma and the others. Although he harbored some resentment towards Pilaf and his crew, the strange occurrence in the sky posed a significant risk. Should the Saiyans become aware, they might all face dire consequences. Upon seeing the 3 leaving, Pilaf sighed in relief. He then glanced at the money in Ashu and Xiaowu's possession. Ashu, Xiaowu, why didn't you wish for more money? Especially you, Ashu, only asking for 1 million. I was momentarily flustered. Ashu replied. Hearing this, Pilaf promptly took the money from their hands. I shall safeguard this money for you. Tonight, I will treat you to a splendid meal. At Baozi Mountain, within Sun Wukong's home, Sun Wutian was napping and was oblivious to the use of the Dragon Balls. On Frisia's spaceship, after Tagma and the others returned with Frisia's body fragments, they immediately utilized the latest resurrection device from Frisia's army to reassemble and revive him. With a loud crash, the glass of the healing chamber shattered. Frisia's feet touched the ground as he slowly opened his eyes. Have I been resurrected? Yes, Lord Frisia, Solbei affirmed. And you are? I am Solbei, the chief advisor of Frisia's army. Oh, I seem to recall a bit. But why did it take you so long to revive me? This is because we could not locate the original Namek, and the Saiyans have become exceedingly powerful, which is why we are only now able to bring you back. Frisia scoffed and glanced at Tagma and the others. I see you have met with Lord Frisia. Indeed. Frisia nodded. And who are these 2? They are Zasami and Tagma. They have also contributed significantly to your revival. By the way, what has become of the Saiyans? Frisia inquired. Returning to you, Lord Frisia, the Saiyans have rapidly grown in strength over the years. They even defeated Majin Buu. Majin Buu. Frisia's expression grew grave upon hearing this. Because his father once told him that there are 2 beings in this universe one should never provoke. The god of destruction, Beerus, and the other, Majin Buu. Indeed, King Frisia, they have indeed grown considerably stronger. King Frisia, now that your army lies in disarray, your revival comes at a fortuitous time to restore our grand forces. You must have resurrected me for this reason, did you not? Frisia cast a sidelong glance at Sorb. Yes. Let us set aside the matter of rejuvenating Frisia's army for now. I have a more pressing task at hand. A more pressing matter? Yes. It is to exact revenge on Goku and his companions. I can never forget the days I spent in the depths of hell on Earth. King Frisia, the Saiyans possess tremendous strength. I suggest we refrain from opposing them. Tagoma interjected. Upon hearing this, Frisia shot him a cold glare. He then took a step forward, grasping Tagoma by the throat, lifting him off the ground. King Frisia, Sorb exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 75. Put down the sword. Tagoma struggled for breath under Frisia's grip. My Frisia force has become what it is today because of individuals like you, Frisia declared, releasing his hold and using his telekinetic power to thrust Tagoma forcefully against the glass behind him. With a shattering sound, the glass broke apart, and as the spaceship moved, the vacuum of space began to pull Tagoma and the soldiers surrounding him into the void. Activate the ship's shields at once. Sorb urgently commanded the soldiers at the controls. Upon hearing this, a soldier promptly activated a semi-transparent protective barrier outside the spaceship. Tagoma and the others were saved by the shield. Frisia snorted in disdain. By the way, Sorb, my father has not been resurrected, has he? In response to King Frisia, Due to some unforeseen circumstances, we did not revive King Cold this time. However, we shall certainly resurrect him next time. There is no need to bring him back. He was always nagging me while in hell. Let him remain there. As you wish. King Frieza. Additionally, with Goku's increase in strength, I must undergo 4 months of intensive training before heading to Earth. Intensive training? Yes, I am a genius, since birth. I have never practiced. Frieza clenched his fists tightly. For months, I firmly believe that with just 4 months of training, I can undoubtedly defeat Goku. Indeed. Sorb nodded in agreement. Observing this, Frieza turned to Tagoma. During these 4 months, you shall train alongside me. I shall ensure you receive the best training. Tagoma, upon hearing this, was left utterly speechless. On Earth, at the Capsule Corporation, Goten had just awakened from his midday nap and was now training on the mountain. A green figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. He nodded. Where are Goten and Gohan? He went to West City for an interview. Goten, are you aware that someone has just used the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls? I was just napping and missed what happened. Is that so? Piccolo remarked, turning his body to leave. Uncle Piccolo, would you like me to assist you in enhancing your strength? Enhancing strength? You mean like how I helped my brother and the others? But doesn't that take a whole day? No worries, in the room of spirit and time. It only takes a few minutes. Well then, after a moment of contemplation, Piccolo consented. Goten, seizing the opportunity, instantaneously transported them to the other world. Piccolo, Goten, Dandy greeted them upon their arrival. Goten nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you two here today? I am here to assist Uncle Piccolo in enhancing his strength. Enhancing strength? Oh, I see. How long do you plan to stay inside? Just a day will suffice. All right, Dandy agreed. Boo, do we still have food and water inside? Yes, God. We have enough food and water to last for 2 years. Then please escort them to the room of spirit and time. Understood. Boo nodded. After a little over 10 minutes, Piccolo emerged from the room of spirit and time, his aura significantly more potent than before. The drastic enhancement of his strength brought an unusual smile to Piccolo's face. What an overwhelming energy, Dandy remarked, sensing Piccolo's newfound power. Meanwhile, on Earth, Krillin and the others also felt Piccolo's formidable energy. However, as Krillin had work to attend to, he did not inquire further about the situation. Time swiftly passed, and a week later, having learned from Piccolo that Goten had helped him, Krillin visited Goku's home in search of Goten. Uncle Krillin. Goten greeted with a smile and a nod. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? I would like you to help me enhance my strength. Krillin said cheerfully. Goten looked at Krillin thoughtfully. Krillin, the strongest Earthling in the Dragon Ball universe, was a hybrid of a three-eyed alien and a human. Although his power was commendable, being a human meant his potential for enhancement was limited. Otherwise, Goten would have already assisted him. All right, but the ritual to unlock your inner potential takes quite a bit of time. I will seek the old Kaishin's help to perform that ritual for you. The old Kaishin? Yes. Sun Wutian nodded and, in an instant, teleported to the realm of the Kais. Wutian, he acknowledged. Lord Kaishin, what brings you here? I am seeking the old Kaishin. Me? The old Kaishin, who had been engrossed in reading, set his book aside. Yes. I wish for you to help Uncle Krillin unlock his latent potential. No, I am quite occupied. Sun Wutian, however, was capable enough to manage it himself without needing to seek him out. With a smile, Sun Wutian added, by the way, Lord Kaishin, I have also mastered the technique that Lord Beerus used to seal you. Are you threatening me? The old Kaishin replied with an expression of indignation. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian instantly teleported away. After a brief moment, Sun Wutian reappeared, holding the repaired Z-sword. The old Kaishin's demeanor changed to one of alarm upon seeing the restored weapon. Very well, I will assist you. Just put down the sword. Sun Wutian complied immediately, setting the sword down. Shall I bring Uncle Krillin here? The old Kaishin nodded. Seeing this, Sun Wutian teleported again, bringing Krillin with him. Lord Kaishin. The old Kaishin acknowledged him with a nod. If there is nothing else, I shall come to fetch you tomorrow, Uncle Krillin. Krillin nodded. Please inform Bulma and the others. Sun Wutian nodded, and then teleported away from the realm of the Kais. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, for months passed, in the 7th universe, the Destroyer realm. At this moment, Sun Wukong was engaged in battle with Whis on a grassy field. After 4 months of rigorous training, Sun Wukong had elevated his power to Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Despite this enhancement, He found it challenging to land a hit on Whis due to the latter's overwhelming strength. Suddenly, Whis made a gesture to pause. Stop. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately ceased his attacks. What is it, Whis? Still insufficient. Your speed is fundamentally lacking. You are thinking before acting, which restricts your velocity. You must first feel, then transmit from your brain to your nerves. By the time it reaches your body, it takes too long. If only each part of your body could self-assess and act autonomously. Achieving this is exceedingly difficult. Even Lord Beerus cannot attain perfection in this regard. Chapter 76. The arrival of Frisia's Sun Wukong nodded, somewhat understanding. On Earth, in West City, Bulma was leisurely seated in her backyard, sipping coffee. Sun Wutian and Trunks were playing in the yard. Suddenly, a small spacecraft descended from the sky. With a gentle thud, the spacecraft landed on the ground. Immediately, the hatch of the spaceship opened, revealing an extraterrestrial being with purple skin, a bluish face, and eyes resembling salted egg yolks, adorned in a white Galactic Patrol uniform. This individual was named Gak, a member of the Galactic Patrol from the 7th universe. Upon seeing the spacecraft, Sun Goten and Trunks hurried over to scrutinize Gak, who stood atop the vessel. Hey there, is this Bulma's residence? Gak inquired. Trunks nodded in affirmation. And you are? I am a friend of your mother. And I have urgent news to convey to her. A friend of Mom's. Trunks exclaimed, pointing ahead. She is right over there. Following Trunks' gesture, Gak spotted Bulma, who was leisurely sipping coffee while perusing a magazine. Bulma, Gak exclaimed as he approached her. Is that really you, Gak? Bulma remarked in astonishment, recognizing the unchanged figure before her. Gak nodded. It's been a long time, Bulma. Bulma replied. What brings you to Earth so unexpectedly today? I have been entrusted by your sister to deliver an important message. Indeed, Frisia has been resurrected and will likely arrive on Earth within half an hour. Frisia, Bulma gasped, recalling the formidable adversary from the past. Gak affirmed, Bulma, do you know Goku, who defeated Frisia? Of course, he is a close friend of mine. Is that so? Do you know where he is at present? Gak inquired, his excitement palpable. He is currently training under Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Lord Beerus? Isn't he a figure from mythology? Mythology? Lord Beerus is very much real and has lived for billions of years. Billions of years. Gak exclaimed in disbelief. If what Bulma said is true, then this Beerus would be akin to a living fossil. Indeed. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Sun Goten and Trunks climbed aboard Gak's spaceship. Gak, upon noticing this, rushed over in a state of panic. Hey, you two, you mustn't play around with this spaceship. Bulma followed suit, calling out, Trunks, Goten, come out of there. Yes, Mom, Trunks replied, leading Sun Goten out of the vessel. Bulma, I heard you got married. Are these children yours? Trunks is my child. And that one is Goku's. Goku, he is Goku's child? Gak asked, his face lighting up with enthusiasm as he turned to Sun Goten. Feel free to examine this spaceship. Just make sure not to damage it. So, Bulma, who is your husband? Vegeta. You mean Prince Vegeta, the son of King Vegeta? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Jack felt a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Before him stood Goten and Trunks, neither of whom could be regarded as ordinary children. They were certainly not someone he could dare provoke. You may also take a look at this spaceship, as long as you don't break it. Jack smiled and addressed Trunks. All right. Trunks nodded enthusiastically. Possessing a mind as brilliant as Bulma's, he was quite intrigued by Jack's spaceship. Seeing this, Jack let out a sigh of relief. Bulma, you mentioned that Goku is with Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Can you call him back? It is possible, but what purpose would it serve? What purpose? Surely, to defeat Frisia? But even in Goku's absence, we still have Goten, right? Goten? Yes, Goten's power far surpasses that of Goku. Even Lord Beerus is no match for him. Goten, you say his strength exceeds that of Goku? Jack was taken aback. Bulma nodded affirmatively. I believe that aside from Whis, no one can rival him. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Jack felt a chill run down his spine. He had just treated such a formidable being as an ordinary child. Fortunately, he had not offended him. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. With Frisia arriving on Earth in half an hour, Bulma promptly informed Krillin and the others of the news. Upon learning of Frisia's impending arrival, Krillin and the others quickly gathered to prepare for battle. Half an hour later, they arrived on a remote island. I sense Frisia's presence, Krillin said, his expression grave. Piccolo nodded in agreement. After a moment, Frisia's spaceship descended from the sky, hovering above the island where Krillin and the others stood. The spaceship opened, and a throng of soldiers emerged. Seated in a flying chair, Frieza appeared in the sky alongside Sorbet and the others. Frieza. Krillin immediately recognized him. Frieza surveyed the island, noting many familiar faces. Wasn't this bald man supposed to be dead? Has he been resurrected by the Dragon Balls? And that Namekian, this child bears a striking resemblance to Goku. He must be Goku's offspring, right? When Frieza's gaze fell upon Trunks, his pupils suddenly constricted. How does this little brat resemble the one who once cleaved my body into pieces? At that moment, Tagoma, standing behind him, stepped forward. Lord Frieza, shall we launch our attack now? Not yet. Allow me to inquire a few questions first. Very well, Lord Frieza. With that, Tagoma respectfully stepped back. Frieza, observing this, immediately turned his gaze towards Krillin and the others. I ask you, where's Son Goku? Why is he absent? Son Goku is currently training under Lord Beerus, Krillin replied. Lord Beerus, Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Son Goku would be associated with Beerus. If Goku indeed had a profound relationship with Beerus, then Frieza would not dare to strike against him lightly. Chapter 77. Piccolo versus Frieza. Krillin nodded. What is the nature of Goku's relationship with Beerus? There's nothing significant. Goku is merely training under Lord Beerus. I see. Frieza, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. When will he return? I do not know. Krillin shook his head. You do not know? Indeed, for even in Goku's absence, Goten can contend with you, right, Goten? Son Goten nodded affirmatively. Goten, you are indeed Son Goku's child. By the way, I seem to recall Goku has another child. Where is he? I'm here. Long time no see. Frieza? Son Gohan stepped forward. You are that little brat from before? How you've grown. No wonder I did not recognize you. It has indeed been a long time. When Gohan previously battled Frieza on Namek, he sported a mushroom hairstyle, but now he bore a wild, spiky look. Since Son Goku is not returning, I shall deal with you first, Frieza declared, waving his hand, prompting his army to charge towards Krillin and the others. Son Goten swiftly clapped his hands together, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards the advancing soldiers. Boom, 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 with a series of tremendous explosions. A significant portion of Frieza's forces was obliterated in an instant. Krillin and the others, momentarily taken aback, gathered their own energy and retaliated against Frieza's army. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of colossal explosions, aside from Sorbet, Tagoma, and a few others, the remainder of Frieza's forces fell to Krillin and his comrades. Frieza's army has been utterly vanquished. Sorbet gasped in disbelief. Clapping his hands with a grin, Frieza remarked, as expected of Saiyans, their strikes are decisive. Tagoma, Sorbet, you two handle them. As you command, Lord Frieza. The two immediately charged towards Krillin and the others. Piccolo stepped forward, addressing Goten. Leave those two to me. Son Goten nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Piccolo surged towards the two assailants. As Zasami and Tagoma observed Bick charging towards them, they immediately swung their fists to strike. Bick deftly dodged, landing a powerful right punch to Zasami's abdomen. Zasami let out a piercing scream, collapsing backward toward the ground. Damn it! Tagoma roared in fury, launching his right fist with all his might toward Bick. Bang! Bick swiftly raised his left hand, seizing Taguma's right fist. What? Tagoma exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, Bick forcefully thrust his right knee forward. With a resounding impact, Bick's knee struck Taguma's abdomen, causing him to cry out in agony, expelling a mouthful of bile. Bick then raised his right hand, unleashing a golden energy wave aimed at Taguma. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued as Taguma was struck by the energy wave. Thick smoke billowing into the sky from the blast. Taguma! Salb gasped in astonishment. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, Taguma's presence had completely vanished from sight. Taguma! Witnessing the annihilation of Taguma, Zasami charged at Bick in a fit of rage. Bick snorted disdainfully, gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand to strike at Zasami. Boom! With another massive explosion, Zasami was eradicated. Zasami, Salb, witnessing the deaths of his companions, began to fear for his own life at the hands of Krillin and the others. Sun Wukong, upon seeing the two perish, immediately scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a green frog. Is that Jinyu? Sun Wukong pondered, then fired a beam from his index finger at the frog. Bang! The beam struck the frog, instantly reducing its body to charred remains. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Jinyu. It truly was Jinyu. Initially, Sun Wukong had merely acted on a whim. But he hadn't expected Jinyu to seek his own demise. Wukong, do you enjoy roasted frogs? Trunks inquired, gazing at the charred Jinyu. No. I was just bored and decided to attack that frog. Sun Wukong chuckled. I see. I thought you had a penchant for roasted frogs. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others immediately glanced at Frieza. Frieza, witnessing the demise of Taguma and the others, displayed not anger, but rather a faint smile. I remember you. You are the Namekian who fought me before. Indeed, Frieza, I failed to eliminate you then, but this time, I shall ensure your destruction. Ha ha. Frieza chuckled in response. You Namekians still have such a flair for humor. Damn it. Bick gritted his teeth, launching a golden energy wave from his right hand aimed directly at Frieza's hovering chair. Frieza was taken aback, swiftly rising from his seat and leaping into the air. A tremendous explosion reverberated as the flying chair was obliterated. Piccolo snorted disdainfully, unleashing a golden energy wave directed at Sorb, who was hiding behind a large rock. Sorb, startled, realized too late that he could not evade the attack. Boom. The energy wave struck Sorb, engulfing the ground in thick smoke from the ensuing explosion. How intriguing. No wonder you dare to be so audacious. Your power has indeed increased significantly, Frieza remarked with a grin. However, no matter how much your strength has augmented, you shall never surpass me. Is that so? Piccolo retorted, charging toward Frieza without hesitation. Frieza clenched his hands tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upward. With an earth-shattering roar, Frieza transformed into his final form. An overwhelming presence radiated from his being, permeating the surroundings. Piccolo raised his arms to brace against the tremendous energy emanating from Frieza. Goten and the others, being at a distance, remained largely unaffected. Is this truly Frieza's final form? Gak exclaimed in astonishment, capturing the moment with his camera. As the ruler of the Frieza force, it was rare for him to witness Frieza in person. Now that Frieza had assumed his ultimate form, he seized the opportunity to take several photographs to boast to his comrades later. Casting a disdainful glance at Frieza's transformation, Piccolo charged forward. In no time, he stood before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 78. Orange Piccolo vs. Golden Frieza. Bang. Frieza raised his left hand, catching Piccolo's right fist. What? Piccolo gasped. Frieza smirked, a sense of pride swelling within him. At that moment, Piccolo thrust his right knee forward, while Frieza raised his left knee to meet it. Bang! With a violent clash, Frieza was forced back several hundred meters. Damn it! Frieza bellowed in fury, propelling himself toward Piccolo. Piccolo, agile as ever, mirrored his movement, charging at Frieza. In an instant, they stood before each other, exchanging blows with lightning speed. Swish! Bang! 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 The sound of their fists colliding echoed like thunder. After a fierce exchange, Piccolo landed a solid blow to Frieza's face, sending him flying. As Frieza was sent hurtling backward, Piccolo swiftly unleashed an energy wave toward him. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Frieza was struck by an energy wave, and the sky was immediately obscured by the thick smoke produced by the blast. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, Frieza assumed a defensive stance, appearing somewhat disheveled. Oh, he is still alive, Piccolo remarked with a hint of surprise. Despite not unleashing his full power, Piccolo believed that the potency of that energy wave should have been sufficient to annihilate Frieza. Yuval Namekian, I shall not spare you, Frieza declared furiously. Although Piccolo's energy wave had failed to end his life, it had certainly inflicted considerable damage upon him. Unlike Goku, Piccolo was not one to show mercy to Frieza. As Frieza spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that surged rapidly upwards. Boom! The ground within a radius of several thousand miles trembled violently under the influence of Frieza's energy. What an overwhelming aura! Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. He had sensed Frieza's escalating power from the very beginning, but had not anticipated such a dramatic increase. Even Piccolo furrowed his brow at the sight. At that moment, Frieza let out a thunderous roar, and his skin transformed into a radiant gold. Save for his head, the area beneath his face, his palms, soles, and the gem on his chest, which remained untouched. This was the transformation into Golden Frieza. Upon completing his metamorphosis, he unleashed the energy that had gathered around him, causing the sea to rise in a colossal wave. Such formidable energy. Piccolo stands no chance against him, Krillin lamented. Frieza sneered. Doesn't this scene remind you of our previous battle, Namekian? Not quite, Piccolo replied, his expression grave yet unyielding in the face of Frisia's might. He, like Frisia, had retained his strength. What's the difference? Frisia chuckled. The gap between us is not so vast. Are you suggesting you can contend with me in my golden Frisia state? Indeed. Piccolo nodded confidently. Is that so? Then let me witness your power. Frisia taunted. Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Though Piccolo's aura was strong, it paled in comparison to that of golden Frisia. Damn it. Piccolo growled at Frisia's derision, clenching his fists tightly as he summoned an astonishing energy that surged upward. Boom. The surrounding islands trembled under the weight of Piccolo's aura, and a torrent of sand and stone was sent flying into the air. With a thunderous roar, Piccolo's body expanded, his skin turning a vibrant orange, and his eyes shifting to a striking red. This is the Orange Piccolo. He has transformed into an orange form. Clint exclaimed in astonishment. Previously on Earth, only Sun Wukong and his companions could undergo such transformations. Now, another Piccolo has joined their ranks. Son Goten nodded in agreement. This Orange Piccolo is a result of Son Goten harnessing the power of the Dark Dragon Balls to elevate Piccolo's strength to such formidable heights. Otherwise, given Piccolo's natural talent, it would have taken him several more years of training to achieve this transformation. Son Gohan remarked. However, from the perception of his energy, Uncle Piccolo's aura seems to be not much weaker than that of Frisia. I never expected Uncle Piccolo's strength to have grown so formidable. Gohan felt a mix of admiration and surprise. Standing aside, Gak quickly began photographing Piccolo. It turns out that Namekians can also transform. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause a stir. Ah, I see you have mastered transformation as well. That explains your audacity. Frisia chuckled. Despite his newfound power, Piccolo held absolute confidence against Frisia's golden form. With a disdainful grunt, Piccolo surged forward at lightning speed towards Frisia. In an instant, Piccolo stood before Frisia, his fist striking with the swiftness of light. Frisia dodged while simultaneously raising his fists to engage Piccolo in combat. The sound of their impacts echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Piccolo let out a mighty roar, executing a powerful side kick that struck Frisia with tremendous force. Frisia cried out as he was sent flying to the right. Damn it! Frisia seethed, raising his right index finger to unleash a barrage of purple energy beams towards Piccolo. Piccolo, sensing the impending danger, swiftly evaded. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosive sound, the purple beams either struck the island or plunged into the ocean, generating towering waves. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. After evading, Piccolo concentrated vast amounts of energy into his hands and launched them at Frisia. Frisia sneered, sidestepping the oncoming attack. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with explosions of energy, thick clouds of smoke billowing forth. Utilizing the cover of the smoke, Frisia charged at Piccolo from behind. Yet, Piccolo, attuned to the flow of energy, sensed Frisia's approach. Whoosh. Frisia swung his right fist towards Piccolo, but Piccolo vanished in a flash, causing Frisia's punch to connect with nothing but air. Startled, Frisia scanned his surroundings. At that moment, Piccolo reappeared beneath Frisia, delivering a crushing blow to Frisia's abdomen. Bam! With a deafening sound, Frisia's midsection was struck with great force, eliciting a loud cry of pain. Damn it! Frisia gritted his teeth, enduring the agony in his abdomen as he retaliated against Piccolo. Bam! Frisia's right fist struck powerfully against Piccolo's abdomen, eliciting a loud scream from Piccolo, reminiscent of Frisia's own earlier cry. Chapter 79, A Stalemate. After the anguished wail, Piccolo, enduring the pain in his belly, launched an attack against Frisia. Frisia deftly evaded, simultaneously countering with his own strike toward Piccolo. With a series of resounding clashes, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their fists and kicks striking one another with blinding speed. A simultaneous impact of their right fists connected with each other's faces, causing both to tilt their heads back as they were forced away by the overwhelming force. Clenching their fists tightly, they quickly stabilized in midair and charged at each other once more. Suddenly, a powerful shout echoed, and Frisia delivered a vicious side kick, sending Piccolo hurtling hundreds of meters to the right. With a cold smirk, Frisia unleashed several purple energy waves toward Piccolo. Given the proximity of their encounter, Piccolo had no choice but to raise his arms to defend against the onslaught of energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the sound of massive explosions as the energy waves struck Piccolo, enveloping the sky in a thick cloud of smoke. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan exclaimed, worry gnawing at his heart. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Piccolo re-emerged in midair, hands raised in a defensive posture. Relieved, Krillin and the others exhaled in unison upon seeing that Piccolo was unharmed. In Universe 7, within the realm of the God of Destruction, the immense energy emanating from the two fighters caught the attention of Goku, who was training in the divine realm. "This energy, it's Frisia's." "Oh, so you have sensed it," remarked Whis, standing beside him. "Whis, what is happening? Why can I feel Frisia and Piccolo's energy?" "Frisia has been resurrected." "Resurrected?" Goku's eyes widened. "But how has Piccolo's energy become so formidable?" "I'm not entirely certain. You would have to inquire with Goten and the others." Meanwhile, on Earth, Frisia, noticing Piccolo still alive, began to taunt him. "I never expected you to survive." Piccolo scoffed in response. "Even if you perish, I will not fall." "Is that so?" Frisia sneered, his figure flickering as he suddenly appeared before Piccolo, launching an attack. Startled, Piccolo quickly raised his fist to counter Frisia's strike. With a resounding crash, their fists collided with tremendous force, sending waves crashing upon the surface of the sea below. The two locked eyes, fists and feet moving with the swiftness of light as they continued their fierce battle against one another. In the sky, a series of violent sounds echoed rapidly. Bang! The two figures grappled fiercely amidst the clouds. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his body radiating a brilliant golden light. Frisia bellowed, his form emanating a powerful purple glow. The energy emitted by both warriors clashed violently. Boom! After a brief standoff, Frisia exerted force with both hands, sending Piccolo hurtling through the air. Both warriors gasped for breath, regaining their composure. Once their breathing steadied, Frisia smiled at Piccolo, remarking, "It appears my strength surpasses yours." Piccolo remained silent. The power of Orange Piccolo indeed exceeded Krillin and the others' expectations, yet his enhancements had their limits. Observing Piccolo's silence, Frisia's pride swelled even further. "Huh!" Piccolo shouted, charging at Frisia. Frisia's smile vanished as he too rushed towards Piccolo. Swoosh! Bang! 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 The two engaged in an intense exchange of blows, fists meeting fists and feet colliding with feet. Bang! Frisia's right fist struck Piccolo squarely in the face, sending him reeling. Piccolo wiped the blood from his face and discarded his clothing and hat, casting them onto the island below. Bang! The garments fell heavily onto the ground. "Oh, you mean to say you weren't using your full strength earlier?" Frisia remarked with surprise. Piccolo, however, remained silent. Although shedding his clothing could augment his power slightly, it would not make a significant difference. With a light chuckle, Frisia raised his hands and unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Piccolo. Startled, Piccolo swiftly retreated to evade Frisia's onslaught. Boom! 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 The sky erupted with the sound of massive explosions as Frisia's energy waves detonated. "Huh!" Frisia shouted, continuing to bombard the retreating Piccolo with energy blasts. While dodging, Piccolo retaliated with his own energy waves. Boom! 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 The two warriors' energy attacks collided repeatedly in the sky, resulting in a cacophony of explosions, smoke billowing upwards, and flames illuminating the heavens. After a fruitless exchange of attacks, the two combatants ceased their energy onslaughts and charged at one another. Bang! 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 Their fists and feet moved with blinding speed, striking each other with tremendous force. Suddenly, Frisia's tail coiled around Piccolo like a noose. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan gasped in shock. At that moment, Piccolo extended his arm, ensnaring Frisia in a similar grip. "What?" Frisia exclaimed in surprise. The two were now entwined in a fierce struggle, each demanding, "Release me. Let go of me." The two adversaries gritted their teeth, locking eyes with one another. How infuriating! After a brief stalemate, Frisia forcefully collided his forehead against Piccolo's. Bang! Under the violent impact of Frisia, Piccolo felt as though the world was spinning. However, he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a headbutt of his own. Bang! Frisia was struck hard, letting out a loud, anguished scream. How despicable! Frisia growled in fury, retracting his tail from Piccolo's grasp. Observing this, Piccolo also withdrew his extended arm. The two warriors gazed at each other, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Suddenly, they vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing high in the sky, engaged in battle. The heavens echoed with the sounds of their intense conflict. Their incredible speed created the illusion of ripples cascading across the sky. Bang! After a brief skirmish, Frieza delivered a powerful kick with his right foot, sending Piccolo crashing onto an island in front of Goten and the others. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Frieza, panting heavily, regarded Piccolo on the ground. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan, feeling a surge of concern, turned to Goten. Brother, if you're worried, why not confront Frieza yourself? Fight Frieza? Chapter 80. The Beast Gohan. Goten nodded thoughtfully. Uncle Piccolo said that an enraged brother is invincible. An enraged me? Krillin and the others looked at Gohan. During the Cell Games, Gohan had indeed unleashed an unimaginable power. However, the current circumstances were quite different, leaving them uncertain whether Gohan would exhibit the same strength as before. Yes, Goten nodded vigorously. Gohan, if you become angry, you might truly defeat Frieza. Krillin exclaimed. Uncle Krillin. Yes, Gohan. Tien and the others chimed in, encouraging Gohan. Feeling the faith of his friends, Gohan's heart swelled with the belief that he could overcome Frieza. At that moment, as Frieza landed before Piccolo, he forcefully stomped down on Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan gasped in horror. Frieza let out a cold chuckle, his index finger firing a purple beam aimed at Piccolo's foot. Boom. The beam pierced through Piccolo's foot, eliciting a cry of agony from him. Witnessing this, Gohan clenched his teeth tightly, his fists balling up with determination. An overwhelming aura suddenly radiated from Gohan's being. Frieza's eyes narrowed as memories flooded his mind. Recalling the moment Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan out of rage after he had killed Krillin. Just then, Piccolo seized Frieza's right foot, pushing him backward. Then, he quickly rose from the ground. Due to the injury to his foot, Piccolo's stance was unsteady. Uncle Piccolo. Upon witnessing this, Gohan's aura diminished significantly. Frieza let out a cold chuckle and swiftly charged towards Piccolo. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo braced himself for the confrontation. Bang! The two locked hands, fiercely battling on the ground. However, due to his injured foot, Piccolo was soon sent flying. As Frieza propelled Piccolo away, he swiftly positioned himself before him, delivering punches at lightning speed aimed at Piccolo's face and body. Bang! 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 Under Frieza's relentless barrage, Piccolo emitted a series of agonizing screams. Uncle Piccolo. Seeing this, Gohan's aura surged once more. Just then, Frieza deliberately kicked Piccolo's injured foot, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Uncle Piccolo. Witnessing this, Gohan's inner fury ignited, unleashing an aura exponentially more powerful than before. Boom. The surrounding islands trembled under the influence of Gohan's energy. The onlookers, who had intended to continue tormenting Piccolo, immediately ceased their actions. With an ear-splitting roar, Gohan's hair and eyebrows turned silver. His hair stood upright except for the bangs. His eyes transformed to a crimson hue, and his entire being radiated a vast amount of silver energy accompanied by pink lightning. This was the beast form of Gohan. Krillin and the others were left astonished, especially Piccolo. In the 7th universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Goku was watching the battle on Earth through the crystal ball atop Whis' staff. What is this? It seems incredibly powerful. I don't know, Whis responded, shaking his head. Upon witnessing Gohan's transformation, Frieza felt no fear. Instead, he laughed. I see, your Saiyan transformations are fueled by anger. However, even if you have mastered some new form, you cannot possibly rival me, Golden Frieza. Frieza was filled with self-assurance regarding his strength. Gohan cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. With a sneer, Frieza raised his right index finger and fired a purple beam towards Gohan. Gohan lifted his left hand and deflected the purple beam into the sea. With a resounding explosion, the ocean erupted into towering waves hundreds of feet high, showering Krillin and the others with seawater. Interesting, Frieza chuckled lightly, transforming into a beam of purple light as he charged at Gohan. Gohan clenched his fists and charged back at Frieza. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two warriors found themselves face to face, engaging in a fierce battle. The sky erupted with the sounds of their intense conflict. With his power surpassing that of Piccolo, Gohan held his ground against Frieza, showing no signs of retreat. Krillin and the others, unable to keep pace with their astonishing speed, could barely discern the details of the clash. How is the battle between those two faring? Krillin inquired. Evenly matched. Is that so? Bang! Just as the words left his lips, Gohan thrust his right knee forcefully into Frieza's abdomen, sending him staggering backward. Curse you! Frieza roared in fury, gathering a tremendous amount of energy in his hands to unleash upon Gohan. As Gohan dodged, he closed the distance to Frieza. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blasts Frieza fired detonated in the sky. At that moment, Gohan appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to his midsection. Bang! Gohan's fist struck Frieza's abdomen with considerable force, eliciting a piercing scream of agony from the villain. Frieza, you are no match for me anymore. I suggest you leave Earth. Not your match. Frieza retorted, his eyes widening in indignation. The illustrious Frieza, looked down upon by a mere Saiyan, and worse yet, by the son of the Saiyan he despised most. Gohan, you must not show him mercy. Have you forgotten about Cell? Piccolo cautioned. Cell. Gohan hesitated momentarily, contemplating Piccolo's words, before deciding to eradicate Frieza. Seizing the opportunity while Gohan was distracted, Frieza suddenly dashed toward the ground. Is he intending to self-destruct? Gohan's expression shifted to one of alarm as he lost sight of Frieza. Die. Just then, Frieza concentrated an energy blast in his right hand, poised to hurl it at the earth. Suddenly, he found himself immobilized as if held by some unseen force. I can't move, Frieza exclaimed, glancing down to see Goten raising his hands in his direction. Upon witnessing this, Gohan swiftly descended to the ground, clasping his hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced between Gohan's hands, hurtling towards Frieza. No. Frieza bellowed in defiance as the Kamehameha approached, his heart filled with resentment. Chapter 81. Super Saiyan Blue Goku vs. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Bang. Unable to move, Frieza was soon struck by the incoming attack, propelled into the sky. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the Kamehameha detonated in the atmosphere, unleashing an overwhelmingly fierce storm that swept downward toward the ground. The ocean surged violently, prompting Krillin and the others to shield their eyes. After a while, the thick smoke in the sky gradually dissipated, and Frieza's presence had long since vanished. Krillin inquired, has Frieza been eliminated? Indeed, Tien Shinhan nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Gohan flew in front of Piccolo and asked, Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? Piccolo nodded and reverted to his normal state. Observing this, Goten glanced at Frieza's spaceship lying on the ground and asked, Aunt Bulma, are you interested in the spaceship? The spaceship? Bulma immediately turned her gaze toward Frieza's craft. Goten, you don't mean to sell Frieza's spaceship to me, do you? Goten smiled and nodded. Well, Goten, your calculation seems quite astute. Given our financial constraints, you wish to earn some money for the family. How much do you wish to sell this spaceship for? I'm not sure, Aunt Bulma. Why don't you make an offer? How about 100 million? 100 million. 100 million? Yes. Though Frieza's spaceship is large, I have no use for it. Very well. In the 7th universe, at the God of Destruction's realm, Goku observed Frieza's demise with a hint of regret, saying, Frieza has been defeated. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to battle Golden Frieza. Whis nodded in agreement. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days flew by. In West City, at Bulma's residence, after selling Frieza's spaceship to Bulma, Goten transported it to her home. At that moment, Bulma was with Jocko aboard Frieza's spaceship, listening to Jocko explain its features. Jocko, do you think Frieza's spaceship might have a self-destruct mechanism? I doubt it would. He replied confidently. Shouldn't it? Bulma's gaze was fixed intently on him. Yes, yes. Just then, Goten entered with a woman clad in a white coat. This was Android 21. Goten, who is she? She is Android 21. Is she truly Android 21? Goten nodded. Why did you bring her here? She may have a greater understanding than we do regarding the spaceship. Is that so? Then I must seek her counsel, Bulma declared, approaching Android 21 to inquire about the spaceship. Seeing himself suddenly ignored, Jocko felt a twinge of displeasure. Ah, I see. After a considerable time, Bulma had comprehended the structure of Frieza's spaceship and turned to Android 21 with an invitation, saying, 21, with your vast knowledge, how about joining my company? The annual salary starts at 10 million. Upon hearing this, Android 21 contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. In the 6th universe, at the God of Destruction's realm. At this moment, Vegeta was training on a patch of grass when Bardoss suddenly approached from afar. Vegeta, it seems you haven't trained with Goku for quite some time. Have you? Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Would you care to engage in a battle with Kakarot? Yes, it would also serve as a test of your training. After contemplating for a moment, Vegeta nodded again. In that case, I shall inform Lord Kampa, and then take you to Universe 7. Vegeta nodded once more. A short while later, Bardoss arrived with Kampa before Vegeta. Lord Kampa. Kampa nodded. I heard from Bardos that you and Goku are going to battle. So I came to witness it as well. I see, Kampa acknowledged. Then shall we set off, Lord Kampa? Indeed. In Universe 7, the realm of destruction, Goku was engaged in battle with Whis. Suddenly, the staff nearby illuminated brightly. Observing this, Whis instructed Goku to pause and investigate the staff. Sister and the others have arrived. Sister? Are you referring to Bardos? Indeed. Whis confirmed. She has also brought Vegeta along. Speaking of which, it seems I haven't seen him in quite some time. Shortly thereafter, Kampa and the others arrived on Beerus' planet. Beerus, upon seeing Kampa, was quite displeased. Kampa, did you not previously state that you would not visit our Universe 7? Kampa scoffed. Do not misunderstand, Beerus. The reason I am here in your Universe 7 is to observe the fight between Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta? Beerus queried. Yes. Goku and Vegeta were training with me before you awakened, and that is when Goku came to train with you. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately turned to Goku. Goku, you must not lose to Vegeta, otherwise I shall prohibit you from training here. Understood, Lord Beerus. Vegeta interjected, you absolutely must not lose. Yes, Lord Kampa. With that, the two immediately soared to the grassy field ahead. Very well, Vegeta, shall we begin? Vegeta nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Goku charged towards Vegeta without hesitation. Vegeta let out a cold snort and clenched his fists tightly. Huh! With a mighty roar, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Goku was taken aback, but still launched an attack at Vegeta. Vegeta deftly dodged, delivering a powerful punch to Goku's face. Bang! With an incredibly intense sound, Goku was sent flying backward. Beerus clenched his teeth in frustration. What is Goku doing? He seems to be at a disadvantage right from the start. Lord Beerus. This is Goku's old habit. Old habit? Yes. Goku typically refrains from unleashing his true strength at the outset of a battle. I see. As they conversed, Goku gradually slowed his body to a halt, his fists clenched tightly. Huh! With a mighty roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Although Goku is not accustomed to revealing his full power initially, he could not hold back against Vegeta, who was already displaying his strength. Boom! After transforming, Goku became a streak of blue light, charging toward Vegeta. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves facing each other, engaged in a fierce combat. Their incredible speed created a ripple effect across the sky. Chapter 82, The Match Bang. With a thunderous sound, their right fists collided with tremendous force, generating an astonishing gale. After a brief stalemate, both were sent reeling back. Vegeta shouted, launching a barrage of energy waves toward Goku. This technique is famously known in the Dragon Ball universe as the Prince's strategy. While dodging, Goku retaliated by firing energy waves in response. Boom, boom, boom. The sky and ground were engulfed in thick smoke and flames, accompanied by the cacophony of violent explosions. Seeing that their energy waves failed to connect, both transformed into blue light and charged at each other once more. In an instant, they were once again locked in combat, fists and feet clashing against one another. The air was filled with fierce winds generated by their battle. Whoosh! Suddenly, Goku vanished, evading Vegeta's incoming right punch. Vegeta was startled. The next moment, Goku reappeared behind Vegeta, thrusting his knee powerfully forward, propelling Vegeta into the air. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta quickly halted his descent and turned around, only to see a massive fist approaching. Bang! Goku's right fist struck Vegeta squarely in the face, causing his head to tilt back. Immediately, Goku unleashed a flurry of punches towards Vegeta's face and body. Bang! 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 Under Goku's relentless assault, Vegeta let out a series of anguished cries. Well done, Goku! Beerus exclaimed joyfully, as if he were the one fighting in this battle. Vegeta, what are you doing? Kampa shouted in dissatisfaction. He had brought Vegeta to face Goku, and if Vegeta were to lose, it would reflect poorly on him. Upon hearing Kampa's shout, Vegeta, enduring excruciating pain, unleashed a powerful right fist towards Goku. Bang! Vegeta's fist struck Goku's chest with tremendous force, sending him reeling backward. Goku clenched his fists tightly and swiftly stabilized himself in the sky. Vegeta, panting heavily, fixed his gaze intently on Goku before dashing toward him with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta was before Goku, launching a flurry of punches and kicks with blinding speed. Goku, deftly evading, countered with his own attacks. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! With thunderous sounds echoing, the two warriors engaged in a fierce aerial battle, rapidly maneuvering through the sky. The heavens were illuminated by the fierce explosions. Bang! The two clashed, their hands gripping each other tightly, emanating a vast aura of blue energy as they strained against one another in the air. Bam! After a moment of stalemate, they both propelled each other away, gasping for breath. Goku, where is your 20-fold Kaioken? Beerus exclaimed, sensing Goku's reluctance to unleash his full power. 20-fold Kaioken. Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched in anger. Kakarot, if you dare to hold back, I shall not spare you. He could accept defeat to Goku. But as the Prince of Saiyans, he could not allow anyone, especially Goku, to overshadow him. Kampa's expression shifted, realizing that if Goku truly mastered the 20-fold Kaioken, Vegeta would undoubtedly lose this battle. Very well, Goku declared, tightening his fists and emanating an overwhelming divine energy, swiftly ascending. Bam! Alongside the blue aura surrounding Goku, a red energy emerged. Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly. 10-fold Kaioken. With a resounding shout, Goku transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Vegeta. Vegeta raised his arms, attempting to block Goku's 10-fold Kaioken. Suddenly, Goku's figure curved, slipping behind Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta found himself struck in the back by Goku's right fist, sending him hurtling away. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta quickly regained control in midair. 20-fold Kaioken. Goku roared, instantly dashing back to Vegeta's front, delivering a full-force punch aimed at his face. Bang! Boom! With a deafening explosion, Vegeta plummeted to the ground like a comet, creating a massive cloud of dust upon impact. Vegeta! Kampa exclaimed in shock. After a moment, as the dust settled, a colossal crater appeared in the ground. Vegeta gasped for breath, his body returning to its normal state. Kakarot! Vegeta felt a deep sense of unwillingness as he gazed at Goku in the sky. It seems the outcome has been decided, Beerus remarked with a chuckle. Damn it! Kampa gritted his teeth in response. Goku exhaled heavily, reverting to his normal form as well. The 20-fold Kaioken, while powerful, is exceedingly taxing on one's stamina. Beerus noted with a smirk. It appears that my Goku is indeed the stronger one. Kampa huffed disdainfully. What is there to be proud of after merely winning a single battle? Yet we have triumphed, wouldn't you agree, Whis? Whis nodded in affirmation. Damn it! Kampa clenched his fists tightly. Do you dare to compete with me again? Compete again? Yes, but this time it will not be between Goku and Vegeta. It will be a contest between our two universes. 2 universes? Indeed, we shall each select 5 contestants from our respective universes to compete. Very well. We have Goten on our side. Goten. No, Goten cannot participate in the competition. Why not? You stated that we would select 5 contestants from our universes to compete. Oh, I forgot to mention, Goten is excluded. Beerus fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Are you afraid? Not at all. I merely find it a bit of a waste of time. Rather than watching a competition, he preferred sleeping and indulging in food. Kampa clenched his teeth in frustration. How about this? If you win, I will grant you 4 Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls? Yes, the Super Dragon Balls are scattered throughout our universe, and neither of us can gather them all. So if you win, you will be able to collect all 7. Beerus narrowed his eyes at this proposition. Would you gather the Super Dragon Balls while I am asleep in our universe? Kampa, looking somewhat guilty, replied, How could that be? If I could gather the Super Dragon Balls while you slept, I would have done so long ago. Beerus remained skeptical. Chapter 83. Kampa imparts destruction to Vegeta. Lord Beerus, please agree to his proposal, Goku urged. Do you wish to participate in the competition? Yes. Goku nodded vigorously. Very well. If that is the case, have we made an agreement? Beerus nodded. However, since the competition was your suggestion, you shall be responsible for the venue. I shall take charge of that. Kampa responded nonchalantly, as he had Beerus' assistance. Then Vegeta, being from our universe, should be allowed to fight on our behalf, correct? Beerus stated. No. Why not? Although he belongs to your universe, he is currently training with us. Very well. What about the time of the competition? In 7 days. Beerus nodded. So, Bardos, shall we return? Yes, Lord Kampa. Upon hearing this, Bardos pointed her staff towards the ground, transporting Kampa and the others away from the realm of destruction. Once the 3 departed, Beerus immediately turned his attention to Goku and Whis. Whis, shall we head to Earth? Earth? Indeed, since we are to compete, we must seek out the contestants. But what purpose do we have for going to Earth? Need you ask? Naturally, we must discuss the participants in the competition, Beerus asserted with utmost seriousness. Very well then. Earth, West City, Capsule Corporation. At this moment, Goten was playing in the backyard with Trunks. Approaching from a distance was Android 21, donned in a white coat. Android 21. Goten greeted her. Android 21 nodded in acknowledgement. Goten, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? It concerns Majin Buu. Majin Buu? Yes. He is a being from the ancient times. Ancient? That refers to several billion years ago. Several billion years ago. Goten recalled that Beerus seemed to be just over 2 billion years old. Android 21 nodded. However, what I wish to convey to you is not this, but rather about his ancestor. His ancestor? It appears that his ancestor was an immensely powerful entity. An immensely powerful entity? Is his ancestor still alive? It is uncertain, but I believe he should still be alive. Goten nodded. Then why do you wish to tell me this? I seem to sense a call from the bloodline. You mean to say that Majin Buu's ancestor is summoning him? Android 21 nodded. I understand. You must be cautious. Just then, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens. As the brilliance faded, 3 figures emerged. These 3 were none other than Beerus and his companions. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded. Where is Bulma? Aunt Bulma is currently applying a facial mask. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Beerus promptly led Whis to find her. Soon, Beerus and Whis stood before Bulma. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded. Bulma, could you prepare some food for us? Certainly, Lord Beerus. Whis then cast a sidelong glance at Beerus. Lord Beerus, your eagerness to bring me to Earth must surely be for the sake of food, is it not? What do you know? How can one hold a proper discussion on an empty stomach? Whis was momentarily at a loss for words. Upon witnessing this, Beerus, disinterested in Whis, settled onto a nearby chair. Father, why have you returned so suddenly today? Goten inquired of the returning Goku. Oh, it's nothing much. I simply had a match with Vegeta today and emerged victorious. However, Lord Kampa was dissatisfied with the outcome and proposed a competition between our 2 universes. A competition? Yes. Each universe will send 5 contestants to compete. I see. May I participate? It seems that is not possible. Both Kampa and Beerus would not consider Goten as a contender. His involvement would guarantee defeat for Universe 6. Then, Father, have you decided who will compete? Not yet. However, I am considering Gohan and Piccolo, as their strengths have significantly increased. Haven't they? Goten nodded in agreement. So, Father, since it is a competition, is there a wager involved? Indeed. Lord Kampa stated that if he loses, he will grant us 4 Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls? I've heard that each one is as large as a planet. Goten, who else do you think should participate? Majin Buu and Android 21. Goten secretly contemplated another candidate, Broly, but dismissed the idea due to their unfamiliarity and Broly's unpredictable nature. Their strengths are commendable, but will they agree to participate? I'm not sure. You could ask them. Goku nodded. In the 6th universe, at the realm of destruction, Vegeta had returned with Kampa and the others, yet the defeat to Goku left him somewhat despondent. Vegeta, do you not wish to surpass Goku? Kampa queried, observing Vegeta's gloomy demeanor. Surpass Kakarot? Yes, Goku's 20-fold Kaioken is formidable. But I possess a stronger technique that can enable you to defeat him. A stronger technique? Indeed, it is our divine technique of destruction. But can it be taught to me? Of course not. But you may learn it through stealth. Kampa chuckled. Learn it stealthily? Really? Yes. Do you wish to learn? Vegeta nodded affirmatively. Then follow me, Kampa declared as he advanced. Without hesitation, Vegeta trailed behind. Shortly thereafter, Kampa led Vegeta to a small hill. Vegeta, what do you perceive as destruction? Destruction? I suppose it involves obliterating planets? Incorrect. True destruction is the freedom to act as one pleases. Freedom to act as one pleases? Precisely, Kampa proclaimed, picking up a stone from the ground. With a mere touch of his index finger, the stone erupted into an immensely violent explosion. Did you see that? This is destruction. Vegeta nodded. Before creation, one must first destroy. The reason I am so powerful now is that I am free of distractions, focusing solely on destruction. If you wish to attain my strength, you must obliterate your former self and reshape your being. Reshape myself? If you still harbor confusion within, you will never master this technique. Upon hearing this, a flood of memories surged through Vegeta's mind. From his birth as the Prince of the Saiyans to the destruction of planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza, and then his arrival on Earth, which altered the course of his life forever. Chapter 84, Piccolo vs. Berta. The type of destruction we employ entails erasing the existence of objects from this world. It is about returning everything to zero. When an object explodes, it releases tremendous energy. Xiangpa observed Vegeta's somewhat bewildered expression and continued. He then picked up a stone from the ground, touched it with his right index finger, and it immediately erupted in a violent explosion. In the 7th universe, on Earth, Beerus was indulging in a feast while discussing potential contestants with Goku and the others. Gohan, Piccolo. Yes, they have both battled against Golden Frieza and possess formidable strength. Whis. Do you believe the enmity between Frieza and Goku can be resolved? Whis chuckled. I think it is quite unlikely. Why is that? Frieza has been killed by Goku and his friends twice. It is impossible for him to let go of his grudges. That's true. So, Goku, we have 2 more candidates. Who do you think would be suitable? Android 21 and Majin Buu. Android? Yes, she should agree, but I need to check with Majin Buu again. What are their strengths like? They are both very strong. Is that so? Then we have gathered 5 contestants. In the afternoon, Goku visited Mr. Satan's house to ask Majin Buu if he was willing to participate in the tournament against the 6th universe. Against the 6th universe? Yes, there might be many skilled fighters. Will there be food? I think not. Well, if that's the case, I won't participate. Upon hearing this, Goku immediately turned to Mr. Satan. Majin Buu, you shouldn't only think about food. Participate in the competition once in a while. Majin Buu remained silent. How about this? If you agree to compete after the tournament, whatever you wish to eat, I will treat you. Really? Yes. Mr. Satan nodded repeatedly. All right, since you say so, I will join the tournament. Great. Mr. Satan said as he gave Goku an okay gesture. In that case, I will come to find you, Majin Buu, on the day of the tournament. Majin Buu nodded. Seeing this, Goku quickly bid farewell to Mr. Satan and left his house. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, a week has elapsed. Today marks the day of the inter-universal competition. Beerus and Whis arrived early on Earth to escort Goku and Bulma to the planet of the 6th universe, known as the Blue Planet. Upon the Blue Planet, Kappa stands upon a pristine white arena. In front of the arena, there are 2 prominently displayed photographs of Kappa and Beerus. Beneath the arena, machines filled with beverages and snacks await. Have Beerus and the others not arrived yet? Kappa muses while munching on popcorn. I am uncertain. They may be on their way. Just as the words leave his lips, a purple shuttle cube materializes. This purple vessel belongs to Whis. They have arrived. Vados announces, casting a glance at the universe. After a brief moment, Whis' shuttle cube descends upon the Blue Planet. Beerus. Kappa greets him. Beerus responds with a subtle nod. Observing this, Kappa promptly escorts Vados to the audience seats. Following suit, Beerus leads Goku and his companions to the same area. Once both sides are seated, a man with green skin ascends the arena. Greetings, everyone. I am the referee summoned by Lord Kappa, here to officiate and commentate this match. He continues, the competition will commence at the sound of a gong. During the match, the use of weapons and external powers is strictly prohibited. Falling out of the arena, conceding defeat, or being unable to rise after a 10-second count will result in a loss. Killing an opponent will lead to disqualification. The losing side may immediately send another competitor into the arena until one side has no participants left. Are there any questions? Goku and his friends remain silent. If there are no further inquiries from either universe, please send forth your chosen competitors. Beerus looks towards Goku. So, Goku, who will be stepping up? I shall go. Lord Beerus. Goku responds. No, you are our main fighter. Then, shall I take the stage, Lord Beerus? Piccolo suggests. Beerus ponders for a moment before nodding in agreement. Go. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan cheers. Piccolo acknowledges him with a nod and soars towards the arena. In the meantime, the 6th universe has also dispatched their contender. Their representative is a rather rotund yellow bear named Batamo, discovered by Vados in the 6th universe. His skin is smooth and elastic, clad in a red vest, adorned with sports wristbands, and wearing red boots, with a brown nose and a short tail. The 2 contestants, if there are no further issues, may commence the competition. The pair nodded in agreement. Observing this, the referee promptly leaped down to the arena. With a fierce gesture, Piccolo charged toward Bardock. Bardock, with a light chuckle, remained steadfast in his position. In the blink of an eye, Piccolo had surged before Bardock, unleashing a tempest of punches aimed at him. Bang! 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 Piccolo's fist struck Bardock's body with tremendous force, Yet Bardock merely gazed at him as if unfazed. What? Piccolo was taken aback. In the next instant, Bardock's fist shot forward like lightning, targeting Piccolo. Piccolo swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly escaping the onslaught. What is happening? Why are Uncle Piccolo's attacks ineffective against him? Gohan inquired. It seems to be due to his physiology, replied Whis. Physiology? He possesses a rubber-like body, rendering him immune to physical strikes. I see. So Uncle Piccolo's attacks are essentially futile against him? Whis nodded in affirmation. Back in the arena, Piccolo, realizing the ineffectiveness of his strikes against Bardock, shifted to a defensive stance. While evading, he contemplated a new strategy. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he kicked at Bardock's feet. Bang! Piccolo knocked Bardock to the ground. Curse it! Bardock gritted his teeth, attempting to rise. At that moment, Piccolo extended his arms to grasp Bardock's body, pushing him forward. Bardock was startled and pressed his hands firmly against the ground behind him, halting his advance. Observing this, Piccolo swiftly withdrew his arms and charged at Bardock once more. Chapter 85, Piccolo vs. Vegeta. Bang! 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 Soon, Piccolo stood before Bardock, delivering powerful blows aimed at his opponent's body. Futile. Bardock laughed. Unperturbed, Piccolo continued his assault. With a disdainful snort, Bardock swung his fists forcefully at Piccolo. Piccolo swayed his body, deftly avoiding the strikes. In a fit of anger, Bardock unleashed another barrage toward Piccolo. Suddenly, he felt light beneath him. Lowering his gaze, he realized his feet had left the ground. Champa gasped, his expression tightening with anxiety. Though it was merely an ordinary match, should he lose, he would have to relinquish the gathered 4 Super Dragon Balls to Beerus. At that moment, Piccolo unleashed a powerful right punch, sending Bardock flying out of the arena. Bardock was eliminated. Piccolo emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, Champa immediately turned to Vegeta and his companions. Who among you will step up for the second match? A colossal figure, a robot with a blazing power core in its chest and a head that emits smoke, rose to its feet. Its chest, jaw, wrists, and ankles gleamed in silver, while the rest of its body shimmered in shades of bronze and purple. It possessed a pair of luminous cyan eyes and 2 transparent cores filled with magma, essentially serving as its heart. This entity was known as Madama Geta, a metallic being from the 6th universe. Upon rising, Madama Geta swiftly made its way to the arena. Is this creature truly a robot? Inquired the East Supreme Kai. This is a Model 66950 galactic metal being. Surely, your universe has not encountered such a marvel? Responded Fawa, the Supreme Kai of the 6th universe. The old Supreme Kai, upon hearing this, looked at the East Supreme Kai with incredulity. You are unaware of this? It is quite perplexing how you came to be a Supreme Kai. The East Supreme Kai, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, remained silent. Very well, the 6th universe has now dispatched a new contestant for the match. If both competitors have no further inquiries, let the battle commence. They both nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Piccolo struck a combative pose and charged at Madama Geta. In response, Madama Geta let out a thunderous roar, releasing a torrent of searing magma to counter Piccolo's advance. Startled, Piccolo quickly retreated. The magma splattered upon the ground, nearly melting the surface. The arena heated up due to the molten discharge from Madama Geta. With a fierce cry, Piccolo concentrated a vast amount of energy into his palms and unleashed it toward Madama Geta. Raising his arms, Madama Geta braced himself against the incoming energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with resounding explosions as Madama Geta was struck by the energy waves, enveloped in thick clouds of smoke. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo ceased his attack. After a brief moment, as the smoke dissipated, Madama Geta stood unscathed before Piccolo. Surprised, Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, he dashed toward Madama Geta with lightning speed. Soon, he was right in front of Madama Geta, delivering powerful punches. Each strike resonated with a metallic clang. After enduring a series of attacks, Madama Geta suddenly erupted with energy, surrounding itself with a crimson aura while the magma within it radiated a brilliant glow. This surge of power significantly heightened the heat generated by Madama Geta, unleashing a fierce blast of scorching wind. Taken aback, Piccolo hastily retreated, beads of perspiration forming on his brow due to the intense heat emanating from Madama Geta. Uncle Piccolo. At that moment, Madama Geta once again unleashed a stream of magma toward Piccolo. Leaping into the air, Piccolo narrowly evaded the attack. Huh! With a thunderous shout, Piccolo transformed into his orange form. Vegeta was taken aback, although he had heard from Trunks about the significant increase in strength among Piccolo and the others. He never anticipated such a dramatic enhancement. Just as Vegeta was processing his astonishment, Piccolo clasped his hands together, condensing a deep blue energy wave, which he hurled towards Wadama Magetta. Bam! The deep blue energy wave struck Magetta, sending him careening backwards. Magetta! Kampa exclaimed, his expression tense. Wadama Magetta let out a roar. Halting at the edge of the arena, Piccolo shouted fiercely, pushing both hands forward with all his might. Immediately, Magetta was propelled off the stage. Wadama Magetta is disqualified. Piccolo is the victor. Wonderful Uncle Piccolo! Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Piccolo, panting heavily, descended from the air, reverting to his normal state. Though the power of his orange form was formidable, he needed to conserve his strength for the battles that lay ahead. Damn it, he lost again. Kampa seethed, a flicker of anger in his heart. At that moment, Vegeta stood up. Lord Kampa, allow me to deal with him. Very well, Vegeta, do not let me down. Kampa replied. Vegeta nodded and soared towards the arena. Father, Vegeta, Trunks, and the others called out upon seeing him. Observing this, Piccolo's expression grew serious. Vegeta remained silent, merely casting a glance at Goku and the audience. All right, the sixth universe has now dispatched a new contender. If there are no further issues, let the battle commence. The two competitors nodded. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo, his fists clenched tightly. Huh. With a powerful shout, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Piccolo, too, shouted and transitioned back into his orange form. Trunks, witnessing the clash between the two, found himself at a loss as to whom to cheer for, his universe's Piccolo or his father. Thus, he decided to remain neutral. Piccolo, it has been months since we last met, and I never imagined your strength would rise so dramatically. However, even with this improvement, you still cannot defeat me. Piccolo responded with a scoff, remaining silent. Bam! Vegeta slightly clenched his hands, an immense blue aura emanating from him as he charged at Piccolo. Piccolo raised his right fist, charging towards Vegeta in kind. Whoosh! Bam! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves face to face, their fists and feet colliding like lightning. The ground of the arena trembled violently under their fierce confrontation. Bam! With a powerful grip, Vegeta delivered a punch that sent Piccolo reeling backwards. With a powerful stomp, Piccolo forcefully grounded himself, swiftly halting his descent. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 86, 20-fold King Kai Fist vs. Self-Ultimate Technique. Piccolo gasped in surprise. In the next moment, Vegeta reappeared directly before him. Before Piccolo could react, he suffered a fierce blow to his abdomen. Letting out a loud cry, Piccolo staggered backward. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta delivered a devastating kick to Piccolo. Thud! Vegeta's foot struck Piccolo with tremendous force, sending him soaring through the air. Clenching his fists tightly, Piccolo quickly stabilized himself on the ground. Vegeta snorted coldly, his fists clenched in determination. Could it be that he has employed that technique? Kampa smirked alluringly. That technique? Goku inquired curiously, glancing at Kampa. However, Kampa refrained from elaborating further. Boom. At that moment, the ground of the arena trembled violently. Krillin and the others looked on in shock at the scene unfolding. At this moment, Vegeta's aura shifted from blue to purple, his hair transforming to a violet hue, his eyebrows vanishing, and his eyes turning golden. This was the divine technique of destruction imparted to Vegeta by Kampa. Witnessing this, Beerus gritted his teeth in frustration. That rascal Kampa has even taught Vegeta the divine technique of destruction just to secure a victory. The divine technique of destruction? Goku and the others turned their gaze toward Beerus. This technique can only be wielded by a god of destruction. Could it be that Vegeta has agreed to become a god of destruction? Goku speculated. I don't know. Beerus shook his head. Upon hearing this, Kampa chuckled. Beerus, this was not a technique I taught him. He learned it through stealth. Do you expect me to believe you? Beerus seethed. Kampa merely smiled. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. The divine technique of destruction? Piccolo murmured. Vegeta grinned at Piccolo, transforming into a streak of purple light and charging toward him. Observing this, Piccolo narrowed his eyes slightly. Soon, Vegeta reached Piccolo's front. Piccolo swung his fists fiercely at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta's figure vanished, reappearing behind Piccolo. Before Piccolo could react, Vegeta gathered a sphere of purple destructive energy in his right hand and struck at Piccolo. Piccolo let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying by the destructive force. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan exclaimed in shock. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo managed to halt his descent just before falling off the arena. He then slowly turned around, casting the destructive energy skyward. Boom! With a thunderous explosion resonating through the air, destructive energy erupted in the sky. An immense purple storm manifested, sweeping towards the arena and the audience. Vegeta chuckled and charged toward Piccolo, who bellowed in response and rushed at Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed at the center of the arena, their fists and feet colliding with the speed of light. The arena trembled violently under the intensity of their fierce battle. After a brief exchange, Piccolo found himself gradually overpowered by Vegeta, being pushed back relentlessly. With a mighty shout, Vegeta unleashed a powerful right punch, sending Piccolo flying off the arena. Piccolo was thus eliminated, granting victory to Vegeta. Upon witnessing this, Goku immediately rose to his feet. Goku, Dad, it's my turn now. Gohan and the others nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Goku soared to the arena. Kakarot. Goku acknowledged with a nod. Very well. The seventh universe now sends forth a new contender. If there are no further issues, let the match commence. The two fighters nodded. Goku observed Vegeta, still enveloped in his Ultra Instinct state, and clenched his fists, radiating an overwhelming divine aura. With a colossal roar, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Noticing this, Vegeta swiftly became a streak of purple light, charging at Goku. Goku responded with a powerful shout, launching himself toward Vegeta. In an instant, they stood before each other, engaging in combat. Goten, watching the clash, furrowed his brow, surprised that Beerus had imparted the God of Destruction's techniques to Vegeta. Was Vegeta poised for a comeback? Just as Goten pondered this, Vegeta's right fist struck Goku's abdomen with tremendous force. Goku cried out in agony, staggering backward. Vegeta snorted dismissively, conjuring a sphere of purple destructive energy aimed at Goku. Startled, Goku hurriedly raised his hands to intercept the incoming energy. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta circled behind Goku and delivered a powerful kick to his back. With a resounding impact, Goku and the destructive energy he held were sent flying. Huh! Goku shouted, propelling the destructive energy into the air before swiftly regaining his stance and turning to face Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed, Kakarot, I suggest you utilize the Kaioken technique, for without it, victory is beyond your reach. Alright. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists with fervor, emanating an astonishing aura that rapidly ascended. The ground of the arena trembled violently under the influence of his energy. Suddenly, a layer of crimson aura enveloped the blue energy surrounding him. Tenfold Kaioken. Sun Wukong bellowed, his body moving with the swiftness of light as he charged towards Vegeta. Just as he was about to reach Vegeta, the latter sidestepped with remarkable agility, evading the onslaught of the tenfold Kaioken. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Vegeta chuckled lightly, his right fist swinging forcefully towards Sun Wukong's face. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's punch landed squarely, sending Sun Wukong reeling backward. Damn it! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, quickly stabilizing himself on the ground as he heightened his energy once more. 20-fold Kaioken, he shouted, charging at Vegeta with an even greater velocity. Vegeta remained stationary, an unwavering figure. In no time, Sun Wukong was before Vegeta, his right fist thrusting forward with all his might. Just as the fist was about to connect, Vegeta abruptly raised his left hand, intercepting the Kaioken punch. Father's 20-fold Kaioken was caught. Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Krillin nodded solemnly in agreement. Even Beerus, seated nearby, wore a grave expression. Sun Wukong was their main force. If he were to falter, defeating Vegeta would become an insurmountable challenge for the others. Amidst the collective astonishment, Vegeta exerted force with his left hand, pushing Sun Wukong back a few steps. Sun Wukong firmly planted his feet on the ground to halt his retreat. Vegeta smirked. Kakarot, aside from the Kaioken, you must be out of tricks, am I right? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. Yet even so, I will fight you with all my might. Vegeta remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. Since arriving on Earth, he had never surpassed Sun Wukong, but now his power had finally eclipsed that of his rival. Excited by this realization, Vegeta surged towards Sun Wukong. The distance between them was negligible. In a mere blink, Vegeta was before Sun Wukong, launching a fierce assault with both fists. Sun Wukong evaded and defended against Vegeta's strikes, retreating steadily. Huh! Vegeta shouted, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist. With an explosive sound, Sun Wukong was propelled to the edge of the arena, his form reverting from the 20-fold Kaioken back to Super Saiyan Blue. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta. Yamcha observed, "It seems that Goku may be on the verge of defeat." Upon hearing this, Beerus shot an angry glance at Yamcha and retorted, "Do not utter such disheartening words. Goku has not yet lost." Yamcha, startled by Beerus's reaction, fell silent. Vegeta, gazing at the heavily panting Goku, concentrated a surge of purple destructive energy in his right hand, preparing to strike him off the arena. Goku, sensing the gathering energy, clenched his teeth in determination. Just then, Vegeta unleashed the destructive energy towards Goku. In a flash, Goku executed an instant transmission, appearing directly above Vegeta. Realizing Goku's position, Vegeta propelled himself skyward. Goku, with his fists clenched tightly, launched an assault toward the incoming Vegeta. The two exchanged blows fiercely. However, as the fight progressed, Goku found it increasingly difficult to match Vegeta's speed. Ultimately, Vegeta's right fist struck Goku's abdomen with tremendous force, eliciting a piercing scream of agony from him. Vegeta raised his left hand, conjuring another wave of purple destructive energy. "This is the end, Kakarot," he declared before hurling the energy at Goku. With a resounding explosion, Goku was sent hurtling into the air outside the bounds of the arena. "He's out of bounds," Krillin exclaimed in shock. At that moment, the destructive energy erupted in the sky, unleashing a fierce purple storm that surged outward. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area where the explosion had occurred. Goku, headfirst, began to plummet through the smoke. "Goku, Dad!" Krillin and the others, witnessing this, assumed the match was concluding. However, just as Goku was about to hit the ground, his body abruptly halted mid-air, and he swiftly righted himself, standing suspended in the air. "What?" Vegeta gasped in disbelief. Goku, having reverted to his normal state, now shimmered with silver-lined energy, his eyes transformed to a silvery hue, enveloped in a radiant white aura. This was the nascent form of Ultra Instinct. "Ultra Instinct!" Goten exclaimed, astonished. Just moments ago, he thought Goku was on the brink of losing, yet unexpectedly, Goku had comprehended Ultra Instinct. While it was an incomplete form, it was sufficient to bring him to parity with Vegeta. One cannot deny that the protagonist's fortuitous abilities are indeed remarkable. "Is this a transformation into Super Saiyan for Goku?" Krillin inquired. "I am unsure, but I suspect it is not." With a swift motion, Goku soared back onto the arena. Although he had briefly stepped out of bounds, he had not touched the ground outside the arena, thus the match was not deemed a loss. Vegeta let out a cold snort, his body instantly transforming into a streak of violet light as he charged towards Goku. Goku remained motionless, standing his ground. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared before him, his fist striking with the speed of lightning. Goku merely shifted slightly, effortlessly evading Vegeta's assault. Startled, Vegeta unleashed a powerful forward strike. Goku raised his fists, engaging in combat with Vegeta. Bang! 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 The immense enhancement in both strength and speed rendered them evenly matched. Goku and Vegeta were locked in a fierce contest. Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Krillin nodded in agreement. But what is going on? How did Goku suddenly become so formidable? Ultra Instinct, Beerus remarked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Ultra Instinct. Kappa gasped in shock. Ultra Instinct is also a divine technique. Yet it is not the technique of a god of destruction, but rather that of an angel. The mastery of Ultra Instinct is far more arduous compared to the techniques wielded by the gods of destruction. Among the 12 gods of destruction, only Beerus possesses an incomplete grasp of Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Gohan looked at Beerus with a perplexed expression. "You should inquire with Whis. He would have a clearer understanding." Whis smiled and replied, "Ultra Instinct is a divine technique mastered by us angels, and it operates as an instinctive skill." Instinctive skill? Indeed. Ultra Instinct relies on the body's various parts to execute reflexive attacks and defenses without the need for cerebral command, thereby accelerating reaction and movement speed. The body and consciousness become detached, allowing each part to transcend instinct and perceive surrounding dangers without requiring thought from the brain. Mr. Whis, are you implying that Father is now fighting purely based on his body's instincts? Whis nodded in affirmation. On the arena, Goku and Vegeta were currently locked in a fierce struggle, their hands clasped together, emanating silver and violet auras that clashed violently. Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling a deep sense of frustration as he gazed at Goku. Just moments ago, he was on the verge of defeating Goku, only for Goku to suddenly comprehend Ultra Instinct. With this thought, Vegeta thrust his hands forward with all his might. Goku grunted, pushing forward with equal force. Bang! After a brief stalemate, both were sent flying back. Gasping for breath, after a moment's respite, they swiftly charged at each other once more. The arena erupted with the sounds of their intense battle. Chapter 88, Gohan vs. Kappa. Goodness, it's so fast. I can hardly discern their fight. Piccolo, can you see it clearly? Krillin inquired. Barely. Piccolo responded. Is that so? Bang! At the very moment when the two were engaged in conversation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta forcefully collided their right fists, generating an astonishing gust of wind. Bang! After a brief stalemate, both exerted their strength, sending each other reeling backward, gasping for breath. Huh! With a resounding shout, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of destructive energy from his hands, launching an attack towards Sun Wukong. This technique is renowned in the Dragon Ball universe as the Prince's battle method. Sun Wukong leaped into the air, deftly evading Vegeta's destructive energy while simultaneously countering with energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. With each tremendous explosion, the arena's surface was rapidly devastated. Thick clouds of smoke billowed above the battleground. Observing the smoke, both warriors ceased their energy wave assaults and ascended into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves facing each other, fists and feet clashing in combat. The atmosphere was instantly filled with the sounds of their fierce struggle. Bang! As their right fists struck each other's faces simultaneously, they were sent reeling away. Huh! Vegeta gritted his teeth and charged once more at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Vegeta appeared before Sun Wukong, swinging his right fist forward with great force, but Sun Wukong skillfully dodged using his Ultra Instinct. Vegeta was taken aback. In the next moment, Sun Wukong's right fist landed heavily on his face, sending him crashing onto the arena. Panting heavily, Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Thud! Sun Wukong descended from the air, fixing his gaze on Vegeta. At that moment, due to excessive energy expenditure, Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state. Krillin exclaimed, "Has he transformed back?" Yes. Gohan nodded. Vegeta, witnessing Sun Wukong's reversion, displayed a flicker of joy on his face. Yet, in the next second, he too returned to his normal form. Uncle Vegeta has transformed back. Indeed, Krillin acknowledged. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Bang! With a surge of incredible energy, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong, seeing this, wore a grave expression. Vegeta let out a fierce roar, charging at Sun Wukong with lightning speed. Sun Wukong responded with a shout, rushing towards Vegeta as well. Bang! 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 Soon, they were once again face to face, fists and feet striking at each other with blinding speed. Bang! Vegeta's right fist struck Sun Wukong's face with tremendous force, sending him flying. Immediately, Vegeta brought his hands together, condensing a golden energy wave, and directed it at Sun Wukong. Without pausing, Sun Wukong raised his arms to block Vegeta's energy wave. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta pushed forward with all his might. Under the full might of Vegeta, Goku was ultimately pushed off the competition stage. With Goku eliminated, Vegeta emerged victorious. I have won. Vegeta rejoiced, elated to have finally defeated Goku after 15 long years. Beerus glanced at Gohan and the others, inquiring, who will take the stage next? I will. Gohan volunteered eagerly. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Seizing the moment, Gohan ascended from the audience to the competition platform. Hello, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan greeted him politely. Vegeta, however, remained silent. Since both competitors are now on stage, let the match commence, the referee announced. Gohan nodded in agreement. At that moment, due to his dwindling stamina, Vegeta reverted to his normal form. Gohan, Vegeta is out of energy. You must transform into a Super Saiyan and defeat him. Beerus urged loudly. All right, Gohan responded, clenching his fists tightly as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly but charged at Gohan nonetheless. In a flash, Gohan appeared behind Vegeta and struck him forcefully in the back with his right fist. Bang! Vegeta was propelled away like a projectile. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan swiftly brought his hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from Gohan's hands and surged toward Vegeta. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Vegeta, sending him crashing down from the competition stage. With Vegeta eliminated, Gohan was declared the victor. Upon hearing this, Gohan reverted to his normal form. Kappa immediately turned his attention to the remaining two competitors. A diminutive figure with upright hair and clad in an old-style Saiyan battle uniform rose from the audience of Universe 6. His name was Kappa, a Saiyan from Universe 6 and a key member of the elite Saiyan Defense Force. At that moment, Batamo also stood up from the audience. Lord Kampa, the audience area has sustained considerable damage. I believe I should repair the competition stage first. Kampa nodded in agreement. Batamo promptly flew to the competition stage to commence repairs. Soon, Batamo had restored the stage to its former glory. Kaba then soared onto the stage. Hello, my name is Kaba. Like you, I am also a Saiyan. Kaba greeted Gohan with courtesy. Hello, my name is Gohan. Now that both competitors are on stage, let the match begin, the referee declared from the sidelines. Both fighters nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, both individuals simultaneously struck a pose and gazed at one another. Son Gohan was the first to charge towards Gabe. Startled, Gabe swiftly propelled himself towards Son Gohan as well. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, they stood before each other, their fists and feet moving with the speed of wind, delivering powerful blows. Bang! Son Gohan's right fist landed forcefully on Gabe's face, sending him reeling backward. Clenching his fists tightly, Gabe quickly regained his stance, staring intently at Son Gohan. With a mighty shout, Gabe thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy waves aimed at Son Gohan. While evading, Son Gohan skillfully deflected the incoming energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. With each colossal explosion, thick clouds of smoke engulfed both the arena and its surroundings. Observing that the energy waves failed to strike Son Gohan, Gabe's fists clenched with immense determination. With another resounding shout, Gabe transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 89. A Grueling Battle, Ultra Super Saiyan. Krillin gasped in astonishment. Son Gohan, tightening his fists, also ascended to Super Saiyan form. Son Goten, witnessing Gabe's transformation, pondered thoughtfully. In the original Dragon Ball Super, Gabe lacked mastery over his Super Saiyan transformation. And according to the original story, Frost, who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, should have made an appearance as well. Contemplating this, Son Goten immediately glanced at Vegeta. Could it be because of Vegeta? Just as Son Goten pondered this, Son Gohan and Gabe charged towards each other simultaneously. Soon, they were locked in combat. After his transformation, Gabe's speed and strength surged considerably. However, even then, he struggled to keep pace with Son Gohan. Bang! With a powerful strike, Gabe was sent hurtling backward like a projectile. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan swiftly brought his hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced in Son Gohan's hands and surged towards Gabe. Just as Gabe steadied himself, he quickly raised his arms to block the incoming Kamehameha. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Gabe, pushing him backward. Gritting his teeth, Gabe managed to halt his fall just before plunging off the arena. Son Gohan let out a triumphant shout, exerting all his strength forward. Under overwhelming power, Gabe was ultimately pushed off the stage. Gabe was eliminated. Son Gohan emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, Zampa turned his gaze towards the man seated beside him. The man, with purple skin and clad in a long black coat, was named Hit, the foremost assassin of Universe 6. As Hit observed Son Gohan approaching, he calmly rose from his seat and soared to the stage. All right, the final contestant from Universe 6 has taken the stage. If both fighters are prepared, let us commence the battle. The two competitors nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Son Gohan struck a fighting pose and charged toward Hit. In an instant, Hit vanished, reappearing directly in front of Son Gohan, delivering a powerful right punch aimed at his abdomen. With a resounding impact, Son Gohan was sent sprawling backward, emitting a desperate scream. Go, Gohan! Piccolo exclaimed, a flicker of concern igniting within him. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan managed to stabilize himself on the ground. He then clenched his fists tightly, releasing an astonishing aura that surged upward with intensity. The battlefield trembled under the weight of his power. With a mighty roar, Son Gohan's hair and eyebrows transformed to a silvery hue, his hair spiking upwards like that of a Super Saiyan, while his eyes turned crimson, radiating a silver light interlaced with pink lightning. This was indeed the beast form of Son Gohan. Vegeta gasped in astonishment, witnessing Son Gohan's transformation for the first time. Incredible. Gohan has transformed into Beast Gohan. Krillin remarked. Beast Gohan. Yamcha echoed. Yes, that's the name Gohan has given to this transformation. With a powerful yell, Son Gohan morphed into a streak of purple light, charging at Hit. In the blink of an eye, Son Gohan was upon Hit, his fists and feet striking with the swiftness of light. Hit, deftly evading the onslaught, raised his arms to block Gohan's attacks while retreating. After a brief period of retreat, Hit activated his time-freezing technique, halting time for a brief moment, and unleashed a forceful punch toward Gohan's abdomen. The blow landed with a tremendous impact, eliciting a pained scream from Gohan as he spat out a mouthful of bile. Seizing the moment of Gohan's agony, Hit unleashed a flurry of punches, striking like a tempest. Under the relentless assault, Son Gohan emitted cries of anguish. Gohan! Piccolo shouted. At that moment, Gohan collapsed to the ground. Hit glanced at the referee and commanded, "Begin the countdown." All right, Gohan has fallen. We will now count down from 10, 9, 8. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan struggled to push himself up from the floor. Son Gohan is back on his feet. Beerus remarked to Whis, "You must have sensed it, haven't you?" "Sensed what?" Goku inquired, confusion etched on his face. Whis nodded. "It is the freezing of time." Freezing time? Indeed. I have heard whispers of a martial art within the cosmos that possesses the ability to freeze time, and it appears to be true. Hit. He has just employed the time skip technique. Bardock declared. Time skip? Yes, much like what was mentioned. Hit's time skip allows him to freeze time for a duration of 0.1 seconds. Is that so? At that moment, on the arena, Gohan was panting heavily, casting a wary gaze at Hit. "You cannot defeat me. I advise you to concede." Gohan remained silent in response. Just then, Piccolo, seated in the audience, shouted towards Gohan. "Gohan, Hit can use the time skip. He can freeze time for 0.1 seconds. 0.1 seconds. Hit scoffed dismissively. "Even if you are aware of it, it will avail you nothing." "Perhaps not," Gohan retorted, stepping back as he concentrated, channeling an immense surge of energy into his palms before launching it at Hit. His strategy was straightforward. If close combat was futile, then he would engage from a distance, even if it meant merely exhausting Hit's stamina for the sake of Majin Buu and the others. Hit observed the incoming energy waves and swiftly evaded them. Boom, boom, boom. As the colossal explosions erupted, the energy waves struck the arena, enveloping it in a thick cloud of smoke. Utilizing the cover of the smoke, Hit advanced toward Gohan. In no time, Hit stood before Gohan, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Gohan raised his arms to block Hit's strike, staggering backward. At that moment, Hit activated the time skip once more, reappearing instantly before Gohan, and forcefully striking at Gohan's abdomen. Bang! Hit's fist landed heavily on Gohan's midsection, eliciting a pained scream as Gohan spat out a mouthful of bile. With a swift motion, Hit thrust his knee forward, sending Gohan flying. Just as Gohan was about to plummet from the arena, he braced himself against the ground, managing to halt his descent. However, the agony coursing through his body forced him into a half-kneeling position. 0.1 seconds, Gohan thought, contemplating that if he could elevate his strength further, he might just transcend that fleeting moment of time.